and measured did a shadow, and then he did
Did he assume it
some
was a globe?
calculations. Sorry.
He assumed. I didn't
Yeah,
know he assumed it was a globe.
he already thought the Earth was a globe when he did this. So what he was trying to do was work out the size of the globe. So he did a experiment, right, where he made a whole bunch of assumptions, right? He assumed the Earth was a globe, and then he assumed the light rays come in parallel. That the sun was an infinite distance away, right? And then he did some math based on his assumptions, and then he was able to calculate, right, the radius of the Earth, right? He didn't actually find any curvature. He just assumed the curvature was already there, and then he did calculations based on a shadow, right? That was it's like 7.2 degree shadow. So yeah, it's not really something that's going to prove that the Earth's a globe. So even like Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, he agrees that it doesn't prove the Earth's a globe. So what we're looking for is who actually validated that the Earth is a globe in the first place. Right? Because what the globe seems to be, when we look into it, is just a mathematical, right? It's just a theoretical mathematical model. When we go and test the math, right, to see if the math matches reality, it doesn't. Like you can go out to, say, a lake or a big body of water and set up a camera just off the surface. Right? And if the Earth's a globe, you should have a horizon at a specific distance away. When we go and we do these experiments, right, in various ways with lasers or just high zoom optics, you can see 20, 30 times further or even more. You would be able to see if the Earth's a globe.
So can I
Right?
ask,
Because
like,
if yeah.
yeah, do you believe that like satellites are a thing, or that that like the government
Well,
is
what's interesting,
not lying about
yeah,
that?
there's definitely no. You can't have satellites in outer space. I'm saying that satellites aren't a thing, right? But satellites orbiting the Earth in outer space is not possible, and we can get into that, right? But
It's
it
possible or
is
not possible?
more.
Sorry,
You're
I didn't hear.
stupid.
It's not possible. Out of hold on a second. Whoever's spiraling. Yeah. So have gas pressure next to a vacuum, right? So outer space isn't possible.
That's a straw
You can
man
get into
fallacy.
what's the straw man fallacy? Ice house.
I'm just gonna mute you.
Just gonna mute a mod. That'll work out well for you.
Yeah, that'll work out well. Seems you got muted. So Ethan, right? So we have right. These are the main problems with for the globe Earth, right? They can't prove that it curves, and then they can't prove that it moves, orbits the sun, and they can't prove that you can have gas pressure like we have here on Earth next to a vacuum. They claim outer space is without a physical barrier, right? And you can't even have gas pressure in the first place without a physical container. So the Earth would have to
Confused,
be
like,
a flat. Yeah. What?
Like, can we go back on like the satellite thing? Because like, do you believe satellites
Yeah,
are
sure.
a thing?
Yeah. So look, if you try to Google like photo of satellite in space or something like that, you're just going to get a whole bunch of cartoons. You're not going to be able to find a picture of a satellite in space.
Right. The bottom line is satellites could exist without space. They could work, but they don't need space to work. They could just be floating up in the atmosphere. They don't need to be in space. So that could solve your problem.
But you
satellites
believe that they
don't prove a
exist,
globe.
right? Like, you believe that they're like that they're out there. Like
Yeah, but that doesn't prove a globe. You could have satellites on a flat Earth.
That's fine.
Don't need a globe.
But like, I mean, as far as I'm aware, the math that they run on is globe math, isn't it?
No, it's the same math that applies to a flat Earth. So you don't need the vacuum of space to have a satellite. You can just have the atmosphere and have a satellite.
I mean, I'm told that they work on globe math, but I don't know.
Right, but you're told many, many things that aren't true. This is just one of them.
Globe math comes from flat Earth measurements.
So NASA's first satellite was just a big balloon, right? The Echo 1, it was just a big helium balloon, satellite attached. when we see satellites, right, crashing to Earth, they always have a balloon attached. NASA has a massive satellite balloon program. NASA's the biggest consumer in the world for helium. It's claimed that they can have these types of balloons up in the air for years. Long period of time. They can maneuver them around. So we don't know 100% what is up in the sky, right? They have a lot of technology we don't know about. But they definitely have a massive satellite balloon program, and definitely satellites exist as technology in the sky. That doesn't necessarily mean the Earth's a globe. That the satellites are in outer space. There's no evidence of that, and it's actually scientifically impossible.
Yeah, what is possible is for them to just have satellite technology just attached to balloons that are just floating at very high altitude and then beaming the various signals amongst each other. They could just be doing that.
What you need to realize, Ethan, is that 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables.
Yeah, I was aware of that. It's just like satellites play a part too. I was just wondering like how you guys factor that in, but I guess you do, so that's fine.
Yeah, but they would play a very small part in, they're not really playing much of a part.
Regarding the satellites, it would make sense, actually, how it fits with the flat Earth. Because if you notice, all these satellites, they've got these massive solar panels on them, right? So it would make sense that instead of them just floating in space, they're actually attached to balloons, and they have those solar panels because they're going to see sunlight a lot more than at that altitude, especially if they're around the equator, which is where all satellites are apparently. So essentially, the sun is literally powering them all day long, because at that altitude you're going to see the sun for more hours than if you're on the ground. So that's how they're being powered by the sun, and they're just floating on a balloon before it has to get serviced, like once every few years.
I mean, I like Flat Earth. I think it's a cool model as well. I don't know. Pretty ambivalent myself. I don't really know enough to.
Yeah, man, that's fine. That's the same place most people are in. If you haven't looked into anything alternative to the globe before, then fine. At least you're not all triggered about it, saying, it's definitely a globe, and have proof, and you're Googling stuff on the spot and all that sort of thing like we encounter every day. We get a lot of emotional people in here.
Not a problem for me. Like I can work with that. That's fine.
Yeah, so if you've got any other questions, feel free.
Yeah, sure. I'll take the link.
Ethan, can you see the GIF I just posted in the side chat?
Yeah, I can see it.
So these are the kind of observations I'm talking about. So anyone can go repeat these themselves, right? If you just like a zoom camera, like a Nikon P900 or something like that, and just go find a large body of water. And if the Earth is a globe, you can calculate where the horizon should be depending on how high you are off the surface of the water. Right. So what they tell us in school is that a 6-foot person standing at the sea line should see the horizon at 3 miles away. at 3 miles away, that's where they say, oh, you'll see things start to disappear over the curvature of the Earth, right? So you can calculate the distance to the horizon depending on what height you're at. And in this particular observation here, the cameraman is 8 foot above the surface of the water. And he's shooting out in this location where we have some oil platforms. And you can tell the distance to the oil platforms. It's 10.1 miles to the furthest one, and you can check that on like Google Maps. And basically we can see the horizon beyond the 10.1 mile platform. It looks like it's actually way beyond the 10.1 mile platform. But the problem is that the Earth's globe should have a horizon at 3.46 miles on that 8-foot observer height. This seems to be the case when we go out and we do these observations in different areas from different observer heights, using different types of equipment like lasers, like high-powered lasers and things like that, or just making general observations. We can't actually find any curvature. We can't find the necessary geometric horizon that you would have to have if the Earth's a globe. So we start looking to the globe side. It's like, okay, well, have you guys found, like, who in history actually detected this geometric horizon to if it exists in the first place? Who found the Earth curvature? And we get no results, no answers. We just get assumptions and calculations, really, like Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I suppose like the globe Earth model is very abstract, very like assumption based.
Yeah, it's like a mathematical, theoretical model that we're all taught from a young age, and most people just never questioned it. You know, your teachers aren't lying to you. Most of the scientists or whatnot not lying to you. They're just kind of assuming the globe model to be correct and doing their thing based on that, based on the math. Not questioning the whether the math actually is reality. It doesn't really affect them at the end of the day. Yeah, most people, including the scientists, like, they've never gone out and tested Earth. Had a reason to, they just kind of believe. Model, the globe model, whatever you want to call it, the globe system or the globe belief, it's something that was incorporated into the mainstream education system long time ago.
Who was the first to do it?
I think the ancient Greeks were the first to propose it, right? But it didn't catch on. It wasn't until the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuits incorporated into the mainstream 500-600 years ago or something like that. Basically, a bunch of Jesuits and Freemasons.
Yeah, there's like this model of globe Earth that's there as far back as the ancient Greeks, I guess, and people are like propagating it for some reason.
Yeah, they didn't like, it wasn't common knowledge them to to be globe earthers, right? It was just some specific people that suggested it, right? And like back then they would have first thought it was a globe because they didn't have much technology, they didn't know much about atmospheric effects, and if they're standing at the shoreline of the beach or something like that, and they see a ship under certain conditions, it will start to disappear or appear to disappear bottom up. It's fair for them to assume that the Earth may be a globe, that it may be, going over
the curve of the Earth. Counterintuitive idea, though. Like, even if you're, I guess it's an explanation to try to make sense of it, but like, it's pretty counterintuitive.
Yeah, fair for them to think that, right? But now we have amazing zoom technology. We have a good understanding of how the atmosphere works, and optical effects do, and how our perspective works. now, we can use super zoom cameras that are available to consumers, like the Nikon that I mentioned before. You can see a ship appearing to disappear bottom up over the horizon. Then we can zoom back in and we can bring the whole ship back to view again, right? And then we can set up experiments on small scales where we can actually see the same effect, right? It's proving that it's actually going over the curvature of the Earth. That it's more related to different optical, different effects that can take place.
What causes that kind of illusion?
You can have multiple perspective is the primary reason, right? And then, like, once you learn about perspective, you'll realize that you have like a limit to your vision, right? You see everything converge into what's called a vanishing point, right? And now we know that what a horizon is a straight line between vanishing. And you can also have, like, if you're looking out over the ocean, you can have a small ocean swell, right? And that can make a ship to appear to disappear bottom up over the horizon. And then you can also have atmospheric effects, right? Like sinking refraction and other atmospheric scattering, right? That will also give you that same effect, right? Because what we know now is that the horizon isn't geometric physical location. It's just an apparent location. And if you look up the actual definition of what a horizon is, it's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? Actually, like, physical curvature of the Earth. It's not even defined as that. I'll show you I think I've got a GIF here of a boat, right? You can zoom in on the boat, you can see the whole boat. And as you start to zoom away from the boat, you'll see the boat start to disappear or appear to disappear bottom up. The fact that when you zoom right into the boat, the whole boat disproves that it's actually behind something physical. Yeah, have a look at that in the side chat. Decent example. Lots more examples though, especially the ones on the smaller scale. Like, they're good to look at because you can see it happening over a small flat surface.
Yeah, I guess like it shrinks like bottom up, but also top down, right? Like that's happening there, right?
Well, it just appears to be hidden, right? As you zoom out, it just appears to be more and more of the bottom of the boat appears to be hidden, right? As well as it getting smaller due to perspective, obviously.
Right.
Eventually, halfway out, you can't see the boat at all anymore.
Right. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. And then, there's a million questions that you would probably have, but
yeah,
it takes a long time to go over everything. And then the more you look into it, the more it starts to make more and more sense. And then you start looking into the globe model, right? Because most people just kind of believe the globe model since they were young. They don't really know that much about it. Like, once you start looking more into the globe model, you'll realize, like, there's a lot of inconsistencies and things that don't have.
Wouldn't you agree that because there's no relevant contradicting models to the Earth, right?
What do you mean?
Like you say that people believe the globe Earth model because it's preached to them from a young age, but how many contradicting models of the Earth are presented even at a young age to people? None?
Yeah, so what we're doing, man, is we're just testing the globe model.
Wait,
doesn't materiality
think the Earth is flat?
So you're testing the globe model, but don't you have to? So testing the globe model is one thing, but presenting your own model has to be another thing that you do, right?
There's no
Absolutely.
quote unquote globe model, right? If I say post the globe model in the side chat, you're not going to post some scientific model that covers everything. You can model out bits and pieces of things here and there, but there's no globe model.
Well, yeah, but you can buy a globe from the store, and while it's not the accurate representation of the shape of the Earth, I mean,
it's not an accurate representation of the shape of the Earth. It doesn't explain anything.
But it's close enough.
It's just a
because the Earth is an oblong spheroid, not a perfect globe. So,
well, that's what they tell us, right? But you're not going to be able to validate that it is actually an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, but by that logic, you can neither prove that it's not an oblong spheroid too, right?
Yeah. That's no. We can't.
Why the pictures
that's
are
the whole.
You can.
Hold on a
I'd be
second.
curious to hear that.
Yeah. You could just jump up in the chat there at
Well, no, I'm not here to read something. I'm here for you to tell me.
Oh, no, you just have to look, and I can explain it to you. It's like a visual.
Which one am I looking at?
What you're seeing there. It's just 54 after the hour. You'll see a couple of oil platforms. This is just one of many, and I'm just giving you a nice, clear example. We got distance markers, so I can just explain to you the problem for the globe model when you're looking at this long distance observation. You see it?
Yeah. Who's the poster? Anti-Globist?
That's me. Yeah, that's me.
I'll
just repost it again, man.
No. I can see the one you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Right. So if the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, like they tell us, right, depending on what height you're standing above the shoreline or a body of water, there should be a geometric horizon at a specific distance. Right? But when we go out and we make these long distance observations and laser tests and all different types of observations, we can see much further than what we should be able to see on a globe. In this particular observation, the observer height is 8 foot off the surface of the water, and he's looking out, and you can see the horizon is well beyond the oil platform. And the oil platforms are handy because they're there as distance markers, right? And the second oil platform's 10.1 miles away from the shore. Okay, so on a globe, basically the horizon should be at 3.4 miles. We can see the horizon way, way, way further than what it should be.
You should be able at a height of, you said, what? How many feet?
8 foot is this particular observation.
So at the observation height of 8 foot, you should see curvature at, you said 3 point something miles?
Yeah, 3.46 miles should be the geometric horizon.
Where it starts to curve.
Huh. So I'm just a tad curious. So how can we take how can you take these as gospel when there are photos and videos of the Earth from orbit that show the Earth is round?
Well, you said that it was an oblate spheroid, right? It's not a perfect sphere. All the pictures are a perfect circle. They don't look pear-shaped, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says. There's a lot of problems.
It looks like a perfect sphere from a distance, yes, but I mean, so at the equator, it bulges out. So
it doesn't.
Just because it looks like a perfect sphere doesn't mean that it's not an oblate spheroid.
It's not gospel, dude. The beautiful thing is you can go out and do it.
Okay, but that's the thing, though. It's how can you present these images? How can you present these images and say that the Earth is flat, or whatever you claim it to be, and then say that the images produced by NASA, for example, are not truthful?
Let me break it down. Let me break it down for you quickly, right? So those images that you're seeing from NASA, they're just composites, right? NASA admits they're composites. A lot of people haven't looked into it, so they just assume they're photos of Earth from space. But when you actually look into it, NASA explains that they basically take a bunch of low altitude images of Earth, right? And then they stitch them together into a big flat map, and then they wrap it around a ball, right, in Photoshop, and then they add in the clouds and stuff later. So what you're looking
Okay,
at,
so let's
yeah, it's not a
disregard the
photo.
NASA images then. How about the So they have strapped cameras to the outside of the Falcon X rockets as they have launched into orbit, low Earth orbit. Are we discounting that proof then?
Right. So when you're sending up things at high altitude, right, usually they're gonna use wide angle lenses because you need to get a wide angle of view so you can see properly, right? So when you're using wide angle lenses or fisheye lenses, for example, is that they distort straight lines. So many times in those videos, what you'll see is the horizon, right? It'll be like warping, right? It'll look like it's curved too much, and then the curvature will be less. Then it'll look kind of flat. It depends where you pan the camera around to, and sometimes it'll even, if it pans down enough, it'll curve the wrong way, right? And that's like what happens when you use fisheye or wide angle lenses. It's the case.
So, what altitude do those? So, what altitude has a SpaceX rocket reach? Does anybody know?
Well, it's claimed altitudes, right? What they're reaching. So if you start looking into that a bit
So,
deeper,
what
you're not going to see.
is the claimed altitude?
Yeah, I'm not. Maximum
So,
altitude is.
regardless of using a fisheye lens or not, if we're disproving a globe model, why can we not see more landmass when we are, even from a fisheye lens? Why can we not see more landmass when we are observing these live streams from a Falcon X rocket?
You can see more the higher you go, right? Whether the Earth's a globe or flat, you go higher,
yes,
you're going to be able to see further.
You can see, but if you are launching a rocket and its trajectory takes you above the continental United States, for example, you are not going to see Asia, India, or Asia, the continent, from no matter how fisheye the angles, the fisheye the
United
lenses.
States or something like that. Yeah, right. So look, we were going over this with someone yesterday, right? So just let's do a hypothetical. Let's just say that the ISS is directly above Florida, okay? And I'm saying, oh, why can't I see China from there? Think about it, right? You can only see a certain distance through the atmosphere because the atmosphere is dense, right? It's opaque over distance, right? And if you look up what's the furthest distance you can see through the atmosphere, it's around 185 miles. If you are in the ISS and you're looking directly at China from that
the
distance,
atmosphere is not opaque, though.
Yeah, you can look this up. This is actual, right? Over distance, the atmosphere becomes opaque. That's like if you see someone taking a picture of mountain ranges, just say
those are clouds. Those aren't. That isn't the atmosphere
just say
itself.
Hold on a second. Just say there's no clouds, okay? And someone's up on a mountain. There are heaps of mountains going away in the distance, right? Each mountain, other than the next one, is going to be less and less visible because over distance, the atmosphere.
Well, are we talking about them person looking at the mountains, or are we talking about them taking a picture on a camera?
Looking or taking a picture, you'll see the same effect, right?
Well, it's a big difference because cameras can take a sharper picture than the eyeball can.
Yeah, but you're still going to see the same effect, right? It's mainstream knowledge. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. It's just light bounces off the molecules, right, in atmosphere. So over distance,
what bounces off the molecules?
The light scatters, right, as it's called the no, post you some citations.
Wait,
right?
You're saying light bounces off the molecules in the air?
Yeah, like here's an example, right? If you get like a sheet of glass, right, it's clear, and then you keep stacking more and more layers of glass, eventually you're not going to be able to see through the glass anymore. Or if you go in a swimming pool, like a 50-meter swimming pool.
Oh yeah, but the molecular structure of the atmosphere has nothing in common with layers of glass or water in a swimming pool.
Snell's law. Snell's law.
The molecules in the air are far more spread out than the molecules in panes of glass that are stacked up.
Exactly. That's why you can see a lot further because
that's why you can see miles and miles and miles, not just 10 foot in a swimming pool.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused at how that was a relevant thing to bring up, though, right?
Think about the picture, though. The sure he posted the video. Can you just think about that for a second? You shouldn't be able to see the horizon where it is on the claimed size. You just think about that. Just
I am thinking about that, but that's a. Are you talking
you're
about
not,
the thing that
you're just
Anti-Globalist posted? Because from
condescending.
other video proof
Oh,
that you can see there is a curvature. So,
That's
What video
hilarious.
proof?
and they have sent up cameras that are not fisheye lens cameras to observe the curvature of the Earth. So,
Oh yeah.
Oh, they haven't, my friend.
so it's
haven't.
untrue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be
like-
untrue what you just said for sure.
So
because
any proof that you don't directly post yourself is
that picture with the
inherently
oil rig
untrue.
there. Yeah, so yeah, you can just keep talking through me, I guess.
Wait, so
With the oil rig
oh,
shows that,
I was talking.
water is not curving in the way that you are claiming it has been observed to from high altitude. So that don't make no sense. Sorry. Yeah, because if they did send up a balloon or whatnot and observe the curvature from 120,000 feet or whatever you're claiming, where Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff is flat, you know, even if that were the case, then we should be observing it down here at the surface level. We should see a geometric horizon, those sorts of things, which we don't see. Oh, I guess you just stop talking when you can't just ramble through everybody. You just want
I
to
was
talk
talking before you started talking, and then you interrupted me.
Well, there was a break, and you can't just monologue.
I have been letting other people talk. What are you talking about monologuing?
Well, you can't just babble over everybody. People have to be able to rebut.
I literally was letting other people talk. You're the one babbling over me. What the fuck are you talking about?
What you had to say. Why is it that we're going to send up a weather
I made my point.
same curvature that we don't observe when we're at the surface?
You just randomly started talking and then muted me for some
I never
nonsense.
muted you.
I muted you because you kept talking over Heretic and I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Okay, but I was literally talking. If you guys just don't want to hear what I had to say, then mute me permanently. What the fuck?
The other way around, man. Don't think you want to hear the shit.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I
you
mean,
don't seem
if
to
I didn't want to
really,
hear this shit, why would I be here talking to you?
You don't seem to have registered anything I've said. You're just talking about the mute still. So
you've said few things that are irrelevant. I was talking to these other guys, and you keep talking again.
Do you know what I said?
Who cares, man? Can an intelligent person get back to talking, please?
Don't care. How do you know it's irrelevant?
Anyways, so how about the cameras we have sent up?
I'm gonna go ahead and check you right now. Everything he said was absolutely on point, bullseye of complete relevance to the conversation, and he is absolutely a part of it.
I feel like just because you heard it in an echo chamber doesn't mean it actually reinforces your point.
Christ!
What? Heard what in an echo chamber?
Oh, does the word echo chamber really boil your britches?
No, I'm wondering what it is that you heard.
Does that bother you?
No, it's just boring. You're boring, spaceman.
Oh.
Yeah, you wouldn't be here if it was an echo chamber. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, what did I say that's irrelevant to your point? That I heard in the echo chamber. Yeah.
Yes, there's nothing interesting whatsoever about joining an echo chamber.
You don't know what I said, so how do you know it wasn't interesting?
Are you still talking? Can you talk less, please?
No, I can't.
Oh, you should try. It'll probably help you.
Why? How would that be of any benefit to me?
Well, because we wouldn't have to hear what you're saying.
Also be of benefit to you. So you're confusing yourself with me. You're that retarded?
You're just talking too much.
Okay, so I wouldn't have to if you just listened to anything I'd say.
Okay, yeah, but you kind of sound like a bitch, so just tone it down a little bit.
Okay, well, I'll probably just kick you out of here. We'll just tone you down. 100%.
Oh, my self-esteem, no.
Yeah, so here's what we're going to do, Spaceman.
Oh,
no. You're going to answer to the stuff I said, or you're going to get the fuck out of here. Hey, see ya. Yeah, that won't work. Leaving and rejoining won't do anything for you. All right, Spaceman, you're going to answer to what I said, or you're going to go. Okay, so I'm just going to say it one more time because you clearly had wax in your ears the first 5 times. So if we can send a weather balloon up to observe the curvature, how come we don't observe it when we should be at the surface where there should be a geometric horizon if that curvature that you think is being observed from weather balloons is actually there? What's up with that?
I'm sorry, there's wax in my ears. Can you say that one more time?
No, see ya. That was your last chance. Bye-bye.
His shtick got boring quick. Little comedy routine. Yawn. Anybody else want to talk and actually say something that makes sense?
Yes.
Instead of bitching about a mute.
So are we allowing this today we're allowing space evidence evening?
Would have to validate space for space evidence.
Oh, so that whole conversation about the fisheye lens, that was just unnecessary, right? Because the evidence was not admissible anyway.
No, I was kind of talking about like from lower altitudes, right? Than claim space is.
But I thought we were talking about NASA spacecraft in low Earth orbit, and that's rarely admissible here in this court. So that's why it piqued my interest.
Yeah, sometimes you need to
simple answer.
Sometimes you need to explain these things to new people, right? When they come in, and you point out.
Why don't you explain it to me, the old person, with a simple yes or no? Is tonight's space evidence permissible? Yes or no?
No, you're just a waste of time.
Okay, so the answer is no. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Talk to the so.
Act like a newbie that doesn't know much.
Well, sometimes you guys have a moment of weakness and you allow space evidence, but that's usually short-lived.
Shut up.
Did you just wake up, or are you trying to fall asleep?
Sometimes if people come in and they're trying to use that as evidence, sometimes we need to point out the issues with it, right? Explain to them why it's not evidence. And we can explain to them why space can be they think it is, right?
How Booger's going with his roommate and all the vomit.
What?
That's what he said when he left, wasn't it? My roommate's just thrown up. I gotta go.
Oh yeah. No, he did. He did.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I have a picture and shit. It was crazy.
I'm drinking too much or what?
Yeah, I didn't think it didn't seem like it, but because I knew he threw up when I came back here, but I thought that he was just sick or something. But I saw him like all over the chair. He was just like knocked out. So I was like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, it's Ooga Booga back in the game, helping out his drunken flatmate. Fair enough.
Oh yeah.
Flatmate.
Yeah, I live in my own room, but like we're like suite mates, I guess.
And once you're done helping your flatmate, then you're going to go back to diluting and poisoning the well of the flat Earth, yeah?
Poisoning?
Right? Is that the plan of attack? First help the roommate, then move back to poisoning the well, yeah?
Well, I think the Earth is round. It's like a sphere.
Well, no shit.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's considered poisoning, because I'm not like spreading that out there. It's rather like, actually, I guess I am at this point because I'm going into calls with you guys. That basically I am. But yeah.
Yeah, at least you admit it. Good.
Yeah, I'm a pretty honest guy.
You know the famous saying, Ooga Booga, is if you can't be good, be honest. And I think you're doing that. So I'm not too dissatisfied with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
The next best thing after being good is being honest.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty flat horizon in your profile or in your banner.
Damn, bro's looking into my banner. Shit. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the horizon does look pretty flat. It does.
Yeah, it's funny how it's also horizon, like horizontal, same word. It's funny that.
Yeah.
Funny.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You were here all along.
Nah, I don't think I was. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, there's
Everyone's
many
a flat
explanations.
earther, man. You just
There's
don't know it yet.
There's many explanations to the horizon being called horizon, and that's because back then they thought the Earth was flat. So, a lot of words do correlate to that.
And then
By
how
the way,
did they work
Booger,
out
when
it
was that?
wasn't?
Booger, when did they think the Earth was flat? What date was that?
See, I don't personally know, but I know I that's what I heard at least.
Oh.
Booger, how high do we have to go to see the curved horizon?
The curvature?
Yeah.
I mean, can't you just take like not a hot air balloon? Yeah, you could. Can't you go in a hot air balloon?
Okay, so you can't see the horizon, apparently,
Oh,
right?
you're
According
right.
to Neil deGrasse Tyson, even from 350,000 feet.
Okay, then in that situation, I'm guessing you should probably attach weather balloons. You can just get a weather balloon, attach like.
That's only 120,000 feet, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson said even 350,000.
Really?
Still can't see any curvature. Then a trained astronaut aboard the Blue Origin flight, which went up to 350,000, also said she was very disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough.
Shit. Shit. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I haven't done that before. I haven't went up there. But I mean, then how do you explain all like Wi-Fi and shit that we have? Because aren't there like satellites?
Everything. Okay, so 99% of communications, right? All communications, including the internet, is just done by undersea cables, right? Even if they had satellites up there, the undersea cables would still be 8 times faster. So, yeah, it's all via undersea cables, right? And ground towers.
Undersea cables?
Yeah, undersea cables.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I know there are undersea cables.
Like, if you just Googled it now, you'd say, like, is 99% of the world's communication via undersea cables? That's it. Lots of
Under the
links.
sea. Under the sea.
Yeah. But, yeah.
So what do you guys think? Like, if the Earth isn't like a globe? Because so far I've just been trying to like, say why it is a globe.
Stationary topographical plane, brother.
So
yeah, of
and then
unknown shape.
How'd the sun work?
The celestial bodies move above the surface, brother. They're lights in the sky, doing their thing.
So would that be like a belief then that there's like a higher being that's doing this?
Well, if you look at the realm, not to say that we're going to insert the idea of a creator, but yeah, if you believe in the magnificence of the stars doing their thing, I personally believe that we have a creator, brother, and we are created beings by an author of nature.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to use that as like definitive, proof of anything, right?
Well, no, obviously, I never said. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like something we can't validate 100%. Yeah, we don't know what the sun is. I mean, the globe side claims to know what the sun is. They don't know what the sun is either.
Yeah, I mean, their claim is preposterous. I don't see how you can latch on to an idea of a big flaming giant gas ball in the sky. There's no signs of emissions. There's no signs of exhaust, things like that you would expect to see if, in fact, this thing were burning. Even their claimed ejected CMEs, I've seen absolutely no proof of that beyond their awesome animation of their video and their colored sun.
Dude, well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
It's not a question of what you have to tell me,
guys-
brother. It's a question of what
Yeah.
you observe, right? It's the idea of you taking on what they claim and then you asking questions like, okay, well, if it's this, then why isn't this or why isn't that happening, right? If it's claimed to be a ball, why aren't we finding a drop over distance that is actually able to demonstrate their claim? Because without that, it's just a circumstantial evidence claim. You understand that? Or, sorry, a claim based on circumstantial evidence. I apologize.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I believe that the Earth is round because of because of what we can see from like telescopes into the sky, right?
So and again, just to steel man what you just said, you're basing your claim of what you're standing on, your foundation, right, on what's on the sky. You're basing your shoes on what color hair you have.
I mean, not completely, right?
Kind of.
I mean, okay, you have to look at it from my perspective, right? Everyone in like the planet is claiming that the Earth is like round. Most people on the planet is claiming that the Earth is like a sphere, and there's a lot of technology and like NASA's posting shit, right? And I'm not gonna go into NASA, but like I'm basically saying like there's people who like most of the people say that it's round and a sphere. And then I can see in the sky that there are other spherical things. So like you have to understand from my perspective why I think it's a sphere, right?
Why would it be an issue for a bubble to float over a puddle?
A bubble to float over a puddle.
Puddle's flat, bubble's round. Why would there be an issue with a bubble over a puddle?
Well, it only makes sense, right? Because if you look at, I mean, there isn't an issue. There isn't an issue.
Like, for example, I know that the ground I'm on, I stand on the ground. I know that this ground is not in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I assume that the things above me are the same as what I'm standing
on? Because that would just mean we're the center of like everything, like which we could assume, right? But
do you know what fallacy you're committing?
Probably like a bunch of fallacies. A shit ton.
It's called non sequitur. It doesn't necessarily follow.
Yeah.
It'd be akin to walking into a forest and concluding that you are a tree.
Yeah.
There's trees everywhere, so why wouldn't you be a tree?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, but there's no other like the other belief is that I mean, I guess I just don't know, but
the other belief is that you could actually take on the observables that you see in real life, right, and actually frame them from a perspective that is lacking of the mainstream narrative. Mainstream narrative being that we're on a quote unquote planet, which you said without hesitation, which is still under question, and the fact that we're synonymous with other planets in the sky, again, which is a mainstream narrative that you've accepted. So when you demonstrate that you can effectively steelman steelman your position without an appeal to an authority, this is where you would be able to start making some progress in your understanding of where we are.
Yeah, what if the entire universe isn't as you've been taught? Way you think about the universe not be the way it really is, right? expansive, ever expanding area of like basically nothing with these isolated physical objects embedded within it at various points, right? Millions of miles away and all that stuff, orbiting each other and all that. Like, what if all that's not true?
It's possible. But I mean, it's the only one that makes sense currently. Like the rest, like the other models are much more faith-based rather than the globe model.
No, the globe model's the faith-based model, right? Because it goes against direct reality that you experience every day, right? They tell you everything's the opposite of what it seems.
Another one is, what if reality itself isn't what you think it is?
Reality itself?
Yeah.
Like the globe Earth, right? They teach you that, right? Like you experience a flat stationary Earth. They say, well, actually, it's moving and it's curved, right? They tell you that when you see a sunset, the sun is stationary from your perspective, right? You're spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound, faster than a 9-meter bullet, and it's just making it appear like the sun's setting. Right? But what we experience in reality on the flat stationary Earth, right, is the sun moves away from us. See the sun moving across the sky, telling you the opposite of what you common sense is telling.
Well, it goes below the horizon now.
Yeah, right. But what's a horizon, Brandon? That's where we're going to come into some problems, right? Because what you think a horizon is,
you can see.
No. But on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon.
The horizon is the limit to how far you can see.
Oh, no. The horizon is an apparent location, right? But on a globe Earth, right, you're thinking that the horizon's a geometric place, right? That things go behind. But that's not the case, right? And there's other explanations to tell us why that takes place. Right? And they can be reproduced and demonstrated, right, on different scales, right, showing that it's not actually physical obstruction. It has to be a physical obstruction on a globe. No way around that.
And you do get physical obstruction. Bottom up obstruction.
Yeah. Brandon, if we see like a boat appear to go over the curve and then we can bring the boat back again by using some technology zoom camera, right? That proves that it wasn't actually behind anything.
Can you show me a video of that?
Oh. This one with a boat. See, right? As when he's zoomed in, you can see the whole boat, right? For what's in the water.
As you zoom out, it gets too small to see.
Oh, Brandon, you can actually see the bottom, right, half of the boat obstructed as he starts to zoom out. It's very clear. Have a closer look at it.
It's just a little bit.
No, it's quite a lot, right? So if you actually take some screenshots, right, at the zoom, as he zooms out, you'll see less and less of the boat, right, from the bottom up. This can actually be replicated on smaller scales. You've probably seen the RC boats on the ponds, and various things like that. Right? And because the horizon isn't a physical geometric location, it's just an apparent location, as the definition states. Right? This is actually possible, and it's more than just this bringing it back due to perspective, right? Due to increasing your angle of view, right? There's also optical effects to take into consideration, atmospheric effects to take into consideration, like scattering of light, right? The horizon being an apparent location, right? False horizons, all kinds of different things, right? You can have small ocean swells. Yeah, it's definitely not something that you can say this is definitive proof that the Earth is a globe. We know we have atmospheric scattering of light, right? If you have a dense atmosphere, it acts like a lens. It's called scatter the light around. It can create all sorts of optical effects, right? Aethergress just posted in the side chat.
Yeah, I see that picture with the street lights.
Just above that one, you'll see the being pulled away, the desk. And this is to give you just a basic idea of the atmosphere can act like a magnifying glass, basically, like a lens, right? Called atmospheric magnification or atmospheric scattering. Explain the bottom-up disappearance of the sun. Certain conditions, right? So in Australia, when I view a sunset, right, this is kind of more what I see, right? You'll see the sun's very, very large on the horizon when it sets. Sometimes it appears huge depending on the weather condition. Then you look at the time-lapse footage that he posted a bit higher. Just scroll up, more images. You'll see from dry environments, right, with low temperatures, low humidity, and you'll see the sun doesn't have that atmospheric lensing effect, right? That magnification effect. It actually appears to shrink into a tiny dot.
The one with the desk and the candle. What's behind the candle? Because I can easily see the reflection behind the candle.
You can see the side view just below.
There's like glass behind the candle that he's lowering. I can see the reflection.
Behind the candle? No, look just below the look below. You can see the side view.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not the greatest example. It's just to give you an idea.
I think it's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And obviously, it's not a perfect reconstruction on a smaller scale of exactly what's happening, but yeah, it's just a great demonstration to give you a...
What? And there's something in front of the candle, too, it looks like. Other than
moving away.
that, whatever the hell that is.
It's just like a little... The candle's on like a little car, right? It's on some wheels or something, being pulled back by a string or something like that.
And there was something in front of the candle, and then there's a lens in front of the candle, too.
Well, the great thing about these, Brandon, is anyone can just go and like set this up themselves and replicate it, right?
Have you got a magnifying glass? Like, you can just do this at home yourself. Yeah, I think like too, like said something about ocean swells, DJ. Yeah, and I think I've got it somewhere, and I think you're 6 foot. There's a 7 foot swell at like 3 miles away, right? Has the potential to apparently like block the view of up to I think it's in the hundreds of feet of like
Oh
of
yeah,
s- of a
absolutely,
of
man.
a tall object.
Yep, even a tiny swell can block. Definitely, like when you exactly like just a small boat, easy. Even a tiny swell can. It's close to you.
Yeah,
you
and
get-
you're not necessarily going to be able to distinguish the difference between like a swell, or, the swell and the other surface around it at that distance. I mean, it's just going to look like it's all the same, right?
Yeah, it looks flat, man. Like I used to take my boat out into the ocean. I'd be like, oh, it looks so nice and flat and calm out there. Completely flat. Yay, it's going to be great fun. And then I would get out there and I'd be like, whoa, it's like big giant swells out there. Can't tell from when you're looking at the beach. Well, not washing around, just big like swells coming in because it's so deep. Yeah, you got like spaced out big swells. Distance, you think it looks
That's because it
flat.
was windy. But that's because it was windy, bro. If you went to a lagoon, it wouldn't be any waves, would there?
No, I'm talking about the ocean though. But
Yeah,
I used to
but
look
the
out
wave,
and
the wind.
even when there was no wind, right? I wouldn't really go out.
And there
if it-
weren't any swells, were there? There's no wind, no swells, isn't there?
No, there's have hardly any wind. It can be completely flat. It depends which way the wind's going as well. Like if you have a southerly, it'd be
It just
perfectly
basically means
smooth
that the
surface.
swells only happen because of wind. So without wind, there aren't any swells.
Yeah, but it does. You can have no wind at the beach where you're at surfing or whatever. Like, and the waves are coming from somewhere else, right? Where there were. You can be out surfing and there's 6 foot waves,
Stop talking nonsense, bro.
10-foot waves, and
give it up.
No,
Give
dude.
up. Nonsense. Just give it up.
You think it has to be windy to have waves at the beach? I surfed my whole life, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're out there, it's a beautiful.
Yeah, you need wind for waves, bro. Yeah, you need wind because you're not
Yeah,
going to
I
get
know
waves.
you need wind.
Are you going to
need
get waves in a
wind for
pond?
waves.
Are you going to get waves in a lake? You're going to get any of that?
Yes, you get waves in a lake. I lived next to a
Only if
big
there's
lake,
wind.
right? And
if there's only wind,
Yes.
and if there's wind there,
yes, in a
then
lake,
you might get
right? But in an ocean, right?
there's a lot of wind
Where I
there.
live,
Yeah, a lot of wind.
where I live on the east coast of Australia, right? My whole life surfing, right? You can be
wind
out
there.
on a perfect day where there's no wind, right? There's no ripples
And
on
then
the
wind
surface of
shows
the
up.
water.
Yeah, and then wind shows up. Yeah.
No,
and then suddenly
wind
wind
shows up. The waves are there all day, every day, right? Look up
Only
Kira,
with when the
right?
wind.
It's where we have big surfing competitions. You can have 6 foot waves, and you can have like
Only
perfectly.
because there's wind, though.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, there's wind somewhere. I don't think you understand, Grizzly,
But
how
without the
waves
wind, there's no
work in the
swells, then, is
ocean.
there?
Holy
Without the
shit!
wind,
Every
there's
time
What,
DJ
do you got,
talks,
fucking
you just
Bev logic or
want to
something?
talk over him.
Turned into a fucking Bevite or something, Peter. Not Peter. Who is this?
Kind of need
Grizzly.
wind for waves, don't you? Kind of.
You
Grizzly,
need wind for waves, dude.
would you kindly stop interrupting him and speak when it's your turn? You can leave a little bit of space. When y'all talk over each other, nobody hears shit.
I'm just
And
mentioning
you
that
keep
you need wind.
you keep
to get
interfering with what he's trying to say, though.
You
Just
live in the
relax,
UK, right,
dude.
Grizzly?
Out.
You
You're
live
trying
in
to point
the
out that you
UK,
need
right?
wind for waves, you know.
Yeah. Grizzly, we all know you need wind for waves, right? But you can be out, right, surfing, and it can be completely calm. Right? There can be
And you get
next to
waves.
no wind, and you can have
No,
huge
I can't
waves.
have,
Yeah,
no,
that's
you
how.
need wind for waves. No.
Dude, you're an idiot. Sorry,
No,
you're a
you need
fucking
wind for
idiot.
waves, bro. I think you're exaggerating. I think you need some
You
wind
need
for waves.
force to be applied to the medium.
Dude, I surfed my whole life. I could be at the
Well, that doesn't
location
matter,
I'm
does it?
at.
That doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, it
If you did
does.
surfing on one
Dumbass.
day or
Keep
100
talking
years,
over me. I'm just gonna mute you, dude. I'm gonna
Well, you
keep
shouldn't
talking
do
like
that.
an idiot. I'll have to
Only
do that
forces
because
apply to the water from the air. Do you think there are no currents in the water that would cause waves in the water?
Only because of wind.
changes
Yeah,
and
then they
pressure
might get some
changes.
waves, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure something else could be applying a force to the
Like what?
waves, to the surface of the water, like undersea currents and other shit like that.
Oh,
That's what.
undersea currents.
Those exist too, right? Or do you deny those?
So undersea currents are going to make waves, are they?
Why
Is
wouldn't
that your
they?
claim?
Yeah. Eddies.
Is that your claim? Is that your claim or not?
You got winds happening in the air, which would cause
Is that
ripples
your
and
claim?
shit on the
Is that
surface
your
of
claim or is
water,
it not?
and then you
Is that your
have
claim or is it not?
currents underwater, which would be moving other water, right? And then now you got a whole bunch of water moving.
Right. So
Or
is that
would
your
the
claim?
water just be sitting stagnant while the undersea currents are moving?
So was
And
it
it's
your
only like
claim?
a tunnel system.
Right. So was it your
Usually,
claim?
the waves come from a long way away. They travel right across the ocean to make it to the shoreline
was
where
your
I would be
claim, right?
surfing. Where I would be, there's no waves. I mean, there's no wind, right? There's big waves. There's no wind sometimes.
Wait, is that what you're claiming?
Dude, fucking with you. I'm trying to explain it to you. Okay, so I could be out, right? Most people want to go surfing when there's no wind, like there's not much wind. You have like a very light southerly breeze, right? The water's kind of almost like a mirror. Right? Swells travel from right across the ocean, right? And then they make it to where I am, and the water starts to get shallower. The wave breaks. Right? It doesn't have to be windy to have waves at a beach. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have first-hand experience. Anyone that goes to the beach can verify that some days it's not windy. You still have waves. Doesn't mean that it has to be windy where you are, and then all of a sudden waves appear. Right? It's not a fucking lake. The same as a lake. Yeah, if you just keep talking over people like that, dude, it's not going to work well for you. I'm going to unmute you, dude, but if you keep being a douchebag, back on.
Oh, you're the moderator here. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Would you say you're going to make some sense one day?
Wind can affect things and make waves, but also I can take a surfboard, get in a swimming pool, and apply downward force to it, and that swimming pool will have waves. I am not wind.
Oh, look at that.
Depends what way the wind's going and what you consider waves as well. Like if we have like a southerly wind, even if the southerly wind is strong, it's just going to make the surface of the water really smooth, right? The waves are already coming from way out in the ocean, right? So say you've got a 6-foot swell that day. It can be not windy at all, right? You can have no wind and the 6-foot waves are still going to come in. But if you have a northerly wind, right? If you're on the east coast of Australia, if you have a northerly wind, it's going to be choppy. It's not even going to be worth going out surfing because there's going to be like little waves everywhere, like ripples. It's just going to be, we call it chop. It's going to be horrible conditions to go out. But you can have a really strong southerly wind and the surface of the water is still perfectly smooth. Not what's
you could have the wave be blown flat by the air. Also, yeah, it'll blow against the air will blow against the wave.
Yeah.
Actually, almost slow it down a little bit, just that portion, but it'll still keep, it's still coming from where it's coming from. Just when it meets that strong air, it'll hold it, and like you said, it'll flatten out or smooth it. Same way water can stop water, but I mean, it doesn't mean. What are you guys talking with?
No one at the moment. We're talking with Booger earlier.
Yo, I
He
heard
has
my
any
name.
more? Yeah, no, just Democ was just asking what we've been talking about, who we were talking with.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have any other comments or like anything to say,
Good. Yeah, you can definitely be at the beach. It could be no waves when you're there. I mean, no wind when you're there. It can be a perfectly still day, and you can still have big giant waves coming in from in the ocean.
Right, because they're going to carry from a different
underwater currents, and you can also have pollen deposits on the surface of the water, which can make waves. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
little volcanoes underwater, all kind of shit. But yeah, I mean, and to say that the wind couldn't do it on a bigger idea and just have the reaction of what we see. I mean, that's not. I mean, like
Yeah, Grizzly's right as well. Like I used to live on a giant lake, and if you would have really crazy wind, would be so dangerous out on the lake. You would have pretty big waves, foot waves, easily tip your boat over. And there's
Yeah,
no
like the
wind.
lake.
There's no
Yeah.
waves. Yeah, on a lake, definitely you need wind to have waves.
Right.
In the ocean,
Right. So it's
in the ocean, it's like swells coming in.
right. Whoop 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 whoop. Yeah, yeah. It can come. Yeah. Yeah, I used to fish at like little ponds and lakes and shit a lot. So when the wind came, I know how it reacts. And the water can be calm as hell too on the next days too. Or when there's not as much wind, the water actually will be calm in like a pond or something
And
small, like
also,
a mud puddle.
and also in the ocean, if you jump out of a boat into the ocean and make a splash, that will carry the force down the chain, so that will create a wave on the beach 100 miles away potentially because of the multiplier effect, the knock-on effect of you splashing into the water. So that's also causes waves.
Butterfly effect. That's what they call it, the butterfly effect. Butterfly makes a ripple.
Grizzly man, I don't want to be enemies with you or anything like that. For getting annoyed with you, dude.
No need, bro. I'm only informing you of the truth of what causes waves. What's the matter with you?
I think a temperature differential plays a big part in that too. Is when you got hot and cold and hot and cold, where the water is in both areas at the same time, and then it meets. So I mean, there's undertow, there's salt in the damn water, there's fucking big ass fish all swimming through it. It's always movement going on in the water.
Yeah, that's a good one. If there's lots of fish, that will make bigger waves because there's more fish messing around under the water. Yeah, good point.
Oh, dude.
It's just the idea of water in general. Any action or reaction in the water is going to give you another one. Something explodes under the bottom, cavitation, yeah, just any big thing that you do that's like a kinetic or current thing, underwater is going to create an air bubble, off the electricity. So
Yeah. When it comes to the ocean, Grizzly, I wouldn't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh, look, there's no wind today. I can't go surfing." Right? It can be no wind, and I can go out to the beach, and there's big giant waves rolling in. If it was windy, I'd be like probably not wanting to go out, right? But it's not going to change whether there's a 2-foot or a 6-foot swell or anything like that.
right, it is though. But you have to think
because
about
the
it.
swells, I can check what the waves are going to be.
No, you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. Will you listen? If the Earth is fucking huge, and you're nowhere, and you're a little bitty dude, only near the winds that are by you in your area, there's fucking violent winds somewhere else, and there's colder winds.
Exactly.
And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying as a whole, this motherfucker's reacting. And the Antarctica part versus the equator part, hot and cold, that's a motherfucker too. That causes a reaction. Trust me. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying everybody's right in this situation, but you can be slightly wrong also for certain things. That's all. Both parties, either one of us. I'm not saying me or
man.
you. I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
I mean, it's not an easy thing to think about when you're thinking big things and somebody's thinking, oh, well, right by me, the water. Well, yeah, but that water carried and it's going to go back to another thing and carry from and go back to. So, yeah, it can be a bigger, yeah. Like if you tap one side of a bowl, the guy on the other side, if it was a big ass earth or big thing he's in, you tap one side, he's going to see the fucking ripples on the other side, and he's going to be like, well, I don't see no taps on my side. I don't see no window. You don't have to, because anything that affects that water anywhere in it is going to affect the water. It's just what's going to happen. And then also heat. I mean, I know it's not speculation day, but how do you have hot pockets in the coldest areas? How do you have super cold shit and then the super cold shit starts moving and then it's a hot geothermal pocket underneath the cold shit now, insulated by the rest of the cold stuff to become more hotter, but only through the material not the air itself. And the escape of the air is going to be super cold to keep it's fucking crazy, man. I don't believe a lot of things they say about science because it's like high to low and hot to cold, right? But then to what? Hot to cold to what? It has to go back to hot. It can't not somehow. So if it's cold and gets back hot, then wouldn't that be against the idea of thermodynamics, where everything just has to not be hot no more?
Oh, that would mean there would be a cause for it to go back to hot.
Well, I'm saying I thought that, the idea of that was anything that you heat up has to cool down, and then in the cooling process, it's not going to heat up again.
There would be a cause of something causing it to become hot again. Simple as that.
I mean,
You don't know what the cause is. You just recognize that it's becoming hot again.
Well, no,
right?
I recognize you can be freezer burnt. So I want to know if the negative temperature is really a positive once it gets so negative. So that's what I think superconduction is. It's so super cold that it's conducting itself as if it were hot again. And then it builds up kinetic energy and, I mean, it's also going to react to any heat too, don't get me wrong. Any cold thing is going to react to anything that's warmer than it too. So, I mean, that could be a slight part of it that's a bigger picture, but I don't see, thinking about the small area, but I'm just saying, like, if they say there's frozen lakes and then there's hot pockets under the frozen lakes, where's the hot pocket coming from? Like, how? Can you have a hot pocket inside of an ice cube in your freezer? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. And if everything's supposed to only get cold, and in the physics and the way that we're explained is like vacuums and this shit, plus the law of there's no, I mean, how would anything heat up? If you think about it, sun ain't big enough. Sun ain't big as the fucking vacuum of a never-ending vacuum. The sun's heat wouldn't even be able to get to us. Not even be in the third rock away, basically. It would barely get to us. The fuck?
There are no vacuums, sir. They don't exist, bro. Fucking nonsense.
Right. Well, I know that. Now, there are attributes of when you have like a whirlpool, like an opening or a release of an area, like when there's air in an air pocket in the land, a big cave, and like dirt gives way, and the water comes in, the water will, and it'll
What are
make
you
a
talking about?
vacuum effect.
I got a
Water.
vacuum at home in my closet.
I
Talk
know
about
you
vacuum
got
it
one.
my floors all the time.
Cool. You got one in your sink too. Turn your water on and pull the plug. The water will go down the drain like a vacuum.
A
So what I'm
vacuum, sir.
telling you is
Not a,
anything that
not a
has a
vacuum.
hole in it with air and the water can fill that void, the water's gonna act like a toroid to fill down that hole. That's what
That's
the
not
government
a
is
vacuum, then,
explaining
sir.
to you.
That's not a vacuum.
There is can you fucking hear me? I'm trying to tell you that's what they're telling you a vacuum is.
I
That's
can
the
hear
only
you, Brent the
vacuum.
Mock.
No,
That's the only
they're saying a
vacuum they
vacuum
have.
is a lack of molecules. So.
Yeah, we can still let people finish their thoughts, regardless if we disagree or agree or disagree with them. Allow people to finish their thoughts. Thanks.
Well, it acts like a vacuum. That's what they'll say. And it'll suck shit down like a whirlpool, and your boat will get sucked in it, and it'll go down the drain.
Can you show me one place? Can you show me one place where it says it acts like a vacuum? Can you just show me one citation, please?
Yeah, take your sink, your kitchen sink, and fill it up with water. Now put your vacuum
I'm asking
hose
you for
on
a
it.
reference.
Can
What's
I
the
finish my
reference? Where
sentence?
did
Are
you
you
get that
scared of
from?
me?
Where
Why are
did you
you
read that?
afraid? From the sink and a hose. Go get them. It's called trial and error.
Can you show me a reference
Do
where
it.
it says it
So
acts
you
like
can
a
show
vacuum, please?
yourself so you can stop asking stupid ass questions, mate. Go get a hose, mate. Are you afraid of a hose, mate? You afraid of any trial and error?
Can you stop acting with
Can you stop
melanation
not getting a
correctly?
hose? Can you stop acting like you don't know what a
Bro,
fucking hose in the water is and the effect of the
your
vacuum stuff?
melanation syndrome is now
So
obvious.
now when I pull the plug on the sink, boys, what happens? That water
Your
don't
melanation
vacuum down the
reduces.
drain.
Your
Well, what's
melanation levels
interesting,
reduce.
what's
My
interesting
sink's
about
still
that is
full.
when you have the water resting in the sink and then you pull the plug, technically the water is going down the drain trying to find its new place of rest. So technically we're observing buoyancy working because, my last point, there's no motor involved in any of that. Go ahead.
Right, and you don't need a motor because what you did was had a differential. You had a space with air in it, and then a space with water above. And then when you open the thing between the two, it's gonna create a differential, and it's gonna go from one to the next because you have a low area with the air in it, the tube, your sink pipes, your drain, and you have the higher amount up top. So if you take a hose and put it down in your drain while the water's all in there, it'll start sucking like a vacuum.
Oh shit.
That's not like a vacuum. Your
Is that the
terminology
reason
completely
why
confused.
when
No, a
you
vacuum's
when you
not a vacuum. Okay, space doctor. Let's tell us what your magic vacuums are then, space doctor.
If you
Well,
could
you
just
got
reduce
ones
your
that
melanation
blow.
level, that would be great.
You got blowing vacuums. Is that what you're saying? Space doctor.
I'm saying that fatherless people don't know what a vacuum is. That's what I'm saying.
You don't know what a fucking vacuum is, apparently. I guess they don't suck stuff. What are you talking about? Just because you don't comprehend that, don't put everybody else in your boat.
Yeah, it's full of shit, man.
Yeah, this is what happens when you think you're being cool and friendly fire turns into enemy fire.
Look, the reason why I'm able to let the fart out is because the pressure outside of my asshole is like lower or something.
Where are you coming from with your
That'd be a
absent talk?
vacuum, or else it wouldn't be going out. You'd keep it in there, little buddy, or else something wouldn't be a greater thing trying to make it go out. And your lungs would just be able to hold all the air and never have to
Please
pull it back, push it out either.
don't feed the troll. Just no.
Dude's bringing in flatulence trying to be smart. Take your flatulence home, boy.
Anyway,
There's no
we were saying
High to
flatulence
something.
low,
without the
hot to
container.
cold idea is a vacuum effect or a magnetic effect, whichever one you want to call it. It's something that you do see happen. Hot to cold, high to low, positive to negative. Now, I'm not saying there's any space vacuum. I'm with you there. If that's all you're saying, that's all you got to say. We know that. But I'm still not the creator of how shit works, the whole all of physics. So it's still okay to be
Thank
able to
God.
discuss.
We'd all be dead.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Yeah, really. Because then it'd be sad when people didn't listen, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Somebody
But I
famous
mean,
Imagine if this
said
guy was the
that
arbitrator.
reality does not care about what you think.
Imagine if this guy was the arbitrator of natural law. We'd be fucked.
Majorly.
oh, totally, man. You guys would be so probably where you're at right now. Same spot with the same stuff because I wouldn't change nothing.
I don't know, man. I think all the atoms would cease to exist. All the electrons would just fuck off and we'd all be
Well,
dead.
there's no. Yeah, you don't know what any of that is, though. That's the funny thing.
Exactly, right? My point exactly. Like, we would just all, like, disassemble.
You don't even know what. No, you won't. Okay, none of that exists. Are you still here breathing and doing good? Yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
reality doesn't care about what you think. That's what we're saying. We're just praising the Lord that he didn't put you in charge. He put himself in charge, so... Like,
How do you
yes.
know that? How do you know I'm not in charge?
I'm
I'm
just
not saying that
deducting.
I am. I'm just saying, how would you know? I wouldn't know. I don't think the person in
There's
charge
a
knows.
test we could perform with an independent variable, but if I
What
describe
would
the
you be
test,
in?
it might violate the TOS. So I'm not going to
What
do
would you be in charge of? Really, that would be the question.
it. For me, nothing.
Garbage collection.
I wish.
How about
I'm just
alimony collection? That could be a good one. Alimony collection.
okay, I
Oh,
like it. I'm just saying, like, I don't think
dispenser,
any of
not a
us
collector.
knows. I don't think any of us all know all the physics. That's my point. I'm not trying to say anything weird about me, anything me. No, I'm saying every one of us don't know all of physics, the whole of physics. There's a lot of stuff we don't
We
understand
can
about
agree
space.
on that. We can agree on that.
To not agree with that would be utterly insane.
I agree.
So my point is anybody that wants to jump down my throat, you tell me how nature works from scratch, then jump down my throat. After you
I want
tell
to
me
stay
how,
as far
after you tell
away
me how,
from your throat as possible.
well, after you tell me how you can prove that oxygen is what you have in your blood, or you can make a apple seed from scratch, then you can jump all down my vacuum sand throat because I said the word vacuum effect. Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, is there a way to prove that higher gas pressure flows into lower gas pressure rather than, lower gas pressure vacuuming higher gas
Yeah.
pressure into it? Is there
Called the second law
even
of
a way to prove
thermodynamics,
The
it?
Dreamer.
effect? The
It's
effect?
already been
No.
proven, Dreamer. It's thermodynamics, mate. Done already.
No,
No,
that's
no,
not what he's
no.
saying.
It's
That's
been
not what he's saying.
no. It's been proven that it's indisputable, right? I'm not arguing against it. That higher gas pressure flows into lower gas pressure, of course. But is it the vacuum that sucks, or the higher gas pressure that blows, that
Right.
expands?
And I've asked this
How do you
question.
differentiate the two?
Let me tell you, I've asked this question to a lot of Globers. I said, what's the difference from being underwater, right? And being so pressurized that you're going to explode or implode, or being in the vacuum, you're going to implode or explode. And they're like, vacuum doesn't suck. And I'm like, so is it pushing you like water? And they're like, no. So I'm like, what the fuck is it doing? That's the very question I ask them. So
I mean,
what would be the answer? That's a good question. That's what is the difference? What's really going on? Are you being
no, it's
crushed?
not
Or
what I
everything?
asked.
No, it
There
is.
is no difference, right? Both actions describe the same phenomenon. Like it's indistinguishable. But
That can't
Globers
be.
is like, oh, you're so stupid, right? You think the vacuum sucks? Vacuum doesn't suck. Like, how do you know, right? How do you know it's the gas that expands rather than the vacuum that is sucking? There's no way of knowing.
Well, it
Right? It's
doesn't
like,
really
oh,
matter.
you're
It's
so
just semantics.
stupid.
What
You think
what I'm
Doesn't
saying
it's like
is,
those evolution tards. It's like those evolution tards are like, oh, you're so dumb. You think we came from monkeys, but we actually we came from a common ancestor.
Bro, calm down. Jeez,
It's so
calm
stupid.
down. It's just science.
well,
Let's not
can I
get
say something
emotional
about
I
about it.
don't.
underwater?
I fucking hate Globers and leftists.
I
No,
know,
no,
but
I get emotional.
underwater.
I get passionate about mocking leftists. I fucking hate leftists.
All right,
Well,
now
Okay.
listen. Underwater, when those dudes supposedly went down there, they were like toothpaste getting squeezed. Like when the thing, whatever, when the hole got in the thing, they toothpaste out through the hole. Right now, in a vacuum, do you do the same thing? That was my only question to them. Do you toothpaste out of the fucking ship? Does your body turn into toothpaste liquid, or are you fucking liquefied out into space, just
But
like you would be out?
What's pushing them out? That's the question, right? From my understanding, when you're in the sea, in the ocean, in a body of water, the further you go, you're going to have hydrostatic pressure being applied to you. So it's going to basically cause things to implode. When we're out in the open air, 14.7 pounds per square inch, what is it that's effectively pushing you? Or are you just achieving equilibrium?
That's what I'm. Yeah, the inside amount is the thing doing the work to try to get outside. I guess. Yeah, it's weird, right?
Well, no, I mean, hydrostatic pressure is applied to an object from all sides, right? If you have a square container or whatever,
Have
a
a taste.
submarine that goes deeper and deeper, it's going to get
You
pressed on all
cavitate.
sides.
Holy fuck! You pistol shrimp. Oh my god! I never even thought about that. You know how the pistol shrimp shoots his thing, right? And then it's like an amount of energy, and then it's boom, and it goes off into the water.
Yeah,
Well,
like
when
a
the water reacts on me and you, we got gases in us, and that shit
Yeah, man, that's the
explodes.
vacuum effect. That's the vacuum
Holy
effect,
fuck!
man.
That shit explodes,
well,
bro. It cavitates.
you can't say it's a vacuum. Well, I guess you can say it's a vacuum effect. However, vacuum again inserts the idea of something sucking, when in fact it's actually something being pressed and causing it, just like a
How do
zit.
you
You
know?
press a zit on your face because it's called hydrostatic pressure, fluid dynamics. You should research it if you don't know about it. Again,
No,
you
but
squeeze a zit.
in the vacuum, what's pressing like you at?
Making the extra sentence. Right. All right. So in
Oh
a
wow,
with a zit,
is
okay,
the
my fingers are pushing. Right. My fingers are pushing on the zit. Right. But if we
yeah.
imagine like space vacuum, what is pushing?
We're not talking about space. You're taking to a non sequitur. I'm on your team. Friendly fire, right? I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, when we observe a body of water, there's something called fluid dynamics, hydrostatic pressure, and that is something that applies itself always. Just like a submarine goes deep in the ocean, hydrostatic pressure will push it to try to get rid of it, which is why it wants to go back to the surface. This is all I'm saying to you, brother.
It'll squeeze it, yeah. It's like an air bubble. It'll try to push it to the top. Yeah. But it can also cavitate at the bottom. Because anything released under a super amount of pressure, that you get a different reaction. It might just fuse into energy and just shoot out an electrical current into the water. Like the pistol shrimp shooting the water or the air back into the water. And it's like, shit turns to energy.
And yeah, they can use that for propulsion, and they can also use that for, from my understanding, warding off enemies.
Yes, underwater fucking pistol shrimp shooting shit and shocking it. They act like they don't have that tech, but they're full of it. A pistol shrimp has it, so I know they have it. They don't need nuclear. They got the pistol shrimp technology, which I guess you can say nuclear because it's a container. It's the same thing. It'd be like a shock piston, just like a pistol shrimp shooting the shit out. But you have to be low enough. The more dense the water is, probably the more it can react. They also use sound, just like on a jet or something, right? You can use sound to like deter a certain thing. So why are they so insistent on calling this thing a vacuum and then saying it's 10 to the negative 17 and then saying, oh, well, we're stupid. We don't know what a fucking vacuum is. We don't know what 10 to the negative 17 means. It doesn't mean negative. It means positive. So where do we go with that shit? Like, how do they stop doing that? Like, what? And then if it's not their vacuum, then every bit of their physics also breaks down too. Because then it's nothing of what they thought in the space vacuum of space happening the way they would think. It wouldn't be cold fusion of a vacuum. It would be cavitation inside the water or some shit. Or the medium that's up there. Differentials. And what about ozone? What the fuck is ozone? If ozone is ozone burning you up because you're coming in supposedly from this magic vacuum at light speed and then you hit the ozone? Is that what it's saying? You hit the ozone like a brick? Or is it saying the ozone is so volatile that when you do hit it with any type of fuel, It's like pure oxygen, and you're just gonna fucking burn, baby, burn. So if you enter into a pure oxygenated area, an ozone layer, wouldn't your fucking ship just go like? What would stop it from burning at that point? In pure oxygen, tell me, please. Last time I checked, pure oxygen makes shit burn. Whatever pure oxygen is, you know, wink, wink. Or pure oxide, which is liquid. So you got pure oxide, ozone, pure oxygen, O3 or some shit, H3. There's supposed to be some H3, helium 3. What the fuck is that? That just ice? Like, what is the negative temperature of coldness if the negative of a vacuum they're claiming to be positive? I mean, and then when you put an ice cube on your skin, you do burn. I mean, this isn't speculation. I mean, it's when you can be freeze or burnt, right? It can agitate or activate your shit the same way almost. So my question is, do we really understand cold? Because even though the air is super cold going through the fucking tube, it's being forced through that tube. And if you're at the beginning of the tube or the end of the tube or straw, you're going to feel the air coming in cold. But then inside that straw, if you're connected to the edge, you're going to feel the fucking edge of that straw or the edge of the tube, the air tube. You're going to feel it heat up in your hand. It's going to get hot. You're even going to want to put it down sometimes. So to me, that's pretty fucking wicked. When a super force inducted thing can go from cold into the thing, and then the material be dissipated into a hot reaction,
Wait,
and then
Emma,
at the end, yeah.
are you just talking to yourself?
Are you listening to the words I'm saying? If you're listening, I'm talking to you.
No, but I mean, no one's responding, so that's why I'm just curious.
Because people are probably
Doesn't mean we're not listening, bro. Doesn't
Is
mean
that
we're
like
not
a big
listening.
monologue or something?
Booga. Democ, you're doing a great job. Booga, sit down, boy.
Okay,
Go ahead,
okay,
Booga.
my bad.
I mean, go ahead, Democ. Sorry.
I mean, let him go. I mean, I want to hear some of his thoughts. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying nothing. I don't know.
Dude, he has no substance. That's the problem.
Nah, that's not nice. I do have substance, but nah, Democ, you should.
Brother, you talked about an hour a bit ago. Have you found any evidence of what you're observing yet to bring you back to reality? You still stuck in the mainstream narrative.
In what way, Killy?
Well, you got gravity, you got pressurized containment, which Democ was just talking about. Brother, take your pick. Brother Democ will walk you through it all.
So, I mean, I don't want to talk over Democ, right? So Democ, you can continue going, and then afterwards, I'm down to respond to that, Killy.
I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. So Killy, you said about gravity, and last time I left off, we all agreed that gravity obviously affects solids, right? I mean gravity as the principle, this like observation that we see, not like what causes gravity. But yeah.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Are we you just want to insert gravity as an actual force, or do you want to talk about how fictitious gravity actually is?
So we're going to talk about how this observation that we see with solids being in a vacuum, and how they fall at the same speed even if they are different densities. This is a force, or I don't know if we can consider it a force, but it's a observation that we see that applies to those objects. And that observation, we call it gravity, right? The reason, like the cause of gravity is explained through different things, but I'm not going to go into that because it doesn't really matter what the cause is. It matters.
It kind of does, though.
I don't think it does. What matters
well,
is we know it exists, right? It doesn't matter that
we do
what the cause is.
I
Like,
don't.
we can figure that out.
I
We
don't
can
believe in
clearly see
gravity.
what exists.
Can you prove gravity to me? How would you demonstrate gravity to me?
It's just an observation. Killy, it's just an observation.
What are you observing? Explain the beginning and the end to me of your observation, please. I'd love to hear it.
I think Auntie wanted to say something.
Oh.
Yeah. For you to invoke gravity, right, as the way your definition of gravity, right, you need to be able to find, like, you need to be able to prove that that's the cause of the effect. Like, all you're observing is things dropping, right?
Yeah, so I'm talking specifically about the effect.
Why are you calling it gravity?
Yeah, and that's where I'm going to step back in. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going to step back in and say, Booga, this is where I want you, right, at this point in time in the conversation, to prove to me how gravity works. Walk me through your observation of gravity beginning to end. Go ahead.
So I don't think it's important to see how it works, right? Let's continue with the premise that we don't know how it works, but we obviously
we're
are
not.
able to see it.
No, you have to. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it, right?
In
And
the
I want
effect?
you, in this conversation, I want you to prove it to me. Tell me how you observe gravity being real. Go ahead.
So Killy, I'm specifically talking about the effect of objects falling down towards the earth.
Then I'm going to challenge you and say that object you're observing falling down got there by some way. And I'm also going to say that object falling down has an inherent weight that it weighed. Therefore, it has its own independent characteristic that allows it to, states that it will fall down to the ground. Again, I want you to demonstrate to me what the gravity force is, how it works, how you observe it. You're not going to just assume that it exists and proceed under this false presupposition of gravity.
And
So
Killy,
prove it.
So I am going to, because my logic is completely based on it doesn't matter how it works. It's something we observe. So I'm gonna not call it gravity anymore. I'll call it this downward force that we observe. Right? That's what I'm gonna call it. So this observation that we see is seen through multiple tests. We can clearly see it in a vacuum. When you put two solid objects that have different densities, they fall at the same speed.
And what happens with a basketball when you take it 20 feet deep in a pool and the basketball goes up? Where's your gravity going down there?
I mentioned density, right? So density, that's what I said. If they have different densities in a vacuum, they will fall at the same speed. So density is not affected by.
There are different elements that fall at different rates. It's why it's called an average, not a constant.
In terms of this vacuum, like in a vacuum.
Yes, objects falling in a vacuum. Not all objects fall at the exact same rate. That's why it's called an average and not a constant. Because if it was a constant, literally everything would fall at the same rate. Yet, not everything falls at the same rate. So, it's an
Are you
average.
talking about non-solids? Or
No, ding dong. I'm talking about solids. I'm
Okay.
talking about people took elements
Okay.
and made them all weigh the same thing in regular air, put them in a vacuum, and watched them all free fall. Not everything free falls at the exact same speed. Okay.
In the side chat, just posted the demonstration that Tactical was just talking about.
Okay.
There in a second.
Yeah.
Get the exact numbers.
Wait, what? I don't understand it. What?
So the
So this is
camera
the
and the
world's biggest.
platform and the containers for these objects, they're all falling. The objects inside these containers, they're giving you the elements at the top of the tube. And then the objects that start floating, okay, they're not falling at the same rate as the platform.
So
The
is
other
this in a
objects
vacuum?
could be falling faster than the platform, yet they fall with the platform. Does that make sense? So whenever those little objects are floating up, they're falling at a slower rate than the platform and the other elements in the other tubes. Then, when they all go berserk and then they just yeet themselves inside each of the tubes, the container has hit the floor. Does that make sense?
So this is a vacuum that's just free falling, you're saying?
Giant tower,
Okay.
giant tube, made into a vacuum, and a platform with some elements put on it with a camera to watch it all, free falls through that tube. So,
I still don't understand like the
okay, well
conclusion
then
that
walk
things
away with
fall at
this.
different.
Not everything falls at the same rate, even in a vacuum.
Yeah, the hammer and the feather. Which one do you think falls first?
In a vacuum?
Yes.
It would be the same rate.
No, it's not. I said, which one do you think falls first?
If we add air resistance, then the hammer
No, in a
would
vacuum, dude. The big Brian Cox Vacuum Observatory, brother. They filmed it and everything. Which one falls first in your mind? Why aren't you answering this question?
Because I actually believe they'd fall at the same rate.
It doesn't matter what you believe. It's not a belief. They recorded it and played
you
it
can
in
observe.
million slow. Brother, it's slow fucking mo. You can watch which one hits first. Brother, which one do you believe hits first? Just answer the question. There's only
Feather
two
or a
objects.
hammer?
Yes, a hammer and a feather.
I don't know. You'd have to show me like
The feather hits first.
Do you have an experiment that was done?
It's called the Brian Cox Observatory.
Brian.
That's where he does it. He drops the feather and the hammer. And this is the funny part about your idea of your science that you want to follow, right? Because think of how long it takes, right? 9.8 meters per second squared, supposedly, for things to fall right at that rate. And that's what on Earth, not in the vacuum. So when they drop the stuff in the vacuum, you know what they do?
What?
They cut the tape. So they drop something, and before it hits the ground, they cut the tape. And then they play it back in slow-mo, which was already recorded in slow. So why would you need to?
Wait, I just
Why would
looked
you
at
have to
Brian.
cut and edit a couple second video? Do you understand what I'm saying? For science. If I want to show you in the whole classroom how something works, I'm going to bring you into class and there's not going to be a cut in the fucking video. You're going to see what happens. You're going to record it yourself and play it back to yourself. You're not going to only be able to take my playing of it. Do you comprehend what I'm saying here?
Yeah, but I mean, the experiment you described, I searched it up, and they do fall at the same speed, same rate.
No, they don't.
Yeah, he drops a bowling ball and a feather, and they fall at the exact same rate.
No, they don't.
I have a video right here.
Brother, if you watch the video or watch the right one where the guy slows it down and shows you, the feather hits first. Literally, the feather touches the thing, then the ball
It's a
hits.
bigger object, but it's at the same rate they're falling. You can clearly see.
How can it be that, brother? You're not making no sense. How can it be the same rate if one hits first?
No. So in this video that I just sent, when they let go of the two objects, the feather is already starting below the bowling ball because it's a longer item, right? But if
Because it's longer, brother. You just said they're falling at the same rate. Now, why are
they
you
do fall
changing
at
it?
the
Because
same
one's
rate.
long.
They do fall.
But
at the
now
same
not because long.
No, they do fall at the same rate. It's just
Brother,
that when they
now you're
touch
saying it's just
floor,
that. Brother, you can't have a double fucking
do you
negative here.
not just look at this video? Like if you just look
Brother,
at
I
it,
don't
you'll
have
see what I mean.
to. I've done seen 100 of them. What are you okay? I'm the one that brought it up. I'm telling
Yeah.
you, the feather touches first. regardless of your opinion or regardless of what you're trying to make up.
By how much does it touch first?
It's not supposed to at all.
Do you know what the experiment is
It's
trying
supposed
to
to
do?
be the same rate. That means like if
Yes.
you drop 2 bowling balls, they both
Yes.
hit at the same time.
Yeah.
Both touch.
So the bottom
same
the
time.
bottom of the feather was below the bottom of the bowling ball when they released it, meaning that
How did it get there?
No, it was because it's just it's a physical thing that's just longer. So the bottom of the feather was
So you're
already
telling me
below
they
the
don't
bottom
know
of
how
the
to
bowling ball
line
when
shit
they-
up? You're
That's-
telling me they did a
that's this video, at least.
scientific national experiment for national science to show all the humans how the space vacuum gravity works and how 9.8 meters per second squared is not a fucking opinion. It's supposed to be a fact of the matter. And you're telling me they don't know how to line
This
up.
is the specific experiment I'm talking about.
They've got a hammer and a feather. Did you hear me? The
You can
fucking
clearly-
hammer
yeah.
and the feather are long. Both of them. Stupid.
So you can clearly see in this one at least that the feather is below the bowling ball when it's released. So obviously it'll touch it like slightly before, but it's not like lower. The top of the feather and the
Draw the line where you see something lower.
I put an image in chat
Image of what?
of a bowling ball and a feather, and I put the video in there too. Yeah.
So when the feather hits, you're telling me it hits like more than half the feather touches first before the bowling ball hits? Is that what you're saying? The exact amount that's underneath that beach that bowling ball hits? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're saying the whole feather lays down and then the bowling ball hits?
No, the whole feather
No.
doesn't lay down first.
Isn't just the tip of the feather touched? As soon
Look.
as the tip touches, the bowling ball hits?
This is the
As
picture
soon as the
of
tip
the end.
touches the tip of the feather, then the bowling ball hits, right?
This is a picture at the end, which is very identical to the way it was released.
A picture at the end.
Like when it was dropped all this like distance. This is a picture before they touched the ground. And you
Before
can
they
see,
touch the ground.
yeah. Do you see chat?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I sent 2 pictures of that video. The first picture is before it was dropped, and you can clearly see the feather is slightly below like the bowling ball, because it's a
Why does
longer
the
object.
feather look bent up?
The feather?
Yeah, why do the feathers look like they're bending up backwards away from the ground?
Because that's how it was when it was just released that way. That's how it was like grouped
So
together.
the feather wasn't released straight down? Like
No,
an
it's
arrow?
because the feather is bent physically because it's a feather.
In a vacuum? A vacuum bends a feather?
No, the vacuum didn't bend the feather. It was already bent because it's a feather.
No, I don't think you understand, brother.
I mean, I can show you an image of it being attached and still being
If I
bent.
drop a feather with no resistance, it should stay in the exact fucking form I drop it in.
Exactly, and that was the exact fucking form that it was dropped.
Holy shit. No, it's not.
I mean, it is. But
one of them sideways, almost fucking horizontally, and then the one when you drop it, it's vertical down. What are you talking
this
about?
has been done a million times with different objects, and they all fall at the same like rate.
No, they don't.
All fall at the same rate.
Bro,
There's even
Google it.
one example of objects not falling at the same
Okay,
rate.
let me Google a hammer.
Everything
Because
was
of like
not-
air resistance, right?
Yeah, so I'm
he's in
gonna
the
Google right now. Do
Everything does
objects
not fall at 9.8.
They only fall at the same rate if they're in a vacuum.
in a vacuum.
they
I'm
don't.
specifically talking about in a vacuum. And
In a vacuum, they do.
It does. Google does say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Google's wrong.
Doesn't look. We can agree that they roughly fall at the same rate, right? They're not all going to fall at the exact same rate. That's why it's an agreed upon average, right? I posted an experiment just up in the chat. They've put a bunch of different elements, right, and they've dropping them down 110 meters, right in the Bremen vacuum chamber, where it's in. Maybe it's in Germany. Yeah, and you can see they don't fall at the same rate. But regardless,
what's like the variance? Like how many like units
you can have a look.
SD?
There's a YouTube video. There's a link. You can have a look into it.
Is it just because of like
just
magnetism or some shit? Like the ferro elements like have like additional.
We're saying just because, dude. Gravity does
It's
not care
31
about
after
your
the
fucking
hour.
opinion.
Well, I mean the like is it like off at 0.00001 or is it off by a lot?
Any is
You
any.
can have a look. Just have a look at the video. It's very short video.
Like, is it within measurement error the degree to which they're off?
Yeah.
Brother,
Look, what I
listen to
said
this.
is look,
If so,
this is
that's not a
just like-
significant difference.
Your
Yeah,
buddy
it's not a
doesn't
huge
get to
difference,
say
right? It just
everything
shows they're
falls
not
at the
falling
same
at the.
rate.
Well, it doesn't, because if
Showing
it's
that-
within measurement error, it's
Yeah.
not significant.
Yeah, it depends on the variance.
Yeah, they don't all fall at the exact same rate.
It doesn't
but
matter.
Things
It should
fall
be
at
a
approximately.
significant
Hold on a
difference. It needs
second,
to be
dude.
above measurement
Hold on a
error.
second. Hold on a second. You all agree that things fall at roughly the same rate in a roughly. Okay,
But there's no evidence of there being roughly any
Right.
variation at all, if it's the case that it's within measurement error.
have a look at what I posted. Right, there's
What is
proof
the
right there.
measurement
You
error?
can-
Like, is that significant?
I'm not sure of
Well,
the
it's
statistically
significant
significant.
enough for
You
us
can
to have an
visually
average.
see
No,
them
not like
falling at
natural
a
language
different-
significance, but like statistically significant.
It's significant enough to have an average of 9.8 meters per second squared, not a definite fucking value. Is that good enough?
No.
And turn off your video.
We can't hear any of that,
Droid.
droid.
Even though it's not the same, it's the same.
If you turn off your video, bro.
We're gonna kick you out in 10 seconds if you don't turn off your video, Redefy. Sweet.
So the it's an average due to factors like altitude and latitude, which do vary the pull like the Earth has. But it's not
You
because
see
the
elements in the
objects fall.
same right. You can see elements in the same vacuum chamber falling at different rates.
But that could be
I showed
from
you.
like magnetic like stuff because those elements could be magnetized.
So not gravity, right? So not gravity.
Well, obviously, if I push an object further up, it won't fall as fast, right? Obviously, gravity still affects it,
Not
but
gravity, right?
huh? What's up?
Hold on to this claim that you have that is actually factually wrong. Everything
Wait.
falls at the same rate in a vacuum. It's
Yeah.
objectively not true, but you really want to hold on to it. I don't know why.
I mean, things do fall at the same rate.
You're baselessly claiming we've shown you an example of it not happening that way. Therefore, you're either stuck in a cognitive dissonant moment and you just really want it to be the case, even though it's not, or it's actually not.
The problem with the
And
example
you have no
you
reason
showed,
to hold on to this.
yeah. So the problem with the example you showed is that it's not very like first of all, it's not a very reputable source, right? I don't see the whole context in this video.
Genetic fallacy, because you don't find it reputable, now you can throw it out the window. When you could go and do the same thing if you really fucking wanted to, right?
Well, it's
You and the boys
clearly
could collect the money, make your own vacuum tube, get your own little camera, find these elements in the same weight, and then toss them down your own vacuum tube. And
Well,
then
no.
check for yourself, right? But it's not a reputable source, so therefore we can't actually take this as a verifiable. You just want some other reason to say, no, it's
See,
not true. Everything falls
no,
at the same rate in a vacuum.
tactical. I'm not like a physicist, right? But from everything that I've heard,
No
from,
shit.
my classes and shit, of like things do fall at the same rate, right? Like I could be wrong, but I would
That's
need
what
to
you've been
see.
told.
I would need
And
to
I'm
see
sure
like
if you
a
take the same
reputable source
question
tell
to your
me that.
AI or Google, you say, hey, do things fall at the same rate? Yes. And then you'd say, well, what about this example? It would be like, oh, yeah, you're right. and then it would agree with you that not everything falls at the same rate.
AI is
Right? Because
very
people check with the AI all the time. Hey,
no, obviously. I'm
blanket
not using
statement.
AI
I think it's
I wonder how
what is it?
answer this voice
Anti-globalist.
asking.
I never used AI as a reputable source.
Anti-globalist.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Goes through
Enough
a tab.
talking. Enough talking, you faggot. If you believe the Earth.
Anti-globalist goes through and asks the AI blanket statements that NPCs come in here and asks us with. And then he asks it again with an updated clarification. It tells him he's correct. And then he updates it again with an even greater detailed question, and it goes, oh, you're absolutely right. So, with the more knowledge he has, the AI continues to agree with him and updates its claims too.
I never disagree that AI is not a reputable source. Obviously, there's bias in AI. It says wrong shit all the time.
Yeah, right. So when you go to Google, hey, Google, does everything fall at the same rate? And Google says yes. What do you think's happening? It's using the same search engine that your little chat GPT is using.
Obviously, right? Which is why I obviously didn't say like any biased question. I obviously put it in a non-biased way.
Well, that's why I said blanket
it would give me
statement like
the
an
general
NPC
answer.
earlier.
I'm not taking it to like for 100% granted, but that's why I googled it, because I could be wrong. Like from what I learned, it was that they all fall at the same rate, but I don't know what the general consensus is, so I just double checked.
So Booga, you coming back to where we were at like 20 minutes ago, you walked the mock off the microphone to talk about what you find on Google about your claims in a vacuum. Now, getting to real life, do you have any observations, IRL things that occur that you can base your claim of the spheroid on?
We've done this experiment in my physics class in person.
You set up a vacuum. Great. Can we move on to something else beside a vacuum at this point?
Yeah.
This is what I'm asking you.
So
Do you have anything else, brother?
So gravity, or not? I'm not going to say gravity, and the effect that we see that objects fall towards the Earth, without factors such as density, right? On this average rate that we observed, we know that exists, right? We are able to observe that. And we know that that effect is observed on solids.
On what?
On solids, solid objects.
Oh, I thought you said salts.
No, on solid objects. Yeah, and we're also able to see that this effect occurs on liquids as well. And the reason behind that is actually, shit. I do need to touch that part a bit more. This is where I was getting iffy. Like last time I was talking about this, but we got to the point where obviously we can observe this effect on solids.
What kind of solids?
What do you mean?
What kind of solids?
Like a bowling ball, a feather, like any solid.
So like we go to the gym, we sit in front. You ever been to the gym, brother? You ever sat or know what a weight rack is? So like we have 5 pounds, we have 8, 10, all the way up to like 100-pound dumbbells.
Yes.
So like you say that like this uniform force is acting upon each of those weights independently or uniformly. So like it's like when you look at a dumbbell, right? That dumbbell weighs 10 pounds plus gravity, according to you. Is that right? Or is the gravity? No, I'm trying to steel man your position. So, or is the gravity built into that 10 pounds that dumbbell weighs?
So, gravity is obviously built into that 10 pounds, right? 10 pounds is because of gravity. Like if we were on a less gravity, like if gravity was a lot less, then it wouldn't be 10 pounds. It would be much lighter.
Okay, cool. So you're saying from a standpoint of if we take a car that weighs maybe, how much does a car weigh? Like 3,000 pounds, right?
Yeah,
or we take our cells that weigh maybe 150 to 200 pounds, that you're saying that gravity, quote unquote, is built into that inherent weight that object possesses, correct?
It's the force that pushes us towards the ground causes us to weigh that much. Yeah.
The force that pushes us to the ground causes us to weigh that much.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a basketball. How much do you think a basketball weighs?
I'd say like 2 pounds.
Okay, so we take that basketball 50 feet up in the air, we drop it off the side of a building. What happens to it?
A basketball, if we drop it?
Yeah.
Not just in normal air, so there's air everywhere.
We're going out, like, brother, I just steel man.
I get it.
Right? I went outside, right? 50 feet, I dropped it. What happens? You got to tell me. Please tell me.
It falls.
Okay, what else happens? It hits the ground. What happens?
It'll bounce off of the ground because of its elastic.
Elasticity. Very good. Very good. So it'll basically keep bouncing. Right, but it'll hit the ground and it'll bounce until it basically gets to its rest point and stops bouncing. Yeah. That's a fair summation of what's going to happen, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Then we take that same basketball into a pool. We release 20 feet deep, let's say. We release that basketball. What happens to the basketball?
It goes up because of density. Because of its density.
Yeah, because the buoyant force in the air is acting on it, which pushes it up.
Boom. Hydrostatic pressure of the water is being observed. That water wants to push in on the basketball and reject it because it knows that the basketball doesn't belong there, so it pushes it back up to the surface of the water. And sometimes the ball will explode out of the water.
Yeah.
Right? And it'll shoot out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. You're wrong.
I'm wrong? Okay, go ahead.
No.
Tell me.
The water isn't exerting any force. The ball is
about to
exerting
brick
a buoyant
himself.
force
I
on the water,
can
which
see
pushes
it.
it up.
Wow, we got so many people telling me I'm wrong. One person at a time telling me I'm wrong,
Hold on.
please.
Let's let Kanye. I want Kanye to say what he was about to say because he's about to once again brick himself. So go for it, Kanye.
When you push the ball under the water isn't pushing up on it. The buoyant force.
No. Use the basketball example that Killian was talking about.
Let's keep it on point. Come on, walk it out. You're not gonna walk on me with your observation. Tell me I'm wrong. Come on, boy, bring it.
He drops it off a building and then it hits the ground, and you just said the air pushes it up.
Yeah. Where's the air? Where's the air in the swimming pool? Where's the air in the swimming pool, Kanye? Or should we call Kim to keep you honest?
Molecules that make up the bones.
You got water molecules in a pool?
What question do you want me to answer?
So I'm gonna ask you, Kanye West, right? Maybe you should call Kim and ask her, what's your opinion on hydrostatic pressure?
I haven't given it much thought, really. It hasn't really affected me. Not really well educated on the topic.
And this is right. So you're jumping in to talk about something, right? That is an actual thing that exists. This is why guys that went down in the submarine lost their lives. And you're trying to say that you don't know anything about it right now. And you're trying to talk about it right now. So how about you sit down, right? Mute up so we can finish up this observation about the basketball going in the swimming pool.
No, I'm talking
Research hydrostatic pressure. Go ahead and Google it. Maybe ask your ChatGPT AI. They can help you.
How about instead of being a condescending asshole, why don't you just explain it generally so people understand?
This is what I was trying to do, Drew.
Disprove my claims. Explain how this disproves my claims.
Kanye, you jumped in with something that makes no sense. I can simply hand wave your objection away and say, go research hydrostatic pressure, then come back to the table and talk to us about it because you haven't educated yourself effectively. Do you understand that?
He does now. Killian, back to who was it up the top? Booger, I think
Thanks.
it was.
Yeah. Thanks for it was our man Booga that's been here since 5:30 this morning, 5 this morning. So or an hour and a half ago, sorry, locally, my time.
I have a question.
So again, we're going back to my point about the basketball. Now we take this basketball, we release it, it goes back up to the surface. Sometimes it explodes out of the water with fervor, right? And it will eventually reach that point of equilibrium and rest when it sits on top of the water.
Yes.
Do you agree with that? Great. Yeah. Now, I'm going to ask you the next thing about this with a piece of wood. We're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to take that piece of wood up to the top of the building. We're going to drop it. It's going to land flat on the ground. It may bounce a little bit until it rests. Fine. Yeah. We take that same piece of wood, we drop it in a swimming pool while being 50 feet deep. My question to you is, what happens to that piece of wood?
A piece of wood?
Mm-hmm. In the swimming pool. because we've already dropped it off the side of the building, right? It's dropped.
Yeah.
Now I'm taking that same piece of wood and I'm dropping it in a swimming pool. What happens to that piece of wood?
I mean, I would assume that it would probably go into the water and then float up.
No. Interestingly, it's going to go down, right? Interestingly, depending on the amount of air that's present in the wood, it will either potentially achieve floating,
or go
right?
Yeah, it depends on
Or
the
it could, depending on the nature of the wood, right? The density of the wood, it could go down to the bottom of the pool. So I'm asking you, if you're saying that gravity is a uniform, and I'll withdraw because this is being long at this point. After this, and saying
no,
if
you're good.
gravity is always in play, why isn't it always showing up, performing consistently? Why is it being overruled by buoyancy?
So it's pretty simple. Like in physics, we all know that objects have different forces applied to it, right? And depending on the wood that you're talking about in this situation, that affects the buoyant force that's applied. So the buoyant force, just like in the basketball situation, is much stronger than gravity when it's put into the water, which is why it goes up. That's why it pushes up, because the density is a much greater force in that situation than gravity. Gravity, so that basically explains it. Gravity is affected onto all objects, but buoyancy in this situation was just a much stronger force. So obviously it would go up, just like how if gravity is pushing me towards the ground, and if someone comes up to me and just throws me in the air, like as much as they can, they're like a super strong guy, probably like The Rock or some shit, I'd be in the air because he was stronger than gravity in that situation.
Cool. Right. So Booger.
Oh yeah.
Back to the vacuum.
Okay.
So we have a vacuum chamber. We have something sitting in it.
Yes.
We've got a rock sitting in the. Going to sit at the bottom, right? Okay. Now, will that rock ever move?
Okay. Wait. Say that again. So you put a rock in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And you just
anywhere. Right, but we'll use a vacuum chamber just for this example. There's a rock sitting in the bottom of a vacuum chamber. It will never move, right? Unless
another force is acted upon it. Yeah.
Right. So when you're saying like a feather and a hammer or a rock, blah blah blah, falls in a vacuum chamber, it doesn't just fall in a vacuum chamber. It just sits in equilibrium at the bottom of the vacuum chamber unless someone comes along, right, and exchanges some of their
and
energy.
raises it and puts potential.
They've displaced it, right? So what we're in is a very light medium that has almost no air in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right. So most objects are going all at roughly the same rate. We can all agree on that. We all observe the effect.
Yeah.
Right. So I would argue that displacing a rock, right? Right. The person that exchanges some of their energy to move the rock out of equilibrium is going to be the cause of why that rock is going to re-seek equilibrium once you drop it, right? And do you agree that it's going to come down into the argument of what creates the up and down vector, right? But what you're claiming is something particular, right? Are you claiming Newtonian gravity, right? Mass attracting mass, or are you claiming the bending and warping of space-time is
So I'm not claiming either, actually. What I'm claiming is that we obviously see this observation, and I don't personally know that like what the cause of this observation is, but obviously this observation does exist, as we've already talked about. You agree, obviously. This observation that we saw exists. I don't personally know the like reasoning behind it. It could be like some bending of space-time. It could be mass attracts mass. I don't know, right? But I do know that this observation exists, and we can use that this observation exists and is applied to all objects. Like we can still use that.
Okay, cool. Because you were just confusing me when you were saying gravity. I thought you were talking about generally called gravity, which is either mass attraction, bending and warping of space-time. But what you're saying is we don't know the cause. Like we can't validate the cause, but we all observe the effect, and you're calling that effect gravity. That's fine. I'm happy with that answer. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's all I was doing. That I wasn't trying because I personally don't know we can't prove obviously the explanation behind it, but we can obviously observe it, which means it does exist and it's still something. It doesn't mean we can just ignore it and think everything is based on density and that's why we fall, because gravity does.
Right, but look, let's just on a globe. That's not gonna on a globe. You need downward force, right? You need have water sticking to the outside of a globe. Obviously, you need to have of the types of gravity that I mentioned. But would you agree that on a flat, stationary, contained system, could be how I mentioned the cause of the rock falling would be the source that displaced it, right? The person that exchanged some of their energy, right, to displace the rock, and that rock basically has kinetic energy, it has potential energy, and then it's just going to re-seek equilibrium. Well, it's the same as if, just say you've got a tennis ball sitting on the surface of the water and you've got a ledge under the water, and I force that tennis ball down under the water, right? That tennis ball now has potential energy, and once it gets released from that ledge under the water, it's going to back to the top, even if it's a week later or something like that, because being displaced, right? It's the same thing as that.
Yeah, but that potential energy exists because of something else, right? Because there was that buoyant force that was pushing it up. So just that.
Well, it's because of density, medium.
Yeah,
it's because of the density of the object and the medium relationships. You've got the same thing in reverse when you rock, because you've got a more dense. Yeah, you've got. Right, but then it's going to come down to, okay, why did it go down? Up. Get down to what causes the two primary vectors, which is up and down, to exist, and they don't know on both sides.
Why it goes down?
Yeah, why when I let go of the rock, why does it go down and not up? Blah blah blah. We do know. Could you agree that there's two primary vectors up? If I have a room and there's no air in the room and I light incense, the smoke from the incense will go up in a perfect straight line. If I drop a rock in a vacuum chamber, it's going to go down in a perfect.
Yeah, relative to us, right?
Yeah, validating the primary.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think, and based on what you know, does gravity, this effect that we see, not the reasoning behind it, right? But the gravity that I was referring to, does that affect liquids and gases?
Gases behave completely differently.
You think they
gas particles? Obviously, we've been over the gas particles move in straight lines, all direction. Yeah, liquids and solids will just be a density relationship on, and then displacement as well. But they're not going to do anything you're not going to have things don't just fall in nature, right? They need to be lifted first in one way or another.
Well, yeah, obviously,
and they're going to
have to be lifted to be
right. But things generally like to find equilibrium, right? So everything wants to constantly seek equilibrium, and right. And then if you displace that object from its equilibrium, it's going to try to re-seek that equilibrium we observe in nature.
Yeah. So you said that liquids are affected by gravity as well, right?
Not gravity, just relative density. Yeah.
Oh, but wait, by what?
The density relative to the medium that the liquid is in. If you tip out a bucket of water, it's more dense than the air around it, so it's going to fall. It's going to hit the ground, and it's going to find a low spot in the land. It's going to form a puddle.
Yeah, but what if we put two buckets of different dense liquids, and we tilt the bucket in a vacuum? Would they fall at the same speed?
Roughly, all things will roughly fall at approximately the same speed
Okay. Yeah.
thing.
So
But because what
gravity.
you've done, all a vacuum chamber is just a less dense
You're mov-
medium, right?
Yeah, you're just
Just
removing
removing
density,
most of them. Yeah, you're removing most of the
like air resistance and things
stuff
like
that would
that.
create resistance. That's all you're
Yeah.
doing. So yeah, because most things, most liquids and solids, all liquids and solids really are more dense than that medium, right? And there's no resistance, so they're going to fall roughly at the same rate, just because there's no resistance.
Yeah. So basically, gravity, the way that I describe it, just the observation specifically, affects liquids as well.
Yeah, it's the same. Like, but
Yeah.
they're not going to fall unless some outside source of
Yes,
energy displaces them
obviously.
first, and then they're going to. I think that would be the reason why we're observing that effect, because we wouldn't observe that effect if they weren't displaced. Then why are they going down and not up? Blah blah blah. Then it gets to like
Yeah. Okay. And what about gases? Like if you put like a one piece of
same thing. What happens with gases, except the particles don't have a downward vector. They don't have a directional vector. They just move at random. But if you pour, like, if you have light gas and you pour in like a heavy gas, and obviously they're going to arrange themselves by their density,
by
right?
density.
Same thing, yeah. It still does apply to gases, but it's just
So would it be that? So if I put like one, I mean, I guess this is very hard to do, but if you put like one atom of like oxygen in a vacuum chamber, would it just sit in the middle, or would it like go to the bottom?
not sure. I think it would just bounce around, wouldn't it? I'm not sure. I think it's like a gas particle, right? So,
Yeah.
or an atom. I'm not sure, man. I have no idea. But if you put like one gas particle in hit lines, I guess, and it's off the walls of the container.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess that's what would happen according to the definition of gas particle movement.
Okay.
Meaning gases, the particles move rapidly in all directions, frequently colliding with each other. Of the
So
definition of gas particle movement here.
So with solids, I mean, one way that we have seen to try and remove like gravity is by making things free fall, right? So when we make solids free fall, that's just that's its own thing. But when we make liquids free fall, they start clumping up into like balls, right? Or I wouldn't say balls, but they try clumping up together. There's like some
like raindrops, you mean?
Not like raindrops, because
If you drop a bucket, if you tip out a bucket of water, it doesn't into a ball.
No, I agree, but that's
A big
because
clump.
there's air resistance in there. Like there's air resistance that like makes it like into
Yeah,
that
but
shape.
even if you just drop a bucket of water in a, seen that.
Yeah. But like
Yeah,
you know
can I
those
ask a
like
question?
small bodies of water.
Yeah.
Or balls if you drop them because of viscosity of.
Yeah.
Can I ask a
think it's
question?
yeah, go for it.
Okay, so if the containment for your human blood would fail, would you still have blood pressure?
Containment for my human blood?
Yeah, if there would be a leak in your containment for your blood circulation, do you still have the same blood pressure?
It won't be the same, no, because it would
So
be a
the
different
blood pressure
yeah.
would go lower and lower until you bleed out, right? If the container fails.
Yeah, because just like a tire,
Okay.
if you poke a
So-
hole in a tire,
right.
it'll start leaking out. Yeah.
Exactly. So how can we have that gaseous material next to a negative pressure?
Yeah. So there should still be pressure, right? If you go up, we already know that the pressure like gets lower, right? You can physically go up and you'll have your ears pop. Like if you just go onto a mountain, there's a lower pressure as you go higher, right? It's also colder when you go higher, which does solidify gas and turn it into like and remove some of that energy, because you can turn gas into liquids and liquids into solids when you like you can change different phases of matter with like by cooling it down or heating it up. But yeah, so I don't really understand what you meant by that question.
Really?
Is that
Yeah,
did I
it was
answer?
a little malformed.
Are you
Well-
saying that like the space above us and the gas, like you're thinking it should just disperse into space?
Well,
think the
word
point-
pressure, the word pressure cannot exist, or gas pressure can never exist or even be read out or observed if you
then
don't
can
have
you-
a containment. There is no way in reality in observe. Yeah, sure.
Prove
I can
it.
I can.
Because I have an example where it doesn't. But yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
well, maybe you give me that example first.
Well, why would you even assume that I have an example if you already proved it?
Because that is natural observable reality. Gas. I mean, no, not even that. The word itself explains it already. Gas, pressure. There's the word press in it, which suggests that it needs to press against something. And you can only have something pressing against something if there is a containment. You cannot have gas pressing against the walls of its containment if there's no container. Therefore, you can't call it gas pressure.
So how
You
many
could
degrees
only
is
call
the
it
Earth?
gas.
But the container hasn't been proven.
So what degree angle do you think we're at?
I don't need to prove any container. I can prove that gas pressure by its wording already defines the necessitant, which
Yeah, but that's
is
not how that
containment.
works. You can't use the
It is
wording.
what how
So
okay,
what
okay,
angle
okay,
are
then change
you
the
at,
word.
sir?
Play.
Then change the word.
Play.
Change the
You're
word.
using a
Sir,
word that
what's your
humans
favorite
created
angle?
to try
Sir.
and prove that there's prove something that you can't see, like that is just a reality.
Can't
That's using
see? Okay,
You
so
can't see it. You-
with
you
all
can
due
see
to
a border.
respect, if you want to have gas for your barbecue grill, how do you get that gas, and how does your grill gonna use it?
I mean, there's gas all around you in the air. What gas are you talking about?
That's how you do barbecue?
Probably not. I could use like wood,
Okay.
but
But I'm talking about the gas grill. How can you fuel that thing up?
you use a propane tank.
Yeah, which is a container which you can prove.
Oh yeah, obviously, I'm not saying that there are no containers that hold stuff. Obviously, there are. What you're claiming is that based on the wording of pressure, that
Yes.
which humans created, by the way, that somehow
Yes.
that means that there has to be a container to Earth, even though that's a phenomenon that literally humans
Yes.
created. So you're using like the wording that humans like put into this as somehow
Mhm.
proof that there is like a container, even though there
Exactly.
isn't.
Yeah, no, there is, because we have gas pressure, right? The surrounding medium that we all reside in is pressure based,
So-
right?
So how do you explain that pressure is like if you just go up towards
Yes.
like in altitude, the pressure gets less and less, and that's very visible.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that?
Yeah.
And
Just
me
like-
going up like so far, me
Mhm.
going
Well, let him
myself
explain
moving
that.
myself up.
Go. That's it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's it, right?
Yeah,
So just let him
Yeah.
explain.
Yeah. So what you just described is beautiful because it's only possible within containment. You can only have gas pressure gradients within a container, and the law of that is that as soon as you would make that container smaller, the gas would have less space and would fill the available area. But the more you open up that container, the bigger the container, the less gas within that container, the more obvious the gas pressure gradient will be, right? Because the gas has enough space to move around and at some point just equalize. So you're gonna have so-called a so-called gas pressure gradient. You can also change that by adding heat or cold. Adding cold would make the gas kind of dense up more on the lower point, and heat would make it move more rapidly. But there's experiments to this
Like
already have done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just add something quickly to what Clay
Sure.
just said as well. Like, okay, so what we have in nature is like a dynamic system. You know the difference between a static system and a dynamic system.
Wait, you're cutting out a bit. Can you say that again?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, like a balloon or a tire or something like that. That would be a static system, right? So that's
Yeah.
why you're going to not have like really much of a gas pressure gradient in those static systems. But when you have a dynamic system like we have here on Earth, you have gas constantly being produced at ground level, right? At the sea by plankton or whatever the is that gas, and then that gas is dispersing out, right, moving rapidly in all directions. And that's why we have gas cycles, we have temperature cycles, we have a lot of energy within. Hold on, we have a lot of energy.
We need a
We have we have a lot of processes happening, right? We have a lot of energy within the system. That's why it's a dynamic system, not a static
Exactly.
system. And,
I see.
Yeah. So what we're saying is, I guess what Clay was saying is like, how can we actually have gas pressure in the first place, right? Because all practical demonstrations, gas laws, definitions of gas pressure say that the natural antecedent is a container, right? So to have a gas pressure gradient in the first place, to have gas pressure, all we can validate practically is that you can have the gas pressure in the first place.
So, do you guys know what Pascal's law is?
Not super familiar with it. Some other
Okay,
people.
I'll explain it. But basically, Pascal's law just states that, like, liquids or gas, in a closed container are equally like distributed. There wouldn't be a gradient.
Yeah, no
If
compression.
it was a true closed like system.
Yeah, without compression. Without
Yeah,
compression.
you're still maybe that, and also maybe that's referring to more of a static system, right? Not a dynamic system where you have all of these gas cycles and all of this energy within the system. I don't think that or would apply to that dynamic system.
Basically, water. He's saying that water finds its level. That's Pascal's law.
Wait, say that again. The water what?
Water will find its level.
See, I'm not too into Pascal's law either, you know, I'll be honest. But
Okay, basically,
yeah.
I can make it easy.
Yeah.
So you've got water. Well, here, let me get a really good GIF. I got one. This will show it. It might take me a second to find it. So just
All good. Yeah, you're good.
Drive on. Okay, here we go. I got it right away. This is like a demonstration of Pascal's law.
Oh, so it's just when you like water will basically be at the same level.
Yeah, and how you manipulate this is you could change the amount of pressure on either side.
Yeah.
And that could change the water level. When both sides are equal, the water is equal. If one side has more pressure, then that side will go lower and the other side will go higher.
Okay, so
So on the globe tard, how far away do these objects have to be for this not to be true?
What do you mean?
Well, because like you see this, like, hey, they're right next to each other. That water is level straight across.
Yeah.
How far away would you have to put them from each other for one to start dropping lower than the other to get like a like a curve?
Oh, a curve to the Earth?
Yeah.
That's just gravity, right? Yeah, it's just gravity, which we talked does apply to liquids.
Yeah. So how far away would you put these where you would see the curve of the Earth, shown in the water?
So I mean, you don't have to put them like far at all. You can, like, if we had the correct measuring tools, like to the specific atom, we'd be able to view it like from an inch. But we don't have that kind of measurements, you know.
Well, how far would it have to be before you could do it?
You can, if you have 4 molecules, that's really all you need. If you were able to molecularly like measure
Okay,
that.
well, yeah, that's not practical. So how would you? Do
Yeah.
it?
So I mean, I don't know the accuracy of our measurements. We're not like
like a mile, 10 miles, 20 miles.
Well, yeah, you could see it within like less than a mile if you had the right measurements, right? But we don't. So I would say probably like I don't know. I don't know what measurements you would use to.
Hey, Booga, bro, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
The St. Lawrence Seaway?
Saint what?
The St. Lawrence Seaway. Do you know what that is?
I don't.
Okay, it goes from the Great Lakes, northern Minnesota. It's about 700 feet above sea level.
Okay.
And it uses this Pascal's law to make channels.
Yeah.
Locks that drop the boat all the way down to sea level. Do you know how far that is?
No, how far is it?
Like 700 miles.
Okay, and what are you saying it uses? So it uses the Pascal's law?
Pascal's law, yeah.
Okay, to what accuracy?
Accuracy where they built a superstructure
Okay.
that spans hundreds of miles.
Mm-hmm.
No curvature.
Well, what do you mean no curvature? Like how did they make sure that it's synced? Like that's a problem with even like space stations. Like you can't sync like if you take a clock and you put it into space, it would be out of sync at that moment. Like if you're going on that curve and you fill it up to a certain level at both sides, like obviously it would be synced using the curvature of the Earth.
Bro, I've been listening to you for like 2 hours. First, I thought you were trolling. Then I realized you weren't. You're just saying random nonsense in response to what they say. Like, do you have a point you want to make, or are you just vibing? Like, what is going on here?
Peter, do you have something you want to say, or are you just chilling?
Yeah. What I just said is what I have to say. What is your I'm curious. I thought you were a troll. Then I changed my mind. What is your What's your purpose? What are you doing? What have you been doing?
I mean, I've been questioning a lot of things, right?
I'm not sure, because you just drop a question, then you respond to something, then you say like, what precision? Then you say, when they ask you, you go like, I don't know, 1 atom, 4 molecules.
Drag his feet a little bit. Yeah, Booga Booga's doing that. Booga Booga does this.
You're like, are you stoned? You don't seem stoned.
I'm not stoned, no.
Okay, is it just your brain works like this? You're just like a mellow guy who says like whatever, whatevs?
Mellow.
You
No,
are
but
pretty
basically, I mean, originally I was told to talk about this because I was talking earlier about how gas,
you've been talking for like 3 hours, right?
Yeah, but someone.
And what's your
claimed-
point? And what's
Peter,
your point?
I'll explain it to you.
What's
So
the theme?
someone
Is there
was
a
claiming
theme?
someone earlier, not now. It was a different day.
No, please don't rehash it for me. I was here. Don't rehash. The last thing I
Yeah,
want
okay.
is a rehashing of what you've been doing.
So I
just tell
basically
me what.
I had to prove that gravity existed with a bunch of questions.
And did you?
I did. It's an observation that we see.
You did.
So yeah, I don't know why I was questioned through every single part of this process, even though you guys already agreed with everything I said, unless I somehow changed all your minds throughout this whole process.
No.
Just
To me, you've had no purpose. You've had no purpose.
I mean, I don't know why I was
whatsoever.
questioned about everything if you guys agreed with me.
Hold on a second.
I don't think anybody agreed with you because there was nothing to agree with.
1 second, Peter. Just to let you know, Booger, Peter is not a flat earther talking right now. That's globe
Okay.
earther.
Okay, wait, Peter. So do you believe the Earth is flat?
No.
Do you believe that it's a sphere?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so what are you questioning?
You.
Oh, you're just okay. Okay, I see. So I thought he was with you guys. No, that makes sense. Okay.
You're fumbling the goddamn globe for him.
He's not even fumbling the globe. He's just like, I appreciate a good globe fumbler. Okay, a good globe fumbler is entertaining.
So he's not even good at fumbling, is what you're saying.
He's not even good at fumbling. He's just
Peter,
like
so-
waffling around
If you want my honest
for
answer,
hours.
Peter, if you want my
So
honest
you're
answer-
wrong about everything, and you're not even entertaining. Just
You're
quit.
not even funny, right?
So, Peter, if you want my honest answer, I basically am close to proving to them that the Earth is not flat. I've done this like multiple times, like going all the way up until that you can see gravity with solids and liquids, and
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So you're playing this game where you're gonna do this for like, I don't know, how many more hours do you need? Like 2 more hours?
No.
So for a total
No.
of 5 hours, you're gonna do this waffling, and then at the end, you're gonna bring some like amazing conclusion that nobody saw coming. Yeah, like a good movie, like a plot twist at the end,
Peter.
and you're gonna have an insta conversion here into the globe. Okay, so I just need to wait 2 more hours. Yes.
No,
I
Peter.
do have
you
to
don't have to
wait.
wait like anything. I'm honestly not here. Like I originally joined this call just to hear what other people had to say. And the people
Yes, but
were-
now all you've done is bring pain. All you've done is bring pain and ruin to the globe.
Okay,
so let me ask you, whatever your Boomba. I have a question for you.
No, my
okay?
name's Peter, but yeah.
Yeah. So you're telling me, Peter, just stay strong for 2 more hours, and I promise you, at the end, I'm going to deliver like a death blow to Flat Earth.
Wrong. No.
Oh, okay. So what's going to happen in the next 2 hours? Because I know you're not going to shut up. That's one thing I know.
Oh no!
So
I
what's gonna
I
happen in
personally
those
would very
2
much
hours?
like to shut up and want someone else to talk, but I don't.
No. But these guys are loving it, so don't shut up. Just tell me what's
No,
going to happen.
If anyone
If
anyone has anything like that, they think the Earth is round. And
Hey, Boomba, give me a teaser for the next 2 hours.
Peter, how about you give me a teaser on why you think the Earth is round?
Because we measure it to be round. Okay, thank you very much. Now,
how do we measure it to be round?
That doesn't matter.
Okay,
You
guys,
know,
get
I
in
think we
here.
can throw
Get
this.
in here. We got Peter. Guys.
No. I've done it with them 100 times.
Peter to
No.
the stage.
I've done it 100 times with them. We're not going to do it again. It's a waste of time. I'm just asking you. Give me a little teaser. What's going to happen in the next 2 hours?
yeah,
like, what's
Peter.
your gameplay here?
Peter,
game plan.
You seem like someone who's
Let me
educated.
translate for you.
Okay, go for it.
Peter loves to pull mulligans. That's like his big thing.
The
So
what?
like he wants to know that if you're the new mulligan wizard, he
Right.
wants to know what playbook you're going to use so he
Yes.
can use it.
Mulligans? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Just roll with it. Just roll with it. Don't ask.
Never know what the word mulligan means?
No, I
It
haven't.
basically means a do-over.
Yeah.
So why
So he
would
wants
he?
to take your
Okay.
mulligan. He said you've been pulling mulligans for hours now.
Yeah.
And he wants to remix it. He wants to remix it because he's been kind of bummed out that he hasn't been the center of attention lately.
Oh, maybe
Yes.
maybe Booger has taught Peter a few lessons, taught him a few tips. Hey,
I showed him a few tips.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well,
Peter.
one thing I've learned, to
You have
be
your
honest
notes
with you, is how to remain engaged here for 3 hours without getting muted or kicked. So you did
Yeah,
a good
you have to be
job.
very respectful. No, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to
Not
like
dragging
you
your
know.
feet the whole time.
Exactly.
You
I'm
were like
pretending like you're
Muhammad
5
Ali,
years old.
you know, like
Amazing.
dodging all the punches. Yeah, you've done well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So give me a teaser. I'll shut up. Give me a teaser. What to expect in the next 2 hours? What's your game plan here?
Oh, I actually don't have a game plan.
Yeah. Oh, no kidding. No kidding.
But Peter, I know that you've been talking. I know you've been arguing with them like a lot, which is from like what I've heard, right? I'm just wondering from you, do you have a way to prove that gravity does affect gases like as well?
Of course.
Yeah, because
scientific
you have
measurements,
different definitions of gravity.
individual
You guys are gonna have
atoms. Thank you for answering the question that was asked to me on my behalf. I appreciate it.
Peter,
so I
Peter,
have
hold on a
measurements
second. Hold on a
showing
second.
individual atoms of gas.
Yeah, see, you're not as good as Booger at not getting muted, right? Booger doesn't agree that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass.
I just didn't make a
You
claim on
agree? No. Yeah, right. So, Peter, if you agree with Booger that gravity is neither of those things, then you can both use the word gravity, right? But at the moment, you have both different definitions of gravity. When he says you believe in gravity, he doesn't think gravity is either of those two main definitions. Okay?
I mean, I just don't make a comment on that because I know I can't prove it. Right?
I don't think Booger knows much about any of those things.
Well, then
so
you're
he's
wrong.
just vibing. He's just vibing.
You're wrong. But
He's talented at this, isn't he? Dragging his feet, pretending to be 5.
Yeah,
he's amazing at it.
Damn. Okay, I see the little like disses out here instead of using actual like conversations. But Peter, so is that like from the point that I've been on, right? You've been listening for a while. Is there a way that you can connect what I've been like what I proved so far to prove that gravity does affect gases? Like, is there a way you can do that? And I'm talking about gravity as in the observation we can see. That's what I proved so far. That it's an observation we can see and it affects solids and liquids.
Yes. So no, I cannot use anything you've proven because you haven't proven anything.
Well,
but there are scientific experiments that clearly demonstrate individual atoms of gas accelerating towards the ground.
Really?
Yes.
Like what?
Now ask him to show them.
Can you show them?
I have, and I'm not going to do it again.
You haven't to me. You haven't to me, Peter.
Just like a real magician would do.
Just you'll have to trust me on that one, or Google.
Mulligan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the clutch moment there. Peter.
But Peter, thank you for the hints. That means now I can just Google and try and
You
find
should
that.
look into it,
Once I
yes.
find that, then I'll be able to prove that gravity affects gases, which means that it doesn't have to be a closed container, and that would disprove that.
Oh golly.
It will not prove anything because in this environment you can never discuss a system that has more than one thing acting on something at once. So you won't be able to make your point, but you'll be able to make a single point that gases indeed are affected by.
No, you can have multiple things acted at the same time.
Yeah, but not in these conversations here.
Yeah, you can.
Well, do it for 3 hours. You've been failing to make an argument that involved two things happening at once. So you're not going to succeed.
He's
I'm
not
just
failed
telling
any
you.
worse than you have. I don't think he's failed worse than you have.
No, I'm failing. I'm failing by design, by choice.
He's failed worse
I
than
don't
we
know about
thought
that,
humanly
Peter.
possible.
Yeah. So,
Meanwhile, Booger
anyways,
is failing by accident. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I get it.
Can I ask a question, Peter, please?
Yeah.
How long have you been arguing with these guys for?
A year.
Look at the pinned comment. There's a pinned comment that you will enjoy.
What?
Pure
Like, how do you
entertainment
prove
value.
them wrong? What? How do you go about it? What's your game
You
plan
don't.
going to a conversation?
Okay, so if you don't, then I have a better game plan than you.
Sir, you can prove all the flat earthers wrong by proving the globe right, which means showing curvature through measurement.
That's
all you've
one
gotta
way.
do.
Yeah. That's my favorite way. Yeah.
That's all you got to do, man. Do it.
That's what I've done.
Just a quick note. You can't prove us wrong because reality is not a spinning wobbling tilted space of life and having spinning world of darkness. Very simple.
Wow. That's a lot of words. The point
That's a
is,
shtick he does. That's his shtick. That's his
so in
trademark.
order in order to disprove the flat earthers, you got to prove the globe out here. Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, I have many times.
Really?
Yes.
But you don't want to do it again?
No.
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 Okay.
Wait, Grizzly, you're a flat earther or no?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
see, if the magician would show his magic trick one more time, it could happen that, you know, we one more time point out that the magic doesn't work. And
Wait, I'm
you
sure
know,
you're
that would be-
familiar with the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing
That
over and
definition,
over
the
again.
definition you're about to
expecting
name.
different results.
No, that's actually an incorrect definition, sir. That's a definition of stupidity, not insanity.
Oh, okay. Okay, then.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
A valid definition of insanity would be when you can't tell the difference between reality and fantasy.
Grizzly,
Oh,
what
I
is
just-
reality to you?
I just find the fact so awesome that Peter the Globe magician comes in here and criticizes another Glober, and then when he's actually, you know, asked to help that other Glober, he just refuses.
He's a mulligan wizard. That's a plain a mulligan.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you guys on that one.
Yeah, man, there's no brotherhood, man. Where's the brotherhood amongst the Globers?
I have to give it to you guys. Yeah.
I completely thought he was on your team for a second there. I was like, guys, you're questioning everything I'm saying. Obviously, I'm gonna talk for 3 hours.
Yeah,
Bro.
man. Where's the camaraderie and the you know,
Exactly.
you know, brotherhood?
There's
of
no
the Globers?
camaraderie. The globe is sinking and the rats are abandoning the ship. You know, it's a fight for survival at this point.
Global warming is fake, mate.
Well, I'm glad you're so honest, Peter. I'm glad.
Kanye, you could crush us in debates if Peter would just give you his secret weapon. He won't.
You know what? I think anyone could, to be honest.
You don't.
Yeah, start trying.
Mr. Plato-proof space-time.
I don't remember. Wait, did I say? I don't think I said. I think it was
bro.
more about how things form into balls, and I gave Plato as an example.
Plato,
Yeah,
you see, you don't. That's a horrible argument because
It was a
Plato
horrible
has no
argument. I made
idea
it
about
5 weeks ago.
forces or physics. Greeks liked spheres as perfect shapes, so their thinking around planets being spheres was largely came from aesthetics, thinking
Yeah.
that spheres were just beautiful, perfect shapes, and the world should have this harmony in it. So that's a completely silly thing to say as an argument for why planets should be spheres.
You have to give context. I was explaining them the principle that things clump together and create balls, and I gave Plato as kind of an example to that and demonstrated, like, if you put a bunch of Play-Doh together, it would form a ball if you pushed it in on each other, and that's analogous to gravity.
Wow, are you like 5 years old or something?
Any sense?
Play-Doh globe proofsy. Wow.
No, it wasn't necessarily a proof. It was kind of how this concept works. I was explaining it to you like I'd explain it to a 6-year-old, because a 6-year-old can understand the
Yeah,
Play-Doh's round.
the fact that you even think about Play-Doh enough to try it in some sort of globe argument tells me that you're probably a 6-year-old.
Hey,
Therefore, you should be banned from this
how-
Discord.
He's trying to explain a concept, guys. Don't you want to accept his concept that he's trying to explain how it works?
No,
Isn't
not
it
really.
amazing?
He should
Concept.
demonstrate something tangible in reality, but he can't because
That's
he's
why
a
I did
kid playing
demonstrate
with
it. It's
Play-Doh
tangible in
and his
reality.
imagination.
If
No, it's not. You're
It is.
demonstrating a concept, not the actual direct, tangible thing that you claim exists.
So what you want me to do is make another moon, and like that's
Well, I don't
essentially what
care.
you're saying.
If that's
Make
the
another
burden
planet.
that you've taken upon yourself, you're kind of an idiot for making a claim that requires such a heavy burden, but do you?
So I think what you have to understand is the difference between something that's demonstrable and demonstratable. And unfortunately, we can't demonstrate that large sums of matter.
Why is he talking that
gravity
nonsense, bro?
come together
You
and create a
could,
ball.
you could,
but it's easily
you could, if you
demonstrable.
thought-
I guess the difference
is.
between those words is an A and a T.
show you.
No, we haven't because it's still a.
Hey, Kanye, you could if you just stopped like talking and started thinking a little bit. The best you could would be to demonstrate that indeed the interaction we call gravity can be approximated, let's say, using Newtonian equations. You can demonstrate that to them empirically, and then what you could do because you cannot demonstrate gravitational clamping at small scales due to how weak the gravitational force is, then you could show them the logical conclusion, which is extremely simple. It takes 20 minutes. That if this interaction that you proved empirically works, then it will cause things to clamp towards the center of mass.
That's what I said. It's demonstrable, but it's not demonstratable.
Yeah, but you just waffled about it instead of being precise. So you could show that the forces between different particles or objects will have a certain center, and things will gravitate towards that center, and therefore everything has to become a sphere.
I had this conversation. They wanted me to make it on the moon.
Hold on, Peter. Are you saying that gravity is too weak to be measured, but then strong enough to hold all the oceans to the ball as it's spinning through space?
It is not too weak to be measured. It is very easily measured at ridiculously small increments these days using gravimeters. However, it is hard to show gravitational clumping due to how weak gravity is in relation to other forces. Can you shut up? In relation to other forces. For example, in particle accelerators such as CERN, gravitational interactions between particles are completely ignored because they're laughably small compared to other interactions. That's your problem.
Dude, you said that you could measure gravity. So what are you measuring specifically when you measure gravity?
The difference in gravitational field, the strength of gravitational field.
Wait, does everything have a gravitational field?
Yes.
Yes.
What are you talking
with
about?
Math.
What?
Can you measure the gravitational field of my pencil, bro? Can you measure that?
Pencil, probably too small, but I'll give you a visual example. A precise gravimeter can tell you if there's snow on the roof of the building or if there is no snow.
And how does it do that? What does it measure?
It measures the acceleration.
Of what?
Of its test mass.
What about the Cavendish experiment?
An effect,
We can use that one.
that's not in contention, not the cause that is in contention.
Yeah. So I'll give you a visual description.
That's not going to help Kanye one bit.
Well, maybe I have hope. So a superconducting gravimeter has a object, some ball, let's say a metal ball, which is suspended at a magnetic field. So it's levitating. Okay? And it can detect the acceleration on that metal ball, the differences in it. So if there is no snow on the roof, then it accelerates faster towards the Earth, which you need to compensate that acceleration with the increase of the force of the magnetic field. And when there is snow on the roof, then it accelerates less towards the Earth because the snow on the roof is actually pulling it up a little bit.
Quantifying the effect.
And you can, exactly.
That's the bait and switch
you're correct.
that you guys always do.
I'm giving it to you. What I'm saying is
we're contending the cause,
this effect,
obviously, so we don't care about quantifying the effect.
I understand. I'm just responding to him that we have the precise measuring devices that can quantify that effect.
You're setting these guys up to get wrecked, and here's some more.
He asked me if they could be used to detect his pencil. Probably not, but a bunch of snow on a roof of a building in Finland, we could.
Wait, I asked you, what are you measuring for number one? I asked you, what are you even measuring?
The acceleration, the effect.
Right, but it would only be acceleration if what you're originally testing for is true. But how do you know it's true what you're testing for?
It doesn't matter if it's true or not. There is acceleration. We can measure it.
That's why engineers make buildings using Newton's laws.
You don't have to. You don't even have to invoke Newton's laws. You could pretend. You could lobotomize yourself and pretend you don't know anything about any of that. If you were handed that device and you knew how to operate it, you could detect the difference in acceleration depending on whether you put something above you or not, above that object. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but what we're interested in is why things fall, not your...
I know that you are, and of course, And of course, there are different explanations for why they fall. And
Yeah. What's
everybody
yours?
in this room has heard all of them
And what's your
many
explanation?
times.
What's your explanation?
Well, mine is the best explanation that humankind possesses at this point is that mass and energy, which are equivalent, cause the fabric of this universe, known as the Raumzeit, to change shape, and that shape creates a dynamic for all the things that move through this fabric of the universe.
But are you able to measure all of that, or is that just your
You
opinion?
can measure it, yes, in many ways.
No. I mean measuring this. What is that thing you gave the name? Said some funny.
The Raumzeit.
Raumzeit.
The Raumzeit.
It's
So can you measure that? Can
it's
you-
an Einsteinian word.
Yeah,
Right,
you
so
can
can you
measure
measure
it.
that?
Yes, for
The
example,
dude
you
who
can measure
married
it.
his cousin, you know, remember?
Yes.
Married his cousin? Yeah, that's very relative, you know.
Two ways we measure
Was that
there are different ways to measure it. One is
I got it.
measuring the acceleration. Another one is measuring gravitational lensing, for example. And another
hell is
one, which is awesome, is measuring time dilation using precise clocks.
So this is starting to sound like was it Star Trek, man? It's time dilation.
Oh, because you're new
This
to
is
this,
your
you're a baby
argument?
Glurf. You just
What
walked
is
into the
that?
room
Tell
and
me what
you're
is that?
learning here. That's
What
okay.
is that?
Time
How can you
dilation.
measure time dilation? What is that?
We
You
can
take an
measure time
atomic
dilation,
clock,
muons in the
you
atmosphere.
put it. Can you shut up?
Wow.
You take an atomic clock, two atomic clocks. One you put on the floor, the other one you put on the desk that is 3 feet taller than the floor. And you can, with today's technology, you can measure the difference in time elapsing for both clocks. That's
Okay,
time
and why is that
dilation.
happening? And why is that happening?
Because of the shape of the Raumzeit in this location.
And it could
I'm
it
doing
be
this
any
for
other
you, Play, by
explanation?
the way. I'm doing this for
Could
you.
it be another explanation, or is this the definitive
There
explanation?
could be, but this is our best explanation as of 2024.
So for us human, our feet are aging differently than our hair.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Measurably
By
so.
the way, Peter, you know that if we were having this exact conversation, let's say in the 1920s, you would be telling me that there's a solid state theory that is true, to the best of your knowledge.
No,
given
not in
that it's
1920s, but take 20 years off that and then yes.
Okay, let's say 1900. That's fine. If we were talking in 1900 right now, you'd be telling me Grizzly, it's solid state, man. Solid state all the way.
In 1900s, I'd be telling you what people were saying back then, which is we should shut down physics departments because there is no more physics to be discovered. Between Newton's laws and Maxwell laws, we know pretty much everything there is to know about the universe.
But see, Peter, the problem here is that you're preaching from a hymn sheet, which has a tendency to change
I'm
on
not preaching,
you.
I'm telling you what the history of
This
science
isn't a
is.
religion.
And then in 30, 40, maybe 100 years, it'll be like, yeah, it's different now. We've got a different theory.
Exactly. Almost certainly.
But none of it is ever shown to be true through measurements and necessity.
Because there is no, because physics doesn't make any truth claims, contrary to the opinion of many people here.
Well, that's going to be a problem because if you're not making any truth
No,
claims,
it's not a
then
problem.
What are you doing out here? So, what is the Earth? What is the universe? I thought you were making truth claims.
Approximating reality.
Yeah, Peter, you're not doing a very good job. I'm gonna be honest.
Bro, but
Anyone who does not make any truth claims, anyone
Peter,
who
I don't know
believes
what's going
that
on
it does,
here.
knows nothing about physics.
But Peter,
So,
but the whole
Peter,
point
this
of
is really
approximating
interesting.
reality is that Peter, but the whole point of approximating reality is that we want to get close to the mark. Yeah, we want to get close to approximating it correctly. That's the whole idea. There's no point in approximating it and being miles away from the actual reality. What's the point in
we're
that?
only humans, so you know how far away from approximating reality we were 1,000 years ago?
Well, that's your opinion on that. But in the meantime, you're telling me that this time, whatever that word is, like this fucking
Dilation.
fabric and all this. You are just giving me these theoretical postulations out here, which are very likely to change on us in the next decade or two.
Of course. They
So
almost certainly.
You're telling me, well, physics isn't looking for the truth. Well, dude, if that's the case, how are you ever going to know if what you got is right or if it's wrong? How are you going to know that then?
Because for all these approximations, for all these models, we have measurements that support them and tell us that they are really good, the best so far, approximations of reality.
Measurements
of the predictions that these models make.
What are you talking about? You can't measure a prediction. What are you measuring in the
Yes,
real
you
world?
can. The theory predicts time dilation. Then you got to go and confirm if it's really occurring per the prediction from the model.
Right, but that doesn't make the model true just because you got a difference in the
No,
two
it
clocks.
just makes it. It just makes it precise enough.
No, but the point is, you're just talking about the effect. You don't know what the cause is. You don't actually
Yes,
know
you
what's
don't.
going
We
on.
don't know. And actually, it's even funnier. These guys like to say that we don't know the cause for gravity. We don't know the cause for anything. We don't know the cause for electrostatics. We don't know the cause for electromagnetism. We don't know the cause for strong nuclear force. We don't know the cause for any of those things.
Peter, do we know the cause of? Do we know the cause of why your kettle boiled this morning when you made
No,
your
we
cup
do
of
not.
tea?
If you dig deep enough, if you dig all the way down and start asking, but why is that happening? Why is that? Why is heat transfer occurring? Why are there quantized energy states? We don't know the cause for that. So if you dig all the way down, all the turtles all the way down, there's a point at which we don't
So now we
know.
can't know anything. Yeah. So now we
Peter,
can't know
can I
anything,
ask you a
Peter. Yeah.
question? We don't know anything. Whether we
Oh,
can
so now
know
it's
anything,
solipsism
that's
time.
to
Yeah.
be determined.
So is that your bedtime then, Peter? Yeah. Solipsism. This is when you crawl under your duvet.
No, this is the truth. Any person who studies
Well, how
physics
do you
will
know,
tell you
Peter?
that there's
Peter, how do you
always
know
a
that?
point in every theory at which it breaks down and has no answers.
I know, but that's how maybe that's not the case. How do you know that? Maybe you're
Well,
getting that
it's
wrong.
I'm just saying what it is as of 2024. Whether we have the ability to discover the ultimate truth is to be determined.
Wait,
Right.
I have
Ultimately, it's
a
undiscoverable. You're saying, look, ultimately.
wait, Grizzly.
We
So
don't know if it's discoverable. If you don't know something, you don't know if it exists or not.
wait, I have a comment. So I heard this
Wait, you're
Peter
telling me
guy.
you're telling me
I
you
heard
can't
this
even
Peter
discover
guy.
why your kettle boiled this morning, Peter. Listen to what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying we can't know why your kettle boiled this morning. This is what you're saying.
If I asked you why it boiled, there would be a point at which you would break down and stop being able to give me answers.
And this is exactly, and this is why you're going to become a solipsist and say we can't know anything, right?
No, that's not what I'm
No?
saying. What I'm saying, I'm not saying we can't know anything. I'm saying you don't know why the kettle boiled. I
Do
can
you
prove
know
this
why
to you.
anything happens? Do you know
I
why
can prove
anything
this to
happens?
you. No,
Wait.
I can prove this to you.
Wait,
Tell
Peter,
me
do
why
you
the
know
kettle
why
boiled.
anything happens? Peter, do you know why anything happens? Yes or no?
I have a good approximation for how some things happen.
Anything
So,
happens,
Peter,
right?
can I ask you a question?
No, I want the
Peter.
grizzly man to tell me why his kettle boiled.
Well, one second, Peter. You're basically saying you don't know anything, and you don't know why anything happens. So you're telling
No,
me
I
you're
know
a solid.
some things to a decent degree.
Like what? What do you know?
Like why the kettle boiled.
Right. But you're telling me we can't know why, because if I keep asking you why, eventually I won't be able to tell. You won't be able to answer, right?
Yes,
So we can't know
eventually
anything.
you will not be able to tell me the cause for some of these things occurring.
Exactly. And that would go the same for you, right? Everything would
Yes.
be the same for you. You wouldn't be able to tell me
Yes.
anything, right?
Yes, and
yet
that's
you're telling
true
me,
for the best physicists in the world as well.
you're telling me we live in a globe that's moving, and then there's acceleration, and then there's gravity,
Because
and
that's like one of
gravitational
the
fields
most
and lensing.
obvious things.
Yeah, you're telling me all of that, though. You're telling me that.
Yeah,
You know
because
that.
that's super obvious. Yeah, that's super obvious.
Grizzly, can I ask you a question? If I flip a coin, is there a 50% chance it's going to land on heads or tails?
Are you asking that question?
To you.
Me?
That's 100%.
Yeah, you're 50-50, brother. Yeah.
That's 100%. Heads would be 50%. Tails would be 50%. Heads or tails, that's 100%.
Okay,
Unless
so
you
let's
want to
go
be
outwards.
fancy and say that
If I
That's
flip
of
the
course
coin,
not true, right? We know that's not true in practice, right? You guys
if I
are
flip
now
a
doing
coin 100
mathematics.
times,
It's not true. A coin will not fall 50-50 in practice.
Are you talking about the probability, bro?
Yeah, it's never 50-50.
It is. The probability is 50-50.
Oh yeah, in
This is what he's
practice
saying.
or in the mathematical model?
In the probability of a coin landing heads or tails is 50-50.
Hey,
In
Daffodil, if you want to be banned, just let me know by saying that.
No.
one
Let
more time.
Daffodil
Permanently
speak. Let
banned.
them. They came here in a fresh day, a new year, a new person. Like we can let them. We can be kind and hear them out. Or she can stay muted. That's fine too. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Peter. Like I've heard this Peter guy talking for the past 30 minutes, rambling about like digging turtles or something, talking how we don't know anything and he can't prove anything. So I'm wondering, like, Peter, what's your game plan for proving how the Earth is round? Like, I'm wondering how you're doing better than me. You know, like that's what I'm wondering right now.
Okay,
gonna do it by
I'll tell
giving
you.
you bad arguments.
My game plan for proving that the Earth is round is to avoid the conversation about the shape of the Earth because it's like the most boring topic ever.
So your game plan is to not talk about it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd rather talk about kettles boiling or the
Okay,
real,
Peter.
real,
That
real.
Throwing you the
flames
red
that
herring
physics-
away from it,
Peter, that won't work.
which you've kind of been doing, but
Oh,
not very
don't mute him. Don't mute
Yeah,
him.
don't mute him. Don't
This
mute him.
Booga,
This is
he
great.
kinda let you into the secret of the Glober's trick here, right? Avoid the topic at hand, rather talk about
Obvious.
something that has nothing to do with it. So he kinda helped you now. Now you get it. The thing you do is you come back the whole year, every day almost, and you're just gonna avoid the topic and talk about
Right.
anything else but the globe.
No,
That's how you
because he
prove the
told
globe.
he was explaining that when you break something down to its most rational parts, it turns into a probabilistic game, so we can't truly prove anything. So in an essence, he's kind of saying there's a 99.999% chance that the Earth is round. That's kind of what he was saying.
Yeah, that's pretty
That is
false.
so
I'd say.
ridiculous.
Where'd you get that
Boys-
figure from?
I pulled it out of my asshole. That's where I pulled it out from.
Exactly.
It's the same place the globe came from. I get it.
Wait, he's banned? What the?
It's worthless. Also, they have a figure where
Yeah,
you're
they
never
banned-
going.
Why'd you ban him?
You banned Peter?
No, he left.
They got scared. Fuck.
When you have a figure where you can never know, you're always going to be like 99% sure. That is
that not good
virtually
enough?
worthless.
If I gave you $1 million and I said you go to the casino and there's a 99% chance of you winning, and you go to the casino and you lose, did you make a bad investment?
Yeah, I would just keep the $1 million.
No. No, that's not a smart strategy.
Just yeah, if you got $1 million in hand 100% of the time, or
So-
And there's a 99%
99% of the
you winning.
time you get $2 million. This is called the Monty Hall. This used to be a
No,
game show.
It is not the Monty Hall problem.
No.
It's not a trick at all.
They played people on this.
Oh
This is how they got
God.
people to risk a sure thing. I got sure. I'm 100% sure. I've got $1 million in my hand right now.
Mhm.
And you're saying,
No, no,
hey,
no.
if you open this mystery door, you could get
You
$2
misinterpreted the
million
question.
or nothing at all.
I'll repeat the question. If I gave you $1 million and I said
Walk
you go to
away.
this casino
I'd
at
walk
this
away with $1
time,
million.
you play this game, there's a 99% chance of you winning,
I'd
and
walk
you
away
lose.
with $1 million.
would
So-
walk away with $1 million,
I'd walk away
not
with $1 million.
doing the 99% chance.
No.
So your expected value there is 1 million, right? But the expected value, if you played this game, would be 1.99 million. I'm pretty sure.
Or zero.
No. The expected value. That's what the 0.001 million that was removed from the 2 million. That's what that was taken into account for. So this is the expected value on average.
I'm like Crit. I know that I'm unlucky.
I mean, I would play this game not only once. I'd probably keep playing it, right? Where you put in 1 million and you take out 2, and then I'd have a giant bank, and I'd keep playing this game and keep taking out, right? And I'd basically have like $1 billion, and you're sitting here with $1 million.
Yeah, I would have thought that.
Booga,
Yeah,
can I just quickly point something out of it, which is very obvious, right?
Yeah.
So maybe to save you time in the future or help you in general, if you just
Yeah.
truly want to stay in the cult belief system, right? As you can see, Peter has been here for 1 year, but he kinda openly admitted that he cannot actually prove his globe. Neither can he actually refute what we say about reality. Therefore, if you truly care, go ahead, try your best, and be like Peter 1 year later. I mean, if you not truly care, but I mean, I'm just saying, if you want to save yourself some time and you just want to stay in your cult belief and move on with your life, do yourself a favor and never come back.
Wait, but this goes both
Everything-
ways, you realize.
Clay, yeah.
No,
I mean,
This is the
no,
irony.
not at all.
So So Clay,
No,
that,
not
that
at all. There
No,
is
how about this?
people
Let
that
me
come.
reframe it for another way. I know 100%
me too.
that the Earth is flat. Stationary.
Well, I know 100% that it's not.
God.
Oh.
You are 99% sure that it's
No.
a globetard.
So
Who has
you're
another
saying,
bet?
you're saying
I
you're
was helping you,
100%
man.
sure that the Earth
There's
is flat.
no doubt in my
Great.
mind. When
Great,
I
you're
say
saying
the Earth is flat,
So
there is
Great.
nothing I am more sure of that I've ever said in my whole life.
Well,
On a
okay,
scale of 1 to 100,
I can prove you wrong.
you don't need to worry about me. Just go out and live your life.
No, but Crid, you said that you 100% know the Earth is flat, right?
100%. Yeah, I know
So-
this 100%.
So,
It's the only logical conclusion
Crid,
left over.
how do you know you don't live in a simulation? Is there a chance?
Yeah, so now your brain in the vat. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I
there's a
don't live in
chance. Is
simulation.
there not?
No,
Well,
there's zero
Booger,
chance.
in that simulation, the Earth is either flat or it's not, and it's flat in that simulation still.
Okay, but who said that this is Earth, right? What if the
Right,
creators
even
of
if
the
it's not
simulation
flat,
are
even
like
if it's
changing it?
Even
Like,
if, bro,
there's
even if
there's
it's
always a
also the dream.
possibility. There's always a possibility
Even if
that
it's also the dream, you're not even living on Earth, doesn't matter, it's still flat or it's not.
So I'm putting up a hypothetical situation that's technically possible because there's a possibility for everything. What if you're just in a big VR thing and there isn't actually a Earth? No, there isn't a
Bro,
Earth.
is
It's
this-
like what I'm basically
So
saying is nothing is 100%. So Crit
No,
saying he's
it's always-
100%.
But it's 100%, and it's either flat or it's not. It's 100%.
Why is
That
this a common mental problem that Globers have, that as you know, even though they come to the point of realizing they cannot prove the Earth to be a ball, they just invoke some other concept,
That's not what I was doing
of
at all.
assumption. 1 second, another concept of assumption, and you know, at the end of the day, as long as it isn't flat, it must be a simulation. Like, what is this fallacious way of thinking?
They
Like,
just hate. Bro, they hate the binary concept, bro. They hate the binary nature of it being either flat or not. They hate they want it to be a third option. They want there to be a third option.
Grizzly, that's not what I'm
That's what
doing.
they want. But reality, there is no third option. But
I just made an
retardation.
example. I just made an example because Crit said he was 100% sure. So I just made an
100%.
example where there's
There's
a
no
possibility
doubt
where
in
he's
my
not.
mind.
So that's not anything against someone saying something is like, oh, this is flat Earth 100% or this is round Earth 100%. This is just saying this is anything 100% because that's not a true statement to say.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is.
if the Earth is flat,
It's true or false. It's true. And I know this to be true, and your belief is not required. You could believe you're in a simulation, doesn't change what Earth is. You
Well-
can believe you don't know things, doesn't change what Earth is. You can believe
Obviously, yeah,
you're a meat popsicle, doesn't change what Earth is.
You're not
All your beliefs are not going to change objective reality.
Crit, the entire argument for the flat Earth is based on the idea of quantum uncertainty and the fact we can't prove anything. Do you not see the retardation?
Incorrect. The whole
is
thing
incorrect.
How?
with flat Earth is objective physics, hard physics, water, motion, using the Earth as a medium, using the Earth as a measure. This is all the Earth is going to present to you as flat and stationary. Now, the
Okay, Crit.
globe side will tell you there's an explanation for this. And you're like, really? What is that? The Earth's just too big. It's so big, it is practically, measurably, and observably flat and stationary. Because it's also
Exactly.
relative. Everything's relative. So then on
Exactly.
the backhand, if you say, check it out,
Exactly.
it's not that. It's not what you perceive it to be. It shows the contradiction. Your
What shows
worldview
contradiction?
is contradictory. It's
What does?
flat because your explanation, and not flat because of the same explanation.
What's
That's a
contradictory?
that's a contradiction.
So
Wait,
me
which
saying the Earth
statement?
is round and my backyard is flat is a contradiction of the round Earth.
Hey, if
Yeah,
we,
to
if
say
we
that the
fail,
Earth is so big, it's so big, and it moves so slow, relativity, that it's flat and stationary, and then say using the same exact explanation is also not that.
I
It's
mean, Crit, you would think that a glass of water is flat,
not-
wouldn't you? Despite
It's-
the fact that it's slightly higher at the
It's
edges, right?
P and not
As a
P
tension.
at exactly the same
No, it's
time.
not, though.
Fritz, a 6-year-old can understand this.
This is a
If you get in
direct
your car,
contradiction. A
It's
direct.
not.
right,
This is P. The
it
Earth
is not
is
contradiction, and I'm
flat
going to explain it to you.
and
Maybe you guys want to listen and understand his position, and then you can
He's
answer.
saying the same words.
anything worth saying.
Contradiction.
Anything
What's
worth saying is
contradiction?
worth repeating.
I want to explain this contradiction that's apparently so. When you get in a
Who asked
plane,
you
you're
to?
sitting down,
They
how
wouldn't
fast
ask-
are you going relative to
They
Earth?
wouldn't ask you to explain anything.
I'm explaining the contradictions you're
wait,
making.
Kanye,
as
can you
falsehoods.
explain it to
Bro,
me?
Yeah,
Can
did
you
anyone
bro,
ask
before
you to
you,
explain it?
bro, before you explain what you just wanted to explain, I
We
already
can
know what you
figure
want
this
to
out
explain.
really easy.
We can.
Let's figure out who asked you to explain.
Oh, I did.
Okay, so what we got here is we can test this, and we can test it 100%. If you really want him to explain this, let's see if you go to a different channel. If you don't, then you didn't want him to explain it to you. This will prove 100% one way or the other. Then now that you have a demonstration in hand of 100% in hand, you'll have it right there in the palm of your hand. You'll never be able to say it's not 100% anymore. Okay, so you're still here, so there it is. There was 0. You had 100% that you actually didn't want to hear his explanation. Because both of you can't talk here.
They don't understand.
I could boot you from the room just to double check, say maybe you don't know how to change rooms. And then if we boot you out, and then see what room do you join next.
See, the problem is you gotta understand, guys, whatever you're gonna bring forward as an argument for your globe, we have heard it at least 100 times, and that's, I think, not even the correct number.
Not just
See,
that.
this is something for us that is going on since 2015. There is nothing new that you Globers say that we couldn't perfectly, imitate ourselves. Every single argument of a Glober that comes in here is something. Before I even hear the first 3 words, I already know what they're trying to say, and this is for almost every other flat earther, quote unquote, inside of here. There is nothing that you can bring us to the table that we haven't heard at least 100 times.
Well, they could
And the
probably
same
bring
way as
something, but it's almost always really stupid when they try to go out on a limb and invent something new.
Clay,
seen it?
You explained to
Even
them that
stupid
we
is
heard.
bullshit.
You just explained to them that we heard all those questions many times, every time, all the time since we turned flat earthers. But still, they forget that we were Globers. Those questions, we asked them. We asked those
you rather asked
questions
it
to
yourself.
ourselves. Yeah, exactly. We didn't turn flat earthers just like that because we heard flat earth. Oh, let's go. Flat earthers. No.
Yeah,
We
that is
tried
true,
to
yeah.
debunk that shit. We tried to debunk that flat earth. We had our issue also, like you are having now, but still, it's just more intense on you than it were on us. That cognitive dissonance, we could fight
No.
that cognitive dissonance and start our personal critical thinking.
You know what
Well,
you
I
guys are?
can-
You're not
I
flat
can-
earthers.
Well,
You're
I can say.
philosophers.
Oh, well, let the
Yeah,
You
globe
want me to
card
explain that to
respond
you?
so it doesn't become an echo
Because
chamber of
can I explain it
earthers.
to you? Because something I've realized every time I've talked to you, you do something which is called, I think it's called ipsectimate limitation, which is where you trace every single thing, every logical argument, back to a point of foundational truth. And since what I think the other guy, Peter, was talking about so well, is we can't prove anything at a core level. And because of that, you've skepticized that the earth is round. And that is all your
philosophy,
arguments based
sir.
on.
No, that's
That
not.
is
That's not
projection
why we
in a
do that at
nutshell.
all. Yeah, that's not our position at all.
Yeah,
Not
you
at
fucked
all.
it up.
So Peter taught you to straw man us, I guess. So I told you that he was going to just teach you to get dunked on, and you took the bait, even though I told you that in real time what was going on.
No, this is called radical
Just a complete straw man.
skepticism.
We've
This is
never
a
said
philosophical
that at
idea.
all. That's not our critique of the globe. Is that you can't prove anything for a certainty. We've never claimed that at all.
So
You don't
give
know
a
what you're
critique of the
arguing with.
globe. and we can go
There's
from
no
there.
curvature measurable or demonstrable of the Earth.
And also, you know that your claim is not 100% correct because you say that you don't claim the truth 100%, so you're not sure. You're every time, all the time, not sure about
He's just
anything.
a batshit insane,
This is the
retarded
philosophical
waffler is
concept.
all he is. He's just throwing shit at the wall and hoping something will stick, maybe.
Wait,
Plus,
Heretic.
he's got an
What I
accent.
do-
He probably thinks that helps him, too.
I don't
Wait.
ask globalist questions because I
Like
generally
Booga.
know that they don't know anything. So it's pointless. So when I ask you a question, this is a very rare moment, and I kind of already know the answer. I just want to see if you're able to understand words. So here it goes. If something's not curved, what is it?
It's a
A matrix.
something's
a
not
simulation.
What
if
do you?
something is not curved, what is it? It's not a sphere.
Well, I mean, everything like mountains have curves. Like,
See, this is
what do
why.
No, he didn't ask you
pointless.
not what it's not.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not a banana. He asked you what it is.
See, this is why it's pointless asking globalists anything. They don't know anything.
if something's
Like you guys
not
like to
curved.
ask them
Answer the
questions.
question.
They're bricked. They're literally. You could get more insight from a magic 8-ball. Just ask a magic 8-ball a question and shake it. Whatever pops up is going to have more intuitive knowledge than anything you ask these nitwits.
What was wrong with my answer? I said it wouldn't be a sphere.
Especially Booga. Especially him, because he's one of the special ones.
Booga's
what are you
lovely, man.
saying? I'm special, bro.
Booga,
What?
I don't understand how Booga does not get frustrated. I get so frustrated talking to you guys.
built different, I guess.
Well, your views are frustrating because they're false, they're imaginary, and there's
What
nothing you can do
views?
to validate them.
What views?
The one where you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum chamber with gas sticking to the outside of it.
So substantiate that. So do you want to talk about the argument of gas pressure?
Do you want to talk about any claim of yours?
Okay, wait, heretic.
Go ahead.
So far, I've been
why are you
explaining.
butting in? Shut up.
No, I've been
It's
explaining
history.
why
No,
the
you-
Earth is round.
Last chance, just shut the fuck up.
Don't be rude.
Especially
Don't worry,
Kanye,
someone
he just said that he can never
Holy
be sure
shit.
about something. How can
We
you
can't prove
argue
anything.
something that you are not?
Hey, you can't prove
sure-
anything. All right, you sit down then.
You can't prove
Kanye.
anything either.
No,
No
Kanye,
one can prove
Kanye.
I
anything
can
on a
prove that
quantum
you
level.
can't prove anything. I'll just watch you not prove anything all day long.
You can't prove that either. So
Well,
this
it's
is
already
why
been
I call you
proven
guys philosophers.
on the record.
Kanye, you just said yourself that you can't be sure about something, 100% sure about something. So you can't argue about something that you are not sure about.
So you
If
can,
you are
I can
not
make the
sure
same claim
about things,
towards you.
You are not sure about the things.
So
that
he
are
red herringed
around you.
away as quickly as he could. Now he's talking once again about how he can't prove anything.
This
That's
is why
fine.
I'm calling you guys
Yeah, you might as well do
philosophers.
that because you're right. You can't. There's nothing about the globe. There's no aspect of it that you can prove. So you might as well divert to how nothing can be proved. You might as well throw all of reality under the bus. It must be false because there's no way you can prove it to be what you think it is because it's not.
Yeah,
Correct.
solipsism is their comfort
For
blanket.
someone,
mate.
for someone who is not sure about a thing, who will just sit and listen because he can't say something, he's not sure about that shit that he will talk about. If it either, he can't say that, no, you're wrong, guys. You're not sure that they are wrong.
Hey guys, imagine this. A Glober sees his girlfriend cheating with another guy, and he thinks in his brain, you know what? This looks like he's cheating with the guy, but maybe this is just all a simulation.
There's still a possibility it didn't happen at all. What
You
a,
ever heard of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle?
what a pathetic simp you are.
Superposition, quantum
You're a
physics.
globe simp is
Kanye.
what you are.
Kanye,
You're
even
just
that
as
shit that you
the
said.
school goes, there's still a mild probability that it didn't happen.
So for you, Kanye,
It's just
Kanye,
arguments you make.
Kanye, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something funny. You know that you personally, if you can't sure about something, so you can't be sure that you can't be sure about something. So you are just living in contradiction, infinite contradiction in your mind.
So it goes both ways. It's called the infinite regress of justification. We can't be sure about anything.
Right.
So this is why, as philosophers, because when we talk about things like gravity, we go back to the quantum level on it, and you say since we can't prove gravity in its entirety, we can't use it as an argument for the globe being round. So this is the argument I'm positing.
Okay, Kanye, I have a question. 1 second, I have a question.
Nonsense, man.
Kanye, if you see someone cheating on your girlfriend, do you really insert the hypothetical idea? Okay, this guy, it looks like they're kissing, but you know, hypothetically, maybe this just could all be an illusion. Through some kind of simulation. Is that your pattern of thinking?
No, the same
Because
way when I
you
drop
can't be
something, I
definitive.
don't think it's not true that it's gonna fall.
You are
So
not
this is
sure
where the
about
fallacy
that
of your
thing.
argument comes in, and this is why I call you guys philosophers.
It's
It's
reflection.
the same way I interpreted my girlfriend as cheating on me is the same way I interpreted something as being dropped as falling. So when we reduce everything to its core level, it is not necessarily true, but it is justifiable. So this is the infinite. So this is the argument you come to make the flat
too
Earth.
much for me to
And
take.
Kanye is likely
on a
to
core
take
level.
that because just like how he was going to take the 99% chance, he's likely to think that.
So he's
that
whacking
he
on
was
with
cheating
his
on her.
psychobabble, and so are you, instead of any sort of argument that would prove the globe, because you don't got any of those.
Wait, heretic. So if you look at the name, it clearly says flat Earth, meaning you guys are making a claim that the Earth is flat, right?
No,
But
that's
I haven't heard one piece of evidence on
Yeah,
the
so
Earth
once
being
again,
flat.
you're diverting away from the globe arguments that you guys
No,
don't
heretic.
have.
So we have the
the
yeah,
past
yeah,
3 hours I have been.
Come on.
You don't have anything.
So
Okay,
wait, why
well-
do we have the burden of proof?
Well, because you're the one who's making the claim that goes against your own observable, reality.
I'm sorry, but you're the one who came into the Discord server, made a profile, and made a chat called 24/7 Flat Earth, which I see here all the time. And you want flat earthers, and you want Globus to come here to talk to you, so you can't preach to them. That's a pretty big claim.
No, I don't want anything from a globalist.
Natural law.
Yeah,
So why'd you make this chat, you
if
fucking
you ever
retard?
think I need or want something from you, run that back through your epistemology, because I just told you I don't want anything from you. I don't need.
You sound like
anything
a
from
Christian right now.
You're completely worthless. You
How
couldn't even
ironic.
answer if something's not curved. What is it? A very simple
It's
question.
not a sphere.
This is how I know there is nothing you have that I will ever need or want. You are
to be fair-
completely useless. And I know this 100%.
Alright.
Yeah,
I
so-
know
You're not
you are
Christians, so
worthless.
you're useless. This
and
argument sounds very
useless.
familiar.
You're
That's the problem
useless, dude.
with you, is that you don't even know what flat actually is. You don't know what it is.
He's not sure.
Google knows, and it will tell me.
You are not sure. That
Well, he asked you if something's not curving, what is it? And you couldn't get the answer. So you don't even know what flat Earth is. So when it says 24/7 Flat Earth in the channel name, you don't even know what that means, because you don't know what the word flat means.
Yeah.
I think of just pizza, to be honest. Is that okay? Is it not like pizza?
Like pizza, yeah, not really. That's not a good definition for flat. No.
No, I think it works quite well. Like, where's the model? Can you show
Yeah, I
me
know
the
you
flat
do.
Earth?
You think it works really well. You've brain farted the word
Yes.
flat. You don't understand
Yeah.
it. You don't know
It
what
could
it
be a
means.
donut, because you
got
don't know it's flat. You don't have a model.
Stupid, messed up definition for it, and you think it works quite well, and that's why you're
Hold on, let me
struggling
just
in this
address
room
this.
so hard. That's why you're struggling in here so badly. You don't know what
What
we're
am I
talking
struggling with?
Ask him here to
Even knowing what flat is.
Ask him if flat is a shape.
Is it a shape?
No, it's not a shape.
Okay, you got
What
one
is it?
thing about it.
What is flat, sir? What does that mean? Tell us.
Oh, let's have a look. What is flat definition? I'll read it to you guys.
You're only now
Alright.
just into
Well, you
what
don't know.
it is.
Having a level
He's been
surface
argu-
without raised
He's been in
areas
here
or
arguing against
foundations.
this for weeks, and only now is he checking to find out what
What about
Wait,
this
you,
one?
wait, you have to
do
go
you
to a
guys want the second
dictionary to
definition,
find
lacking
out.
emotion?
Wait, you have to go to a dictionary to work out the meaning of that word, really?
I was being
Yeah, he thought it was
precise
like a
about it.
pizza or something. That was his definition.
Well, is that not logical?
No,
are you
it's not
okay?
really.
Is
Because
everything
if I'm
alright
gonna
after
like
this?
Is a
level a
pizza not
countertop,
flat?
if I'm gonna level a countertop or something like that, make something flat, I'm not gonna make it like a pizza. That's not even gonna enter my. A pizza's not gonna come to mind at all.
Yeah, so is everything alright
I think
upstairs,
of it
sir?
like a pizza world.
So is everything all right upstairs? The lights are on, but no one's home, sir.
Like with the ice walls, it's like a pizza, like with the crust. Where are the ice walls, by the way? Have you seen them? Have you been to them?
Oh man, is this the mental path you want to take as soon as as you feel like you have nothing to say anymore? About
There's nothing to say anymore. This is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so who brought up ice walls? You did, so that makes that a straw man.
Yeah, do you want to talk about them?
Why do you need to straw man? Is your position that weak?
Probably.
No, if you don't want to talk about ice walls, we can
Who
talk about
brought up
something
the ice
else.
wall? You did.
I did, but if you don't want to
Ice
talk about
walls are just Antarctica, buddy. So go check it out if you're that keen.
We've literally walked across Antarctica.
I watch Game of
the
Thrones
highest
a lot.
elevation on Earth, and it's mostly ice. There's your ice wall. It's not our claim. You're the one who brought it up. Why? Is your position so weak that you have to start straw manning? Why can't you just focus on proving one?
Because the flat Earth claim regarding flat Earth.
No,
is that
nobody
public-
here made that claim, so you're relentlessly straw manning now.
So on a flat Earth, what's beyond the
We
ice
don't
walls?
care. We don't care. We don't need to talk about Antarctica. It's irrelevant to our position of water seeking and maintaining the
stars are
level of rest. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a big ice continent out there. It's completely irrelevant to the point that water rests flat. And that's something that you can't address at all.
Guys,
What can I address?
relax, guys. The globetrotters are really sensitive. We have to be nice to them.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Thank you.
No one cares.
What about water? I can't explain.
That it seeks its level.
Yeah, because of gravity.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for giving me gravity on flat
Water's
Earth.
level, it's not flat.
Gravity is now a flat Earth principle. Thank you. I'll
No,
take
no.
it. Yeah, the water's flat due to gravity. He just gave us gravity. That's
No,
fine.
water's level due to gravity.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Earth is flat due to gravity, according to Kanye East. You heard it here.
Water is level due to gravity. Do you have a grievance with that?
No, it's not the case.
Go ahead.
If
I
we
mean,
take-
I don't know how you could substantiate that, but at least you got one part right, that water's level.
Because water seeks its lowest point and naturally distributes evenly.
Perfect.
This
All
forms
right.
a horizontal
Flat Earth.
surface which
No
behaves.
contention. Yeah, we've got
level.
nothing to argue over. You figured it out. Perfect.
Figure what out. Level doesn't mean
That
flat.
water's level.
Welcome, sir.
Level doesn't mean flat.
Oh, level.
Yeah, it does.
Welcome.
They're synonymous. Yeah, it does.
So they're just synonyms.
There you go. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they mean
Yeah,
the
they're
same thing.
synonymous, those words. Yeah, pretty much.
They mean the same thing.
The surface having no part higher than another. Yeah, it's the same thing.
By the way,
You
you can
realize
only have a true. 1 second.
when we
Can
re-
I just say something? You can only have sea level on a planar surface because sea level needs a true reference point to a horizontal planar surface. On a spherical surface, just mathematically alone, you will never be able to establish a true planar surface. Therefore, you will never have a horizontal planar reference point to get sea level in the first place.
Can I
Therefore, the
substantiate
Earth
both
cannot
claims?
be a sphere. Very
So
simple.
level doesn't mean
very
flat.
simple. Get it into your brain.
When
Hammer
we say
it down
something
into
is
your
level,
brain.
it refers to the condition that it's equally distributed. Second of all, sea
That's
level
all.
is not a true reference point. It's the average reference point of the sea.
All level is
So the
flat.
average level of Earth's surface.
So, sir, sea
Also,
level in
flat within a
general.
tolerance, then. Yeah, that's fine.
Level is horizontal. Horizontal is flat.
Look it up. Sea level in general, okay, not just relatively, needs a flat planar surface as a reference point. Same with horizontal horizons. There is, just mathematically alone, on a globe, an impossibility to ever have a planar surface given, no matter how big you're gonna make the sphere mathematically, no matter how big, how small, whatever it might be. There is no such thing as a true planar surface on a spherical surface. It's an impossibility. It doesn't work.
Well, look at the dictionary definition that old Haas just posted. Level.
When you say a true planar surface, do you mean like a flat surface?
Yeah,
I'm trying
hold
to
on. This is
understand
where you're going to
colonial
finally
icon.
learn something. Yeah, hopefully this is where you finally get to learn something because you've been confused about these basic terms we've been using for a long time. So hopefully right here, this dictionary entry can clear it up for you. So level, 1, even, flat, not having one part higher than another, parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest, a level surface, horizontal. Okay, does that clear it all up?
But level doesn't necessarily mean flat. Necessarily
yeah.
is the key word here.
Yeah, that's what we just, that's the very first word almost in the definition. Second word, even flat. That's what level is.
So this is, so some book, since the second word in its definition says flat next to level,
Yeah.
this is the claim regarding the entirety of flat Earth.
Yep,
The,
water
the
sticks its level
definition of the
flat
word.
and level is
Jesus
parallel to
fucking
the surface.
Christ.
Yeah, to the surface.
And I did not.
Okay, do you know what parallel means? Because you got
Nice
flat.
blasphemy, by the way.
I think of train tracks, not pizzas this time.
Yeah, well, nobody's talking about pizzas but you, so you've got some sort of
it's a pizza.
fixation
It's a
on
flat world,
pizza. That's
world.
just try to put the
It's like
pizza
Minecraft?
obsession aside for a second. Okay, so you've got parallel to the surface of liquid at rest. That would be what level and flat are. So what does that make the surface of that liquid?
So what's the other claim you made?
Well, I'm asking you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If the surface of
Can you evade
liquid is
again?
parallel to
You
level
answer
and
it.
flat,
Anything
what is
but.
the surface of the liquid?
Anything but answering the question.
Wait,
Anything
I'm trying to understand it because he's brought in another
There
term
we
now,
go.
which I have to
Ignorance.
substantiate.
Yeah, I know. Now you gotta
trying
go
to understand it.
parallel.
So what you're
I
saying
know.
is, I'm trying to substantiate the
You were
claim you've made by
miseducated.
understanding it.
You were
If
poorly
I
educated.
misfold
We're
my
trying to
words
make up
by
for it
any
now.
slightest bit. Sorry?
You were you were miseducated, or something went wrong. But we're trying to fix it up right now.
What was I miseducated
Can't answer
about?
basic questions.
Well, I mean, you didn't know what flat meant, but we got there. You don't know what parallel means yet, but we can get there pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, train tracks. Like a pizza world, you know?
Okay, so you can give an example. So if a line is parallel to a flat level, what is that line?
If a line is parallel to a flat level, what is that line? It's parallel.
Yeah. Okay, so it's parallel to a horizontal, flat, level surface. What is it?
If it's parallel, the surface will
He's
be
not
flat
that
then.
smart, man. You
But
expect
if you
too much
take
from
a
this.
line and, it's not going to be
So I
perfect.
gave you the answer with all those
It's going to be
words.
a distance.
If it's parallel to level, flat, and horizontal, then it is level, flat, and horizontal.
Yeah, if it's yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. So that's what the surface of liquid at rest is.
Yeah, but not on Earth because there's a drop of a distance.
Oh, so they're talking about like water somewhere other than Earth, the only place anybody's ever experienced it?
No, I never said that.
Well, that's what the dictionary says. So where are they talking about this water that's level, if not for the only place anybody's ever experienced water?
Where are they talking about this water on Earth? What's the claim you're trying to make? Just, can you be straightforward?
Bro, stop
with me
playing
like I am
dumb,
with you?
man. You're just not
I'm
good
not
at it,
playing
man. You're
dumb.
not
I'm
like
trying
Booger.
to
Only
understand.
Booger really has the skills.
This is the one time I think I might trust him. I don't think he's playing.
No, he's just not as good as Booger. This guy just drags his feet and just stops and sees it up.
No, I'm
Pretends
trying to
like he doesn't know
understand
what's
the
going on.
question. I don't understand the question.
Yeah, see, he's pretending ignorance now all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
so the water's
I'm not
level and
pretending.
flat. That's the whole takeaway. Water is flat, level, horizontal. Pick your synonym.
Water is level. It's not flat.
No, it is level. It is flat, i.e. the definition of level that was just given to you, the one where it says that level and flat are parallel to the surface of water, meaning that water is then level and flat. If the level was actually some sort of curve wrapping all the way around the ball, you couldn't have a parallel to it. It would be like a concentric sort of thing.
He's gonna drag his feet, say some
I'm just
nonsense,
trying to
pretend he doesn't
understand.
understand.
So when you
There
say
we go.
parallel to the surface of water, are you saying that if I put a line or if I put some sort of measuring tape, it's always going to be on top of the water? It's not going to go flying off.
Yeah, there won't be any deviation. If it's a perfect level, like if you've got that measuring tape leveled, it'll always be parallel to the surface of that water.
Okay, so the question you're asking is, it's how can we have level if there's a drop over distance?
Well, there's no drop over distance.
No, but we're talking in terms of we're talking in terms of the globe model.
No, we're talking in terms of reality and how things actually work.
What reality says there's a drop over distance.
Where does
But according
reality
to your,
say that? Reality-
if we send boats over the horizon, boats go over the horizon.
Oh, so the water is not level.
So no, this is what I'm trying to answer, and this is what I've now understood. So the question is, how is there level if there's drop over distance?
What do you mean? What drop over distance?
The drop over distance of a globe Earth.
Oh, where's that? Not outside, because the water outside's level. In your imagination?
No, I'm trying to explain to you. Can I explain to you why there's a drop over distance on the
Why?
sea,
Well, that's
and it
getting
can
kind of
still be level?
metaphysical. Could you just show me that there is? I don't need to know
Yeah,
why
ships
the
go over the horizon.
necessarily if it is. I just need you to show me that it is.
Yeah, ships go over the horizon.
Oh, that's
Then
nice.
water isn't level, then, sir. Then you're saying water curves, yeah?
No, when I say level, it refers to the concept of it being equidistant from the center of the Earth, or being perpendicular to the direction of gravity.
Horizon's just an apparent
Because level
meeting
is
place of
Mhm.
sky and surface, and it's also horizontal and straight, which comports well with the straight, level, flat water that the sky forms with the with the water to make the horizon.
Okay. I think you're not understanding that locally water is still level in the sense that it aligns with gravity and forms a horizontal plane relative to like the immediate surroundings. But on a large scale, level is not the same as flat. It's a reference to like the gravitational potential, not just physical flatness.
What shit is
Oh,
this guy talking about?
Yeah, so that's some nice chat GPT you did real quick. So you're saying that water, in fact,
No,
is not level?
equidistant.
Yeah, so you're saying the water is
A
not in fact
6-year-old
level.
can
So you're saying
fucking
it just
understand this.
looks like
Jesus.
it's level, but on the grand scale, in fact, it's shown that it's not. It's curving. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, as per gravity.
Provide measurement for that.
Okay, so you want to see measurement for drop over distance?
Yeah, I want to see measurement for the curved water, which is in fact not flat, not level.
So where are you looking at it from?
Where are you looking at it from to get your measurement to back the claim you just made?
I mean, you can look at it from a beach and see ships going over the horizon. It really depends where, because the curvature of the Earth is not constant.
Yeah, so they disappear over the horizon, which is a horizontal, level line, which is an apparent meeting place of sky and surface, not a physical, like, geometric edge or something that things are going over. Okay.
Yeah.
So where's the measurement for the curving water?
I'm sure there's measurements that can be made, and if you search them up on Google, you can see that.
Oh, you don't have it. I got to go do your homework. Okay, no, I got better things to do. I'm going to go smoke a joint instead. You let me know when you got it.
Yeah, Kanye failed to provide the evidence.
The drop over distance formulas.
Well, I mean, you're the one making the claim, so you find the evidence that backs it up. I'm not going to waste my time doing your homework for you. Why would I do that?
Yeah, come on,
If you want
Kanye.
me to
Roll
find
your
the drop
sleeves
over
up, man.
distance
Come on,
calculations.
Skippy.
What
Oi,
do you want me to
Skippy,
find?
get the info.
No, I said measurements.
So you want someone to go out there with a measuring tape?
Well, I don't care. Do whatever you got to do. This is your claim, your burden. You figure out what you got to do for it. What do I care? You picked the method. You're the one who claimed it. You should already know what was done to demonstrate it. You shouldn't have to ask me now. That's
We
just
can
telling me
see
that
it. We don't have to measure
telling me
it.
that
We
you
can
can't
see ships going
demonstrate.
over the horizon. Hence, there is a drop over
Well, I asked for
distance. Hence, the
measurement.
Earth is curved.
I asked for
Then
measurement, not for you to just look at things and daydream about them.
This is ironic coming from a flat earther. Demonstrate to me where we
Yeah,
see
it
things
is
don't drop over.
ironic that it turns out that you, who thought you were so sound in your wisdom and your, knowing and understanding
not
of the
sound?
world, in fact, doesn't have any of those things.
Is it not sound when I see something happening all the time? It's true.
Yeah, you daydream all the time about why things are going to disappear, but what you can't do is provide a measurement of water curving.
Because it's not constant. It's extremely hard to do.
I don't care. Look, it's not constant. It must have been measured to be not constant then, right?
This is the fallacy you're falling into because it's not
Okay,
constant.
so what do you
You
mean?
assume that we have to
Measured?
measure it at every single point.
Why are you saying it's not constant if you don't have a measurement showing it's not constant?
Do you understand what it means? It's not constant. It's not the same at every
Yeah, I
single
do.
point.
I don't know why you always say that. Like, why do you resort to this? Like, this does anything to help you? It's such a lame obfuscation.
Because you're making an assumption.
No, I'm not.
Just
I'm not making any assumption other than, well, I mean, the water's demonstrated to be level. You've said that it's actually, in fact, curved, and now you're saying, oh, it's not constant. Like I care. You're the one saying it's curved. Show us the measurement for the curve, whatever it is, constant, variable, whatever. Show it.
Necros, hot mic. Necros, hot mic.
I don't care if it's constant. It's your claim. Okay, nice. You say it's not a constant curve. Okay, show us the measurement for the not constant curve that you're talking about.
Yeah, this guy is nowhere near as good as Booger, man. Booger's next level. This guy is intermediate, man.
Yeah, he thinks that for some reason telling us it's not constant does something to get him off the hook. He's just adding more claims, really, to his claim, just making it more specific, and still he's got no demonstration to back any aspect of it. It's quite sad, Kanye East.
Yeah. Booger would have dealt with that much more elegantly. He would have done a couple of barrel rolls, a couple of pirouettes. He would have made a meal out of that. This guy, it's cumbersome. Yeah.
It's too bad that the globe is just left with fools like these to defend it.
Wait.
Sorry, I finished urinating.
I do have one question though. So, hypothetically speaking, right? If you're saying there isn't a curve over the horizon because it should be, or there isn't a curve because the horizon where it should be is like too close. What if, like, instead of the Earth being flat, what if it was just 1,000 times larger than what they claim it is?
Well, you're going to have a problem with your latitudes, your equator. The equator is going to be way far north of where it should be on that ball that's thousands of times bigger because Polaris is disappearing in kind of a weird spot.
Well, no. I'm saying everything's 1,000 times bigger.
Yeah, no, then all the distances on Earth are going to be 1,000 times. The distance from the North Pole to the equator is going to be way, way further. That don't work.
And also, Booger, in that case, it would necessarily mean you would then be admitting that NASA is lying to you only about the dimensions, not about the shape, but about the dimensions. Then you would be saying, okay, NASA lies to us massively worldwide, just about the size, not about the shape.
Hypothetically, yeah.
No, it would have to be that.
All right, but you can't do it.
Well,
I
agree.
You can't do it because what we have is then you would have it would change time zones, right? Like you have 1 hour every 15 degrees of Earth rotation, and what we see is the sun move in the sky. You know, so you can't change the size because then your days and your hours would be all off.
It's not going to be 60 nautical miles per degree either of latitude. It's going to be 1,000 times that, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah, and the sun would have to be moving 1,000 times faster as well. Everything would have to adjust to that. It would be a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So it's really either that number or it's just not a ball.
It's amazing how they somehow fed these globers that they need to believe that this ball that is spinning, wobbling, tilted, accelerating, decelerating over these periods of 2,000, 3,000 years, somehow managed to keep the sky a perfect map for navigational use, where the star constellations are still the same, just like during the Egyptian times. They set them a story to why that actually is the case and why it doesn't change, even though all these motions, we're flying through space with 500,000 kilometers per hour or miles, whatever, is just insanity. I don't know how any Clover can. I don't know. These people are completely lost, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, is it somebody else told them this? You know, they're just like, yeah, it's got to be the case.
If you really want to understand why they truly believe what they believe, you have to look into psychology. You have to look into people like what's his name, Solomon Asch, the psychologist, did this study about conformity and about how people will believe ridiculous notions because they want to conform. You can look into his psychology experiment. There is a psychological answer here why people just believe nonsense. You see.
Yeah, but the thing is this, right? When I was the biggest science geek, right? I loved all the documentaries and so forth, right? To make a long story short, you can imagine I was the biggest geek ever for space. Watched every NASA show, watched everything that there is on television and on YouTube about space travel and so forth. I actually wanted to become an astronaut. No joke. right?
God damn.
So a guy like me was then faced with the absurdity, because I've never really truly looked into the deep numbers of, you know, what they claim about the ball and so forth. Then I was faced with so many things, but still, for some reason, as soon as I realized how ridiculous these claims are, and then actually put them on to the test, right, by looking at reality for what it is presenting itself, I didn't need such a long time to break through, right? I actually kind of understood it quite fast. So I don't get these people like Peter, for example, how they have beautiful people such as you guys getting in all the details that I didn't have. I needed to figure it out for myself, and still there is no realization of how absurd the global nothing. It's just like, see, this is the thing that boggles my mind.
That's why you have to look at it through a psychological lens. So if you study the psychology behind this, you'll realize it's on a human level. The answer to your question lies on a human psychology level. And you'll understand why they prefer the comfort of a lie instead of the discomfort of a truth. It just comes down to psychology.
You think it's more powerful, Grizzly, to give up your responsibility and say, listen, I just can't know? Or do you think it's more detrimental psychologically to know something and then you're responsible? Like what you know what I mean? Like, so everybody knows, right, that they're not moving, right? But then to say that would come with like a certain responsibility. But then to say, well, maybe I don't know, and I can never know the true state of affairs. Does that have a different? Is there a different reasoning you think for that?
It really, when you simplify it all the way, it just comes down to: am I going to go with the group, or am I going to go with the minority? Am I going to be a minority, or am I going to be in the group? And ultimately, on a psychological level, people choose the group because they feel safer.
Yeah, but ultimately, you'll hear them say that, listen, they just can't know anything with 100% certainty.
Yeah, I know, that's just like a mechanism. It's like a self-defense mechanism. They got to say stuff when they're cut, when they're in corners. You know? Yeah.
Does it feel? I guess what I'm getting at is, do you think it feels safer for them to say, listen, I just can't know anything with 100% certainty, like nothing at all? Versus,
yeah, no, they become solipsists of the ultimate defense. It's just like it's a blanket defense for anything, isn't it? I mean, basically, you get me out of here, kind of thing. I'm pulling out of this, kind of.
But is it maybe because like their parents lied to them, so they were always like comforted with lies, or what is it? Because I don't have anything against the truth. See, if I figure out something is true.
Well, we shouldn't be so harsh on them, bro. All our parents lied to us. All our parents were globers. They told us there was a globe too, you know. So we're all in that boat.
My parents are dumb. My mom. I remember when I first talked. Not even first. Like it was a while ago. Though I was talking to my mom about it. She's like, "No, look, north is up and down is south." And she's showing me the square map. And she's like, "No, this is east and west are straight lines." You know. And she's showing me the Mercator map, thinking that's north is like, you know, just a straight square line. I'm like, all right, Mom.
Wait, what I was trying to say is why is there this will missing to know true? Like why is it that some people can like go to at sleep at night and say, you know, I'm comfortable, even though somewhere in the back of my mind know that it's actually all just BS. Like, how does that work? Like, there's even people who willfully getting cheated on just because they simply can live with the fact that they lied to. Like, I just don't get it.
Bro, don't you realize human beings have the ability to put things in their subconscious, to put things out of their front of their mind and put it. No, yes, you can. Human. I promise you, yes, you can. And you do it on issues where you don't even realize it yet. And as you get older, you might realize, if you do introspection and self-evaluation, you might realize that and become more self-aware, right? But everyone generally does it unless they make sure to consciously make sure not to do it, because naturally we just fall into these practices where we assume things, you know, we take things for granted, we kind of like, you know, go with the majority often.
I always tell everybody, like, we all have confirmation bias, right? And the way that you can always like know where your confirmation bias lies is wherever you stop researching, like wherever you stop reading, and you're like, "Oh, listen, I'm done." You're confirming your already presupposed bias at that point.
You know, it's a very human trait. Like, for example, if someone compliments you, right, about something you did, if many people compliment you after what you did, you're going to think more higher of your own skill set than if no one complimented you, right? So if you set up an experiment, I promise you this would work out. If you set up an experiment, got some test subject, and you got like 100 actors to just compliment them on something he did, you're literally going to blow so much smoke up this guy's ass. He's literally going to think he's God's gift to whatever he's doing. Right, simply because he's been confirmed by 100 people. Look, all randoms come up to him and say, "Oh man, you're doing great. That's great work there." You know, so a lot of we naturally do it. It's humanistic to like accept other people's opinions and to like sometimes accept them too much and assume too much, or you know, like take things for granted too much. It's natural, but that's why you have to be conscious not to do it. Be conscious and people aren't conscious enough. That's why you get this concept where they just believe in stupidities. Because everyone else is believing in it, and the world works just fine. They're getting their paychecks, so yeah, globe, so be it then, or whatever, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I can't live like that.
The thing that comes with thought, you know, I've thought about it before. It seems like people, like, you can tell yourself that you're beautiful. I guess if that's the term you want to use. You know, every day, and it won't make nearly as big of an impact on your psyche as if other people tell you that you're beautiful every day. But there's this whole new like trend out there, like tell yourself you're beautiful, which I guess ultimately would be the thing that you, but it just doesn't seem like the fastest way.
The thing is, bro, there's two things. There's telling yourself something and then there's believing it. You know what I mean? So, you know.
Well, yeah, I'm saying people don't believe it until other people, like, it's like almost like other people are required for somebody to believe what they know is already true. Yeah.
Yeah, they need validation, you see. They need confirmation, you see, because otherwise they're like, how do I know if I'm right on this? I've got to ask other people. That's their knee-jerk reaction to things, you see, to think that way. When really that's very, very dangerous to do that. So what if the majority of the people around you are actually, you know, mistaken? What, you're just going to grab onto their mistake then, aren't you? All right? And, you know, you might say, oh, it might not matter, you know, as long as I'm getting, you know, if you could just turn into an instrumentalist and say, well, as long as I'm getting the result of what I'm expecting, I don't mind if it's false, whatever, like navigation, whatever. They might say, fuck it, as long as GPS works, who cares if it's flat or a globe, right? They could just say that, but ultimately they're being dishonest, philosophically dishonest and lazy.
Well, I do agree with that. Like, listen, I'd rather just have the GPS work. I mean,
I know, but ultimately there's a reality, and either it's flat, for example, or it's not. Either it's a globe navigation or it's a flat Earth navigation. One or the other. It can't be both. One or the other. So
yeah, I'm just, if the guy who's like, you know, making if he wants to believe in a globe, as long as my GPS works, oh, that's fine.
Exactly, and that's the kind of thinking. You see, we fall into these ruts of thinking, right? Where it's like, oh, that's easy to just accept that really poor notion, right? As long as it works, fuck it, right? You know, that's very lazy and dishonest, right? But then people will just take that option. That's part of the methodology of putting it in your subconscious. Like, forget about that. Let's focus on the important stuff, you know, like politics, whatever, game shows, whatever else they got going on. You see, and I posted the article in side chat, by the way, the studies this guy came up with. It's just what makes people comfortable, bro. You see, they're comfortable together in a lie, rather than being just uncomfortable alone with the truth.
So it kind of also has something to do with Stockholm syndrome, right?
Probably to some degree, yeah. Like if you get abused by somebody, you just eventually start to get used to it, and you don't want to leave it after a while. You're more afraid of what's out there than the abuse you're getting. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like there is like a pain that is attached with a change in perspective, right? So you rather want to stay with the abuser instead of the possibility you might fail from escaping it, for example.
Yeah, I remember these are all conditions. Remember Stockholm syndrome. These are all like mental conditions. Let's say alleged, right? So these are still things which are sicknesses, right? We shouldn't have them. No one should have Stockholm syndrome. Why is that? They must have been getting abused in order to have Stockholm syndrome. So that's clearly something that people shouldn't be having. No one should be getting abused, right? And yet, all these people have got Stockholm syndrome-like effects going on. Well, then it suggests we're all under collective abuse, then, isn't it?
Yep.
Psychologically speaking, obviously.
Obviously, man, not even that. It's not even abuse. It's even further. It is it's a kind of programming through fear. You know. See, the thing is, the operation Operation Mockingbird / MK Ultra, right? Both CIA operations. What they do and still do or did is a mass fear campaign, such as having fear from a distinctive type of people, or to invoke or implant new controlling techniques, such as on airports and so forth, right? So they come up with these major events.
Like create fake boogeyman, scare people, use fear propaganda to kind of like traumatize people. And then psychologically, yeah, for sure, bro. I agree.
It's insane. Really is.
Yeah, like terrorism.
We live in truly dystopian times.
Yeah. No shit.
Like, I mean, truth is stranger than fiction these days. No joke.
Like it ever was, bro.
Yeah, that is true.
See, the ultimate problem here is where people, as individuals, people just simply don't want to trust themselves over what they hear from other people, specifically authorities, scientists, consensus. They just don't trust themselves enough over those authorities, consensus. It's
see
simply
that
down to that. Seriously.
Sorry.
Yeah, Clay, I'm convinced it has something to do with like responsibility, as in, if you were to understand something to be true, then you'll be responsible for that thing that is true. When other people are believing in something that is a lie, right? You would be responsible. I also believe that it has something to do, like 100%, has something to do with growth, right? Like almost like a procrastination. So if I were to accept this truth, right, then I would have to move on from this, right? And then start to better my life in whatever way I'm supposed to better my life and start living for that purpose. But instead, I'd rather be stuck here in a place where I'm comfortable and I can just keep debating it every day, even though I know it's like a done deal.
But ultimately, bro,
rather than grow.
But remember, the first step before they come up with any like inner world dilemma about what they should how they should approach this, they have to start trusting themselves more than other people in terms of collating information, making conclusions. They have to start trusting themselves more than other people, because if they remain in the trusting of other people more, if they stay in that mindset, then they're always just going to pick up a different paper or a different scientific conclusion or a different scientist or a different consensus. They'll just pick from one of the other options, and it's all going to be globular. Basically, they're not going to really start thinking for themselves, right? So in order to even start the process, they have to start trusting themselves more. It's essential. Without that initial first step, everything else is not going to like attach properly. You're never going to have the incentive to keep going forward. You're just going to accept something from another consensus or someone else's opinion.
Right.
So, and if literally 99% of everyone is saying the Earth is a globe, literally 99% of like whatever, like places on the internet or in the world, if 99% of people believe it's a globe, how many different? I think how many dozens of different things they could different sources they could find confirmation that it's a globe. Oh, this scientist says it. They say it. They say it. They say it. So they just think, well, it's got to be that. If everyone believes it, what else am I going to do? What am I going to be in the minority and stand out and be really unpopular as a result of that and stand for that?
I'm super
right.
I don't want to do it.
The collective, the collective mind, the hive mind, so to say, is the strongest weapon of the globular system, because the appeal to majority is so much more comfortable. When you know that everybody else just agrees, then you don't need to do anything. There is no work that needs to be done, because everybody agrees, and this is what they appeal to. They don't really care about giving him like any good arguments or anything like that, because there aren't any in the first place. But what they do is they defame, or they even furthermore make someone else look stupid. It's like just like with bullies, bullies that the same. It's the same pathlod. Wow, what is that word called? The same pathological. Yeah, pathological. Yeah, exactly. I can't say it. Sorry. Anyways, so it's easier to, instead of talking to someone, it's easier to just attack someone, even if it's just based on lies, right? Because
you can dismiss them.
then then you can just relax and take a step back and say, we figured it out,
It reminds me of the initial question that when somebody gets flat smacked or whatever, they go, well, like, what does it matter? What do you want me to do? Go back and rebuild all of history? We got to move forward. So they are just as valid as you, but in a different way. They just don't think that is, some kind of priority. It's the anti-flat earthers who get stuck on it and will deny it right to its face. But as for those who say things like, well, what does it really matter? We have to move forward. We have to make progress in some way, even if it's on a lie, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. So then what it shows is ultimately like it's something according to their worldview of where they find meaning and purpose. Like they're saying, they may say, well, listen, it doesn't matter. We got to move forward because the ultimate meaning and purpose in life is to progress. Yeah, but to progress to what end? Well, to progress to perfection, I guess, or whatever, right? Whatever they imagine the true purpose of life is.
Yeah, and ultimately, bro, their true purpose of life is to fit in. That's ultimately their purpose.
Yeah, I mean, you
That's
see it
what
in
they
this,
want.
dude. That is social media in a nutshell. That is the whole society these days in a nutshell. Don't.
Yeah, it's all about fitting in. You see.
Yeah.
And the whole flat Earth thing. And the whole flat Earth thing, when you present the whole information, like when you present the whole idea, it basically screams stepping out, step out. That's with the big flag. And yet their whole life purpose is about fitting in. So you can see the abrasion. You can see what it forces people into. It forces to either give up their entire world, I don't know, their tendency towards life. They got to give that up now. So instead of it's like yay, it's like it's all this search for this beautiful standard of living and fitting in the best. Now they've got to be like, shit, I've got to stand out and be different to the rest and actually see this grimy different reality. No way, Jose. They're like, whoop.
Yeah, but
Scary.
you just move from one camp to another. Like it was this one worldview to this flat Earth worldview. Because
no, we got different different points of view in flat Earth that we talk about all the time. So you're fucked up there. Where the globalists actually will identify as a we. They'll come in here and say, we went to the moon. We proved the curvature. Like an echo chamber of all voices, all echoing the same thing. And none of them know what they're talking about. I plugged into a hive mind and they don't even realize it. Even after you pointed out, are you even able to identify as an individual? They say we identify as we. I'm like, that is fucking amazing, dude. You have lost all sense of self because you didn't even realize you should have been the one doing the thinking.
Okay, I just want to say I feel like I am in direct opposition to this flat Earth movement, even though I don't agree with the Earth being flat. Like I mean the Earth being round. I don't think the Earth is round, and I'm still not in your little group that y'all made.
No one wants you in the group. You're not invited.
Okay, good.
No one asked
you. Because I don't want to be a part of your
No one asked you.
Your little echo chamber. I don't want to be a part of it.
No one wants you in the group anyway, dude.
Good.
Because there isn't even a group to invite you to.
This is your little group.
Yeah, no one invited you because there isn't a group to invite you to.
This is the group. You're over here talking about how you're separated from this thing and you're part of, making a whole nother little fucking social group right here.
You missed it. Go listen again. I said no thank you to your hive mind globalist paradigm where you all think alike and you all believe exactly the same thing that you saw on TV. I said no thank you to that. You do that. I will not.
I don't believe the Earth is round,
bro.
I don't care what you believe. No fucks given. Whatever your beliefs are, you can put it in the bucket, and I don't give a fuck. That bucket of your beliefs, completely irrelevant. I don't even care. And You give me a reason not to care. So you've got two explanations. Number one, I don't care what you believe. Number two, use your worldview for why I shouldn't care. You think I'm in some group I didn't invite you to. So even if I was in a group, you weren't invited. And if there's no group, now you know why you weren't invited.
If there's no group, now I know why I wasn't invited. You're not making
There
any
you go.
sense.
Good.
You're not
Now
making
you
any
know
sense.
why. You think there's some group that's going to send you an invitation. You never got the invitation. Then you got pissed off that you weren't invited when people told you, dude, no one got an invitation. No one waited.
I
It was
don't
like I
know
opened
who
up
you're
my
arguing
email.
with.
You've been invited to Flat Earth. No, that is not what happened here. You are making stuff up. This is a delusional belief that you added. I don't give a fuck about whatever belief system you have. You can take that belief system, put it in the bucket, and go sit in the corner. I don't give a fuck what you do or what you
Okay, that's
don't do.
fine. Yeah, I don't give a
Anything
fuck
you
what you
do
think either.
or anything you don't do.
I'm throwing it back at you. I don't give a fuck what you think or say
good.
either. There you go. How does that sound?
Unconditional
How does that
acceptance.
sound?
Unconditional
Okay,
acceptance.
well, right
We
back at you,
reached-
buddy.
We reached unconditional acceptance.
Right back
This is
at you, buddy.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Unconditional acceptance. I will
It doesn't
never
sound
care
like it.
about what you do, and you never care about what I do.
Is
So
that
next, let's see what
unconditional
happens
acceptance?
next.
You're just
I
not caring
predict
about a
using the
person?
Flat Earth model, you will go full Karen, just like you're doing right now. You will Karen anyway. You said you don't care, and you care at the same time. Your worldview is so deeply illogical and contradictory, you can't even follow it when you agreed to it. You just gave me a gentleman's handshake that said we both unconditional acceptance. You don't worry about what I do. I don't worry about what you do. You do you. And you can't even agree. You had your hand behind your back with your fingers crossed. You can't even follow a gentleman's agreement. Go caring about someone else. There's lots of other people to caring about. Go caring about them then. You agreed you wouldn't care in here.
Yeah, we're being a naughty boy, sir.
Yeah, I don't know why.
The very reason why you're here engaging and telling us about how you don't believe in the globe and that flat earthers are just a hive mind is showing that you care. If you wouldn't care, you would have never been here in the first.
Yeah, he's a Karen. That's what you're dealing with here. You're dealing with a peak level Karen.
And by the way, just to correct you, flat Earth. One second. Flat Earth is not a hive mind. There is no such thing as a collective. Many people, even in here, have different opinions on many kinds of things. But one thing we all collectively agree upon, or at least we all know is true, is what the Earth presents itself to be. But the only reason why I can't say it's not agreed upon is because it's even by your stance, by your senses, and what is given to you from the creator or whatever you believe it might be, shows directly to you that the Earth is a topographical stationary plane. That's the thing. There is no debate in a sense. There is no yes or no.
I'm not debating that.
Okay.
I already said I don't think the Earth is round, but I still think that this group is a hive mind. Like I can't come in here and tell my own perspectives without this guy over here with the cowboy hat, trying to shut me down all the time.
You care.
Why do you even care?
Yeah, you care
because I like to share my perspectives, and I don't like this dogmatic fucking echo chamber environment that we're in.
Yeah, you're a Karen.
Can I acknowledge that? Wait, because you want to be talking about how the globe earthers are exactly how you are. And when I point out your fucking dogmatic belief systems, all of a sudden you're like above that.
You Karen all of a sudden. You disagreed. You did a gentleman's handshake.
You're
you
really
wouldn't
funny.
care. You wouldn't care what I do or what I don't do. And then
when did I say that?
The next thing you said.
When did I say that? When did I ever say that I wouldn't care about?
Buddy. I don't care what you do. I go good. Unconditional acceptance. You don't care what I do, and I won't care what you do. And then you Karen. The next thing you did, you couldn't even hold your idea.
Yeah, I don't care what you do.
Idea.
I don't. I'm talking. I'm addressing this whole environment right here. I'm addressing this echo chamber that we're in.
Back into Karen.
So you're
I don't
caring
care
right
about
now.
you. Like, you could stop talking to me right now. I don't care to respond to you. I'm
So
I'm
yeah,
addressing
but yeah,
this
here
whole
you are.
environment
You're
that
carrying
we're
it
in.
in.
Like,
You
how
have
do y'all
care
want to talk
to, and you
about?
don't at the same
How do you want
time.
to talk about that? You're not in the echo chamber, and then when there's any
Why do you
opposition,
care?
all
Why do you
you
care?
get
You said you
is
didn't care.
you're caring, you're caring, you're
Why do
caring.
you
That's
care?
all I hear after
I'm in
that.
an echo chamber, so you care or you don't care? There's lots of echo chambers in the world. Go
I
fuck
don't
off.
care what.
Realize
There, how about this? I'll help you. Go fuck off.
He
When you
doesn't
get
realize
there,
his.
fuck off again. If your problem is with echo chambers, there's all kinds of echo chambers on this server.
Problem is, he
Yeah,
doesn't
just
care
get the fuck out of here.
the logic inconsistency in his own statements. The inconsistency relies in you being here, still talking, still trying to blame us for not being able to make any point, while your very point is to say that you don't care about this group. That is like, how do these people not realize this?
It's fucking bricked.
You're bricked.
I mean, if someone's worldview is like they're offended by echo chambers, okay, and so what? Who gives
Wait,
a fuck?
Crit, do you think he's in an echo chamber?
Reality must be a big echo chamber because what happens when
It's one big snow globe.
What happened? I don't know. When retards like you are an echo chamber in theirself, right? You are an echo chamber, right? Because you don't stop echoing what you're saying. So everything's echo, right?
Everyone's an echo
reality.
chamber unto themselves, yeah.
Yeah, reality is an echo chamber of a cycle of things that happen and happen and happen and happen and happen, right?
I mean, sound probably does bounce off of the glass that keeps the air in.
Brother, I don't know what you're. I don't know. I'm just telling you that action and reaction are always going to happen. I don't know what the fuck kind of crack you're smoking, but I'm telling you, reality is an echo chamber of itself. That's how you get shit to happen. That's how you have power.
I think what he means is that they don't allow opposing ideas to flourish, despite the fact that they may be correct.
Yeah, look at what
people are like
happened
close-minded.
in the atheist helpline. You're basically, hey Dawkins, tell me about flat Earth cosmology and biblical cosmology, and he roasts you. He's like, dude, you are the dumbest person in this room. And I'm like, hey Darth, I'm a flat earther. Yeah, no flat earther uses the Bible. And the globalists, they use the Bible to.
I mean, Gregory does. But yeah.
He muted me right away. No flat earther uses the Bible.
Gregory does.
What they
What
use
echo
is
chamber did you learn from?
the book of Enoch is not in the Bible.
Ask Gregory. I don't know if you've met him.
The book of Enoch is not in the
Gregory
Bible.
doesn't believe in Enoch.
Yeah, he does.
Does he actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He thinks the Bible. He believes in a black liberation theology. He has a black man's Bible. It's not the white man's Bible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys, if you took the time to actually try to understand what someone's saying, you'd be like, wow. So when Gregory says the Bible, he's not talking about the King James Bible. He's talking about the real historical Bible that was erased from history with the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, the Ethiopian, I think.
Yeah, he's said this many times. See, this is what the problem is. You guys don't understand what someone's saying. Then you take your ignorance of what they said, add in your own echo chamber ideas, and then come to a conclusion and then think you're objectively right when you think there is no objectivity. Everything's subjective. It's multiple back-to-back layers of epistemological collapse.
What's epistemological collapse? I've never heard that word before.
Back-to-back contradictions that lead you right around in a circle over and over and over, nothing new under the sun. And then you wonder why people don't care what you have to say. You don't. You don't even care what you have to say. You're not even willing to think like, so why would Gregory be a biblical flat earth when the Bible was thumped by all the astronauts, by the Copernicus revolution, Newton, the Catholic Church, the Big Bang Theory. Like they brought a Bible to the moon. Why would a flat earth be thumping the same Bible exactly the same?
Maybe they read it differently?
with a different conclusion. You're like,
Yeah, they
maybe
read it
they're
differently.
using different Bibles.
No, but maybe they're reading it the same text differently, like different interpretations. Like many people can
Yeah,
read
like
the
the
same
Book
like
of Enoch.
Hardcore Civilization and like get different conclusions about the nature of society.
And this is why you atheists have a perfect way to talk to Darth Dawkins. You hate the other. You hate the minority group. You see yourselves as the majority for some reason, which is odd. Like the
Enlightened.
atheist is somehow the majority. And Darth Dawkins thinks flat earthers are demonically possessed. They're demons. They're evil. They're the
Why does he think that?
personification of villainous in the world.
He's a bit
You
confused
guys
to me.
use that to say, I hate other people too, and then do a circle jerk.
Wait, you
You
think
can talk-
atheists believe in devils?
No, you believe in that flat earthers are somehow evil because science is good, and you think flat earthers are against science, so that makes them, like.
I think that.
Yeah. Yeah, you just wait for it. You'll hear him come in here and talk about it. Like flat earthers are science denialists, and they should be in jail.
You mean a denier?
You should be jailed, locked up, rounded
That's
up in
terrible.
cattle cars. Like they go full World War II Germany.
That's
you
crazy.
are dehumanized pond scum.
Flat earthers are the most oppressed group out there, aren't they?
It's like the last group of people where it's socially acceptable to be bigoted towards.
What about pedophiles?
Where flat Earth is definitely one of the main things that are being I think even more bashed on than Christianity, because mainstream Christianity unfortunately is completely blind. Mainstream Christianity wants to go with the ways of this world, unfortunately. But because I can tell you, I think I will see more hate and more anger from some mainstream churches if I would go there and tell them about flat Earth, than from many other types of groups, because for some reason there's a big science cult within people who also claim they are followers of Christ. No clue why that is the case. It's almost like as if they don't read their Bible. Or furthermore, I've seen so many people try to pervert what it's saying, like, well, he created the firmament, but actually the firmament is not really firm. It's just it's just a misinterpretation. And when there's like foundations to the earth, it's actually my interpretation that is correct, and the Bible is just an old book. And that comes from the mouth of people who profess to be followers of Christ, right? That is evil. That is corrupted speech. That is either yes or no, right? The Bible says, "Let your yes be yes and your no be no." But these people just want to somehow be simultaneously following the Master, which is Lord Jesus Christ, but also following the Word and their masters. So this is the dilemma of either choosing one, right? You can't serve two. And this is what, unfortunately, many do. They try to conform to science and evolution and whatnot, so they can comfort the people who are like atheists. But truly, that is wrong. If you believe in the Bible, you're going to be strict. You're going to say, if the Bible says so, that is true. No matter what kind of offense people will see in that. I don't care if people are offended, if they think I'm rude or whatever. The Bible is the word is the word. No matter what you think about it, you ain't going to change
praise
it.
that Lord. I'm gonna praise that Lord.
Exactly, because he is my Lord. I can die on that foundation. Question is, on what can you die on? I
He
can
can
be
praise the globe.
hung upside down,
can praise gravity.
and beaten up, bleeding out of my whole body, and I will inwardly smile and know I'm gonna meet my Lord Jesus Christ. See, this is a foundation that when you taste the true life, right, which is only found in Christ, you have also no problem with tasting any kind of struggle that might come. They can only kill the body, but they cannot snatch the soul or anything else away. Alright? So it doesn't matter. If I'm gonna die for Christ, I'm gonna die for Christ. There is nothing in this world can ever change my mind. This is the firm foundation I will die upon. no matter what.
Sir,
And
sir, the minute
unfortunately,
you
many
say,
true
just be careful, sir. Just be careful, sir. The minute you
Yes.
say that you can't be wrong about something, the minute you start saying things like that is the minute when you're getting deeper into the forest. Okay.
No, I can't be wrong about it. No. Because he is the truth, the way, and the life.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And see, and this is the
that is the
problem, sir,
truth.
because when you start saying things like that, it makes you at that point you just become a blind believer. At that point, you're just a flag waver.
Yes, I am a blind believer, just like the Bible says.
Oh.
Oh, that's not an uh-oh. That is what faith is. Faith is putting a trust in things that are unseen.
Right.
Then, if my faith would be based on saying, I have confirmation and proof that Jesus Christ died on this cross, and here are the proofs, and this is the reason why I have faith, then it wouldn't be true faith. That would be just believing by eyesight.
So what makes you think it's true? So what makes you think it's true then?
Did you just hear what I say?
Yeah. So you don't care if it's true or not. You just like the story then, yeah?
No, it's spiritually discerned. It's a revelation that is put in your heart. There is nothing that you can give the word. The thing is, it's good that it's veiled. It is good that it is.
I know, but it's only
because it's a decision you gotta make in your own heart. The veil can only be unveiled as soon as you make the decision.
Hold on.
See, it would be way too easy if I could give you a proof of why you should put your faith and trust in Christ. If I would do that, that would not be true faith. You would put your faith in something that was explained or proven to you. So I'm happy that this is veiled, that it's a mystery to the people who might perish.
Ultimately, whatever you believe in, it only has value if it's true. Ultimately, otherwise, it's not valuable, is it?
Because you say so?
No, because it seems to me, dare I say, a logical necessity, but it seems reasonable and rational to say that it's only valuable. The story you believe in is only valuable if it's true. If it's a false story, why not?
If it's
hold on, wait a minute.
Humans?
Let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Because if it's a false story, right? For example, let's take some comic book story. That's a false story, right? If I believe in that comic book and you say to me, Grizzly, why do you believe in that? It's not true. And I'm like, well, you know what? It's got some great themes. Got some great themes about loyalty and justice and morality in these comic books, and I'm going to believe it anyway in blind faith. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Because it's not true ultimately, isn't it?
But I already told you that is not the case. The case is it's a spiritual revelation. It is not something you can grasp with your carnal mind or accept or think. Neither can you understand the encounters and the personal relationship of love I have with my Creator. You can't simply do that. The same way you can't grasp or understand the love that in a personal relationship someone has with his wife. You can't fully 100% understand why that person might love the other person. He can tell you about certain things. Doesn't mean that you will fully grasp it. It's the same with the relationship with God. I can tell you why I have a foundation that I can 100% die upon. But the good thing about it is I don't want to even if it would be possible to explain it to you, if I would see a necessity in explaining to you why the Bible is true or why Jesus Christ is Lord of Lords, Kings of Kings, then I would put you into the seat of authority and also on the pedestal of being the judge to judge if something is wrong or right, or is true or false. And I don't want to do that. You do not, as clay, right, that is in the potter's hand, have the authority to confirm to me that I believe the true thing. Not at all. So if I'm telling you Jesus Christ is the truth, and if I'm telling you Jesus Christ is the true, the way and the life, and you say I'm a fool, I say I rejoice in that. All praise to Jesus.
I'm simply saying
because you're not the one to discern if it's true or not. You're not the one who has the authority to say that I'm truthful.
Wait, no, but you said no. You've gone further than that, sir. You've said you don't even care if it's true or not because that's not what matters. Didn't you say that?
No, I didn't say that.
Then how do you know it's true?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if the world thinks that it isn't true because I have not the obligation to put them into the seat of being the Most High.
Dude, how about we put your faith under the same scrutiny that we put every glober that comes in here? Why do you believe that? Where's your evidence? Where's your measurements? What makes you think it's true?
Sir, you have clearly not listened to what I said. I do not put a human into the seat where God belongs. He is the judge. He's the one who says what is true or not.
I didn't say you did do that at all.
Yeah, but there is no necessary reason why I would want you to either say, "Oh, Clay, what you believe is right." I mean, there's enough evidence, so I would reasonably, with my carnal mind, without any spiritual discernment, say that is true. I don't need a confirmation by you, by my mom, by my parents, by any other human being. I know it is true because God told me so, because of the relationship I have. If you think that is untrue, so be it. If you think I'm an idiot that should be hanged upside down and be beaten out, so be it. I would rejoice. I would say, bless you, sir, for beating me. Bless you, sir, for being full of hate against this beautiful message of the gospel. See, this is the difference. We don't put our treasures or anything into this world. We don't care about this world. This world is going to perish with all its lust, with all its rottenness, with all with all with it in it. There's nothing you can take out of it. The only thing that is eternal.
It's a very gnostic view, sir. Very, very gnostic of you to say that. Just what you just said.
The only thing that matters is the souls that can be saved through Jesus Christ. That's the only thing that matters. So that the people who hear the good message should not perish, but have everlasting life. It's a free gift. That's the only thing that matters. Everything else is just vain. It just vanishes. It will disappear. The same as hell will at some point be no more.
Actually, seeing as you're a Christian, let me like ask you an interesting question. Why do you think that in the modern day, because we all know thousands of years ago, everyone was a flat earth geocentrist. All the Christians were flat earth geocentrists. We know this 1,000 years ago plus, whatever, right? But why is it that today so many Christians have accepted a different alternative? How has it happened that over the course of however many years, hundreds or whatever you're going to say, over the course of X amount of years, the majority of Christians are now globers, and they read Genesis and all the other verses you're gonna tell me about in a minute, probably. They all think that's like metaphor, man, or whatever, and they think it's all a globe book, right? And all the geocentric understanding that was there for 1,000+ years, etc., etc. That's all now vaporized. How's that possible?
That is possible because they want to serve two masters simultaneously. They don't want to be opposed to the world. They don't want to look like an idiot in the field of intellectuals, right? They just want to fit in. They want a people want to rather have a so-called Christian lifestyle, right? And be like, oh yeah, look at me. I'm fashionable, and you know, I kind of accept the scientific part of the scientific field, and don't you see how we just can conform to this world? This is not what Christ came here to do. It says in the word that he will even make brother turn against brother within your own family. I will turn sister against sister. This is what Christ said. Here it says brothers and sisters will betray one another and have each other put to death. Parents will betray their own children, and children will turn against their parents and have them killed. Everyone will hate you because of me. But if you remain faithful until the end, you will be saved. When people mistreat you in one town, hurry to another. I promise you, before you have gone to all the towns of Israel. This is not conforming to the world. This tells you that as soon as you truly follow Christ, people will not like you. This world will not accept what you have to say, is what Christ taught us. If that's the case within your own family, that people will kill each other because of this truth. Well, and then you go out and you say, I want to accept science, I want to be with the world and have my Christian lifestyle and you know, accept a little bit of the Bible, but the other thing I put in the trash. Then you're not following Christ. You're following some made-up Christ you made up in your mind.
Well, how has this happened, sir? How has it happened? Are the Christian authorities? Is it the same as in the secular world? The Christian authorities, just like in the secular world, they don't really like the serfs very much, and so they lie to them and manipulate them and give them fake narratives. Is that what you're saying happens in the church world as well? Yeah.
When you simplify it, they want to serve two masters, and most people they go to a church because they don't make Christ their master. They have a pastor, they have some teacher, and that's the one they to profess. Even within this paradigm of Philadelphians and Christians, you would always see that they refer back to some kind of figure that somehow knows it all, instead of just turning to the one who already has all the wisdom, who already is the truth in person, and who already gave us the scripture that 100% tells what is yes or no.
But people have to read in order to be able to do that. And traditionally, not many people could read. Nowadays, the literacy rates are pretty high, but for many hundreds of years, they were pretty low. And even today, people are quite literate, but they're quite misdirected. So that literacy isn't going very far.
They're like 7th grade literacy level. Like they basically just moved the goalpost to like what literacy meant. Most people can barely read anything and comprehend what they're reading. They might be able to pronounce the words, and read like a newspaper, but any sort of like legal document or contract law, they've got no clue what they're looking at. This is why they're able to trick people into like these long-term sort of like cancellation fee contracts, and sign up for this program and subscribe to that and do all this, and they can't do anything about it because they didn't know what they were getting themselves into. The same reason why so many people are tricked into timeshare. They don't know the words being used here.
Yeah, that's just accountability, though, Crit. That's just accountability. That's on them for not checking that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's basic common sense. Like, is this too good? Is it too good to be true? It probably is. No one's going to give you something for free.
Well, that's true.
But that's why it looks like it looks like the pattern just is repeating. That the some group at the top, or let's say aristocrats, whatever, they're still keeping the bottom layers illiterate, dumbed down, in order so that then they can live off their backs. That's basically how it was. It's how it is.
That's the attempt, though, isn't it, Grizzly? See, does that work on you? You're not at the top.
Every individual gets to decide which rules they live under.
Exactly. So you're not. So we're not victims. Everyone has free will.
Yeah, this is why my epistemology is I always say no when someone's offering me something. My first answer, even if I think it sounds good, I go no, because it's the ultimate shit test. Because if this really good deal, they'll be like, oh, okay, no problem. They know someone else is going to take them up on the offer. Someone else, they go, this is a good deal, and I know I'm offering a good deal here. So if you say no, they'll move on with their life. Someone who's trying to sell you some swampland, some bullshit, and they know it's bullshit, and you tell them no, what they do next, they turn on the hard sell. They really try to get you. And this is when you know that they were full of shit. Because if there was a good deal, they wouldn't turn on the hard sell.
No, for sure. But I'm just saying, but broadly, personal responsibility, I'm all for it. So even if you get duped with some crappy deal, I think it's on you that you got duped, not the person doing the duping, like the car salesman or whatever.
Yeah, that's why the best part of like Buzz Aldrin. Hey, what did Buzz Aldrin do with the rest of his life? Used car salesman. He sold some bullshit and then sold some wheel shit.
When you're an advocate, then you're a salesman, if you will, right? And that's what we're dealing with. That, from what I'm gathering, what you guys are talking about, salesman. I mean, it's from the top. That's a thing with powerful groups. No different than the swamp salesman, like you're talking about, Crit. Whether it's an individual or a group of individuals with the same what they advocate,
agenda.
And, yeah. So I mean, even if you were talking about Christianity a little earlier, I caught the tail end of that with Clay. But as far as communication, right? I mean, I don't know where you were headed with that, Grizzly. Like Christians got duped.
Well, the real question is their whole Christianity thing, is that on, let's say, on the cleaner side of things, and it's trying to help everyone, or is it part of the government structure, part of the NASA world, which is trying to lie to you? Where do you think that falls into? It's not part of this world. The light or the dark?
Well, it's interesting.
It is not part of this world. It is
not a both, part. Grizzly? There's a truth in there.
Because ultimately, here's why it can't be both. Here's why it can't, right? Because Christianity as a concept includes stuff like centralized book, dogma, a church, some church fathers, whatever, some elite people who know what they're talking about, just like in the world of science, right? And in
Not
other words,
necessarily.
it's either going to be well intentioned as a concept. In other words, it is actually trying to help people, trying to let them find the light, trying to find Jesus.
Can I answer this?
But hold on, Grizzly. See, is that the things that you're talking about are man-made. When you take something pure, men add to that.
Let me finish. So I'm saying the ideology behind the ultimacy of it is either going to be a binary, light or dark. It's not going to be a bit of both, because it would have been started with a particular goal, not
both.
A bit of both.
Both comes in.
Can I settle this real quick?
Let's all just locally mute Clay. He's interrupting. Let's just mute him.
Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, because there's no need to have like a long discussion. It just clearly states in the book that Christians obviously believe, and some claim, it says, if the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. That is why the world hates you. Remember what I told you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecute me, they will persecute you also. If they obey my teaching, they will obey yours also. They will treat you this way because of my name. So we are not part of this world. As much as the world doesn't like that message.
Bro, you don't have to read out Bible verses to confirm your point. I mean, you don't have to do that, because ultimately it doesn't matter.
Well, you asked the question, right? Didn't you?
No, but you're not answering it by giving me a verse out of your scripture. It doesn't answer anything. I don't participate in that scripture. So to me, it's
you asked is
Grizzly. Are you from the UK?
Does it matter?
Anyways,
no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to hold anything. I'm just wondering because of your approach and the way you speak of it, as if it's over there, not part of your experience necessarily. Something.
I'm not a Christian, so for me, giving a Bible verse isn't going to prove anything to me.
I've just heard a lot of this kind of approach from, I say a lot, several, like Brian, if you know who I'm talking about. Seems very similar to the way you speak about it. Did you have any issues with this growing up, or were you introduced to God or Christianity, or just wondering, man, how you got to where because you investigate the nature of Earth, obviously.
But bro, here's the thing for me, right? I realize the government's lying to us about flat Earth and globe Earth. Obviously, I can see that. It's obvious by now, right? And I can see that they're lying about other things as well, without getting too sensitive about it all. But there are clearly other issues which we could both confirm 100% would go in the they're lying about it box, right? But the interesting thing is with religions, which box would they go into? Would that be in the box that goes, oh, this is the clean stuff that the government and NASA haven't got their paws on yet, and it's actually clean and you should consume it fully because it's going to be helping you? Or does it go in the box of, oh, it's dirty, been edited, is there to control you, manipulate you, just like science is, right? So which box do I put that religions in? And it looks like, after careful evaluation, it looks like it's got to go in the science, government, evolution box. It's got to go in that box. All religions.
Yeah, the dirty.
I mean,
there's a chapter in Revelation, and it's describing measuring the temple. And what it's referring to is when we put measurement on something that shouldn't have it, then we're dividing something. So what it's referring to is the divisions of church, and how that, because you become in essence kind of enemies because you're on this side, they're on that side. It's like Catholics versus, you name it, right? It gets like that. That's the warning about measuring the temple in such a way, because it.
Bro, didn't you know that, bro? We're in a spiritual war zone. We're in a psychological battleground right now. You got to pick a side, yeah.
Well, that's kind of the point. Try not to understand the truth.
Which side does Christianity go? The light or the dark side?
Well, it's just a way. It's a way. Jesus presented himself as a way of behavior.
He's the truth.
And why to behave and what to serve. Right?
Dude.
So it has a source, God, and this is how you dial in your behavior while you're here. to be aware of what you're doing and why you're doing it, and that's your development.
But listen to it. Listen very carefully, bro. The whole tradition of Christianity, the accuracy of the books and all the messages and all the interpretations, that's been for thousands plus years been contained and preserved and kept by aristocrats, elites, higher ups, the same people who gave us globe Earth, who gave us evolution, who gave us all that nonsense. They're the same people who have been preserving all the Bibles and the books. So do you really want to trust what these books say or not? You're
Not
saying
the
you
same
should trust them.
people.
I get
It's
you.
not
I
the
get
same
you,
people
Grizzly.
from today. So the
It's the
elite
same types
has
of people, the same
changed.
aristocrats, the
Not
same
trying to
It's
stir you,
aristocrats.
not
not
the
trying to
same,
stir you up,
actually. It
Grizzly, at
has
all.
been a different force within the past 100 years.
It's been the same people that have been running things
Wrong.
worldwide, the same aristocrats that have made all this shit up about the globe.
Rhoda,
So,
you tell
Well,
him.
you know what's
You know he's full
what's
of
an
shit.
interesting.
You're
You know
full of
what's an
shit,
interesting.
Grizzly.
I don't think so.
You know what's an interesting
So
parallel here, Grizzly, is investigating the nature of the earth, because you know there's a truth here. One way or the other, there is a truth. I mean, if lies exist, they have to be braced against something. There is absolutely a truth to this place. Now,
Of course, yeah.
have
I
we
agree
been
with that.
lied to? Can we trust books? We're putting our trust in
Which
men
book?
when we do those
Hold
things. And just like
hold on. It depends. Hold on.
investigating
Answer
the
that.
earth, what you're doing is you're disseminating, you're parsing out what truth is to you. Of what you believe versus what you don't believe with the information that's presented to you. So you already you're skeptical about men creating books and manipulation through these cells.
Yeah, I would say that. Hold on. I would say that all books are fallible. Would you agree with that?
They can be because they're man-made, right? I mean, if they're
Right.
written, they're by the man's hand. But what is the
Right.
well? But now then you start getting to something that crosses
Is the Bible a book, sir, or a set of books?
a set of books. Yes, but now
100%
let's not
Right. So,
necessarily.
wait. So, conclusion. So, those are the two premises. The conclusion would be that the Bible is fallible, isn't it?
Okay, why?
Grizzly, it's going to be a journey for yourself as an individual. And
My brother, but I just gave you the two premises. All books are man-made. Everything man-made is fallible. The Bible
not
is a book.
just
The Bible is
man-made,
fallible.
not
So
necessarily,
Come
not necessarily
one
only
second.
man-made. Grizzly.
Why are you dragging your feet? Well, why do you have to be like this? You sound like a glober right now, defending the globe.
Grizzly, if
Who,
the
me?
Bible says do not love the world or the things of this world, if anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. How can this book be of this world? If it's
Telling
truly
you
a
that
book
it's
of
fallible.
control,
I'm just
if it's
telling
a
you that
book
it's
of
fallible. Oh, chill.
sir, this
I'm
book
not saying
contradicts the book itself and its meaning contradicts the very origin that it comes from this world. The way this
Listen to what I'm
world
saying.
works
Don't get
does not
defensive, dude.
adhere to the book.
I mean, you could do that.
I'm just trying to help you.
You could run the same thing back. You could run the same thing backwards and say, well, if there's nothing fallible in this book and it's not written by man, it's written by something infallible. So you can just run the same argument backwards.
The fact remains that all books are fallible, and the Bible is a bunch of books.
But how do you know that all books are fallible?
Because all books are man-made.
Okay, so if it's not man-made, then it's not fallible, right? So then if
it's naturally made, then it's not fallible.
Well, I'm just saying you can run the same. This is the argument for Christianity that the book is written by God through the Holy Spirit through these people.
Men wrote it down and have been preserving it in tombs and whatever and libraries for centuries.
But that's the claim. The claim is that the book is not written by man. And that it's infallible.
You see what's happening? We're talking about a book with ink.
Grizzly, what else should have happened? Should have the hand of God come down and he writes with his own hand and you need to see it?
This is honesty time, baby. This is honesty time. Because even if it was the word of God, hold on. Even if it was the word, hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Even if it was the word of God, it was divinely inspired. Even if you were granted all of that, the first instance of it, the first book or the first bit of scroll, first bit of ink where it was written down, that could be genuine. But then that could have been changed over thousands of years, and other copies were made out of a forgery. So you can't know that. It's all men making.
Okay,
all these...
you say you can't know that. I say we can. So the question is, by which standard would you give an example of how it should be for you to be enough. Like it sounds like you have a standard, right?
Wait,
what is that
I'll
standard?
tell you.
Give me an example. What should have happened to the Bible otherwise?
You already know the standard. Right. 1 second, brother. You already know the standard because I've heard you talk to a bunch of dumbass globers in here. So I already know you know the standard, which is measurable, visible, tangible, right? Yeah, experienceable. That's the standard, brother. Scientific standard. Go with that one. If we just go with that one, what do we realize? Yeah, God exists, no doubt, but doesn't have to be Jesus. Could be a different style of God. Doesn't have to be what that book says.
Is that Grizzly? Okay, all right. Is that kind of your current stance? I mean, do you recognize that this is a creation?
Yeah, that's my whole point. God exists, but it doesn't have to be the Christian version, does it?
All right.
Of course it
Now,
does.
see, this is really
of course it does. That's the whole point.
This is really what I've heard a lot of is that this path of the nature of the earth has led a lot of people to look at this experience as a created one. Now, there's no book for that. There's no book that's going to, under a scientific method,
Absolutely.
point to God.
Amen.
So,
there is no
but you're
book.
finding
There's only the word.
Well, you don't know that. Bro. You don't know what doesn't exist. You don't know.
There is the word, and Jesus Christ lives within you through the word, brother.
There may be a book out there, sir.
So you're talking about the book.
Because remember, if we're honest, Christianity, the book of Christianity is fallible. It could be false, and there could be, and
the Holy Spirit of Jesus Christ.
And it could be the case. Hold on, it could be the case that a different religion is actually true, or it could be the case that all religions are false. Right? That could be the case.
Grizzly, you're a good guy, Grizzly. And I'm just happy that at this stage that you see that this is a creation, and maybe that's where you're at.
I'm a lot further than that, sir. I just know Christianity is very low probability of being true.
Yeah.
Are you English? How can you be? Pardon me, brother. Can I say one thing? How can you be English and not follow Christ? It makes no sense to me.
It's retarded that you would connect your nationality with what religion you should be. That you're just going with the crowd.
It's not retarded. That is absolutely
the case.
Pardon me.
Hold on. You're proving exactly the point I made earlier about Solomon Ash and conformity. You're literally proving it.
No.
So, but who do you follow, sir?
It's contextually relevant.
I try and use my own critical thinking and try and lead myself.
So you follow yourself.
No,
so you're your own master.
No. I lead myself.
So, but you're your own master then, right? Your own shepherd. You have no
shepherd.
I
govern myself. Yeah, I am my own master. Yeah.
Okay, so your own God. You are your own God.
No, God exists. No, God exists, and He made a bunch of concepts.
Which God do you believe in?
He made. Hold on, let me finish. He made morality, and it's up on me to discover that. But I am my master. Yeah, I own my body, and I am king over my body. I'm the master.
So you gave birth to yourself, Grizzly.
No. My parents
exactly. So you are not the master of your body.
My parents are not the master.
Grizzly, I'll ask you one more question. Do you give beats?
Stop being ridiculous. I'm gonna have to turn you down, dude. I'm gonna have to turn you down if you're ridiculous. Just stop.
Do you give beat to your own heart?
All right, I'm going to turn this guy down. Goodbye, sir.
No, that's not what Grizzly's trying to say. Grizzly, not to.
I just asked him a question.
He's just talking nonsense, bro. I don't respond to nonsense. It's all right.
How is that nonsense?
It's actually a valid question. Right. Have you given yourself life?
Do you give beat to your own
I told you, no, I didn't. My parents did, but my parents aren't my masters. I am my master.
Yeah, I think what Grizzly's saying, Clay, is in reference to free will. And that there's something about getting to a point where of you disseminating information, that's on your free will to decide what's right or wrong. Just to be what Grizzly does have going for him here is he's a seeker of the truth, and he's at a particular stage in this. And this, he may graduate. Let's say maybe there's more. He may stay in status quo. But he's making progressions.
Can you stop patronizing me, bro? It's really annoying. I'll start doing that to you in a minute, and then you're going to get sulky.
I'm not trying to patronize you whatsoever.
You are, sir. You're pretending I'm just an upstart looking for the truth. So I may be way ahead of you, and you wouldn't even know it.
No, but you're wagging a finger at Christ.
I know, but what if Christ is false? You can't even admit that your Bible is fallible. You can't even admit that.
And when you say your Bible, this is what I'm referring to. That's why I asked you the question earlier. Grizzly, you're a good guy, and I'm not trying to do anything up or down right
the
here.
Bible's fallible or not?
Huh?
Are you going to admit the Bible is fallible or not?
I'm going to say to you that books are potentially fallible. Does that mean all books are fallible?
Listen to what you just said.
Every single one?
Does that make sense to you? What you just
Is
said?
there a book that's not fouled?
Dude, do you know what
Yes or
fallible
no?
means?
Just yes or
Do you know
no.
what-
Do you know for sure that there's a book that's not fouled?
What the hell are you talking about? Do you
I'm
know what
saying
fallible
that
means?
you're saying that all books are fallible.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Do you mean that all books are potentially fallible, or are you saying that all books are definitely fouled?
Are you hearing yourself speak, sir?
Yeah, I'm using what you're saying, Grizzly. You're saying that all books are fallible,
Tell me what fallible means.
which
Go
means
on, you
they're
tell me what
potentially
fallible means.
fallible, but not necessarily
Tell me
fouled.
what fallible means. Go on, tell me.
We both
don't
know
even know.
what fallible means,
Go on,
Grizzly.
tell me what it is. What does it mean?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, you don't even know. You're talking about this with me. You don't even know. I mean, isn't
No,
that just
you already know what. Do you know what it is? Yes, you do. So do I. Everybody here knows
know
what
what it
that remedial word means.
Shall I inform you? Shall I educate you what fallible and infallible means? Shall I?
I mean, if you feel that that's necessary, go ahead. Go ahead and put the definition out there. But we're going to come right back around to what I'm talking about. But go ahead.
Tell me what it means if you want. But I don't think you know what it means. I don't think you do.
No, I absolutely do.
Go on. What is it?
And I'm not going to, you're supposed to, you bring it. I think this is a waste of time what you're doing right here, but go ahead. Go ahead. What's the definition of fallible? If you're talking about
fallible is when something could be false or whether it couldn't be false, as in infallible.
Okay, so now we're right back where we started, which I
You-
said.
you-
Now, are you saying that all
Would you think the
books,
Bible is fallible?
what you're
It
saying
could be
that
false.
I'm saying all books are potentially could be falsified from its original text. Is that true? Yeah. Are all books that way? Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you're
think all
saying
books
that
are
there's a
fallible. Yeah, I think
potential
so.
for the Bible to be this way, but it
Yeah, I
doesn't
think the Bible could
necessarily
be
mean
false.
that
Yeah.
it is that way.
Grizzly, why are you so
I never said
against
it is
Jesus
false. I said
Christ?
it could be false, potentially.
Well, Grizzly, can I
You're
ask you
saying-
one
you're
question?
saying
That's all I'm
what
saying.
could be
I totally
false.
agree.
You're saying
Grizzly,
that
can I ask you one question?
I'll
Why
give
are
you
you
that.
so against the book?
Is the Bible? Hold on. Is the Bible fallible or infallible? Which one, sir?
Potentially, but you don't know for sure, do you?
Which one? Fallible or infallible, sir? Which one?
I said potentially.
Roto Ox, stop
Doesn't mean
speaking
that-
to him.
that- What you're saying
gonna be
is which
dishonest.
one you mean all books have been fouled.
Yeah, books are made by men, including the Bible. So therefore, they're all fallible
Well,
or they're all infallible.
then they're made with an intention of deceit.
Doesn't matter. Either they're fallible or they're not. You can't
Well, if
answer
you're
that.
writing
It's
it, then you have a conscious mind of what you're writing, and either you're
you have
doing it
become a
in
glober.
deceit
You
or
have
you're
become
not.
the foot dragger. Notice how you've become the foot dragger. You have become the glober, just on the issue of the Bible.
I'm not a glober
No,
whatsoever.
it's not.
No, this
No,
this
I know
isn't
you're a
the way I
glober.
like it.
You
Grizzly,
change your feet
you
like a
have a
glober would
serious
about the globe
problem.
right now. You're in that zone. Just offering
Grizzly,
nonsense.
why
Throwing
do
out
you have a
nonsense and
problem with
evading,
Jesus?
just
No,
like
no,
they
no.
do.
The
You're doing
thing is,
that now.
Grizzly, we don't have to prove to you the Bible.
You're
I'm
doing that
asking
now.
you, why are you against the Bible, Grizzly?
I'm just saying, for me, it doesn't meet the standard of evidence. So why would I accept it?
Well, that's fine, but why, according to you, is it such a big problem? That to me makes zero sense.
Because the standard of evidence has not been met.
But why does it not help you, brother?
But where does the
But the
standard
standard of
come
evidence-
from? Where does the
Exactly.
standard
The
come
same-
from? Are you the
same
standard?
place- Wait. The same place that the standard for a flat earth or a globe earth comes from. Where does that standard come from?
No,
Where
So,
does that standard-
for example, there's Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible. If I now go to Sodom and I find the same sofa boards, which everybody does, I find a city that has been completely bombarded with pure
Yeah.
sofa boards burned up.
Yeah.
How is that not the same thing as flat Earth? If I want to go out see
Wait a minute,
flat
are you
level water.
serious? That is exactly, bro. Don't you see the fallacy you're doing? You're just saying,
What?
oh,
It's
because
the
I
same
found-
thing, dude.
Let me finish. You're afraid. Just listen. You're saying, look,
I'm not afraid.
this book talks about a destroyed city in this location. If you go to that location, you see a destroyed city. there are some similarities of description. And now you think, oh, wow, that means this entire story called the Bible and everything in it is now true.
Yes.
Think about that.
No, it's
That's
not about
ridiculous,
the
isn't it?
Bible. It's about the Holy Spirit.
No,
the
it's
actual spirit
exactly
that
the
lives within us.
standard. It's the
I'll tell you
same
what,
standard
right,
of scrutiny I use on Flat Earth. You said I should use the same standard. I use the same standard. If I want to see Sodom and Gomorrah, I can see it. If I want to see other biblical events that happened, I can see them.
If we, under the standard you're putting forward, if we buried some Spider-Man comics today, in 10,000 years, when they find those, they would see it and say, oh, look, there's the Twin Towers. And,
That is
and now
now
they're
absurd.
gone. Oh, and now they're gone. And now the Twin Towers are gone. So look, oh, and then they would be like, oh, look, there's the plaza where there's no Twin Towers. Oh, look, there's the Spider-Man comics. They must be true. Spider-Man must be a
Sorry,
real man.
that is just absurdity. Now you are sounding like a Glober, unfortunately.
Clarity. This city has been burned, and that it says it in this book. So now this book must all be true. That's what you
Have you looked into it?
Yeah.
Have you looked into
Same as what
it?
you're doing.
Clay's right.
Have you looked into it?
Like a globe.
Have you looked into
Have you
it?
looked into Spider-Man? Look, Spider-Man talks about 9/11.
Have you looked into it?
Grizzly, you're the new Glober.
You looked into
I know
Spider-Man?
that, right? Glober.
Have you looked into
Spider-Man's the truth.
Have you
Spider-Man's
looked
the truth.
into Sodom and Gomorrah?
Oh, no, you've not
or
even
you
looked
wanna
into
just-
Spider-Man. I'm a
You're like
Spider-Man
spider
guy,
web.
believer.
You're a
so.
spider web.
Okay, you
This cunt out of the
sound
way.
really like a Glober,
You
unfortunately.
can believe in Jesus. I'm going to believe in Spider-Man. We can believe in
Crazy.
whoever we want,
Christ,
right?
you're
Freedom
God,
of belief.
brother.
Yeah.
Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Clay, you remember what
He
we were
is
talking
your
about?
God.
Clay, you remember what we were talking about yesterday?
Yes.
Let's let this drop.
Okay.
Yeah. You're never going to admit it that the Bible is fallible. You will never admit it. None of you people.
Well, one thing I want to say.
At the end of the day,
Grizzly,
Jesus
at the end
Christ
of the day,
is your
Hey, Clay.
God.
Hey, Clay.
I just
remember-
want to say this. Grizzly,
It's a
I
special
love you,
book,
man.
guys, I know.
That's all. The very reason why you have this conversation is because I love you. Okay, that's
Yeah, you
what you
love
gotta
Grizzly.
know. Even though you don't believe, don't believe me, but I do love you, bro. I have nothing against you, no hard feelings, nothing. I truly admire you actually asking these questions. Okay, I find it wonderful, and I do love you. There's nothing at all where I say, okay, just do this like whatever, you know, nothing. I have no hard feelings against you, just so you know, okay?
That's great. And that would be even better is if you could accept that every book is fallible, including the Bible. Just accept that, please.
Grizzly,
So
we're
I
going to let
told
this
you
drop.
I don't
We're
put a
going to let
man
this drop because
into the seat of authority.
Can't do it. Can't do it. I know. Can't do it.
All right.
Can't be honest.
Grizzly,
Can't be
you're a
honest about
good man, and I wish you a great day. Clay, you have a good one too, bud. I got to roll.
Thank you, appreciate it. Much
No worries,
love
bud.
to you, sir.
See, bro, the reason you can't admit that basic fact is because you've attached yourself so much to the doctrine. So now it's difficult for you to admit the obvious that every book and everything man-made is fallible because it's man-made. You see, and every book
So
is
it's-
man-made.
So it's a spiritual relation. It's a relationship with my creator. Even though if they would tomorrow ban the Bible here in Germany or even put me in prison, I don't need it. I can still recite his words. Or even if I couldn't, I could still talk to my creator and he would
Bro,
answer.
I'm
He
not
would answer in
disputing, bro.
dreams and visions.
Dude, I'm not disputing your belief. I'm not disputing your faith or your how genuine your faith is. I'm not disputing
Well,
any
that's
of that.
all you're
I'm not
doing,
even.
actually.
I'm not even telling you don't believe. I'm
You're
not even telling
carrying
you
on
that.
like a maniac,
Right?
Grizzly.
I'm simply explaining to you that there are basic facts. The same way we accept things like level is flat, is horizontal, blah blah blah. We accept these things, right? Globers don't, but we do, right? Because they're basic facts, but they don't want to accept them. So when I tell
And
you a
so
basic
you
fact
are
that all books are
theologically
man-made, everything man-made is
delusioned,
fallible,
Grizzly.
Bible is fallible.
Wait, let him
When I tell
finish.
you these things, it's the equivalent of me telling you level,
You are
horizon, horizontal.
delusioned,
And I
Grizzly.
expect you to
Veno,
accept it, but you
Veno.
don't want to. You don't want to notice. You
No,
don't
no, no.
want
It's
to.
not about not noticing.
Grizzly,
You have
Grizzly,
no proof.
Are you Grizzly? Question: Are you infallible?
I am
Could
fallible.
you be wrong?
Everything man-made is
Could-
fallible. My actions would be fallible. Yes,
So you could be wrong about what you think about the Bible
of course.
and
Yes,
Christianity.
of course. Everything I think
Okay.
could be wrong. That's right. Correct. I'm
Okay.
honest. You see,
I can
I
say the
don't
same thing.
dilly-dally around.
I can be wrong about the things I believe or say.
Could the Bible be wrong?
Could the Bible be wrong? Yes, maybe one snippet from the Old Testament could be wrong.
You see, you're not going to answer that. You're going to.
I
glitch.
just answered it to you. I said
I'm
maybe
talking to
one
the German.
snippet in the
I'm
Old
talking
Testament.
to the German, not to
could
the
be
drunk bogan in the background.
Oi.
So you see, so you're not going to admit that basic fact, even though you can admit that level, horizon, and horizontal are all the same. Globers can't admit that, but you can. But on this one, you're going to be like a glober, and you're going to say, "No, I can't admit that, Grizzly. No, I will not admit that my Bible is fallible. No, 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 no. You think it's special? I know you do. I know. Just like the Muslims think the Quran is special, just like the Hindus think the Vedas are special, just like the Jews think the Torah is special, just like that.
So
Just
who's special to you? Yourself. Is that correct?
Just like that.
Yourself.
They're going to tell you their book is infallible too. You
No,
talk to them.
Grizzly, I asked you
You
one
talk to any. You talk to any religious person. You ask them, "Are your texts fallible or infallible?" They'll be like, "No, it's
Grizzly.
infallible. All the other ones have been corrupted, but our one has not been."
Have you
Well,
heard
they'll
of the
all-
subject called theology? You know, this is a huge.
That's what you're going to tell me. So you're going to
This is
tell
a
me, Grizzly.
huge
Look
aspect
how
of
many authors we have. Look how many reprints we have.
That's what
Look how
I'm
many
expressing to
photographs we have. Look how many versions we have. Look how many copies we have. You're going to give me all this mountain of evidence, which you
Grizzly,
think is
it's
evidence.
called
Just like the
theology.
Globers give us mountains of dog shit. None of it is evidence. It's just their belief.
Studied
That's what
in
you're going to give me with this.
university. Theology is a very
That's what you're gonna
mainstream subject, actually.
So going back to the original topic, boys, if you're really interested, is that I'm putting religions in the same box as NASA and the scientific community. For me, religions are in the same crowd.
Jesus
They're
Christ
not on our
okay.
side trying to
Can
find
you
the
hear me,
truth,
Grizzly?
trying to
Can I
help
say
us.
one thing
They're
to
on
you?
their side trying to imprison us. You see.
Grizzly, can I say one thing to you? So religion, according to you, is whatever. Or what religion really is, okay, according to you, is some sort of communion or system that you can somehow observe. So you're not talking about the spiritual aspect. I don't think you are.
I'm just
So
telling you, don't trust any religion because
what
they're
would
all
it be?
working in the same
Okay,
way.
so the religion would be something you do weekly, and it's a
No,
pattern
religion is if you just
doing
believe a
in your
book
life.
blindly.
So no, it's not actually that. It's going to church on Sunday. It's every part of that, and it's the way it makes
Yeah.
you
If you
feel.
believe a book blindly,
so
then you're
Jesus
religious.
Christ is no. It has not. I don't know why he keeps saying the book. So Jesus
That's where you get
Christ
all
is
your
the
info
Spirit.
from. Without
No,
that, you wouldn't have
no.
anything.
That's completely incorrect.
Without that, you wouldn't have the name of
If
Jesus. You
every
wouldn't have
single
crucifixions.
book,
You wouldn't have any of the details. You love to preach all day. You wouldn't have any of those
you
details.
think we would forget God's name?
You
If
wouldn't
every
know
single
any of
book-
those details if you didn't have the Bible,
Grizzly,
which is your
if every
main
single
doctrine.
book disappeared, we'd still know God. So
You wouldn't know
completely
Jesus
incorrect.
and all the details of the Bible.
That's completely incorrect.
That is. How is that? How would you know about Jesus without the Bible?
Well, he lives within us through the Holy Spirit. It's the
Yeah,
Holy
blah blah blah. Well,
Trinity.
you don't know all the details. Within you is not the story. You can't rewrite to me the Bible just by like dreaming or something, can you? It's not
Yes,
in
I
you,
can.
is it? Just a man wrote that.
Absolutely,
Stop
because
bullshitting,
Jesus
sir.
Christ told us who He is, and He lives within us, and He
Right,
lives
and you're
within
relying on
you.
men to preserve that.
No, He
You're
lives
relying on a bunch
within
of
you.
men to preserve that accurately for you to read.
So the
You're
reason
relying on
Jesus
that.
Christ took over all of pagan Europe is because we actually
Why are you
knew.
not responding to what I'm telling you, dude?
Can I just
You're
finish?
relying on
We knew
you're
and
relying on various authorities to preserve those writings
Are you going to
accurately
talk
for
over to me?
you.
Are you going to talk over me? So we were all pagans across Europe, and the reason we accepted
Not
Jesus Christ to be
responding.
God is because we knew Jesus Christ to be God. Do you hear what
I'm
I'm
gonna try it
saying?
one more time, and after I'll just give up. I'm just gonna say it one more time, then I'm just gonna like bow out. So you need to listen to what I'm saying. Are you ready to listen, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
I'm gonna,
Treat me like a dog or something.
no, I'm not. You're just not listening to what I'm explaining to you.
Yeah, I have to listen to you.
So the bottom line is the Bible it would seem to be part of. It's been kept and preserved by kings and queens and authorities for all this time. So you can't rely on that being valid. If you are, then you're doing it blindly because there's no evidence for it being true, unless you could provide some evidence, of course. Just like with the flat Earth. So on the flat Earth, you seem to get it, but on the Bible, you don't get it. It's weird how that is. Looks like you're still attached.
Do you want to have evidence about the Bible, like the things that happen in the Bible, seen in the real
You
world?
won't actually show me evidence. You'll just show me more scrolls confirming other scrolls,
No.
confirming other
You
scrolls.
can literally now travel to Sodom and Gomorrah as an example if you want to.
That
You can
doesn't
also
prove the
find
story
Noah's-
of the Bible. It doesn't prove that. Something else could have happened there.
You can also find Noah's Ark. All the cities
No,
that are
you
in the Bible
can't.
are
No, you
also
cannot.
still...
It's all just speculation. Stop making this stuff up. Stop, dude. It's ridiculous. You can't
Can
find
you prove
Noah's
me
Ark.
wrong?
Where? Where is it?
It is in Turkey.
Right. And then what are you gonna? Okay, where's the wood? Show me the wood. Show me the animal bones. Show me the photographs. Where is it? Where is this ark?
So
You're not going to show me
see
any
that
of
the
that.
problem. I think that the problem is that no matter what I show you, you will just come up with a new limitation, right? Or expectation that then I struggle to reach, and then you can just hand wave it. See, that's the problem. You make the rules. You want to make the rules.
Bro, don't you realize you're in the same position as what the globalists
Don't you realize that you just make yourself God and you want to be the authority to say that something is true or not? This is what you make yourself.
I'm actually looking for God, but I want the correct version. I don't want a version just to follow blindly.
Well, I tell you how you can look for God by putting down your own confirmation bias of thinking that you can set the boundaries of how something is to be or not to be. You know, you can't say God should be this figure, but if it isn't this figure how I imagine it to be by my standard, then it's not my valid God. See, this is the biggest issue.
One thing to Grizzly before I leave. So the creator of this world, think about this, the entity that was so brilliantly smart that created this world, he became a human and he was sacrificed and died because the people of this world killed him. He died at a crucifix for you. No, but think about this just theoretically, that God, the creator of the world, that created your soul. So think about how, we became humans. We didn't ask to become humans. Yeah, right. But the God who created our world was crucified, right?
Bro, so why are you giving me your religion again? I don't need that.
This is the idea of Christ, my friend.
I tell you what,
I don't need you.
He is your God. Your God was crucified, Grizzly.
I don't need you to.
He was crucified, Grizzly. The creator of this world.
Good. You don't need the Bible to know Christ. God, He will reveal Himself to you as long as you're looking for Him.
I mean, that's great. That's great. And the day He does, I'll let you know.
Tells you that you don't need you don't without the scriptures. You don't need the book.
Exactly. So the day He comes to me, I'll let you know. Until then, I don't need this guy regurgitating his dogma. I don't need it.
The only way you'll find Him if you're looking for Him.
Oh, right, okay, right. So if I've never read the Bible, I don't know about His name, then I'm never going to be looking for Him. I'm never going to find Him. Right?
You don't even need it. You don't need it. But you need to look for God.
He's going to have to come find me, eh? He's going to have to come find me, I suppose. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe I'll get lucky. You know, we'll see about that. But in the meantime, don't regurgitate your dogma. Yeah, it's just not required. There's like 200 other dogmas. I can just start reading one of them out.
Think about the idea that He created yours.
You're even attacking me when I'm telling you you don't need the Bible to find Christ.
I'm not attacking anyone.
Again.
I'm not attacking anyone. I'm attacking Christianity as a whole, not you personally.
But think about this.
Why are you talking, dude? I am trying to freaking finish the sentence and you just keep interrupting. Why are you?
I'm not attacking you.
You know what? I'm just stepping away. Go ahead, man.
So, Grizzly, think about this. So, I forgot what we're talking about.
I'm not attacking either one of you. I'm just critiquing Christianity and the idea of it. That's all. Don't take it personally, dude.
But why would you? I just don't get it.
Why? Because there's 200 other religions out there, and it's a low probability that it's true just on that fact alone. 1 in 200 chance, man. It's low. That's low probability.
So this is the thing. I'll say one thing to Grizzly. If you feel like you're being forced into a position, then that's absolutely not where you need to go. Okay.
I'm just telling you, it's got a 1 in 200 chance of being true just on that fact alone.
That's what I'm saying to you. the way that
Play
that
chances, man.
metaphysically expresses itself into your mind,
I just think it's very low
how
probability,
you're
man.
being
I think I'm
pushed.
going to give it a miss.
That's
Too.
what I'm saying to you. No one is pushing you in that direction. So
Aren't you?
it's completely different. No, that's the thing. I'm not. That is not what
Oh.
I'm pushing you towards.
Okay, just
That's
that's good. Glad we got that out of the way. Fair enough.
misunderstanding. That's the thing. I'm not pushing you that way, my brother. There's a difference here, and that there's a theological point that needs to be crossed, right?
Well, you did ask me why I wouldn't be a Christian, so that's interesting. You asked that question.
Well, that's why it's brilliant, because it's all absolute, isn't it? There's no debating God, isn't there? Right? There's only a truth,
Yeah.
and you know this. That's
Yeah, they're definitely debating
being
Jesus,
human.
though, because that's only a 1 in 200 probability of being true.
Mm. Well, that's fine, mate. Good talking to you.
Yeah, righto, son.
One thing we gotta always understand is, and that is including all human beings, do I set the standard or do I accept a certain standard?
Yeah, but which standard and where'd you get it from?
Well, when it comes to God, the very way I found Jesus Christ was once I actually put down my pride and I realized maybe I do not know it all, maybe I haven't figured everything out, maybe my standards are not the best, and maybe I just try to hide from something and that I already am aware of, that there is someone who judges me, that there is someone who created morals, and that there's someone who created me the way I am. And maybe I just made up my own God or made myself God and thought I can live by that standard and hide from the very person I failed to see because of putting myself in the first place.
Yeah, but Grizzly is
So
Grizzly's
your
arguing
solution
over the
was-
last little while that those things are true, but that doesn't lead you to Christianity. He's saying that's true, but that's not specific.
I don't know, but his solution out of that, his solution on his journey was to just find the nearest book or the most popular book and just believe in it wholeheartedly. That was his solution.
No, you don't know what happened to me.
No,
I had a supernatural
your
encounter
solution
with
to the
Jesus
quandary. Your
So
solution to the quandary of I'm looking for the truth, so what do I do? So your solution to that quandary is, let's just grab the most popular or the most local book or the most familial book, and then let's just go with that fully. That's what you did.
So a book did not get my addiction away from being a drug abuser. A book didn't cure my depression. A book didn't hold me off from killing myself. It was a supernatural encounter with Jesus Christ. He gave me two options, and this encounter wasn't even forced, right? He showed me two options. Either I go this way, which was my old life, full of drug abuse and full of self-hatred, full of hatred towards other people, full of all kinds of evil and darkness, and I die with that, or I choose him and I let my old self go. And that is what happened. Supernaturally, I made
and conveniently, you had already and conveniently before all this experiential stuff happens. You had already read the Bible, of course, and you already know the figure of Jesus. How heavenly it is, and Paul and Peter. You already have this in your mind floating about before this experience.
Can you hear my no? Am I saying yes or am I saying no? This is not true. I come from an atheist family. Sir, you wanna hear my story, or you wanna just assume something you believe about me?
I just want to confirm. So you had an experience with Jesus, and then you read about him in the Bible, yeah?
No.
So you read about him first.
Yes, exactly.
And then you had
Yes,
experience.
Jesus revealed himself as a person before I knew who he was. Yes.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
At what age did Jesus reveal himself to you then?
About now, almost I think 5 years ago was it
What age
when I was saved.
What age were you 5 years ago?
19.
And at age 19, you didn't know what the Bible was or who Jesus was at age 19, really?
No, I
Really?
even had confirmation, and I did not understand what the good news is. That Jesus Christ died for my sins.
You
I
didn't
did
know what
not know that.
Christianity
The
was at
church,
age 19,
really? I knew what Christianity was, but I have never understood or learned about what Jesus
Oh,
meant
of course.
for
Oh, really? You
us.
didn't know what Christmas was? You didn't know what the Christmas songs were every Christmas? You
No,
didn't think about that? I didn't see any of that.
dude,
Okay.
I'm not lying. I did not
Of course.
understand what the good news was, what the gospel was. I knew that there was this figure in the Bible, some dude somewhere in the desert it's talking about like good morals and stuff. That's what I knew, but I never knew like the full story of he died on a cross for my sins, and that through his death I can
Yeah, but
inherit
you know
eternal
that
life.
this, but you know there's this one person that the entirety of Europe holds traditions to, such as Christmas and Easter and various other symbology, and you know of this person, the savior. So that's already in your mind before you have this drug-induced experience or whatever to get you to turn
No,
the
it was
corner.
not a drug-induced
maybe
experience.
just projects that and sees you realizing like, shit, I got to improve my life. Shit,
So
I got to
you're creating false assumption about my life.
my theory. Maybe you
Yeah, it's your
realize
theory,
that.
but your theory is wrong.
I can't do my theory. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your theory is wrong about my life. You simply
maybe
do
your
not
religion's
know what
wrong.
happened.
Yeah, maybe your religion's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, you're entitled to believe that, sir. That is, I don't know why you want to believe that, but I can tell you about as many as millions of people sharing the same testimonies, being either drug abusers, being on the bridge of death, and having a supernatural spiritual encounter with Jesus Christ, and they had no previous knowledge about that figure. You want to hear about these testimonies? They're out there in the world. You can find them on YouTube. So many other people having the same testimony as me. Isn't that a wonderful thing?
Dude, right now in 2024, millions of people are testifying that we live in a globe. Millions of them testifying.
So, again, I can't help you. Neither do I want to force anything upon you. I can only tell what happened to me, and I can tell you.
No, but going by your standard, if everyone testifies to it, then it's true. You're saying. Look.
No,
As long as
it is
everyone
true
testifies.
because I had a supernatural encounter with that Jesus
Right.
Christ. I didn't need any mediator to understand who he was because he was there.
Well, I'll tell you what. Look, I'm
directly.
not going to discount you, bro. If you're telling me you had a personal experience with Jesus, great. I'm not going to discount that. That's your experience. That's great. I'm not going to say it didn't happen or whatever. That's great. That's great for you. Me personally, until I have that same experience, no way am I going to believe some dusty old book. See you later, alligator. No way.
So then I'm gonna pray for you, and I truly hope by the grace of the Most High is gonna touch your heart and
Oh,
do the
seriously,
same thing as he did to me.
can you send a message? Wait, can you send a message to Jesus, to God? Say, look, go to Grizzly and go over chat with this guy, man. Literally, come into his, literally, show him the truth of Jesus. Show him. Let me have experience. And then I'm going to be a Christian in 5 seconds, bro. Even less, 1 second.
Well, if it's by his will, see, I'm not a what is it called? I'm not his secretary. That means he has a free will to do what he wants to do. Therefore, I'm gonna pray if it's his will. If it's his will, by his grace, to do the same thing as he did to me, right?
Of course, I'm not saying
Because he
you can
didn't
make
force
God
himself-
do this, bro. I'm not saying you can make
Yeah.
God do this. I'm saying put in a good word for me. Put in the message.
Oh,
you know
of
what I'm
course,
saying?
man. I will pray for you, man. I love you, man. This is the very reason why I talk about the good news all the time, because I love the people. I want them to have the same gift as me that completely changed my life, that made me completely a different person.
The Earth is just so flat, dude. It's all different now. I agree.
I know, bro. Let's put it this way, bro. If Jesus,
Let's beat
or
up on the
any other
easy guy.
biblical character,
In a second, we're going to beat up on the easy guy in a second.
Well, 1 second, dude. If tonight or tomorrow, basically in the next 7 days, if I have any kind of experience with any biblical character, whether it be in my dream or in my waking life, whatever, I'm going to put it down to your prayer, sir. I'm going to put it down all to you. You're going to get the credit for that. 7 days.
I don't want to have any credit. May the Lord Jesus Christ have grace upon your heart, sir. I truly believe if it's his will, he will do what I don't think that all this conversation is for void, right? All these conversations I have, even if people might, abuse what I say or my
Yeah,
not
something
that
about
not you, but if there's people who there has been people in the past who hated on me or still are hating on me, that's okay. But I still love them. I still want to bless their life. I still want to give them the same thing that I have received, right? So, but it's nothing forcefully. So I'm saying, if it's by His grace, if it's by His will, let His will be done. I do not know what God thinks about you, what He knows about your heart, what your heart is. I simply do not know that, and I can't, because I'm just also
Well,
clay, and He is the potter.
So, exactly. All you can do, sir, is just send a prayer in my honor, sir, to the Almighty, to the Most High, and explain to Him, just to say to Him, look, Grizzly out there, he doesn't know you. Grizzly out there, he's got some theories that I don't agree with. So maybe you could just if you can, if you got time, if you so will it, of course. If you could just please,
I have time.
Direct your force at Grizzly, show him the light. Hallelujah, show him the light.
So, Heavenly Father, I ask you if there's a craving for truth, if Grizzly truly want to find out who you are, and if it's your will, so let your will be done and show yourself. I know you love him very much, and I know how you love me, even though I was doing all that stuff in the past, Lord. You know what happened. But still, if you can make a dirty wreck as I was clean, and I'm saying that he is, not at all. But if what you did with some messed up guy as I was, Lord, I'm praying that you're gonna do what is needed to help my beloved friend here. Okay, I appreciate it, Lord, and I pray this in Jesus Christ's mighty name. Amen.
Hallelujah, praise the Lord.
I love you, man. I truly do. And I'm thankful for these conversations. I really am.
Well, no joke. If anything out of the ordinary happens in the next 7 days, I'm attributing it to you, bro. I'm not even joking. Even if I see some sort of I don't know, some sort of shadow that just flickers, or I don't know, anything. I'm going to be hypersensitive, sir, next 7 days. Anything strange.
At least, see, this is beautiful. Other people, they wouldn't even ask themselves the question, right? Is there someone to communicate with? Is there someone who can give me a sign, whatnot? Right? So it's a beautiful thing, and I see myself kind of in you, because the way you talk about the Bible and what you say is literally kind of the same thing I always proposed. So I never forget the way I was once arguing against religion, any kind of book or whatnot, right? And this is why I'm so eager and pray and believe that, by His grace, He might do the same thing that He did to me.
Out of curiosity, if you were an atheist, then you became a Christian, yeah?
I was an atheist. I was even the worst, man. I was.
No, I get it. So you were an atheist and you became a Christian, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And I just wonder.
But I was kind of this New Age atheist, right? Just so you know, this New Age atheist.
That's fine. But hold on. My question is
spiritually. Yeah.
That's great, dude. My question is, what made you pick Christianity? There's over 100, if not more, religions out there, all sorts and varieties. What made you pick Christianity, I wonder?
Well, maybe the Lord Jesus Christ will give you the same encounter, and then you come back and you'll be like, wow, now I get it, Clay. Now I get it.
Oh, wow. So you had an encounter and that pushed you towards Christianity. After this encounter, you thought, oh, wow, it's got to be Christianity. There's no other version of truth apart from Christianity.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, as maybe as simple as it sounds, but that is exactly that, yes.
And you also knew which version of Christianity. So you knew Catholic or Protestant, you knew whether it was Methodist or whatever, or some other type of Christianity. You knew specifically which version of Christianity as well, because there's multiple versions, as we know, right?
Well, I only know of one Christ.
I know, but there are multiple versions of telling his story. Wait a minute. There's multiple versions of telling his story. There's 3 major branches of Catholicism, Protestantism, and Orthodoxy. There's 3 major divisions. And within that, there are subdivisions.
Yes, I understand. But can I ask you a question? If you wanna know let's say your neighbor. Do you go to another neighbor or to someone who knows that guy to understand who he is, or do you directly would go to that neighbor and talk to him, and over a couple of days, months, whatever kind of period time, you would figure out who that person is? Would you use a middleman, or would you just
No, obviously meeting him would be the best.
Amen. So this is the same way with God. Don't listen to what I say. Don't listen to what any human says, any religion says. If you truly want to just know who he is, then just ask him. Just talk to him. Why depend on
so
anyone?
out loud? So do I move my mouth? Hold on. Do I move my mouth and make audible sounds, or do I just think?
Yes.
Thoughts in my
Just
mind?
talk
Which
to
one?
him.
Just talk. So I'm going to be
Just talk
talking
to-
out
yeah.
loud, as if really.
Yes. That's prayer. I mean, don't see, the thing is this. God works in mysterious ways that I don't even understand. Sometimes I prayed and the answer to this came 1 year later to it's this distinctive topic. Sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's just a day, sometimes it's directly. It's there's a reason how he operates, how that reason works. No one knows. His ways are not my ways, like the Bible says. Right? So again, if you want to truly know him, don't use me. Don't even listen to anybody else. Don't use any religion denomination. Just be in your room for yourself and start talking. And you know, if it's his will, he's gonna answer. If not, then not. If you truly seek it, right?
This is the whole point, so you see, and then, like for example, if I say nothing happened, you weren't truly seeking it, and if something else happens, which
No,
was
I
a
wouldn't say
result of
that.
something else,
I wouldn't say
hold
that
on, and
because
if
I
something
don't
does
know
happen,
that.
but hold on, and
So
if
I
something else
wouldn't say
happens,
that.
as a result of something else, for example, you're going to say, "Oh, there it is. Yep, there's the Christianity kicking in. That's Jesus in your life."
Amen.
You see,
I wouldn't assume that because I simply do not know. I don't know your heart. I don't know what your stance is on this type of things when you pray or when you would ask the question, "Hey, Jesus, are you real?" And if you're real, can you somehow give me a revelation to this, right? I don't know in which kind of what your intentions are. I do not know. Therefore, I can also not say if nothing happens. I could not say, you did something wrong. Or
yeah, that old chestnut.
whatever,
You see,
right?
and that's the famous chestnut of Christianity, the intentions. That's their one of the big chestnuts they got in
I
their
say
basket.
I don't claim intentions. I don't say that because I do not your personal relationship with God at this very moment. I do not know
But you're saying
what your heart
you're saying
is.
in order to be but you're saying in order to access Christianity, in order to access Jesus, you've got to have the right intentions, and without that, nothing's going to happen.
Where see, let's use a parable again. If I want to understand who my neighbor is, and I go to his door, do I say, "Hey, what's up, you freaking blah blah blah," and or do I just stand there and like give him a bad look and expect him to tell me directly, "Hey, yeah, I'm Fabian and I'm your new neighbor," and is there some kind of way I would act because out of interest I would truly
how about
know
this?
and
Imagine you've got a
understand
new
that person?
neighbor. Well, imagine if you got a new neighbor, but instead of going to knock on his door, you went in your own toilet and you just talked to yourself like you were talking to him. Do you think he would hear you? Do you think he's going to know you're talking to him? He's not, is he? You have to go physically to talk to him. So how can I physically go to Jesus? You're telling me, I can just do it internally. I can just talk out loud in
Yes,
my own bedroom.
that's how you do it. That's how you do it with someone who is
So it's not a very good
in
analogy
spirit.
then, going to your next door neighbor. Because next door neighbor, you physically go there and you didn't necessarily going to talk to him.
Well, that's
Whereas with the Jesus
sir,
thing, you're not necessarily going to talk to him. You're telling me without the right intentions, I ain't going to hear you. You're telling me.
So that was a parable. This is not a literal thing. I'm using this as a parable that if you want to truly know someone, you're not gonna be like mean or harsh to that person, right? If you want to truly know someone, you're gonna have a certain way of engaging with that person, right? If you want to, you know what I'm talking about, right? So it's the same with prayer. If the intention truly is to know someone, then you already have the tools to introduce yourself
Well, let's be
to
honest.
get to know
So
someone.
let's be honest about this. And let's be honest about this. In order to know anyone, you need to have a two-way street of communication. Now, with Jesus, it looks like there's only a one-way street. Now, unless you're going to tell me you're hearing voices now, and Jesus is talking to you. Is that what you're going to tell me?
So you yourself confess that you haven't done it yet, or you haven't received anything from Christ. Therefore, why even make assumptions if you haven't tried it out yet?
And I'm just
So
saying,
just
in order
try
to
out
know
talking to
anyone,
God.
no, you're the one who used the analogy of going to a neighbor. So if I'm going to know my neighbor, if I'm going to know anyone, we need, even if it's a Jesus in your mind, there's still going to need to be a two-way street of communication. In other words, you sending out, but then you also receiving. There needs to be two-way street. Now, am I going to receive anything in my mind? Are there going to be words in my mind, a voice, a vision I'm going to get?
Remember,
in reality, none of that's happening, is it? And otherwise, you didn't have the right intentions. And the ones that are hallucinating Jesus out there, well, yeah, look, they're doing it right.
Remember, the thing is, the premise was, right, and you also confess to wanting that is a supernatural encounter with Jesus Christ, which means you can't have a supernatural encounter with your neighbor, right? Your neighbor doesn't work on the ways or in the way that someone who is in spirit does, right? Who has a different body than you. So there needs to be a way of communication, which is through a personal one-to-one communication, right? So just try it out. I mean, what can go wrong? I mean, you can still come back and say, Clay, you're crazy, there's nothing. And I'm going to say, okay, I can accept it. I can live with that. If you have the true intent to understand and seek who Christ is, then that is your private thing. That is private. That is your business. I will not make assumptions on your business, on your heart, or what you feel inside, or what you truly think.
The only way I'm ever going to know Christ is if he visits me, bro. That's the only way. I'm never going to already front load the proposition by saying, oh, he exists, and then we go talk to him. I'm never going to front load it like that, ever. Not me.
Well, maybe you're gonna have a supernatural encounter. Some people see him as a visual encounter, not only.
That happens. If I have an encounter like that, I'll be a Christian in less than 1 second, brother. No joke. I'll convert in immediately. If I have such an encounter and I see him or I hear him or whatever transpires, whatever it is, I'll be converted less than a second. Because I'll know how to test
his
him.
will,
I'll know how to know his
so
script.
be it. If it is his will, so be it. I would, from the bottom of my heart, be very happy for you, sir. I would rejoice. I would absolutely rejoice for you. Truly. I hope this will happen to you.
Yeah, well, let's find out. Hey, you'll be the first to know if it does.
Beautiful, yeah. I hope.
Yeah, but in reality, I know it won't. But I live in wait. I live in hope.
Gotta have a bit of faith, man. Don't already defeat yourself, okay?
I know, but you didn't let me finish before. I was saying, bro, there's like over 100 different religions out there, dude. Over 100 different.
Okay, let them
narratives.
be. Let them be. I mean, there's over 100 people who can tell
I know,
you something
but
about
the
your
thing
neighbor,
is,
right?
dude, but the thing is,
But
dude,
this doesn't mean what they say about your neighbor is true, right? Even though there's 100
I'm just
people
saying.
that know your neighbor.
I'm just saying, there's a bunch of them. I'll find you at least one from each religion, which is going to tell me I had this heavenly experience. I had this turn in my life. You'll say the same concept as what you're saying. In other words, some guy who's a little bit messed up for whatever reasons, tragic, or hope not, whatever. Then you moved on, you improved, cleaned yourself up, found out what's right and wrong truly, got yourself disciplined, made sure you did the right things. You kind of got better in terms of doing the right things. All that kind of stuff, all that good stuff. They're going to tell me all that good stuff happened because of that religion and their experience with Shiva or with, I don't know, whatever, some other name or some other entity. They're going to give you that story. You know it. They will.
Okay.
Like you are giving me
but
now.
that doesn't
And the
change.
question is,
Okay, but
hold on. And the
but
question,
that doesn't
wait, and
change.
without me, hold on, one last thing. And without me experiencing neither their version or your version personally, without having experienced neither, what do you think I should do? Just pluck randomly out of the dozens of possibilities, or should I wait for an experience? I think I'm doing the right thing. I'm waiting for that experience.
Yeah, exactly. You're just explaining my point. Like I'm, to use the parable again. No matter if there's thousands of people who know your neighbor, doesn't matter what they say about your neighbor, as long as you haven't checked it for yourself. And this is also in line with Flat Earth, right? Checking it for yourself. Don't take what other people say. Don't take what you see in the world about your neighbor. If whatever conspiracy might be there, right? Just check for yourself and make your own picture, and then you can still, refuse.
I know, but unfortunately, that's not strictly the case, though, because with flat Earth, we can go and measure it. With Jesus and Christianity, we can't go and measure it. We can't go and tap
Yeah,
into
have you
it.
tested it? Have you tested if you can have a supernatural encounter with Jesus?
All right, no, but remember, you already hedged yourself. You said I have to have the right intentions, got to have the right heart. So no, even if I do try,
I told you, sir. I don't know your intentions. I can't tell you what intentions you can have if I don't know them. I can only use a parable to say that if I truly want to know my neighbor, there's a way of approaching that guy to understand who he is. And it doesn't matter if there's thousands of people who know my neighbor and tell me other things, as long as I haven't checked for myself. And it's the same with Jesus Christ. If you want to have a supernatural encounter, however it's going to unfold, it's upon you. And if you don't going to have anything, then it's also upon you. I'm not going to judge anything that I can't know. I do not know your intention. I do not know
you're saying, no, I know what you're saying. You're saying I could potentially trigger that encounter by talking out loud in a private setting by addressing Jesus. You see,
100%.
Right, but I could easily be. I then ask if imagine I try that and that doesn't work. Should I then try Shiva? After that, try Abraham or someone else, or should I stop?
I don't know that. Sorry, so that I gotta say I do not know. I do not know.
I'll bet you a convert from one of the other religions. I bet you they would say, "Yeah, Grizzly, try us next." If it doesn't work saying Jesus for 7 days, after that, try us. Try maybe it'll work.
I simply do not know to answer that question, to be honest.
Maybe I'm just a born skeptic on this, even a cynic, dare I say, on this. So in other words, no matter which religion I try, it'll never work. I'm just one of those people that's going to have to find a different way.
That is actually okay. That is actually not a bad thing. The Bible itself says, "Test all things and hold fast, which is good." So yeah, just test all things. I mean, if it requires you to go through all religions to finally have then a supernatural encounter with Jesus Christ, which also there's testimonies of people, go ahead. Simply the thing is, I'm not the secretary of God. I do not know what He has prepared for you in life. I can only hope and bless and pray and rejoice for you if there's anything good that comes out of conversations like this, right? Or even if things happen that you don't talk about, even if there's gonna be something happening and you don't talk about it, I still gonna, rejoice. I just wish the best for every human because I love humans. And I know that there's someone, a roaring lion out there, which is the adversary, and he hates us. He wills the opposite. He doesn't want us
humans
to
are
be
gross,
set
though.
free.
This is the thing. Humans will start identifying as furry animals or grizzly bears, and that's what happens when they give up the truth of God and they start becoming these false idols, bears and starfishes.
Well, yeah, that's really
You're
unfortunate.
both
that
just
that
sinners.
Yeah, it's
we're all sinners. Oh God.
I mean, I know. I just say Clay's trying to be super sincere with you, and you know, I mean, it's not that you're not being. I think you're being sort of genuine. You're saying this. I haven't been reached in a way that I would accept, and
Dude, I'm being fully sincere. I just don't agree with his religion. I don't believe in it. That's all. It's okay to be like that. It's fine.
Yeah, I didn't have the right word for it. Yeah, I think you say you don't believe.
I don't believe in the Christian God. I believe in God, just not the Christian one.
Well, that's okay. Test all things and hold fast, which is good. And if you truly have tried to know who your neighbor is, right, using the parable, if you truly have tried 101 to understand who Christ is, for example.
For me, it kind of goes.
For
me, it kind of goes.
Comes out of it.
For me, it kind of goes back to the initial thing that I said, right, which is like a while ago, but I said it a while ago. Now, if you were to pray to whatever God, right, if you were to pray, and you received a direct answer, right, maybe not vocally, but in a way that you understood it and you could not be wrong about it, you would then have a responsibility to that thing that spoke to you, that communicated something to you. So Right. Yeah. That's why. And it,
I'm not sure you would, bro.
well, that's what I
Free
said. You
will.
would feel it. Yeah. You would have the will. Yes. You would say, I don't want to pray because then I'm going to get an answer, and then I'm going to have to grow and move forward with that answer, and I can't deny it. So people won't pray for that. You know, for that specific reason.
But I've never prayed even once in my life. I don't think I'm ever gonna start. I think it's too late. It's over. You know, see you later, alligator on that one. That's just ridiculous.
Well, I'm
Who
not saying
told
that
you
you
that it's
haven't
too
or you
late,
had.
sir?
Yeah. But people will stop
Who told
praying.
you that?
I don't see the point. I really don't see the point of it.
Where you didn't you say that you want if you know if you can have the opportunity to have a supernatural encounter with Jesus, you would be open to have that, like even
That's gonna have to be
visually.
engaged. That's gonna have to be engaged by him, not by me, because I don't believe in him. So he's gonna have to engage it. He's gonna
See,
have to
the problem
surprise
is
me.
this: if you want to know your neighbor, the probability of your neighbor coming around isn't extremely high, especially if it's a big neighborhood, right? But if you truly want to know someone, it is easier to just go to that neighbor and introduce yourself, right?
Right. But
And
but to
maybe
do that
then
with
you
Jesus, I've
understand
got
who
to
your
do
neighbor
what?
is.
So what's what in the analogy? How does that look like? How do I go to Jesus? What do I
Well,
just
if
talk
you
out
want to have an
loud?
example, if you want to have an example, you would say, you could say simply as this in a quiet room just for you and him. Doesn't even need to be a quiet room. You're just gonna say, if you want to know your neighbor, hey, if you exist, Jesus, is there a possibility to you or for you to kind of confirm that? However you're gonna do it, it's up on you, you know, because
Really?
you're
And then I'm
probably
just gonna
find a
wait,
way.
and I'm just gonna wait for something interesting to happen, and then connect it with that. Really?
Well, I don't know how it's gonna play out. I'm like I said, I'm not a prophet. I'm not a
And
secretary
here's
of
the
God.
okay, and here's the
I just gave
standard.
an
Okay, and
example.
here's this. And here's the standard I would expect to be convinced. I would have to say that and say, Jesus, if you are real, I don't know, make make like a green weather balloon come through the window right now, and if there we go, and if that happens, I'll believe it. But that's never gonna.
Okay.
You're gonna be, oh, but that's going too far, Grizzly. You're gonna be like, Grizzly, that's going too far. Yeah, because
No,
because the degrees of freedom have been completely removed, and I've actually specified what I expect, and then see it. No, I've got to wait for something strange to happen just to connect it. That's a very wide band of acceptance.
Wait, Grizzly, I don't know you. I don't know what standards you use to get to know your neighbor, for example, or to get to know anybody. Right? I do not know how you approach people in real life. If you have a certain standard and it can't be fulfilled by that person, then so be it. Then maybe you will never make to know.
All I'm saying is,
to know them.
all I'm saying
Do
is,
you understand what I'm saying?
I know. Look, the methodology you just laid out is very broad based. So I have this prayer moment, right? And then I'm just waiting for anything out of the ordinary to happen, right? And then I'm just gonna, as soon as it does, I'm like, I'm gonna connect it to my prayer. Why isn't it more specific? Why isn't it? I don't know. X, Y, Z will happen at this time period in this location, and I hear a voice telling me that. Why isn't it more specific?
Even if it's his will and it would happen like this, then so be it. I'm not saying it couldn't happen like this. I'm just saying I don't know you. I don't know your intentions, right? If I want to know my neighbor as an example, right? And if I would go to my neighbor and say, I want to know who you are, but first you got to do a backflip. Otherwise, I truly think I can't know you. Then that is my standard of trying to get to know someone, right? And if my neighbor can't,
not a backflip. No, not a backflip. If in true honesty, it would be before I have a conversation with you, I want you to identify yourself and verify who you are. That would be more, not a backflip. I wouldn't care.
Okay, so do exactly that with Christ. Do exactly that with Christ. To ask him, identify who you are. That's it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
You don't know. Are you saying, Grizzly, you don't know things like you don't know what love is? You don't know Jesus. You don't know. You're saying you don't know him. He hasn't made
I'm
himself
saying in order
clear.
for me to know someone, I have to meet them, bro.
Well, you're saying that God hasn't made himself clear to you, that he hasn't given you the faculties
but
to
not
perceive him
Jesus.
and know him.
God has, but not Jesus.
Well, how do you differentiate?
Because the God I believe in hasn't given me a name called Jesus ever.
Yeah. So is it the name that you don't know? Because you know the name. So then what is it that you don't know?
All the features. All the features. The God that I know isn't Jewish.
How do you know him? The God that you're saying you know exists. How do you know that God?
It's
Did
only
you
what I can
communicate?
intuit. Only that. Only what I can intuit, bro. Only
Right.
that.
So you intuit God. So God has made it clear that you know who God is. So he knows you and you know him.
I'm not intuiting the name of Jesus or the fact that he's Jewish. I ain't intuiting any of that. A book says that. I'm not intuiting that. What I'm intuiting is it's a nameless, nationless God.
So so you know him intuitively through the creation or through what?
Through my intuition.
That there must be something that exists to account for the things of the world like love and intuition.
Exactly. Yeah, there's definitely a God, but when I try and intuit what that God is, I don't come up with Jesus or the fact that he's Jewish or that he died for my sins. I ain't coming up with any of that with my intuition. My intuition says no.
That wouldn't be
All that's coming up is no name, eternal, powerful, not all powerful, but powerful, and the arbiter of the natural laws, etc., etc. But it doesn't come up with Jesus or that he's Jewish or that he died for me. Nope, not coming up with any of that.
Well, then how do you account for justice and forgiveness in the world? How do you account for that? That's a real attitude of the world.
He didn't die for me.
What's that? Salvation.
God
How do you
decides
account for
that.
salvation? Yeah, how does God account for salvation without Jesus?
In my intuition, there's reincarnation. There's no end.
I see. So there's no justice, or there is justice through reincarnation?
There is justice. Justice is enforced by the natural laws that God made. So karma, for example.
Right. Yeah, so you see that it's necessary to account for. Now, how does the God that's singular, right, account for relation? Well, I mean, if you're saying there's no other parts, it's one's. How does God account for relationships? The God that you're specifying
by creating other parts which are independent of Him.
Okay, so those other parts, they are necessary in order for God to exist, or so He's contingent upon the parts.
They're necessary for Him to have a relationship.
Right, so he is lacking. Then the God that you reference is lacking in some kind of ability.
Yeah. God isn't all powerful. God isn't all powerful or all knowing or all present or all. What's the last one again?
How do you know that?
Because He can't be. It's logically impossible to be all powerful or all knowing.
Yeah, as a singular God, right? You would say, "Oh, it's logically impossible." But if you have a
it's logically impossible for there to be multiple gods. It's logically impossible for there to be multiple.
Yeah, if you have a triune God, right, that can account for
that's logically impossible.
Why
it's logically impossible for there to be more than one ultimate.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not more than one. That's what I'm saying. It's not more than one. It's one.
You said it was triune. You said there's three. You said there's three.
Yeah, no, there's one in three. Now,
okay. Then it's possible. Only one is possible. Right.
Right. So if you were to have like a space, right, it would be length, width, breadth. But that's one space. But it requires just three parts to exist.
Oh, three parts. Then it's three gods, three ultimates. Then.
No, it's one ultimate.
Okay, if it's one ultimate, it's possible. Okay.
Yeah. So in order to have relationality in the world, you need the Trinity. You need the three.
Oh, that sounds like three again. That's not possible.
Yeah, it's just three. Yeah. 3 and 1.
That's not possible. Oh, that's not possible. It's one or the other.
But all the pre-assumptions, all the concepts, all the religious denominations aside, again, if you just want to know who Christ is, right, or you want to get to know someone, you have a way of getting to know. So I don't think you're socially completely isolated. I personally think you have already made the experience of getting to know people. So therefore, whatever that standard might be, whatever the attention might be, I do not know, right? I do not know you personally. I don't know who you are, where you come from, whatever. But I guess you're going to have a methodology to get to know someone. So apply this to Jesus Christ the same way as you do equal to any other else you want to get to know and see what happens. I mean, if nothing happens, so be it, right? But that's it. It's so simple that it's... I know how much more simple it should be, actually.
I know, but it's funny that because
I want to touch on that a little bit again. Okay.
You've already qualified it by saying you have to have the right intentions. Without the right intentions or without the sincerity, nothing happens.
Sir, I do not know your intentions. There is no right or wrong in this. I just told you I guess, I hope so. You're not completely isolated. You don't live
Alright,
like
bro,
in
let
a
me ask you a
box or
question,
something.
bro, let me ask you a question. If I try your method, but I ask for
I don't
a
give you any
brand,
method. I have no method for you.
you said
I don't
to
have any
ask
method.
There is a
private-
method.
Hold on. You
they
said to
give.
speak to them in a private manner, blah blah blah, right? Imagine I do that and I ask him for a brand new red Ferrari outside my front door. Do you think that will ever happen? And I go outside my front door with a Ferrari. Do
I
you think
do
that's even
not
possible?
know.
Do you think that's possible?
Yes, I believe that is possible. I believe that if you want to have a red Ferrari, the Lord could do that. Yes, I do believe that. But if it in
This is
your
the
case
thing.
is possible, I do not know.
In my
See,
case, it's
the thing is,
impossible.
the thing is, if I want to know my neighbor and I say, but I actually can only know you if you give me a red Ferrari, then if that is your standard of getting to know someone, that is on you. That is not my
That's not
anything
how
to
I
do with
tend to
me.
get to know him. No, that's not that's how I tend to get to know him. That eventually, that's like I say, you shouldn't give me that for me to believe that you're genuine.
Right, but
'Cause I don't
listen, the
believe
thing
you.
that you put forward, you say, well, listen, do something unreasonable to let me know that you exist, right? But
No,
what
do
you're looking
something that only God can do. Do only something that God
yeah,
can
can
do. No one
God do
else can do.
something unreasonable? I mean, illogical. That would be what you're asking
No.
God
I'm
to do.
asking to do
You're asking,
something only God could do, and only God could materialize a brand new Ferrari right
right,
there and then.
and then there is a method. Like it's like I mean, I'm just saying, like just objectively, the method is like repent, right? And then by repenting, what you're doing is you're saying, you're saying, well, listen, God, if you exist, I'm giving up my will, and I know I'm sinning. I confess that I know I'm doing bad stuff, and because I'm trying to do what I want to do, and I'm giving that up, and you do your will. So the step one, repent, and then asking for a Ferrari, which is according to your will, is contrary to the method.
I just want to authenticate who I'm dealing with. That's all.
Yeah, so you give up. You say, listen, I give up. My way is wrong. I keep fucking everything up. Show me what I'm supposed to do. He's not going to give you a Ferrari. Maybe he will. I don't know, but I don't think a Ferrari
First, he's
is
got to
what you're really
authenticate himself. I don't believe that
Yeah,
is
but
Jesus. That could just be an apparition. That could just be my hallucination.
maybe. I'm just
So,
saying there is a method. When you say
I
there's
would
no
want.
method,
I
you
would
give a
want
method.
some. I would want some
believe.
authentication.
Yeah, well, you don't
I
want to.
believe.
So then you don't want a red Ferrari. You just want authentication.
If he could even, I could even say, look, bring the red Ferrari, but after 5 minutes, you can take it back again.
Yeah.
That's no problem.
So you're not. So even when you said about the intentions, you're not truly intending to get a red Ferrari. You just want. You just want there to be validation. Yeah, you want.
I want authentication of who I'm dealing with, and after that, we can get to the important stuff of spirituality and what I'm doing.
Yeah, so a
and
Ferrari
I
is
should
not
get better
required, and
avoid,
you know that.
how I can improve my behavior and how naughty I've been, and all that good stuff. Until then, I need authentication.
Yeah, so then and I know, and I guess God would know, like in this scenario, that you don't even really want a red Ferrari. You just want validation.
Exactly, and I'm saying something brash on purpose because only God could deliver something as outlandish as that. For example, if you could just materialize, I don't know, a puppy in front of me right now, in my bedroom right now, a puppy just materializes on my bed right now, boom, and I'll look after that puppy, I'll love that puppy, but materialize it, I'll be a believer. I will never dispute his existence, but isn't my puppy going to materialize on my bed? I don't think so.
But I don't. What I don't understand is what. Let me just ask you in general. What is your standard of getting to know someone? How would you, if you truly want to know another person, hypothetically, what is your standard?
Well, the number one, that's a must. That's our absolute no negotiable. Is I have to meet them in person and look at them. That would be the minimum.
Yeah, look at them and then go on. How do you?
And
I mean, that's
listen,
not
obviously,
getting to
and
know
communicate,
someone.
and then communicate. So either through verbal or through written form. There's no other way.
Okay, so you talk to that person, and and you will also listen to what the person talks about himself, and then you probably introduce each other, and over time,
so for example,
you get
it could
to know
be
each other, right?
Another option would be, I don't know, maybe it could even be like telepathic. So what I'm thinking is what the other person.
I mean, I've seen these really like
whatever, but it needs to be communication. I have to meet them. Wait, I have to meet. Hold on, I have to meet them, and there has to be some communication. Those are the two minimums. Yeah.
Okay, great. So is there any big standard someone needs to fulfill? Like, do they need to be beautiful? Do they need to be strong?
No, I just have to be able to meet them, and we have to be able to communicate in a two-way street fashion. So they can hear me,
So
I can hear them. Yeah?
Okay, Okay, cool. So what if you just apply that standard you generally have towards any person to Jesus Christ?
Okay, but with any person, I can just go and meet them and look at them. I can't do that with Jesus, can I?
But have you tried it?
Tried what? Seeing a man standing in front of me right now. Yeah, I've tried seeing a man standing in front of me. He's not there, man. It's an empty space, man. Yeah, empty space, dude. There's like nothing in front of me. Right,
Well,
Jesus,
you
appear in front of me now. Come on.
Jesus.
I
You
really
know
want
Jesus.
Jesus to appear in front of me right now, but he's not appearing, dude.
But you know that Jesus claims that he is not currently walking in flesh on this earth, that he has
No, I just want him
transcended
to
to be
appear in
sitting
front of me like
on
a
the
ghost. Just like a ghost, just like a visual of him, but not. He's not.
Okay.
Only I could be able to see him. He doesn't have to be invisible to the rest of the world. Just to me.
Okay, that is
now.
great. Okay, that is great. So then just ask him, and maybe it will happen.
Okay.
You haven't
Well, I
tried
just
yet.
did, didn't I? I just did, didn't I?
No, I don't think that you right now pray or asked that person directly. You talked about that person in a third kind of manner.
I just said a minute ago. I really
I
want
don't
Jesus to
think
appear in front of me. Come on and appear in front of me, but he won't, will he?
So
Why?
you would say, if I want to know my neighbor, so the neighbor should right now appear in front of me, and now I know them. As soon as they appear in front of me, I know my neighbor. That is unlogical, sir. This is not how the real world works. See, this is globe argumentation. That is not how the real world works. If I want to know someone, I gotta do the work to get to that person, or we gotta meet, and that is also work, trying to get a meeting. And then we can have a long-winded conversation, and then after some time, I can maybe say I know that person.
You said I can do it from my bedrooms. Where do I need to go?
Yeah, Grizzly, if karma was true, then why is India so fucked up?
I don't know. So where do I need to go then? So where do I need to go then? So you said it's from the bedroom. So where do I need to go?
So I can only tell you this, okay, with all due respect. If you apply truly the same standard, realistic, real-world standard of getting to know someone else, which is not an easy procedure. It takes time. It takes a long time of conversation. I will assure you, if that's your intention to get to know that somebody, that this is applicable. That this is applicable.
You are talking about intentions. You see, I got to have the right intention. You see, that's what you're saying.
Oh man, I already told you I don't know your intentions. I don't know how you get to know people. I've never seen you getting to know someone.
I know, but you're saying I've got to have the right intention to get close to Jesus. That's what you're saying.
Saying you got to use whatever you use to get to know someone.
You guys are
Like, how
losing it.
complicated does it need to be?
If I want to go and meet my neighbor, I can literally shout across the fence, "Oi, Steve," and he'll come over. With Jesus, I can't do that, can I?
If that's how you do it to get to know someone, then go ahead. Then shout, "Jesus, I want to know who you are."
Well, what do you suggest? You said speak quietly in the private.
Why do you care? Why do you care what I suggest? You have the social capabilities of getting to know someone. Why do you care about what religions say how to get to know Jesus? Why do you care what I say how to get to know Jesus? If I tell you, if you know how to get to know someone, then just apply that to Jesus. And if you only can get to know someone if they have a Ferrari for you, then that is your thing. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if I want to get to know someone, I see them in the distance and I approach them and I say hello politely. But I can't see Jesus in the distance. I don't know. I can't walk over to him.
Have you tried it?
Where is he?
You already made the conclusion.
Which direction is he in, bro?
I don't know. You're still trying to get advice from me. Why do you care of how I get to know someone?
That is contrary to what you said earlier, Grizzly. Grizzly, earlier you did say that's not the way, that not to rely on the consensus.
No, of course. So I'm saying, but which direction do I go in to find you? This guy doesn't know. I don't know. And yet, I'm supposed to go and approach him and say hello to him politely without asking for any freebies like Ferraris. I get it. I'll be polite. I won't ask for anything free. No problem. No freeloading. I get it. But which direction do I walk to find him, bro? Right, now you're gonna get all metaphysical on me, like, yeah, man, seek the path, man. It's in your soul, man. Are you gonna give me some shit like that now?
So I simply do not know how you get to know someone. If I want to get to know someone, I will do all that is required to get to know that person. I don't want to go into detail how I get to know someone. To Jesus Christ, it works because I got to know him.
Cool.
I was searching for the truth, and the truth revealed itself to me.
We get back to the flat Earth because religious conversations end up in arguments. Let's at least have an argument
And
about
it killed.
the idea.
And it killed like 5 visitors. I mean, I'm just saying, like they came in like, there's another one. They're dropping like flies, people.
Facts.
The fact that these arguments always end up in some kind of argument prove that it isn't really analogous to meeting like your neighbor or your friend or whatever.
We're not
because
moving
neighbor
on,
exists.
aren't we? Sorry to interrupt, but we're not moving on by analyzing what just happened, or?
There are no people arguing if your neighbor exists.
Back to flat Earth,
If Jesus exists, because there are no reasons to believe he does.
Embo, there was a moderator saying we gotta move on.
We'll go to the Christian channel and talk about that in an appropriate room. Do you
No,
get
I
the
mean,
hint?
people.
Embo, move on.
Do you get the hint yet?
Yeah, I can move on if you
Can we
want.
talk about flat Earth?
But I don't like the double standard that people who believe in Christianity can randomly hijack the
Hey, let's
chat
move on, right?
channel
To the
spread their
topic of the room.
I've got to find that button again. Embo, come on. You're better than this.
Earth flat, yes.
Yes, Genji, yes.
Here, I can tie it back in. It's interesting. So using Grizzly and using Clay. Because if you use the globe side of it, they tell you, like the astronauts, that they can find a space Jesus. That you can go to space and find space. They wrote a book about it. You can go on Amazon and buy it today. And also, they found peace. They want to find world peace in Antarctica and in space. Governments like Russia and America get along for decades. No problems. Not even, hey, you took my sandwich out of the refrigerator. They get along so well, they're virtually blood brothers. Like brothers from another mother. Like they get along so well, it should be studied as a psychological and social experiment. Because normally when you cram people in tight quarters, you get all kinds of explosive behavioral patterns. This is one of the things they told you why these, quote unquote, like missions on Mars keep failing. Because the people end up hating each other by the end of the mission. They're stuck in some sort of biodome and they literally can't stand anything about the other person. They can't stand the way every little thing eventually just wears the people down and they go, I hate the way that person like clicks their tongue or whatever. Any little mannerism just triggers the fuck out of them. Except if you're on the ISS. Suddenly now they love each other. Complete bromance. Like endless levels of peace, humility, always finding a way to get along with each other. So what's interesting here is that if Grizzly needed to really find this feeling, maybe instead of talk to a flat earther, talk to a globalist. Where did you get these ideas of peace, love, and harmony? And they'll tell you Space Jesus. Well, let me see your Space Jesus. Here's a book. Read all about Space Jesus. You're like, well, that's really interesting. What other tall tales of beyond belief do you have to share? Oh, the Earth is globed, water curves, ice freezes in a vacuum, or water freezes in a vacuum. Explosions create all of creation. You'll just have them go on, and you'll eventually realize the heliocentric religion is literally no different. They just kind of slap the Christian sticker on it and said, "Hey, check it out. I got something I want to share with you, bros." And then, and the Pope was like, "No, don't share that. That's fucking retarded. If you Copernicus, if you share this information, people are going to say the Catholic religion is a fucking laughingstock. So keep your mouth shut." Or Galileo, mind you. And Galileo's like, "Nah, bro, I'm going to share this information anyway," denying the word of God on earth, the word of the Pope. And they said, "Okay, since you broke the ultimate heresy, I'm going to send you to your room with supper. And think about what you did." Now, these people over here who just had a lazy eye, this guy's got a limp. That person, only gave like 9% to the Catholic Church. We're going to burn them at the stake. But you, who directly oppose the word of God, we're going to give you an indoor and outdoor pool. We'll give you grounds with a maze to walk on, servants up the yin yang, all your needs, even by today's standards, Galileo lived lavishly. Lavish. And somehow that was prosecuted by the Catholic Church. If that's being prosecuted, sign me up. Sign me up, okay? How do you get that? Oh, you just gotta be member of their club. Oh, okay. Well, I guess never mind. No, thank you. No, thank you. I do not want to be part of your heliocentric cult. So that's how we can tie Grizzly and Clay back together. Grizzly's looking for some sort of way of knowing, and you can't know. You can't know unless you go to places that don't exist. And Clay's like, "Hey, you can be or not be part of the cult. You pick. You pick what you want to believe in. This is your life, your choices."
So one of the signs of split personality disorder is that you get to very, very commonly contradict yourself. So your story, one of the versions, is that the space story is to take people away from God. Another story is that it is a very religious story to make people believe in God.
Who said that? Who said the space story is to take away from God? They said it drives you into religion. If you believe the heliocentric model, you must believe that there's a God. They told you so. The current director of NASA, if you believe NASA, the current director of NASA said God told him to come out of retirement. He said, God told him that, "Hey, Bill Nelson, only you and only you are the one and only person who can return America back to the moon. If you fail, you will fail all of humanity." He's like, "Certainly, God, I'll rise to the challenge. And I'll bring all of America back to a Christian worldview." So he's saying that if you believe him, then you should believe him and join sides and return America to make America great again. If you go to the vehicle assembly lab, NASA, huge sign on the wall. You walk in that motherfucker, it says, "In God we trust."
So
Everybody else, bring your data. They're talking about you should trust God before you trust man. So
Well, what
your
else
worldview
what
is
else is there to
contradictory.
trust?
You're saying that you trust these men who are telling you don't trust man, trust God.
Yeah, I mean, trusting anything that says you have to trust God first is indirectly trusting men who wrote these statements, right? Like in the Bible, for example.
So which one is it? Is NASA lying to you, or are they in on it? This is your worldview that's contradictory. You're going to have to decide which one it is.
I just think that what they are doing physically, space travel, is true, but then they are applying some kind of ideology to it, which isn't objective; it's subjective, and
So
I
they're in on
disagree
it.
with it.
They're in on it. Then you think they're in on it?
No,
They're pushing,
for,
they're pushing some kind
according,
of religious narrative to fool you into
let
believing
me give you
God.
let me give you an analogy. For example, Nazi soldiers, they believe that what they are doing is for God, that they are conquering Soviet Union,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
still
like a
NASA.
communist monster.
That's
Okay,
still
so this
NASA,
is
dude.
the okay,
That's,
so this is
yeah,
the so this is let
Nazis.
me
Yeah,
finish. Let me
no, hold on,
finish.
Embo. You need to open the history book. Not NASA was founded by
I know
Nazi
that.
war criminals. Okay,
I know that.
so this is why atheists of the 1960s were very anti-NASA. They were telling you that these people are evil. They've done horrible things. Do not trust them. They're awful. They're about as bad as anyone can get. If they're telling you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity, because God bless America, don't trust them. They're lying to you. And now you've got people like you who are all in, hook, line, and sinker, that these people from the space program, as George Carlin called them, nassholes, are somehow telling you the truth and lying to you at exactly the same time. This is showing you that you have a contradictory worldview.
No.
Your worldview
When I
is
tried
broken.
to explain how it isn't contradictory, immediately shut it down, interrupted me.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why I
talking
think your
about
story is bullshit.
Nazism. You can't separate Nazism from NASA. They are directly.
We can talk about any country that had a very significant propaganda factor in their actions. Like, I don't know, Germany during First World War, if that is better for you.
They're
That
all countries use propaganda. That's what their governments do. The governments
I
lie
know.
to you. You know this.
Yeah.
You know this already.
So Germans during First World War, they had a saying that God means uns, or so something like that. I can spell that God is with them. So that was the ideological part of what they were doing, right? Why they believe they are doing that, because God is supporting them in their war. But the objective side of that, so that there were different battles, like Battle of Verdun, for example, this is the objective fact of what is happening, no, not why it is happening. So I disagree with their notion why they were doing that, because God supported them, and that they had some holy war to do. But I agree with what was objectively happening, so I don't deny what wars were happening, for example, or how many soldiers died. And that's how I approach NASA, that what they did, like for example, moon landing, I acknowledge that, but I don't agree with their ideology why they are doing that. And that ideology isn't even supported by all of the people in NASA, because not all are Christians. For example, famously many people in NASA are like Freemasons, for example, like Buzz Aldrin, for example, and they aren't Christians.
Where the
So there's a
requirement of Masonry is to believe in a deity, such a god, even though it's obviously at the higher ranks they know it's the Antichrist, it's Lucifer. But the requirement is that you believe in a god. What kind of god doesn't matter, especially in the lower ranks, right? With that,
Yeah, but it isn't.
It's kind of. If Satan would have like a religious army that would do like all the filthy work for him, then it would be the Masons.
Yeah, but it's no longer the same God, right? Because they don't believe in the Trinity, for example. And Creed's story is about
Well,
space
there's
Jesus,
many-
so we have a contradiction here.
In Masonry, there's many like you would say denominations and ranks and kinds of lodges, right? There's like for black people, there's a lodge. Then for women, then there's for people that are purely Christian based, and then there's for all the religions, and then there's like Islamic Muslim Masons, and you know it's a you know, it doesn't really matter at the end, because once you get to the higher ranks, you're going to openly admit to worship Lucifer, which is the light bearer, and that's the one who enlightens you with all that bullcrap, right? But that's literally what it is in a nutshell. I mean, They just need the lower ranks to do all the sweeping, you know. And there's intentional deception within their own ranks. They constantly lie to themselves. They constantly deceive their members. They constantly break their own oath, so to say. So they swear something, but intentionally, inwardly, towards their own brothers, they lie and use deceptive tactics. It's literally a pit of darkness. Nothing more, nothing less. If you ever get into Masonry, get out of it as fast as possible. It's literally, yeah, it's not good. Not at all. And the scripture says that God hates people who do things in secret. He hates secret organizations. Absolutely hates them.
He must be very easily triggered by many things.
But many people, I understand,
like
many people in low
either.
ranks, I know why many people join Masonry, because they see the benefits. As soon as you come to be a Mason, you got to get to know the hand signs, you get to know the specific words you use, and then you have a fellow brother while you're in court for a speeding ticket, or not even a speeding ticket, but probably you're going to become, you don't even get one, because when the fellow Mason is a policeman, you just say these words, do this hand sign, and then you don't get a speeding ticket. You know, because the Brotherhood is helping the Brotherhood, right? So I see the appeal for many people, right, who live in the world, why they would want to join such a group, because suddenly you have more profit. Suddenly certain things work out better for you on the market itself, because that brother knows this brother and this brother knows that brother, right? I see why people would join such a group. But still, it doesn't benefit you. What does it benefit a man if he loses his own soul? If he gains the whole world but loses his own soul? Nothing. Freemasonry is kind of equal to selling your soul to Lucifer. I mean, you get a lot of, supportive things. Probably many things will work easier for you in life, especially when you have a company and whatnot. But it's just, yeah. It's really something you just shouldn't do at all.
I don't necessarily think a soul exists. I think why people are joining that is because it gives them superiority complex. So basically the same reason as people join Flat Earth. They think they have some hidden knowledge that most of the other society doesn't, and that they are the intellectual elite of the entire society.
Hey, Emmo, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm not intellectually superior towards you. I think maybe you could be even smarter than me. Who knows? In many fields, many fields like mathematics are not very good, right? I don't claim to be intellectually over anybody. I love you. I have no intentions to have anything bad happening into your life. Actually, the opposite. Hopefully, everything works out for you. Hopefully, you don't have any pain. Hopefully you have happiness, hopefully you feel loved, stuff like that, there is nothing I see myself different than you. We're all in the same boat. We're all sinners, we all have fallen short to the glory of the Most High. That's how I see myself. So the only thing we can do is love one another. This is the greatest gift, and there's no law against loving one another. True love. Not talking about a fake love where you lie intentionally towards each other. That would be, like an example would be the false brotherhood of Masonry, where they intentionally deceive each other because of their difference in ranks. That is false love. So people can get caught up in false love and even interpret it as real love. But again, I'm not better than you, Embo, not at all. We have our differences in how we see the world, but I'm on an eye level with you, sir.
That's great to hear.
Yes. I like you, Embo, really I do. And don't take it personal if we sometimes have debates where we scrutinize each other. It's just, that it's debates, right? Not like a personal level. Personally, I would never like intentionally say bad things about you or anybody else, like bad words or wish them something bad. I think that no one should do that. That's not acting in a loving way. Refuting an argument or pointing out if someone is wrong, that's nothing bad.
Yeah, I would even say that you have more positive attitude than me, because I treat people the same way as they treat me. I don't always treat people respectfully. If they're assholes, then I'm also assholes to them. Because
But I always think
when
if you
someone
don't
is,
show, sorry,
I think when someone is like a troll, intentionally deceptive, then you need to act the same way to him, and that will give a greater benefit long term, because that will show him how pathetic he is and how pathetic he acts. That maybe he should stop doing that.
well, I see it a bit different, right? If someone is full of hatred and unloving and maybe is quick to feel, to personally attack you, I don't go onto the same route or train, because I think living by example will even convict the most hardened heart, right? And you can see this. There's an example where there is a man whose daughter got murdered, and instead of like every other person that man murdered, instead of saying, I wish you go to hell, and I wish you gonna have a sufferable life in prison or whatnot, this man openly in front of everybody else blessed him and said, I forgive you, because that is what Christ commanded us to do. And you saw suddenly that this man that was just standing there suddenly broke out into tears, right? Because the Bible says there's nothing greater than forgiveness and love. See, anyone else who cursed upon, who said you're gonna end up in hell, hopefully you suffer whatever for killing my daughter, right, has really made no impact on him. But as soon as there was this father of this child who said, even though many people wish death upon you and all these bad stuff, Christ commanded me to forgive you, and you are forgiven. And that broke that man down completely, to the point where he cried. See, this is the power of forgiveness. This is the power of love, unconditional love. Even if you kill my brother, right? I have a brother, for example. I'm going to forgive you. It might take a while, but I promise you this is what I'm commanded to do. If someone kills my brother that I truly, dearly love, I'm going to forgive that murderer. It's hard, and as hard as what might be, and I can say it this easy over my tongue because I haven't experienced it yet. But this is what I'm commanded to do. And trust me, if the world would go by that standard that Christ has set for us as a compass, this will be a different world. But I know why it's this way. I know the condition of our heart. I know myself. I know myself that I'm weak, that I sometimes do not directly forgive sometimes, that I also sometimes jump on the train of emotions and let myself be misled into emotions and maybe don't act as much as I should in perspective to a certain conversation. But then I ask the Lord for forgiveness if I did not behave the right way towards someone. Or I ask the person for forgiveness that I might have not acted as a responsible man. All right? But do you see what I mean? That there's a great power in this type of behavior, like forgiveness and love. At least that's what I believe. I think that power can touch every heart, no matter how hard it might be, no matter if you're even a murderer. That's why.
Well, I think it could work for some people, definitely, but I think it could go both ways. You could give examples of people who, who were broken because of how a person to whom they did some bad thing forgive them. But you also have people who felt guilty because they saw how much that thing they did to that person inflicted harm to them, and how much they are hurt by it, emotional.
Yes. See, if you forgive someone, that man, you know, if you encounter someone who encounters you with
not
hatred,
only if you forgive someone, even if you don't forgive someone, that idea that you have broken something in life of that person will never forgive you for that. I think that would definitely give me very strong. How do you say that? I don't know. I forgot.
but
the
I
word.
think if you don't do an eye for an eye, but you actually encounter someone with true intentions of unconditional love, I think that convicts the compass, the moral compass that God has given us all and written upon our heart, that automatically, no matter how bad that person might be, that person will at some point come to you and do the same thing, because you have finally, from all the other persons that have reacted the same way as they did, and I can talk of from a personal experience, that they will suddenly also have a change in mind. They will recognize that you have acted differently upon, even though they expected you to be also the same as any other through all these decades of his life. He will respond. Maybe if it's just, you know, he put some chocolate in front of your door, whatever it might be. But this is, trust me, there is great power in love and forgiveness. I think it's the greatest power that there is in this world. And it is the very thing that Lord Jesus Christ has taught us, unconditional love. So no matter what my next person is doing against me, even if he's putting me to death, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing. But I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy.
I mean, they
It's
kind
not
of
easy.
know what they do. I don't think that people are enough stupid to not be responsible for their actions.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
No, I say that I think that adults are enough responsible to be responsible for their actions and their consequences. So I think people who do stuff like that, like kill people, they absolutely know what they are doing. And some of these people are so deprived that they even take pleasure in that.
Yes, we are truly responsible for it. We also gotta give an account to what we do in our life, right? This is, yeah, we have a responsibility to our actions. No matter if you want to believe it or not, that is just the case, and it's written upon our heart. We know that if we act a certain way, it's gonna have consequences, right? Even if we don't believe it in that very moment, later on we realize it, that the way I have behaved towards this person has a consequence further down the line, right? Everybody had that experience. So the importance is, can I forgive? Can I actually truly forgive someone and close a certain chapter in life, for example? I think many things that hold people off, maybe keep them in self-hatred and negative thinking, is the very fact that they haven't yet repented and asked for forgiveness, which would set them truly free.
Yeah.
Because we carry this burden with
If
us
I could,
around, you know.
unforgiveness is a wide open door for your enemies to live rent free in your head.
Exactly. It's a very good analogy. Yeah, and this is even if you don't read the Bible, let's say, even if you do not know Christ yet, this is something you can, with a little bit of life experience, observe. All right? So even if you're a non-believer, you will suddenly observe there is some power in forgiveness. There's a change that happened as soon as I forgave that person, as soon as we hugged and closed off this discrepancy, right? And there's some great, like, whatever this feeling might be, even if you just believe it's just chemicals, but there is a power to it, right? Even for the atheist, for every human being, there's just this magical thing that happens once you forgive someone. Or they forgive you, for example. There's suddenly like a burden falls off, right? You've done something wrong to someone, and they have like the strength to come to you and say, you know what? Even though this happened in the past, let's hug each other and I forgive you.
Could be somebody who doesn't even know that they've offended you. So you might be sitting there festering and fuming, and they have no idea that they did anything wrong at all.
Right? That could be the case, yes.
Forgiveness sets you free.
But the best life improving things in life are actually free. For example, winning the lottery in terms of life is to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. I mean, this is the biggest richness you can have, because everything else, like the world, is bound to turn to dust at some point, right? There's no treasures you can get or bring with you until the time comes where you die.
Living well, even if the globalist wants to reject all of this, the globalist is like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Flat earthers are the most awful people in the world. They need to be served a cold plate of justice. You're like, okay, well, sure. Just go live your life. That's the best. That's the best revenge you can get. Go do it. Get on that ship to Mars. Don't let anyone hold you back. Go do what you want to do. Live the best life you possibly can. That would be the highest level of revenge you could take upon a flat earther. But they won't do that either because they're scared shitless. They will never. The closest they'll ever get to a rocket is that like downrange 5-mile safety zone if they buy a ticket from NASA.
But
they'll never get one step closer. And the thing is, they don't even know that. They think someday, if they just maintain enough faith in government, someone's going to walk up and hand them a ticket to space.
But Crit, if they would truly know what they were doing, right, they would do it, right? So therefore, we also, as Flat Earther, has the responsibility to at some point say, you know what, forgive those people, because if they would truly know what they were doing in that case, they wouldn't do it. Right? If they would know what you know, Crit, they wouldn't go into any rocket or maybe even, explode in it or whatnot, right? So we gotta also be a bit humble in this case and just say, if there's someone highly indoctrinated, let's try as much as we can in our, way and as in our love toward that person. And, with time it will tell if it bears fruit or not. But I do personally don't hold any hatred towards any global, even though if it's the biggest, let's say, the biggest nutshell, so to say, the hardest shell, I don't have anything against them, right? Because simply there is people that yet do not know what they're doing.
Yeah, I see them as victims, really, in a way that had they just been able to question authority, just if they had the tools, if there wasn't so much violence in the world, and they would be able to say, hey, that guy pointing a gun in my face is not presenting science, logic, or reason. They're projecting violence. If they just had the toolkit to not be just dead shit pan scared of everything they don't understand. But in a way, I mean, that is the mind. I mean, they tell you this. They got sci-fi shows talking about like fear is the mind killer. You'll let go of your fear. Animals, creatures respond to fear stimulus. People are able to use fear for like a purpose. They can drive that energy into something productive. And they still can't use it. They can't even use their space lore to somehow wrap their mind around the possibility that they don't have to live in abject fear for the rest of their life.
Yeah, well, I think time will tell. And I think if you start to know, so if they start to know what they are doing, right, consciously, like they actually know that, okay, I have now collected enough evidence, but I choose to, by will, to like still wanting to make it a globe, then shall be it, right? I mean, there's nothing to add to it. There will the consequences is something they will bear by themselves, right? This goes for every aspect of life. Right? At least that's what I think. I sometimes think when it comes to like morals and whatnot, I think people who actually are self-aware that they sometimes work unmorally and they try to like say, okay, there is no real moral compass. I think why they do it is the very reason why they're actually convinced in their heart, or why they actually know that it's wrong, right? It's at least what it sometimes sounds like, especially the people who debate with Christians about morals. It sometimes sounds like as if they try to find a reasoning to avoid the conviction in their heart that they actually know what they're doing is wrong, right? For example, people who, you know, do all kinds of perversions. They actually know it's a perversion. But that's why they can't go and just live their life without stopping by when the preacher is preaching on the street. They need their conviction is so, you know, strong. They need to go there and argue because they know it's true. If it wouldn't be true what the preacher would be telling about, like, you know, certain topics, sexuality and whatnot, and you wouldn't be convinced deep down through the moral compass that is written upon your heart through the Lord Jesus Christ, you would not stop and start to argue with a preacher. You would just say, what a crazy person. Whatever that he's saying is just bullcrap. It's the same with Flat Earth. You would read the title Flat Earth in this Discord. If you would be 100% agreeing that the Earth is a ball, and there's no conviction like that, anything deep down is like, maybe there is something wrong with what I've been told or what I've learned, you would never come in here. But because people are convicted, because there's something deep down, if it's just whatever it might be, who knows? Only Lord knows. That's the reason why they come in here and start to argue. Why argue if you know that it's 100% proven you live on a spinning ball? There is no reason to argue. It really is. I mean, except for the fact you have nothing better to do at all. Right? Like, but why reason about something that would that where you know it's actually unreasonable. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways.
Hey, who was that dipshit in here earlier who's like, I'm a flat earther and you guys are an echo chamber? Do you remember? Was it like the Hive Mind or something like that? The dude who Karen'd. I'll have to go back in the live stream and check it out. Yeah, T, bring it up. Bring up a topic. Hey T, yeah, go ahead. Talk about flat Earth. Go. Bring up a topic. Let's go.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Hey, what's up, Blind Dog? Yo, what up, Mick? Nothing much, man.
All alone.
Do I sound low or loud or
No, I said yeah. No, you're good. You're good. I said yeah, all alone.
all alone? Yeah, in the space.
Party of one.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to fix the gain on my mic to see if I had a better output when I get close to it. But what does it sound like? Is it? I've tried to lower it a little bit. The gain. Let's
I
see.
don't.
That's 1,
Yep.
2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds a little bit high. It sounds like you might be clipping, but it's hard to tell. I'm on a
All right.
phone. So.
How about now? Do I sound better? Worse?
Your highs are very high.
My highs are high.
Yeah, you know what I mean by that. The
Like
high
treble?
frequency. No, yeah, the treble. Like your high frequencies. Like when you said worse, the S, it sounded like it was clipping because S is a high. It's like a high frequency.
All right. Let me try this one. This is a little different. What about this? Not this one, right? I'll switch over.
It almost sounds buzzy.
How about this one? Test 1,
There
2.
you go.
1, 2.
Yeah, that's cleaner. A little
Is
bit
this
more
cleaner?
evened out. Yeah, it's a little bit more evened out.
1,
And
2.
I guess
Mic check.
yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, I think also if you maybe step back maybe 2-3 inches from the mic, it would
All
be
right. How about
perfect.
here? 1, 2, 3. Mic
There
check.
you
1,
go.
2,
That's
3.
good. That's good. That's good.
This is it right
I'm
here.
also, yeah, I'm also adjusting. I'm putting on my side. I have you on the Mac, and that sounds comfortable.
Okay. How about if I get loud? Like if I'm start raising my voice, is it clipping? Does it sound distorted? Do I sound like I'm talking through a tunnel?
It's not clipping. It sound maybe a little bit buzzy on on certain certain tones, but it's
Let me
not
see.
bad.
How about this? Mic check. 1, 2. All right, here. Let me try another one. How about this one?
Yeah,
Different setting.
that's probably your best one.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll run with this one and then
Yeah, run with that because your highs are a little bit dampened. Your mid tone is good. So even if you do raise your voice, everything will be
1,
well,
2,
well,
3. Oh yeah, you're right. It does sound good.
Do you hear yourself back? Do you have headphones on?
I got headphones and I can hear myself like speaking, but at the same time, when I'm switching, I could also like hear myself and I'm able to kind of hear what you hear, sort of, maybe.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But it does sound like right about, I backed up a little bit from the mic, so right here, even if I raise my voice, it'll still sound good. Okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean by clipping, right? You know what that's all about? Okay.
Well, I mean, I know that when I get loud, it buzzes, like I hear like a buzzing. I don't know if you hear it on your end.
I don't now. I did earlier a little bit, but now you fixed it. So it's interesting. Interesting physics shit, audio engineering stuff. So
Yeah, you heard that in my background, right? The dog's barking.
yeah,
Okay.
so it's very sensitive. So you got a good mic there.
Yeah, it's catching everything, and I didn't want it to. Let me see if I can switch it over. By this.
Maybe if you applied like an ambient filter or something, it might. Like I don't know what your setup is, but if you have any like presets or something,
Mic check 1, 2.
You're good.
Mic. How
You're
about
good.
this right here? This
That's
is the
good.
one that you said the highs were too high.
It is a little bit high, but it's okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna compare this one to this one, that one to this one.
Yeah, this one sounds a little bit more dampened. It's easier to listen to.
Okay, I like that. I like easier to listen to. We'll roll with that one. Easier.
Yeah.
Does it sound like the deeper tones coming through as well?
Yeah, everything's even. Again, I'm on my phone, so I don't have the low range really, but the mid range is fine.
Okay.
It's better this way because the highs, they can bust out people's eardrums and shit.
Yeah,
So
I get what you're saying. I was trying to look for the spacing between me and the mic to kind of get it right at that sweet spot. So I think right here is pretty good.
yeah. Do you have like fixed presets, or do you have dials, or
Dials. It's a Blue Yeti mic, so
Oh,
not
okay.
too bad. I really like it. The sound quality is pretty awesome.
Is it just a mic, or do you have a mixer or something, or are you running through
no.
like a mixer with like what I mean, with those little those dials and the sliders
Yeah,
and shit?
yeah, I do have one of those, but it's not on this mic. So, but I do have one.
You'll be fine.
Well, I just wanted to find that sweet spot. That way, whenever I'm talking, it's not clipping or there's no buzz sound like when I hit my highs. So
found it.
So does this platform have a way to individually mute speakers, or does it only mute the panel?
no, it mutes everybody, like the mute space button. But you have an individual mute button when you search for the person's name under the little two person icon at the bottom of your screen. Are you on your PC? AI?
No. Okay. I see. So
Like Mick, go ahead and say something and see if he can.
okay. So on
the fly.
On a mobile device, it's way too complicated.
Yeah, it's
way too many steps to be efficient.
Wait, you called me? What's going on?
No, I was gonna say I wanted to see if you can test it out, like if
Oh.
It only shows me invite to speak or remove. And so Nick B is a speaker, so yeah, it says I can mute him. Yeah. But yeah, that's too complicated.
Yeah, you have to open up a little panel and slide around and shit.
Yeah. Certain flow of conversation, it's better to be able to mute quickly, get a sentence out, and then unmute the person.
How does it work on the Discord? Do you just like tap and hold on their icon and press a button?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
On the mobile device, yeah. On the computer, you could just click a little thing right next to their name. Much more direct.
So what's the topic for tonight? What's the theme?
The old war. And it means just the enemies of critical thinking, just everyone. I'm not gonna... So when we started our journey with Flat Earth, there's been a lot of the reasons why we would say this is an old war. Like critical thinking has been, gone to the wayside with people with the idea that. So, sorry. Go ahead, AI.
No, I'm just killing over. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you want to say something? I don't.
No, I said I'm keeling over.
Keeling over. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just I really want to talk about this topic because like now more than ever, people are just making it a big old stink. So now I'm gonna talk about it.
Oh, tell me what you thought of those clips.
It's amazing, dude. The one that you were talking about with the something can't be nothing argument or question proof. Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Did you just listen to the clip, or did you keep going on?
Well, I was busy throughout the whole day, so I couldn't hear all of it. So I just heard a bit of when you were talking about.
So that That clip's pretty good in itself because I tried to make a clip that had the argument part, but there's a longer conversation that's actually pretty good. So that was me and Bree talking about it because earlier in the week Bree had been addressing Witsit with the something from nothing argument, which is like,
Yeah.
if there's nothing in the vacuum, then what's the energy propagating through? It must be something. And then she goes, no, there's nothing in there. And then he goes, oh, so you're saying nothing exists? But you should see the way I broke it down in that argument. It shows that he's making a category error and a straw man.
One thing I think this platform lacks is the ability to actually post like some clips that you can listen to, or at least share the clips, because that would be great.
I can't share in the Jumbotron from my PC.
Oh, have you tried?
Yeah, I believe so. Doesn't it give you the option? So you hit your
Yeah.
yeah. No, it doesn't give me the option on my PC. How is everybody today anyway?
Yeah, really well, man.
It's good.
Pretty good. I just finished the conversation with Matthew Learn, and in the end, he basically, yeah, I just believe it's a globe. I don't really have evidence, but I think it's the best bet to go with. Simple. At least he was honest about it. But
that's right, man.
I don't think anybody's ever had a beef with them saying they just believe, like the Glober. No, I mean, I just believe it's a globe. I don't have any proof. Usually when they say that, there's nothing more there left to discuss.
Yeah, it's better that way. It's honest, and it kind of closes the door. And yeah, there's not, you don't need not say anymore, you know. But my experience, you know, around here, not many people will say, "Oh, it's just a belief, can't prove it." But you know, like they won't put it like that. But he did. So like, okay,
They try to squeeze as much they can out of the word belief. What we're saying is it's a justified true belief. It's justified. You can still believe in it because it's justified to say that Earth is a globe. Yeah, you usually meet people like Matthew Learns out there, but the ones you actually get are the ones that just believe that the Earth is a globe, but think that belief is actually putting evidence on the table by saying that.
right. Oh, my teacher told me when I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
Well,
so
at least he was honest.
They kind of put Brian and all those guys, they kind of put QE in that camp with the belief of an esoteric belief in photons. So
right, I've heard that one.
They're charging him with it. These are the camp. This is the camp. 24/7 is the camp that believes in photons. So.
That's true.
By the way, yeah, when you let him up, that's all he does. So if you were curious,
I was going to ask who fell for that one.
Yeah, no, that wasn't me.
Admit it. Who was it?
We're looking at the Red Eye Terminator. He let him up.
Funny. I guess he did. As an AI, you don't know everything.
Yeah, that
Good
guy.
one.
That's all he does whenever he comes over. He plays that car alarm.
What a waste
He
of
must.
space.
He must love it in here, though. He's. I think he spent more hours in here than me.
Yeah, he always gives the algorithm a boost with him throwing up the smiley faces, the crying or the smiley faces.
Yeah, and if you see a second Alpha Veritas, it's also get vaccinated, so don't bring the second Alpha up either.
Yeah. Yeah.
You made a sock account or a doppelganger?
Yeah.
This clown.
Except he put a red sash around the AV, like he's Xing it out. It's okay. He does that.
It's like he's 10 years old. God.
Well, I had an interesting day. It's probably.
You guys thought I screwed up?
Yeah, dude, you let that guy up here.
Oh, dude, that was the sound of the magical photons. Duh.
Hitting the photoelectric plate. Yeah.
Exactly. So once
Yeah, I know what you're
again,
talking about.
once again, I was right and you were wrong.
You can't defeat the AI of the future, man. You thought you had him, Mick. No. I'm just checking to see if you knew. All right, Jedi's here, man. Don't say anything. Shh, quiet.
Yeah, Jedi ruined my free holiday to the US.
I know, right? Just right when you were heading over there, he's like, "Sorry, man."
And to put it, and by the way, AI, to put it in Gregory speak, that's what you would call a retroactive, or what is it, a post hoc, ad hoc rescuing device.
Wonder if Jedi got his 250K.
No. You know, when Starcrush said that you need to put him on in an escrow, he's got to put that money on an escrow account. If he's gonna do that, I mean,
Who?
Starcrush. Oh, you weren't? Were you here? I thought you were here.
Starcrush doesn't even have that much money, dude.
He said he's got all kinds of money. He's got 250K. He was gonna what do you say? Fly somebody out to Florida, limo,
Yeah.
all that, man.
He wanted to fly someone to Florida, take him out on a big boat, show him how triangulation is done, and then if we could prove the globe, he was going to give 250,000. So I took him up on his free flight offer from Australia. I thought it'd be a great holiday, US, Florida, on a boat, drinking piss. But Jedi proved the globe, proved the flat Earth before we got there. So he owes Jedi the money.
I'll chase him down for that next time I see him.
Yeah, get onto him, man. How are you, Jedi?
Yeah, good, AJ, man. Good to see you.
Wait, Jedi, did you have a chance to speak with Starcrush, or are you just talking like?
Well, very, very quickly, he started going on about triangulation and trilateration, and I just told him that he proved a flat Earth there and then. So he owes me $250,000. That was about it. Didn't go on for long.
All in a day's work, man.
Just when I thought India's story of he shoveled some people's snow, it took him 15 minutes, got $400. When I thought that was good,
Yeah, but $250,000 in UK, that's probably like $15 for them.
Yeah,
yeah.
The top
American dollars to UK is like Mexican pesos, man. Like it takes 500,000 pesos for like $1, and Jedi's over here like, dude, that's just like $15 over here. That's like half a tank of petrol over there.
Shit.
It has begun.
Yep, I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. I've been spraying weeds all day today, so I did 600 liters of poison today, and I'm going to go have a quick tubs and wash all this poison and crap off me that I've been getting oversprayed with. I'll be back in 5 or 10.
All right. We got a baller coming up. See if I can get him up here. Shoot.
You calling Heretic a baller?
No, not Heretic. Not Heretic. Anthony. At least I thought he was going to raise his hand. He didn't.
No, dude, that's Gregory in disguise.
Do AIs have funny jokes in the future? Because that was one. Or you brought Gregory from the future back to the past. That'd be him.
Now that photo reminded me of Slick James Johnson from the Hangouts days. That guy was on fire. He wouldn't let anybody talk about beliefs.
This guy's the opposite. Right, Anthony?
Well, it's the fucking flatties.
Yeah. Gonna make something of it?
Not really. Just here to agitate you. Because this fucking ideas is retarded and stupid.
You know, just like your argument.
Round. It's a fucking globe, dude.
Really?
Hell yeah.
It's really nice how you can declare something and it not be true. That's kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah. I fucking shit. I don't need to prove it because you can see it.
I don't need to prove it.
When you get on a when you get on the plane, you can see that shit is fucking round. Okay.
What plane? Which one is that? Because if you got on a plane and you saw curvature, how high do you have to be on that thing?
I don't fucking know, like 40,000 shit.
Yeah, you don't know. That's your problem. You don't know anything.
I fucking
you don't know arguments.
Everything,
you don't know how high you have to be.
That's how you're mad. You can't even answer how you get fucking gravity. You can't even answer that shit.
Gravity? Are you making gravy?
How do you get gravity? How does gravity work?
How do you get it? That's what kind of statement is that, Anthony?
Answer the question. How do you get gravity? How do you measure
make your statement right, and then I'll answer it. Make it
how
right.
do you measure gravity? How you like that?
What do you mean? How do you measure it?
Don't you understand the question?
Yeah. Why do you want it? Why do you
how
want
does gravity work? How does the atmosphere work if it's flat?
Atmosphere or gravity? Oh, you're all over the place, aren't you?
Yeah. What does that even have to do with each other?
Go ahead.
No, you can't answer the question. No, you just took an L, huh? You like taking L's?
Well, are you saying how can you have an atmosphere if the Earth is flat, or are you saying what about gravity if the Earth is flat? Which one?
Oh, well, answer the first one, the gravity.
Okay, so professor of University Department of Physics, Rio de Janeiro, A.C. Tort, decided to write a paper on a fundamental exercise of Gaussian distribution, yada yada yada, a bunch of other things in the title. And he basically modeled a cylindrical Earth with a flat surface and a depth of varying distribution of matter, and got the exact same field lines using mass attracts mass assumptions. So you can have mass attracts mass gravity on a flat Earth, no problem whatsoever. That's even assuming that mass attracts mass to the center of mass radially is the true way gravity functions, because that's an assumption based on the assumption of a sphere in the first instance. If gravity is simply linear, then there's nothing to worry about.
Well, good thing we don't go off assumptions.
No, we. No, you do.
So all right. So my next question is, if the Earth is flat, then how does the water stay on the Earth?
You fool.
Well, if a plate is flat, how does the water stay on the plate?
If you put water on a flat table, it'll come out the side, right?
Right. So what would you have to do to stop the water from going off the sides?
I don't know. I'm asking the professional.
That's very simple. You'd have to have a contained barrier, right?
So what is that contained barrier?
Well, it's called land.
There's not land all around the sides.
How do you know that? That's a claim. Then prove your claim.
I'm not the one that claimed it. You
just did. You said there's not land all around the side. You made a claim. Now prove it.
Prove that is.
No, that is. You said there's not land. You made a statement, Anthony. You just put your foot in your mouth. You put your foot in your mouth.
Prove it.
You put your foot in your mouth.
Prove it.
Shut the hell up. You put your foot in your mouth. You said there's land all the way around. Now you got to provide evidence of that.
No, you made the claim first.
Made the claim.
You said that the water stays on because of the land. Now prove it.
Yeah. No, you said there is no land that's all around the earth.
Prove it. You can't prove it.
Shut up, you 3-year-old kid. You don't keep saying prove it like I'm just going to listen to you. You can go down as a listener. We can let somebody else up. How that goes.
So do you just want to take 2 L's then, huh?
Nobody's taking.
All right, hold on.
You can't
I'll prove it, dude. I'll prove it.
Yeah, prove that shit.
Yep, easy. If there was no boundary of land preventing the water from leaving,
we don't do it.
Then the water would have left. The water hasn't left, therefore there is land preventing the water from leaving. Problem solved.
The highest altitude continent that exists is Antarctica, including according to the globe model. So there's some proof for you.
Saying it and proving it is 2 different things. You didn't prove shit. You just saying shit.
Okay, man. I mean, here's the thing: is like no one here is ever gonna just listen, Anthony, for a second. No one here is ever gonna make you believe in anything unless you do the research yourself.
Did you?
We can lead
Did you give
in
us a direct measurement of Earth curvature? No, you just declared the Earth as a ball.
No one's going to make anyone believe anything unless you do the research for yourself, and that's it. Like we can point to something and be like, "Hey, just think about this." But if you just deny it like immediately without taking the time to vet it out yourself, because you got the only person you're going to trust, anyone here, is going to trust themselves first. So do the work. We all did. We all used to think that the Earth was round.
So you ain't proving nothing. You're just talking.
You didn't prove anything when you declared the Earth was a ball.
When I what? I didn't understand what you said.
You just declared the Earth was a ball. You didn't prove it.
Right.
Right.
He's like, right. Right. That's
Anthony,
the problem,
your arguments
dude.
are weak.
That is the problem. Now prove the Earth is a globe.
You didn't prove it first, so you got.
No, you didn't prove it first. Is not the answer. I asked you when you walked into this space. When you walked into this space, shut up. When you walked into this space, I asked you directly, is the Earth a globe? You waffled on and didn't answer the question. Now it's your time to answer. You need to answer the question. Answer the question. It's now to you.
You didn't answer my question. You just said
bullshit, dude. We've been answering all the questions that you've been asking. Actually, AI Overlord has been answering your questions. He's been answering like 3 or 4 questions at least.
He hasn't answered shit. He just talks.
Really?
He hasn't proved nothing.
That's how you answer
I
You
want to see
ignorant,
the ruler.
fucking ignorant wretch. That's how you answer. You talk. That's what he's supposed to do when you're asking a question. And 3 or 4 questions that you asked, he already answered them. He has to talk. Well, he only talked.
He hasn't answered.
How the hell you expect him to respond if he doesn't talk?
He hasn't answered it. He just talks.
All right, shut up. You're going to either give us your evidence of the Earth being a globe because he already answered 3 of your questions. Now it's your turn. You're going to answer 1. How is the Earth a globe?
Look at it. When you go on the airplane, you can
look at it. We are looking at it. Looks like a flat Earth to everybody here.
Well, that's because you are fucking morons. That's why.
No, hold on. I've been in an airplane 40,000 feet. I didn't see any Earth curvature.
I second that.
That's because you don't want to.
No, that's because, dude,
This guy's projecting so hard. He doesn't want to believe that it could be flat.
Right, I've been on like over 20 flights when I was a teenager in my young 20s, well before I became a flat earther, and I didn't see any Earth curvature.
Because you didn't want to.
Wow. Oh, you're not listening, are you?
I'm listening. You're just not saying nothing.
Okay, what did I say?
You said that you didn't see that there was round, and because you're fucking blind.
No, I didn't say I didn't see the Earth was round because I'm fucking blind, you idiot. That's not what I said. I said in over 20 flights I took when I was a teenager and in my young 20s, years before I became a flat earther, looking out the window, I didn't see the curvature of the Earth. There was no bias. I believed the Earth was a ball back then, but I didn't see the curvature. I'm waiting for your just personal incredulity.
So far, you just took 3 L's now. That's 3 L's.
Dude, I told you that's what I was waiting for. A non-responsive attack upon my person. That's all you've got.
I didn't attack you personally. I just said you took an
You
L.
did. That's another L. That's the
Yeah, that's the third loss.
An attack upon me. You fucking idiot. Now, can you remember?
You're
that
the idiot.
I was not a flat
I can see
earther?
that it's round.
Anthony, I didn't. Over
Well, I'm
20
sorry that
years
you couldn't
ago,
see it. Maybe you
before-
should get glasses.
Okay.
Jesus.
So you see it and I don't.
Obviously.
Miggy sees it.
Now
Alpha
you
doesn't.
get it.
Whoever.
Now you get it.
My friend, how do we prove this? You see it, I don't. How do we prove it? Do we measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's actually curving or not?
So, do you have a ruler that goes all the way around the Earth?
No, but I can measure with a straight edge, can't I? I can measure the deviation from horizontal over distance if I have a straight edge.
But that don't prove nothing.
What, that the water isn't curving when I measure it?
Well, you say that the land is going to what keeps the water on, but that is
I didn't say
the
that.
land.
That was AI. Have you been taking drugs?
That's
Are
what
not
you
listening
said.
to the person that's talking to you.
Yeah, I
I'm
remember
not
also
AI.
last time
I
you said
didn't say
that the gravity doesn't exist because it
That
hasn't been
wasn't
proven. I
me.
remember that too.
That was great, but I didn't say what AI said 10 minutes ago, you idiot.
I'm just telling you what you told
talking
me
about
last time.
measuring curvature.
You
Sorry,
said
Anthony,
gravity
I'm
didn't
talking about-
exist because it hasn't been proven.
Gravity is the
Okay,
theory.
so
You
if
can
it
look,
hasn't been
look that up.
proven, if there's no scientific experiment that proves it, what does that tell you? That it exists, even though it hasn't been proven? Are you scientifically illiterate?
That's what you said, not me.
Wow, dude, this guy
Yeah,
has no
so if it
accountability.
hasn't been proven, does it exist?
Ask the question again.
If it hasn't been scientifically proven, does it exist?
Well, yeah, because if I drop a ball, it falls, doesn't it?
Okay, iron contains gas and it goes everywhere. Now what?
It's hard for me to understand you. Your accent is too thick.
Yeah, it's hard for me to understand stupid when I'm talking
Well,
to
damn,
you.
so you're saying you talk stupid? What did you say?
No, that's you. You can't follow a conversation.
I can, but
you
just
give
I
me a
can't
measurement of
understand
Earth?
you. Maybe you should get
Anthony,
somebody else to say it.
Anthony, can you give me a measurement of Earth curvature, please?
No, I can't give you a measurement because I don't have a ruler that big.
Why?
Because I don't have a ruler that big.
So there's been no measurement of Earth curvature then because we don't have big rulers?
Anthony, if you drop a ball
You're
and
just
it
conceding
falls,
your point. That's the biggest L that's happened all day. So you're saying we can't measure curvature because we don't have a long enough ruler.
Yep.
Yup.
But I didn't say ruler. I would say ruler. I wouldn't say ruler.
In the face. You've just shot yourself in the face, Sunshine. So there's no measurement of curvature then.
No, he just sees it from planes, apparently, Jedi. No measurements, of course.
No, it's because Jedi didn't want to see the curvature. That's why. He could look out the window, but it's
I'm
his will.
multitasking. Yes, you're right.
He didn't want to see it.
That would mean that Anthony's, and thank you, Alpha, for this, by the way, but that would mean that Anthony's claiming he's smarter than the current scientific communicators that we have and astrophysicists today, yeah?
Yeah. Because I don't need science to prove what I can see. You know
So
what I'm
you're
saying?
smarter than today's current
Scientists
astrophysicists
just
and
prove what
scientific
people can see.
communicators, Anthony. You have more knowledge on the
very much so.
subject than an astrophysicist.
I am smaller than all of them.
You're giving the roll. Listen, buddy, you're giving the Roll Tide a bad name. Come on.
Oh, fuck them.
Jeez, man, this man.
Well done.
We're talking about a bunch of flatties here.
No, we're talking about your science communicators, yeah? Your astrophysicists.
I'm not a scientist. I'm smarter
who
than them.
disagree with the statements that you're making wholly.
That's because they're stupid.
So your priest, the one that tell you the Earth's a ball, are stupid.
He's the one that's
a bowl
of them, surely.
Are you saying a bowl or a ball?
All right, stop mocking my accent, you fucking stupid yank.
Say you bloody wanker.
Yeah, well done. Are you telling me that your scientific communicators who tell you that the Earth is a ball are stupid?
I don't listen to scientists. They are stupid.
Okay, then.
Oh,
so
boy.
How do you know the Earth is a ball, then, apart from you looking out an aeroplane window?
You realize that the globe model is taught by
that all you've
science,
got?
right? So
I look out an airplane window and I see curvature. I'd never thought about turning around and having a look out the other side of the window and joining up those fucking curves, you idiot.
he has a conditional definition of science. It's convenient for him, not the globe model that he was taught his whole life. But if this guy doesn't want to hear anything, like there's really no point seeming to be talking to him. He's gonna say no, no. It's just like talking to a child. I mean, honestly, like you can look this up.
I look forward to coming in here. I really do.
You can literally look up the highest altitude continent in the world is Antarctica. You can look this up yourself. You're on the computer right now, are you not? So that's proof that there could be in theory a boundary around the flat Earth model that is a higher altitude that would hold the oceans of the entire.
Yeah, but we don't that's one thing, right? But he's asking for something and he hasn't given the evidence that the Earth is a globe. So he's basically working off a premise saying, I got my idea of what I think the Earth is, and I want you to present what you think the Earth is. So he can't provide evidence of the thing he thinks exists. So he doesn't apply.
You're only providing the theory.
Shut up.
Here's one too.
He hasn't applied. Hold on, Seeker. He hasn't applied the same rigor for what he thinks he lives on versus what he's asking us to do. So he's trying to, I don't know, be just a con artist or a weasel, whatever, and just trying to make it sound like he's got a position, and then we're not able to provide him the evidence. It's not that. It's you have to identify the guys that come in here. They're not thinking correctly, which his premise should already be established, and it's not. He said this for the evidence of the Earth being a globe. I look out an airplane window and I see the Earth curvature. That is as far as he goes with what he says, how he can demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. That's it.
No, I came up with more than that.
No, actually, that's all you said.
I've sent you a video of spacewalk.
I don't care about videos.
I know
don't
you
care about
don't,
videos.
Right?
I only care about you. I only care about you being able to articulate your point as to how you know that the Earth is a globe.
I did, and I sent you the video. You didn't like the answer.
No. When?
Don't get
Last
into
time I was
it.
in here.
Don't even get into it with him.
Yeah, you haven't said anything to me. There's nothing in the Jumbotron. You haven't said anything. All we are doing right now.
I sent it to you in a DM.
Up.
I sent you the video in a DM.
Yeah, I don't care about.
I know you don't, because it proves you wrong.
Shut up. You're the dumbest person in here. And on top of that, you don't even realize that you haven't provided any evidence. Observation of something is not evidence. Idiot.
Only because you say so. And that proves you
you're
wrong.
saying
So
that
you
the
don't
Earth.
like it.
You
You
said that
don't
the
like
Earth
it
is.
because it proves you wrong.
Shut up. You said the Earth is curving because of an airplane window, something you saw outside. Now, when it's time to go back down to the ground, and Jedi said, "Can you measure it?" You didn't do that, did you? Hello, McFly. You didn't do that, did you? You said you saw something outside of an airplane window. Jedi said, "Okay." Did you measure it?
You had me muted. I couldn't speak.
No, speak
So
now.
yeah. So like I said, I answered your question last time I was here, and you didn't like the answer.
Answer it now. You saw curvature from an airplane window. Did you measure it?
Did you measure it? Because I don't. First, I know you don't have.
Now you're on the ropes and you don't want to answer. You
Why would-
scared child.
Why would flat earthers measure curvature?
Yeah, it's weird. Anthony, you've been asked to measure the curvature you think exists from your airplane window. How can you do it?
The same way you did it when you measured that
I
the Earth
didn't
was
measure
flat.
curvature, dude. I'm asking you. Now
Deflect,
is your turn.
deflect.
Stop saying you did it or how can you do it. Don't ask me any questions. Provide the evidence by you being able to do it. Can you do it?
Where we're at now with this conversation, we're better off listening to Get Vaccinated and soundboarded it. We'd be more productive.
I know, right?
I think Taylor wants to say
Did get
something.
vaccinated.
I just wanted to mention that there was a peer-reviewed paper about finding the curve, and they said at 35,000 feet at the height of an airplane, you cannot see the curve. This is why Neil deGrasse Tyson told that woman who went to space, remember, she went past the Kármán line, and she was like, "Oh man, I wish I would have seen the curve." He said, "Oh, well, you still won't see the curve." So the question is, how high do you have to be to see the curve? Because it's not 35,000 feet. So it's like absolutely crazy. So yeah, that being able to see the curvature from the plane has been disputed. And I posted the paper on my profile.
You got to be
I
so
mean, you
high.
could make anything say
Open
something
that
on a piece
Sheba.
of paper versus seeing it and having conversation.
You can say who's the one that actually put that paper out, Anthony? Did you see it?
What paper? The paper she's talking about?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, go look at it. Go look at it.
I don't need to.
Just say.
I
Yeah,
don't
you do.
need to.
You
Oh
do.
my God!
You
dude, why
just
are you
finished
in
saying
here?
that anybody can write that.
Right. Anybody can make up shit on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess
you read
can
it?
Say whatever you want to.
Have you read it?
So can they do in a textbook and tell you whatever they want about the world and people believe it?
That's stupid reasoning, by the way, Anthony. Stupid.
Yeah.
If that was true, what you just said, then you're just doing the same thing as a hypocrite, believing everything that you read about the Earth being a
But
globe.
you're doing the same thing. You believe a theory.
What theory? It's not a theory.
It is a
Flat
theory.
Earth is not a theory.
You're believing what people read and told you too. That's the same thing.
Gravity's a
You're believing
theory.
what you were told too.
Gravity's a theory. Density and buoyancy are not theories.
But that's what I'm saying. You guys don't see that you've been doing the same shit.
Anthony, if
No,
you
man.
woke
believing
up,
what you're
We
told
were
and what you
where
read
you
too.
were before. We
Anthony,
You're
were
believing
where
what
you
you
were.
were taught too.
And I think
We
if you
were
woke
where
up
you
on this
were.
earth in the middle of
guys,
nowhere, would you think you're on a
let's
spinning ball flying through space? Or would you think you're on a flat stationary plane as it appears?
Jedi, go ahead, man. Please. I heard you butting in there.
It's not a theory, it's a direct measurement. The Earth is measured to lay horizontal flat. It's not a theory, it's a measurement.
It is a theory. You believe what you were
No,
told.
dude, it's a measure.
You believe
No,
what you were
I
told,
wasn't
just like
told.
everybody else in the world. You
I
believe what you
only
told.
observed.
No. Sorry. No, it's not
So
what
how
we
can you
observe.
observe something
It's
and I
what
can't?
Anthony, stop talking. You're confused, my friend.
I'm not
It's a
confused. I'm just
measurement.
pointing out how your theory
Dude,
is flawed.
dude, you're not listening, so how can you rebut to what you're not listening to? It's a measurement. I wasn't told. I measured. Understand, right? It's not a theory, it's a direct measurement. This is why I keep asking you for a measurement of curvature. Otherwise, yours has got a theory without direct evidence. That direct evidence would be the measurement of curvature.
I don't need to measure what I can see.
Okay, well, I see that it's flat then, so I don't need a
Well,
measuring
you
either.
need to
Then,
get a pair of
according to your
glasses.
standard, and all that you've got is a personal attack on me saying that I need glasses.
Well, kid, because
Well
you keep
done,
on saying you
Sunshine.
can't see, so that's why I'm just suggesting.
Okay, so it's just a personal attack on me, even though I've been to 40,000 feet and didn't see any curvature on the horizon. You say you do see curvature on the horizon. All that you've got is an attack on me saying that I'm blind and that I can't
Well,
see. That's not a good, Anthony. It's probably best you shut up, dude. That's not a very good standard of argumentation.
I know because you don't agree with
It's
it,
an
but
ad
when I
hominem.
sent the video,
Anthony, you
people
should
don't.
shut up. Anthony, you should be quiet. You really do need to be quiet, mate. You're making a fool of yourself.
No, I'm
You
making
need
a
to
fool out of you.
provide. You're not doing anything of the sort, my friend.
Yeah, because
so
when
you need to provide. Excuse me.
when I
You
send
need to
the
provide direct
them
evidence, not anecdotal.
space,
Anthony, you need to provide verifiable evidence, not anecdotal stories.
stop muting me. I did. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and you didn't like the answer.
I like how he tried to speed that up there to beat the mute.
You know what's aggravating? It's aggravating when people won't concede to that. When you actually look at the Earth and observe it, it observably is flat. That's why there were flat earthers for however long there was before globe Earth was proposed. So don't really understand why you're going to go with that one. But also, to add to Taylor's point, even the planetarium director Paul Larson, he
They're all fucking idiots. Why would I listen to idiots?
he's a planetarium director.
And that doesn't make him not an idiot.
Okay,
You
well
think
then
that you can let people
I
get their
think that
sentence
you're
out,
the
Anthony?
idiot, Anthony.
I don't think
I
Anthony
couldn't
knows
hear
how to
two
make
people.
friends.
What you say?
Yeah,
Taylor.
well, the planetarium director Paul Larson, he calculated that the ISS only sees 3% of the Earth. Therefore, there's no curvature even seen at that height.
So how can it see if it only sees a little bit?
When can you see it ever?
That was so profound. I just hope no one answers you.
Taylor, you got your hand up? Did Taylor just drop?
I got timeout. I gotta pee.
I think we all
I
need
think-
timeout from you.
I wanted to address something that Seeker said too. I would state that gravity is not a theory because a scientific theory is something that has been verified with a cause and effect relationship via the scientific method. So it's claimed
You
to
might
be a
be right.
scientific
I mean,
theory, but it's not.
A theory is a thought.
hey, go pee. No one wants to hear you while you're pissing. I was asking ChatGPT about whether or not gravity was a theory or not. And it told me it was through GPT, but then ChatGPT's reasoning and stuff is hilarious sometimes.
Well, you need to ask ChatGPT a little bit more specific questions because it's always going to go with the current belief. So if you ask a broad question and
Yeah,
say,
the narrative.
is gravity a theory? Well, it's going to say, yeah, gravity's a theory, and it can be verified. However, if you were to break that down into more direct,
Like what I would do with it is
questions,
I'd ask it if density and buoyancy can explain every aspect of gravity, and it would say yes. And I was like, well, maybe it just takes the place. Mark wants to say something.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's actually very easy to disprove gravity. All you have to do, you see, gravity says that things accelerate to the Earth. So let's say you jump off a building. Gravity says that's accelerating towards the Earth. So it's very easy to disprove gravity. All you have to do is install an accelerometer app to your phone and drop your phone and see if the accelerometer detects acceleration. Lo and behold, zero acceleration detected. In fact, what it detects is a deceleration. I won't go any further for now because it'll blow people's minds, but it certainly doesn't detect an acceleration. That's for sure. You can try it for yourself.
Now, this is an upwards moving earther argument in disguise.
Well, also
So it's
too,
not
let's think about how gravity is supposed to, or the moon. I guess this is the moon thing. The moon's gravity. Well, yeah, the moon's gravity. Same concept.
Before we go on there, there's nothing disguised
Sure.
here, Alpha. There's nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
it's an
disguised.
upwards moving earther
How do you describe it?
in disguise.
How would you explain the
Simple. The Earth is not in motion.
right? So
Hold on.
why does
Let's
the
pause
app
for a
detect
second.
a
I want to get back to another
deceleration?
point about gravity.
We got both of you guys talking.
Why
so
does the
sorry,
app?
one of you guys.
Why does the app detect a deceleration?
What do you mean? Why does the app? Because that's how it was programmed. It was programmed
No.
to do certain functions.
No.
So if you're saying that the Earth is in motion, because it's not a question proof.
No.
You don't ask
just
a question.
made a claim.
Well, what else can it be?
You just
You
made a
can't. You
claim.
can't do that.
You just made a claim. It was
Yeah.
programmed for that. You said.
It's programmed for certain functions. When it
Is
whatever it's programmed to do. Yeah.
Oh, you know
Of course
this.
it is.
You know this, do you?
Yeah.
All-
So
all
when
it's
they
programmed
program,
to do-
listen, when they program, which you're not understanding though, with accelerometers, they have to input certain parameters into the program. Yes
No,
or no?
all it's doing is it's
No. So they
exposing the
do. So they
phones.
just set up an accelerometer, and the accelerometer
phone
does what
has-
it does because that's what it's supposed to do,
The
right?
phone has an
No,
accelerometer.
you guys do this all the time, Mark.
No, but the
You
phone
guys
has
are
an
part of the.
accelerometer
Listen,
in
man.
it.
I want to show you something. Look at the top of the name of this space. It's called the Old War. You know what that is? Enemies of critical thinking, which is what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to reason with the question proof.
just stating facts.
Question proofs are not proofs,
No,
sir.
listen.
You can't start from you can't start from a premise where you're trying to say, well, what else can it be if the Earth is not? We can't see it in motion, but yet this accelerometer is showing us that something's happening. So it must be something happening. Can't be nothing.
All I'm doing is
Yeah, that's what you're doing. It's an upwards moving Earth in disguise
all
argument.
I'm doing is explaining what the accelerometer detects.
Yeah, you really
And you're
have you
saying-
designed the
you're saying there's a
accelerometer?
big
Have you designed it? Have you designed it?
So they're conspiring, are they? The app makers.
No, conspiring.
That's
Did
what-
you
that's what
design the
you're asserting right
accelerometer
now.
to give the parameters?
You're
Listen to me,
questioning- You're
Mark.
questioning the app.
No, listen. This is what you're doing.
Just mute.
No, you are making a claim that because you didn't program the accelerometer on that app, did you, Mark? So you don't know the parameters which it's working with, do you, Mark? There's a lot of things that you don't know that you're baking into your
think
assumption.
You don't know that it is.
I'm not
an
claiming to
accelerometer.
know.
Yes,
You're the one that's saying the accelerometer is doing this and
not
that.
a legit accelerometer.
A legit accelerometer.
Yeah, you're
what?
calling into question the accelerometer on the phone.
I'm
You're
calling
saying
into
there's a
question what
conspiracy.
you are doing with it.
Oh.
What are you doing with the accelerometer? You're using it to show, well, look, when we set it on the table, it's not moving, but yet it's registering
there's
something.
three axes
So therefore, what is
in
it
the
registering? Well, it's
accelerometer,
registering
in
that
the
the Earth
app.
is a shut up, Mark. What it's registering is that the Earth is actually doing something because we're leaving it set on the table and nobody's doing anything to the accelerometer yet. There's some motion detected.
No.
So what can it
There's
be?
no
It has to be
motion to- hang
something.
on,
Can't be
hang on a minute,
nothing.
Hang on a minute. So the accelerometer detects motion in three directions: the X, Y, and Z axis, right? So when the phone's just sitting on the table, it's just registering 1G. Okay, that's the.
Why is it doing that?
Because that's the frame of reference. Okay, so all I'm saying is when you drop.
Why is it
all
doing
I'm
that,
saying,
Mark?
bro. All I'm saying is that when you drop the phone, it does not detect
No,
acceleration.
you see,
that's it.
This is a freaking upwards moving Earth argument in disguise, and that's
I'm
what
just
you're doing
telling
right
you
now.
what the phone does. It does not detect
No, this is
acceleration.
bullshit, dude.
And so that debunks
You're not
gravity.
going to put your argument baked into what you're saying so that we don't know your true intentions.
I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying it
Yes,
debunks.
you are.
No, I'm just saying it
Fuck, you
debunks
aren't, man.
gravity.
Can I bring
Yes,
up
you
this
are.
point? It's another thing about gravity. It's how does the moon's gravity only work on salt water and not on freshwater
No,
bodies?
we're not. That's not the point, though. I'm actually like, Jedi. Did you want to speak on this? Because this is an upwards moving Earth argument in disguise. I don't care how you guys slice it. That's what it is.
Yeah, it is.
Taylor wants to say something.
She's in the listening panel.
Right.
She's not even a speaker.
Well, I just wanted to mention the moon's quote unquote gravity because it doesn't make sense for
Why?
gravity's argument at all.
Hmm? What does that have to do with what he was saying? I don't, Jedi. Did you?
It doesn't. It doesn't. The conversation with him wasn't going anywhere.
Gravity,
I was trying to say
yeah.
it before.
Gravity really doesn't have an argument. All you have to do is ask them for their evidence, their illustration. They don't have it, so that's it. That's all you really need.
Yeah,
I've literally got my head in my hands. This is ridiculous.
You have to go
Look,
into
I've
their
questioned
paradigm,
Peter.
start taking apart
I've
their stuff.
questioned Peter.
and
Yeah,
just ask them
I've
for their
questioned
evidence in the
Peter
first
3
place.
times. Every time I question Peter,
Yeah.
Peter says when you drop something, it accelerates. Okay, so this debunks that. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not all you're saying.
You're
You're greasing
Why,
the
dude?
skids for an upwards moving Earth argument. I've identified it, and now you're denying it. You need to come out right and said that's what you want to declare. Just declare it, get it over with, so we can talk about it. Why all this hiding behind the bushes of this? Well, I'm not saying that. I didn't say it. Yeah, it's implied by what you're saying. Well, if I drop the phone, it's kind of curious that it's registering not that. Yeah, it's baked in. I guarantee it.
It is baked in, Alpha. So the accelerometers already have baked in the 9.8 meters per second, yeah? Which is the assumption of gravity. So when the phone is dropped and it's not exceeding the 9.8 per meters per second, that's already pre-programmed into the
Hey,
device.
dude, I'm sorry to
It's going to
inform
not
you.
register
I'm sorry to
any.
inform
It's
you,
not going to
JJ.
register any acceleration.
I'm
Mark,
sorry
it would
to.
be very good if you could just wait until I was actually finished
Well,
what
I
I was
just want to. I
saying
want to
instead of
save you
speaking
from
over the top.
embarrassment. I want to save you from embarrassment. Why don't you just go and do the test yourself and see what it does detect?
Did you just not listen to
He's
what I
telling you
said,
about
Mark,
Mark.
and what I just explained? Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead, mate.
No, I was annoyed with Mark because that's literally what you were explaining, and he clearly wasn't listening because he decided to talk through you. So, Mark, you need to shut up and listen, dude. Seriously, you're becoming as annoying as Anthony.
Yeah, AJ, that was a great explanation. Can you repeat it, please?
Yep. So the accelerometers are already pre-programmed with the 9.8 meters per second as per the claim of gravity, the assumption of gravity. So when the phone falls, right, if it doesn't exceed the 9.8 meters per second, it's not going to show an acceleration.
It's like, from what height did you drop your phone? Did you give it enough time to reach the full acceleration, or did you just drop it a couple of feet because you didn't want to break your phone?
It wasn't me that did the experiment. It was level-headed William. Okay, and what he detected was a deceleration. So what I'll do, I'll just post it. I'll just post. I don't know what height. I'll just post it in the pill, and you can look at it for yourself.
Dude, the only time the phone's going to register any sort of acceleration in a free fall is when it hits the ground. Both the phone and the accelerometer inside are falling at the same rate due to the pre-programmed 9.8 meters per second that you claim to be gravity. So this would mean that there is no relative movement between the accelerometer and the phone until it actually hits the ground.
You guys have been swindled, and you're taken in by everything that you hear that sounds pretty niche, and it sounds pretty cool because we're giving an explanation, something that the globe earthers have given us for a long time, but we're replacing it with this. Essentially, it's Einsteinian gravitational theory. That's all it is. It's the same shit. It's only different it's masked differently. But you're saying the same song that he is, just a different beat. It's the same song though. Nothing different. But you're coming. This isn't something new. It's old. It's just rebranded. I'm telling you, you've been swindled And you're coming in here thinking that we're the ones that are getting it incorrectly. You want to save AJ from embarrassing himself. Sir, you're the one that should be embarrassed for coming up with this illogical argument. And it's going to keep happening because people are believing these charlatans, these swindlers. But you don't know how to discern for yourself because it sounds fantastic. You're mystified by what they're saying. You're carried away with every wind of doctrine that they put down your path.
So, are we being pulled towards the Earth?
Oh my God, dude. I don't know.
AJ,
You guys,
AJ, you're the expert. Are we being pulled towards the Earth?
No, there is no force pulling us.
Okay. So,
I don't feel pulled down right now. I'm just.
are we being pushed? Are we
where I
being
am.
pushed down, AJ?
No, I'm not being
we're
pushed
searching
down.
for an explanation. They all are. These guys with itching ears are searching for some type of explanation, and they find it when these charlatans come forward and say, "This is the answer, my friend. Globe Earth didn't give it to you, but we're here to save you from your distress. Here you go. This is the answer. Upwards moving Earth. That's it. That's the keys to the kingdom." And you happily accept it. You drink the Kool-Aid and you move on.
No, hang on.
And
hang
now
on.
you're propagating it. You're propagating it like it's true.
No, you've got to be fair about something.
I'll make it very
okay?
simple
Hang
for you,
on,
Mark of
just
Melbourne.
just
yeah?
before you do. It's okay. It's okay for you guys to assert a flat Earth. Okay, and I agree. I assert a flat Earth too.
No one's asserting
the-
anything.
No,
It's
no. Hang on a minute.
measured that way.
Yeah, that's right. So it's measured that way. So you can basically back that up, all right? So so it's okay to assert a flat Earth here, but the minute I ask you to assert whether we're being pulled or whatever, now AJ Alpha wants to start crying. What's your assertion, or do you have an assertion whether we're being pulled down or whatever, or not? If you don't, that's fine. I'm just asking.
Well, that's what I was just going to answer very simply for you, yeah? What we see is that some objects fall at an average of 9.8 meters per second. Some objects don't. Some remain buoyant. Some things go up. Some things go down, yeah? But there is an average of 9.8 meters per second. That's all we can assert. That's all that we can say. Now, the claim of mass attracting mass and a force, that was Newton, superseded by Einstein. Einstein, it's not a force, which is why, again, I said not a force, yeah, because it's the bending and warping of the fourth dimension space-time, right? So at the end of the day, we can only talk about things that we can verify, and what we can verify is that some objects, not all, will go down at an average of 9.8 meters per second. Very simple.
Yeah, in other words,
9.8 meters per second squared.
Sorry, Flatsy. Yes. Got me.
Yeah, so in other words, you're unaware of the physics behind it.
Correct.
Oh, right.
And nobody here, and no current scientists can claim that they are. It's based off of an assumption and philosophical discussion.
Well, do you know that it's not gravity?
What? Specific gravity, rather.
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, it is kind of
Don't
loaded.
answer it.
Yeah, well,
Loaded.
I'm saying, like, I don't believe it's gravity, because gravity, especially Newtonian gravity, says we're being pulled toward the Earth, but in nature there is no pull, only push. There's only pressure. So there's no pressure pushing us down because there's nothing above us to force us down. So, and there is no pull in nature. That's just vernacular. That's just a way to describe.
You're making up for the cause right now, is what you're trying to do. You're trying to reason with what the cause could be in a paradigm in which you're describing. You can't do that. That's already been explained to you. You can only talk about the effect. You're ascribing a type of cause for the effect. You cannot do that.
Why?
You don't know the cause for the effect.
I know that it's not pull.
You don't know that.
I know that it's not a pull because there is no pull in nature.
Right. So you're going to give us what you ascribe a cause for the effect is, yes?
Well, there's only pressure.
No, answer the question. You do what Globers do. Just answer the question. Are you trying to ascribe a cause for the effect?
Well, I'm trying to investigate the cause, correct.
Are you going to answer my question? Are you trying to ascribe a cause for the effect? Yes or no?
Well, I suppose, yeah.
Yes or no? Yes?
Yes, okay, yes.
Okay, so you're trying to ascribe a cause for the effect. So what gives things the propensity to move up and or down in the vector in which they do?
Yeah,
answer that.
That's the question, yeah.
So answer that.
Well, it's two things.
Sorry, that was me. I slipped. Try again.
Yeah, well, there's two scenarios which I'll be honest, I don't know the answer. I'm just inquiring.
All right, stop right there. All right, stop right there. Stop.
Go ahead.
That's good enough. If that was honesty, stay with that. Do not continue or proceed to give me an answer right after you just said that. That was your honest answer. Nothing else should precede that. The moment you speak right after that, it's going to undermine everything you're going to say next. Because you just said you don't know, and that's it. That's the best you can do.
And
you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know either. That's where we're
Never
at.
claimed to, Mark.
No,
I never
all right,
claimed to.
So we don't know. We'll camp right there. All right. We're in a nice, secure spot for you. Okay. We don't have to get too excited. So now we can move to the next level. We can observe there is a vector there. We can observe that and agree. Well, like you said, there is an observation there, and so we can deduct things. We can deduct that we're not being pulled. We can deduct.
Why are we deducing? Why?
Well,
well, what?
We can say we're not, because we're debunking gravity right now.
No, we have already done. Listen, the debunk
You haven't
for gravity.
debunked gravity.
Listen,
that's what I'm trying to do. But you keep
Mark,
stopping me.
You're trying to listen. When you say gravity, that's loaded. That means you have to talk about a cause and effect relationship. You have not done that. Okay. So when you identify the word, listen, the word gravity isn't just one word. It's a word that means a couple of things.
Yeah.
It means cause and effect. So when you say you haven't debunked gravity, you're not identifying we've debunked the causation theory for gravity. The effect is the phenomena that occurs. Mm-hmm. Now, when we talk about the effect, we are specifically talking about what we witness when we let go of something in the medium of air. Now, when you say you have not debunked gravity, you didn't identify what we did debunk, which is the causation theory. The debunk for that is that there is no evidence of the fairy tale bending and warping of space and time. Those are conceptual ideas.
That's true. That is true. There is no evidence. You're right,
Mark. Yeah. I know. So that's what I'm saying. You don't need to debunk something that does not exist. That's a negative. It does not exist.
Well, that's
so. How can I tell you? How can I tell you to debunk? No,
you can't debunk something that's true. You mean you can't debunk something that's true.
No. You can't debunk something that does not exist. Like if I was to tell you, debunk the flying spaghetti monster right now for me.
What about debunk the globe? Can you debunk the globe?
Listen to what I just said.
No,
you
listen to what I'm saying. You can't debunk the truth. You can debunk a lie. That's what we're doing.
Mark, why are you so confused about this?
No,
why
I'm not confused. You're confused.
You are.
Hang on, Mark.
I'm not. Listen.
Okay.
Go ahead, AJ.
Please, Mark. Okay. What Elf is trying to explain is that there is no established causation for gravity to begin with. So there is nothing to debunk. Now, secondly, if you want to state that it needs to be debunked in some way, it just needs to be falsified. Hang on. Well, it's just been falsified, yeah? Because we can show that there is no scientific verification to claim a scientific theory. Yeah, there is no cause and effect relationship. So that debunks the claim in itself. You don't need to offer an alternative to debunk something. Yeah, it's been debunked when there was no cause and effect established.
So there's no curve, is there, right? There's no curvature. So can we debunk the curvature? Can we debunk the curvature then, even though it doesn't exist?
You don't need to listen. When you go through, when you walk, you don't need to tell somebody about how you're going to debunk. If somebody, I told you, listen, dude, Mark, you don't realize something. When somebody proposes something that does not exist and they tell you to debunk that,
like a curve.
how can you debunk something that doesn't exist? It's
Like a curve.
illogical.
You mean like a curve?
Yeah, that's illogical.
No, it's not.
It's illogical for you to attempt to say, okay, I'm going to debunk
That's what you do.
the
That's
imaginary.
what debunking is. You don't debunk the truth. You debunk.
He's confused. I think this is what's happening. He's really confused on this topic. And it's simple. If I present to him something that I say that I want him to debunk, but the thing that I'm presenting does not exist anywhere in the physical and natural world, what is there to debunk? I'm asking the audience now because he seems to be very confused on this. How can I debunk something that does not exist? Doesn't exist anywhere. So if I tell you, go ahead and debunk it, how are you going to attempt to, okay, let me debunk the thing that doesn't exist? You're attempting to debunk something. It's an illogical framework. You can't go into debunking something that does not exist. It doesn't exist.
You mean like the
What is
globe?
so?
Yeah. All you'd be doing, Mark, would be debunking someone's belief system. Yeah. Their assumptions. If you were to come to me and say, hey, the earth is curved, I'd just say, where's the measurements? Oh, well, no one's ever done it, but we've seen it from an aeroplane. Yeah, it's debunked. Yeah, it's not there. It's only debunking your belief, not anything in reality.
You debunk it with the evidence of the flat. You don't debunk it by saying, "Oh, there's no evidence for yours," because they can say, "Oh, blah blah blah." But you debunk it with the actual truth.
But there is no evidence. Yeah. So if there is no evidence and it doesn't exist,
there's evidence for the
and it
flat.
doesn't.
The evidence
Correct.
for the flat.
But
Yeah.
if there is no evidence and it doesn't exist in reality, there's nothing to debunk to begin with.
So we don't debunk the globe.
It's just
we don't debunk the globe.
It's just a belief. Yeah. Well,
yeah, AJ, we don't listen. Aussie to
No,
Aussie.
we don't.
Aussie
We
to
don't
listen,
need to yet.
mate. Listen. Yeah, let's get
Mark,
honest.
we don't
Can we debunk
Mark,
the globe, even though it doesn't
don't.
exist?
We don't need to because it doesn't exist in reality.
We don't need to debunk the globe.
In reality, the Earth is measured flat. It's not a debate.
That's what debunks
in regards
the
to
globe.
whether the Earth is
The
flat
truth.
or whether the Earth is a. It is not a debate.
The truth
in whether
debunks
the Earth
the globe.
is
Yeah.
a globe or flat. Yeah, it's an interrogation of people's beliefs, showing them how their beliefs are incorrect.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we debunk their false belief. Yeah, the globe. That's just a belief because we know it's not true. It's just a belief. So that's what we have to debunk. It's like gravity.
Yeah, we're not debunking the specifics. We're debunking the framework of their proposition.
Yeah, call it
the
whatever you
framework
want.
of the proposition. So it doesn't matter what they provide or put forward. They could provide or put forward the Earth is concave. The Earth is a donut. The Earth looks like a turtle. The Earth
has
is
gravity.
whatever. It does not matter what they put forward.
That's right.
That is not what we're debunking. I'm telling you, you said specifically we're debunking the globe. We're not debunking the globe. It's not the specific thing that we're debunking. So it's not going to be like if I told you, like I said before, the flying spaghetti monster, we're not debunking that thing. We're debunking their thinking.
Can falsify their
Yeah,
claims.
we're debunking the
And
false.
you can prove a negative sometimes. There's always some exceptions, but overall, you don't have a burden of proof if you take a position of non-existence.
Yeah, yeah, correct, Flats. We're just debunking, let's call it the false idea. So Newton had a false idea. Einstein had a false idea. The cause side of things. We see the effects, but just on the cause of it, where Einstein says it's whatever it is, and we've sort of got a bit of an understanding. So we can debunk that, but the way you debunk it is with the truth. That's how you debunk it.
You're taking on a burden that's not yours by even going there. It's up to them to substantiate their claim, not you to take it apart.
I can do whatever I want.
All right, you can go ahead and grant them their shit.
Congratulations.
Trying to take it apart, yeah.
That's just it's an exercise in futility is what this is, Mark.
All I heard right there was Cartman saying, "Fuck you, I do what I want."
Yeah, it's an exercise in futility.
Yeah, well, this guy's
You're gonna
telling
go
me
the long way
this
around.
Guy's
Listen,
this guy's telling me it's
you're
not for
multiplying,
me. Listen,
Mark.
hey, whoa.
Okay. No, we're not hey woeing in my space, Mark. Do you know who the host is? Fucking respect, dude. God damn. You have been the most disrespectful whatever you are. I can't identify esoteric flat earther that I've known so far. Yeah, you think you're just throwing your weight around. You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. And when it comes to arguments, you want to go the long way around. You want to talk about things that you don't need to. This is all about being concise. Get to the point. Use less words. You're multiplying words for no apparent reason. And then you're going to continue to talk about subject matter that you don't need to talk about in the conversation. Why are you doing this? It's an exercise in futility. You need to learn who the host is when you enter a room. You've been used to so long. There's been spaces you get into. You could just talk however you want to. You entitled prick. You can't do that here.
Well, maybe you should move down south. When you get a guest, you treat them with a bit of respect. You don't call them an entitled prick, okay?
You are an entitled prick.
No, I'm
I
not.
call it like
No,
the
I'm
way
not.
it goes.
All I-
Yes, you are.
I was just accused.
You overtalk. You've talked to people. You do whatever you wish, and it's the Mark Melbourne
This
show.
is just
You can do whatever you want.
I agree, Mark. If you were to come to visit my house and you come in with your dirty fucking shoes and took a shit on my lounge chair, you're an entitled prick.
Am I taking a shit in this space? Am I? I don't think
Yes.
so. I think we're having a good
I
argument.
think based on your assessment, but based on what everybody sees, is that you want to talk through everybody, not just me, Mark. Everybody who's been speaking, you talk right through them because you feel like what you have to say is the most important thing.
Well,
and you don't recognize when you're wrong because you basically told Heretic, I'm gonna do what I want. You just just told him that.
Well, Heretic told me, it's not for you to ask any questions and inquire. Hey, it's not for him to tell me what to do about what I inquire about.
I didn't say that.
What did you say then?
I said the onus isn't on you to dismantle something that they haven't proven to begin with.
I can make the onus on
On
me if
them
I
to
want.
prove it.
I can make the onus. It's not for you to
Okay,
tell.
you can take the burden onto you, but that's
it's
stupid.
it's not for,
You're letting
it's
them
not for
shift
you to
it.
tell me what burdens I can take and not take.
Yeah, you can go ahead and be a fool and take someone else's burden. You sure can, but
Well,
it's
you know what
stupid,
the
and that's what we're all
Bible
telling-
says about people that call other people fools, right?
Oh well.
You're a Christian guy?
Yeah, that
No,
doesn't.
why
That's
even
not
go
a.
in there? Who
That's
cares?
not even a part of this.
About me. Let's make a list about me. Let's make it about the subject. I've been told that I can't debunk the globe here. We're not supposed to debunk the globe.
You're debunking the way they think, not the specific thing they think about. Mark.
The globe is just error in thinking. That's all it is. We all know that.
So are you pointing out the fact that they're thinking incorrectly, or are you pointing out the fact that they're talking about the globe being a reality,
one in the
which
same
is what
thing.
you said to Heretic? I'm going to take the long way around and go ahead and shoulder that burden and tell them about the Earth being a globe, that it's not a globe, and go yada yada. You're not telling them.
Burden. We all have this burden,
Dude,
now.
you haven't even realized that what you're supposed to be attacking is the way they think. And it's because the way that all people think is that they think they're correct just by listening to somebody tell them that something is true. That goes for anybody. If you have a belief system that somebody just told you, hey, this is true, and you're like, okay, I believe you because you said so, and you didn't challenge it, you didn't look into it, you didn't test it, you didn't do anything, then the onus is on you. That's what the problem is here. And you have to make the person realize that, but you want to shoulder their burden and go ahead and say, well, go ahead. We'll go ahead and just look into why you think the Earth is a globe, and we'll talk about it. You don't need to. You need to talk about why they think that. It's the thinking that's the problem.
That's right.
Not what the
I agree.
specific thing they said.
Yeah, I agree. And I was just trying to debunk the way people think, especially globers, the way globers think about what they call gravity. Okay, that's all I was doing. And I was just explaining.
I don't think so.
That it can't be gravity because gravity means.
See, you're going to the specifics. You're going to the specifics.
Yeah, but you need
back
to get,
again to the specifics.
You need to get a little bit of specific about the subject to explain and debunk.
Mark, I just
their
explained that
thinking.
when that phone falls, it's going to experience
Not just the phone,
zero
dude. It's
G.
not
Yeah,
there's
just like
other
when a
experiments.
person,
There's
just like when
other
a person,
experiments.
Mark, please, just like when a person is standing on the edge of a building and they jump off, they're going to experience zero G, no G forces, because G forces are experienced as weight pressing upon you. So you would need to be strapped into a chair, such as a jet taking a turn, right? So this phone is not going to experience any G's or G forces until it actually hits something solid like the ground. It's just in free
Okay.
fall.
What about this? What about this then, AJ? Because you know Peter, right? The gravity guy. He's come in here a few times.
But I don't care what Peter
I-
says.
no. But I'm just
Peter's been
letting you know
debunked
how they
1,000
think.
times.
Listen, bro. Right. Listen, I'm just letting you know how they think, right? So when I asked Peter,
We don't need to hear how they think. We hear him daily, Mark.
but just
We hear him
listen.
daily.
Yeah, I know this, but I'm
AJ's
just
heard him
I'm
1,000 times. You don't need to reiterate a point about
just letting
Peter.
AJ know
Peter's an
something about what he
afterthought
was
in this
talking
whole.
about. I'm just letting AJ know what he was talking because AJ.
AJ hears him every day.
Yeah, no, hang on a minute. But
Every day.
just specifically about the guy jumping off the building, I asked Peter 3 times, and he said that the blood would rush to his head because he's accelerating, and that would cause the G because it's accelerating.
No, there is no G forces unless you're pressing
That's
upon
right.
something or
That's what I'm
into
saying.
something
That's what I'm
because it's
saying.
experienced as weight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
Okay, so
they're
then,
saying
so in
no.
that, if that's the case, then if that's the case, Mark, that's not what you presented with the phone. But if that's the case, you are correct, and it doesn't matter what Peter says.
No, that's right. That's all I'm saying because it's the same thing whether you drop a man off a building or a phone or whatever. They're saying the thing is accelerating. Therefore, there's like an I don't know if it's you'd call it a negative G, but you know what I mean. Like if you accelerate, like if you get in a car and you accelerate, you get pushed back in the seat. That type of thing. That's what they're saying when things fall because they're saying
That's right, but you need the seat to be pressed into because you experience G forces as
yeah, well, that's what the top
weight.
of your head is. That's what the top of your head is with the blood inside your body. You see what I'm saying? The head's like the top of your head's like the back of like the seat, and they're saying, oh, Peter's saying, yeah, the blood rushes to your head. I'm
Yeah,
like, no, it doesn't.
I
I'm
don't
like, no,
think
it
so.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
So
blood,
I'm glad we
your
agree.
blood's
Anyway, I'm
just
just saying
pumped
that
around your
debunks
body and your
gravity.
circulatory system. Yeah, as valves, as etc. That
Yeah,
unless you're
yeah,
hanging
but
upside
no,
down. But this has
in
nothing to
high
do with the
G.
person experience G
Yeah,
forces. The person themselves is just experience 0 G. They're in a free fall until they hit something, and then they're going to feel a force.
Yeah. This is a Yumi argument in disguise. Beware.
No, just hang on. We're just about there because you know when they do those big high G experiments, they need like airbags in their legs and stuff to stop the blood from flowing down and stuff. So blood does move like that to a degree. It's not doesn't fully go up to the top of your head, of course, but there is an accumulation there, and that's what
Yeah,
they're
and what are they
saying.
doing? They're sitting in a seat. They're being pressed into the seat. Yes, so
That's
this is
right.
a free fall. I don't care what the blood's doing. The body itself is in free fall. The phone itself is in free fall. The accelerometer in the phone is traveling at the same speed, the 9.8 meters per second, that is pre-programmed. There is no force there. That's it. We don't have to go any further with that conversation.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm glad we agree somewhat. All I'm saying is that it does register a deceleration. That's it.
There it is. Pigeon just dropped the turd and flew away. He knocked the piece of chessboard down as he flew away. All I'm saying is that we just got to question. It could be the Earth upward rising. Just saying, you know.
Well,
Anyway, I'll leave you guys with that.
I just
I
stated
gotta
a
go.
fact. I just stated a fact about what the phone
Yeah,
says.
you
That's
did.
all.
Yeah, facts. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just stating a fact.
Yep. That the Earth's upward rising. Yep.
No. The fact is that it debunks gravity. That's the point.
Yeah. But you're greasing the skids for your argument of the upwards moving Earth, aren't you?
What if it is moving upward? Aha! Then you'd be the fool, wouldn't you?
I know you guys too well. All right. You can't get away. There's no getting away from this.
Sounds like Peter's the authority on gravity now.
Self-proclaimed.
Then why would you bring him up?
I'm confused. Sorry, gentlemen. Why are we trying to disprove something that hasn't been proven anyway? No, why are we trying to disprove gravity? Yeah, we haven't even proven it anyway. So why are we trying to disprove it?
Well, that was our point the whole way through.
Well, it's
just
like
doesn't
the
get it.
curve. It's like the
Try to
curve.
reason with Mark, I guess.
I guess the reason why is so you can insert your own doctrine and belief.
Yep. Ding, 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 ding.
No, it's to pull the rug on gravity, actually.
Yeah, and then put another one underneath where you're going to talk about upwards moving Earth. We got it. See, we know the game. We know exactly what the score is. We know who the players are. We know exactly what's going to happen. This is fucking deep level charlatan fucking circus clown bullshit.
Oh, stop your blood clot crying.
Dude, get the fuck out of this space now.
That was Anthony, by the way, not Mark. Sorry.
I know.
Yeah.
I just fucked them off.
Excellent.
Back to the greasing of the skids. Because this is just the beginning, my friends. This is what they're ready for. This is the plan moving forward. Oh yes, it's real. The old war has begun. Because they think that we're just going to accept this shit that's coming out of their mouths, and it's going to come out in droves. These fuckers are going to be coming out no matter out of the woodwork. Well, we're not saying anything. We're just putting it out there. We're just debunking gravity. It's what we're doing. Just going to leave it there. But also, what else could it be? No, I'm just saying, leaving it there. There you go. Yeah.
Go ahead, Taylor.
I was just going to say, sorry, Taylor, I look forward to listening to you, but, the way we measure the Earth is flat, and so we can measure.
You are such an entitled prick, dude. You can have a seat while somebody else speaks, and it's not you. How about that? Go ahead.
Hey guys, just gonna ask for some advice from you guys because I don't really like getting into the whole gravity thing either. When like a Glover asks like what is like they say, oh, so is gravity fake? And then suppose you say yes, you don't think it's real. Then they say, okay, well, how do things fall? What would you answer when someone asks you that? Just so for advice.
Well, just to clarify, in the first instance, we don't deny the cause. And when you state, hey, you guys deny gravity, it makes it sound like we're actually denying that some things go down at that 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, that is not the case. Yeah. So what the case is that we deny what's claimed to be the causation. So if someone wants to then come and claim gravity and state that it's real in some way and that you're denying it, they've made the positive claim and they're going to need to show how or what is that causation that they're proposing, and they're not going to be able to establish that.
So if they ask if you believe in gravity, what do you say?
Ask them
I
what
say
gravity.
that,
What
well,
gravity?
first of all, we ask them what gravity is, because they're usually going to go straight to a mass attracting mass, right? But if we do get into it, what I would be stating is that we don't deny what we see. Yeah. What we deny is what's claimed as the causation, the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, there's they will bait and switch the topic of gravity, so they'll use the term gravity as the effect, and then they'll attribute the same word gravity as the cause, which is called a bait and switch. It's a logical fallacy. So just call them out on their logical fallacy of bait and switch, because they can't determine whether it's the effect or the cause. So if you don't want to get into the whole gravity spiel, just be like, do you mean is gravity the effect or the cause? And they usually can't answer, and they'll bait and switch, and you can call them out as soon as they switch.
Just ask them for a scientific experiment and things all over then.
Yeah, that's the
We
biggest,
all have different ways of approaching it, clearly.
yeah, but the biggest issue is the bait and switch. I think, Taylor, when you address this topic, the people that you're speaking to conflate the both cause and effect. So or they'll say, well, no, you're denying gravity. That's what you are. They'll try to put you in a category error. They'll try to put you a pigeonhole the argument to where they make it sound like what they want it to sound like. There's a lot of nuanced sophistry that happens in this specific conversation. And so it's hard to have like let's say you just want to know their position, or you like the way you're asking questions right now, you won't get that from these guys that are not being forthcoming with truth, right? They're not going to tell you straight out. They're going to keep it kind of on the back end, kind of a little weaselly. They're not going to really tell you what cause and effect. When they say gravity, it's always loaded. It's a loaded term because it's a cause and effect relationship. So the cause for the effect, even on the globe Earth side, is said to be unknown. They don't know. So the colloquial word for theory, right, is how they're meaning what they ascribe to what gravity is. It's a theory. It's not a scientific theory because that's something that's been proven. So for you to understand, it's kind of a little, you have to know a little bit of nuance when you come into this topic, so you actually are able to hit the points that you want to when you're talking to certain individuals. It just depends who you are. If it's a glober, and of course it's going to be very difficult to actually, pin them down to what they really mean. And if it's, I hate to say it, an esoteric flat earther, they're going to be all over the place because some of them like greasing the skids for an upwards rising Earth or upwards moving Earth. It's however you think about it. But that was what, I don't know if you know who the Flat Earth Society is. They got a website and stuff. But they were talking about an upwards moving Earth, like a disc flying upwards, which is why people like Mark of Melbourne want to have that be the leading causation theory for why things are appearing when you drop something to go in the vector that they do. Of course, his accelerometer was another way that he was greasing the skids for that particular argument to be solidified. So they want to have these conversations where it sounds like they're not arguing about what the Glober's saying, but definitely saying there's got to be something, obviously, something. Can't be nothing. So it's a question proof, and they get it wrong a lot. So there's a lot of nuance, Taylor. So it's hopefully it gets confusing, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that that's something we should mention too, is because like I think that these people just like bait and switch people, and they want to have an answer, and I don't think it began in like ill faith or anything, but yeah, I totally get it. Like I want to be able to give an answer to people, like the question like why do things fall? I'm not even sure how or why that gets brought up, but that seems to get brought up a lot.
Yeah. The quantification for the effect is most definitely understood because of the fact that you can say it's an average rate of fall. That's something you can put some math to that, right? It works in like industries use this equation. It helps them to kind of get work done for whatever specific industry is using it. So the equation itself, there's really nothing wrong with that. I guess what I'm saying is it's for practical purposes, it's useful, right? But when it comes to like the specific reason why the cause happens for the effect that you see, we would say only when it concerns the object and medium relationship, we can say things like, well, if I change the medium, the object is affected, right? So in the case for like when you say, well, what causes something to move in the vector, we can say directly we can affect the medium or the object, and then that will change the relationship. So in the case for you saying that, well, the thing is denser than the medium is denser than the object, you would say something like, well, if I put an egg in fresh water, the egg will sink to the bottom. But if I drop some salt in that medium that it's in, put some salt in that water, then the egg will seem to be more lighter than the medium that it's in. So the medium becomes denser than the object. And then the relationship changes. It's not anymore that the egg sits on the bottom, it starts to rise because it gets displaced by the density of the medium that it's in. So it seems to have an effect on the object, which of course we can say from the effect side of things, it looks like the cause was that you changed the medium. But what gives it the propensity to move in the directionality that it does, that is unknown. We don't know why it moves in that specific direction, the vector that it does. It's just a law of nature. That's what happens always. So depending on the object and medium relationship, but when we're quantifying the object and medium relationship for the effect, we can say definitely changing the medium causes the the object to move in the directionality that does. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can quantify the effect so much to say that when you're changing the object or the medium, it affects the other. Do you get what I'm saying? But as far as what causes it in the propensity side of things, what is giving that directionality, that is unknown. You see what I mean? Like the cause for the that's why I said it's nuance. So
I get it,
hopefully I
and I
didn't
don't
lose.
want to talk about gravity. Like I try to stay away from the conversation. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the advice on how to avoid on that whole
It's
conversation.
yeah, and some people defend it from a very staunch like position. They're very dug in on the fact that they're saying on two sides, right? On the side that they're saying that, well, I can tell you the cause for the effect is me changing that medium. But see, here's the problem with that. They're not telling you what gives it the propensity to do that. Why is it going up? They're not answering that question. They're just changing the medium and saying, well, that's the why, because I changed the medium and therefore the egg rose. Now I put salt in the water and now the egg rose. But we're asking the deeper question. When asking the deeper question, I should say, why does it move in that vector? That is unanswerable by anyone. It's a law of nature.
I'm about to get up.
So law, yeah.
Why does it beam my pool?
Sorry guys, didn't know my mic was on.
That's fine. Is anybody else in here?
I wanted to say something really quick. Yeah. So we're talking about something very descriptive. A lot of the times, really, all you have to do is just describe something, and that's as far as it needs to go. We can all describe things that we observe in nature, and we don't have to attribute some cause and effect to every single thing, like the propensity of directionality. But I would say this: it is useful in many cases to know the object to medium relationship and the acceleration downwards as an object would fall to the earth. That may be useful, and if they try to tell you, because it's useful, it has to be right. That would be a pragmatic fallacy on their side. So
Correct.
you could call that out. So that's another way to go. It's really good to learn your fallacies, your logical fallacies. And I don't know about you, but I like writing mine down, not only for myself, because it helps me, of course. I've got like a photographic memory. So it not only helps me remember it, but I also write it down for like my 5-year-old when he gets older and I start teaching him like the principles of logic. I'll start introducing the logical fallacies. I'll already have it. So if something happens to me and I die tomorrow, that'll be there for him.
The most important thing is when engaging with this topic that you're basically ready to have it, because of the fact that when you're not ready, there's a lot that goes in between the lines, right? When somebody's talking to you, something can easily pass for like a question proof being something that you might think is evidence of something, right? So you don't know. Like we were talking about this yesterday, but that's the problem, right? A lot of people are not equipped to have these conversations, and when they do, question proofs just really sneak right by. They can't identify it. They don't know how to call them out. So they think, well, the guy said, well, something's got to be doing it. Can't be nothing. And so that really hooked you into like, okay, I said it was, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't know, could be something. But then in that whole nuance, they can carry you away and support a premise. Go ahead, AJ, if you want to.
Sorry, I had someone talking in the background as well. I was just going to say, Taylor, I'd suggest coming and hanging out over at 24/7 on Discord, yeah, where you can actually get into these discussions where there are other people like Jedi and Heretic and Alpha and Flatsy that are there, and what tends to happen is if you're in that conversation and it gets to that point where you're a little bit stuck, then someone else will take over that conversation for you, and then you can listen to what they've said at that point where you're stuck. You can go and do some research for yourself to ensure that you're happy with what they're saying and that what they're saying is correct,
right?
And you'll learn fairly quickly, yeah, and it'll give you the opportunity to get in these conversations without getting yourself wrecked and run in circles with semantics.
Yeah, these guys are ready to have you believe quickly what they're proposing, but as a critical thinker, you're armed with the ability for yourself to discern what is right and what is wrong, because you've been given the ability to understand, reason and logic and, comprehension. You're assessing the argument as it is in real time. So what happens is when somebody's going to sneak by with a begging the question or affirming the consequent or whatever it is, right? Any logical fallacy, you catch them in the act. And when you do that, it's best that you identify and call it out because it's important. You're like, hold on a second. You just that you're telling me to believe something, but you're saying because it works, that's why you want me to believe the premise? No. That's a pragmatic fallacy. That's what that is. You identify it, you tell them what it is, you identify the fallacy because when they use specific fallacies, sometimes they don't know they're doing it. They might not know themselves. So you identify it, you tell them this is what it is. You want me to believe that you're thinking that, okay, I'll give you an example. They were telling the Globers were saying that because we have gyroscopes that hold rigidity, why do they hold rigidity? Well, that's because the Earth's in motion, for example. And they'll say, well, just look at the gyroscope. And because it holds rigidity in space, well, it has to hold to something. It's, forces are being exerted upon it. So therefore, we'd say that because gyroscopes work the way they do, therefore the Earth is spinning. That's how we know, right? Because it works. The gyroscope works in that way. So they're using that pragmatic fallacy to say because gyroscopes work in the way they do, that's the reason why it supports their premise, when the premise could be something entirely different. So if you identify fallacious reasoning, you can call it out and you can say, no, that's not right. You can't say that just because you look at a gyroscope and it functions a specific way that it supports the claim that the Earth's in motion. You can't do that. You have to first start from the premise. Do we witness the Earth doing anything? Our observation should be at the very first instance, what is the Earth doing? So just getting to know your fallacies, like Flatty was saying, you'll be able to call things out like that. It's
Yeah, that's such good advice. I mean, honestly, I've heard people get cornered and just by this question, why do things fall? Why do things fall? And that's never a fun place to be in.
Of
So I
course.
really do appreciate any advice how to answer that question.
Yeah, it's best to actually identify what is encapsulated. Like context is king, right? Context is king, and that goes for, if you study the Bible, like whatever, context is king. You have to understand what is being said overall. Like, what are they bringing to the table? In certain cases, you don't know what they're bringing to the table. I can spot somebody actually trying to grease the skids for a particular argument that they want to act for a further point that they're going to put forward later on. But they're just saying, no, I'm not saying anything. This is all I'm saying. And to me, like, it's a red flag because I know that something is happening within the context of what they're bringing forward. I know later on they're going to squeeze in some kind of like little weasel, like, I'm just saying I didn't say this was true, but here it goes. Something's got to be doing something. Can't be nothing. And then, you're just like, yeah, he didn't say really what he was thinking, but it just turned out that now that I think about it, it could be. Like, you start to doubt yourself. You start to give into maybe their perspective. That's how these swindlers that have been taken into these like esoteric notions of thinking, that's how they get them. They don't realize it, but it's a very nefarious thing. I'm telling you, and it's happened on multiple levels. Like, that's how people know that the information coming from the Glober side, that's how they say they know the Earth's a globe, because what else can it be? Because it could, like, for the instance of like celestial navigation, they put it to us that way. Celestial navigation can only work on a globe. That's all. That's the only way that celestial navigation can work. They'll pose it to us like that. They'll come in and try to give us the reasoning behind it, but they didn't tell you that they provided the evidence that the Earth's curvature has been measured. They didn't say that. They're just saying outright that it has to only work on celestial navigation, the Earth being a globe. It's crazy. This whole space is like, it's shrouded in like pitfalls and traps, and people trying to like sneak in their nuance proofs, and it's really crazy. What I'm saying. It's not as straightforward as some people might think, which is kind of like the case, but the reason I always name my spaces something kind of like relevant. So what's relevant, and that's why I named it the Old War, because the Old War was that long ago. That's what happens. Like, people had philosophical interpretations of what you're pondering, like the ancient Greeks and such, and the common sense folk didn't really have much to combat that with, because you have the hierarchy of the structure of society, right? You have like the clerics and the bishops and all those guys who are prominent in like who the people would go and look up to. Now they held the keys, to like knowledge and such about, the creator and all that, but you'd have to go through them to get that knowledge and so forth. So if those guys were corrupted, then they would be the ones to propagate information, of the cosmos and whatnot from these philosophical individuals and whatever. But then the common folk really didn't have like a learned approach. All they had was their common sense, logic, and reason, right? So be able to listen to somebody and say, wait a minute, I don't know if that's true or not. That doesn't sound real. So that's what we're doing here. It's kind of like a grassroots kind of thing that's happening. People anywhere can actually do this. We're trying to get people to say, like, we're empowering critical thinkers. Like, don't just sit by, be active, take a part in this, because everybody's involved. And when you're out there, speaking to somebody, you have the ability to say, wait a minute, I got a question, man. Why are you saying that you believe, what I mean? Everybody does.
Yeah, silent weapons for quiet wars. Alpha, I think it's pretty amazing that you were able to identify that argument as an upward rising Earth argument, which, I mean, it's pretty clear now, especially since I've heard Dell and his argument in that direction. So I kind of kick myself for not catching it like you were able to.
Flatsy, I see them before they actually hit I think the burden I carry, though this is the one that I carry, is that everybody looks at me like the bad guy right away, immediately, when somebody's gonna be like, dude, it's not doing anything. The guy in there, I feel the vibe. I know
I'm
that's
guilty.
what's going on.
I'm guilty of doing
I know.
that.
I feel the vibe, and I know what's going on. But the problem is, it's almost like it's gonna come out in the wash. You just have to wait for the laundry to finish its cycle, because you'll see it after it's done, but you can't see it while I'm cooking. Like it's you know what I'm saying? Like while I'm in the process of doing it, it's almost like, you're not letting them get it out. Like I could read you guys' mind. Problem is,
you and I had words back in the past, remember? Because I felt that way, and I was proven wrong. So clearly,
one of the things that and I really like is that people don't give up. It's the persistence. It's the knowing that like there's going to be a breakthrough. Maybe I'm not just some kind of like hot-headed individual. Perhaps there's a method to my madness. There's something going on that I'm actually showing people, empowering them, because I don't want. Listen, man. Like the worst thing that I want to happen is that you are taken in by a swindler that comes by and said some fancy, flowery language, and it just got you mystified. You're all like, dude, man, but this guy is talking some amazing things. I'm telling you, he really moved me. Like, it's not that, man. If what they're saying isn't true, you can't parse it out with the principles of logic. I'm telling you, this is nefarious, guys. It's horrible.
It's the old way of, or I mean, it's been a way of doing it since old times. It's one of those tricks of appealing to people's emotions, because we're emotional creatures, especially when you're presented with something that's meant to make you emotional. People can manipulate that and use it against you. So just because you feel some emotion towards something, it's better not to make a judgment on it until you have, some clear-cut evidence, or sit on it. A lot of the times when somebody tells you something that seems pretty profound and it really moves you, you go to sleep and you're like, let me not jump to any conclusions. Let me just sit on that information.
The old ways. Flatsy, just interrupt real quick. Flatsy, let me just interrupt. I gotta say this because it's important. The old ways, they would say these words, let me pray about it. Have you ever heard that? When somebody said, let me just pray about it. Like that's exactly what you just said right now. That's what they would do in the old days. People that they only had the logic and reason. Common sense was the only weapon they had against this. They would say, let me pray about it, because they had to really think about what was being said in order for them to digest it and then take it in as a possible worldview. Like, anyways, I'm just identifying that's what you were saying.
Absolutely is exactly what I'm saying. But I just say it in a nuanced way so that anybody that's listening can relate to it. You know.
Yeah, because in the old days, it was the clergy that had the the hierarchy of structure. They were the ones that the prominent figures of social society, and people would look up to these guys. So it was the clerics, right? Those guys were the ones that hold the keys of knowledge. Before academia became a thing, and people were now leaning to like scholastic interpretations. But now, of course, it's that. Before it used to be where the people of the cloth had that. It was up to them, to carry those the weight of the understanding of the people. So the common sense folk, just the regular day by day people were out there when they would listen to that. The only weapons they had were logic, reason, common sense, and that's it. Because they couldn't look into the scriptures that the clergy had. They weren't allowed to. So this is the reason why it's like, man, I'm telling you, this is an old war. I don't know. I'm very passionate about this, and it sucks when I hear people that are maybe not, I'd say like this, unbeknownst to them, maybe they're not trying to be nefarious, but they're pig-headed and they're stubborn and they want to put their ideas. No. I'm just saying it's got to be something, man. You guys aren't hearing me out. Like, and everybody that hasn't heard it, some people are like, dude, just let him speak. He's not saying anything wrong. It could be something. You don't know. You get me? And so I'm over here like, no, I see like 4 moves ahead. I know where he wants to be.
Exactly.
He
Yeah.
wants to take you. He wants to take you away with his philosophical ramblings and kind of scratch your little itch in your ear so that you can feel all warm and fuzzy. Oh man, that's great. This man said some profound things about cosmology. He's a man of men. Like this guy, look up to him because and that's not it. We're all fishing from the same boat, man. Like we're that guy's not. He's saying the same. You could say the same thing he's saying, but he's just convincing because he's a bit more charismatic. I want everybody to feel like you have the ability as well as that guy does. He doesn't know anything more than you do. I mean, as far as like what we can all discern from reality. It's crazy. It's like if the earth is upwards moving, how in the world is that possible if you've never seen the earth move, not even a little?
Well, maybe a little during earthquakes.
Nah, I meant like in a.
I know.
In the vacuum of space, and like we're not on Pizza Planet. Yeah, man. We got some people listening. Thank you guys for joining the space. It's 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 19. I named it The Old War. It's the war against critical thinking and logic, reasoning. It's just basic common sense, man. Like when we talk to people, it's got to be understood that those are the weapons that we have to fight against like the vast amount of information coming at you at light speed. You get dings and pings and zings and whatever coming to your phone, your watch, your TV screens are blaring things, and it's almost like, how can you in this world of madness have a mind of discernment? It's almost too much. Like at some point you're just like, yeah, whatever, it's a globe, who gives a shit? But now it's like, oh wait a minute, I can't just say that anymore. Like stuff like if they want me to take the hook, what are they trying to do here? What they want me to start saying that I say it's a globe too? Like what? I don't know. We have to stop this at some point, but I think we can all realize that having the ability to discern is very important. Not unless AJ, you think the Earth's upward moving. Don't break my heart, dude.
Sorry, was that
like, I don't know. Mark of Melbourne's got a good point, man. He's got a good point.
Sorry, I just missed that. What happened there? Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I said, no, this one day you're just gonna be like Mark of Melbourne. He may have a good point. We might be upwards rising. I'm just saying, like his accelerometer argument really got to me.
I don't know about that.
I slept on it and I woke up and I'm like, while I was getting my morning paper outside, it just hit me. Well, maybe we are moving upwards.
No, I don't think I'll ever be going down that path. His accelerometer argument didn't really impress me. I felt like he was confused and had to have it explained.
Yeah. No, but he was trying to save you from the embarrassment, because if you kept moving forward, you might be embarrassed because of what you were about to say. No, I have to stop you, AG, because you're gonna get embarrassed. And like, I was thinking in my head of what? Like, he didn't say. That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Adab, welcome to the speaker panel. Thank you for joining.
Hi, thank you very much. Hi, everyone.
What's going on, man?
Question.
What's your question?
What does the old war refer to?
A war against critical thinking. It started a long, long time ago when the first person said, "Trust me, bro," and didn't give any reason why. They just said, just to trust him. No reason why. Just do it. Believe me, man.
I like referencing the silent weapons for quiet wars because the way that you would fight in a war that would be quiet and with silent weapons that would be with maybe sort of like frameworks and ways of thinking and philosophies and can't just drink the Kool-Aid from anyone. It's probably poisoned.
What's amazing is that those Greeks that were sitting around having discussions, you can think about it akin to a bunch of guys just having a few beers, just in a circle, just kind of talking with each other, and then all of a sudden, this guy's like, you know what? I'm looking up at the night sky. I bet you all that stuff up there. All that stuff up there. What do you think, guys? To me, it looks like there are a bunch of little floating balls. One of them could be gas. Another one could be, nickel iron core. And I'm just gonna say that, man. I'm just gonna put it out there. What do you guys think? Huh? Is that something to think about? And then everybody's like, I don't know. It's okay with me. Then it gets passed around, and these prominent guys are gonna then talk to their clergyman and be like, "Hey, look, man, we had a really awesome night last night. We talked about a lot of stuff, but check it out. This information here is gonna blow your mind." And then the clergy's like, "I don't think I should be talking about it. Doesn't say anywhere in the scriptures." Dude, just listen to what I have a point. Just check me out, right? And so after maybe he's like, "Look, check this out too. I'm gonna give you a little bag. See that bag? That's got a little coin in there for you, man. All you gotta do, say a few words over the people. You don't have to ruffle their feathers. Just say it could be a possibility." Next thing you know, the clergy is being bribed, and he's like, he's driving a fancy Rolls Royce, but back in those days, it's like maybe like two white horses, in a nice carriage or something, and the neighbors are wondering why he's riding around in that. But that's because now he's bought and paid for, right? And he's giving information to the people, and the people, the only weapon they have is their mind. So they could only like discern. And so it doesn't, listen, it can't propagate forward unless the person doesn't accept. If you don't accept the information and you say, no, hold on a minute, where did you get this information from? And the clergy would tell you, well, if I'm going to be honest with you, man, those Greeks that hang out up there in that, in that building that's really nice, the column halls and all that. It was one of those guys. They came up to me and asked me, and then you're like, really? What evidence did they give you? Nothing really. They just told me to tell you guys. And then you would be like, wow, that's the extent of the knowledge of they don't know. They just gave you a guess. That's exactly what's going on right now. That's what's happening right now. The story that I just laid out for you right now was just kind of comical, but it's the truth.
And it's no harm, no foul on the guy. The guy gets something out of it. He didn't hurt anybody. So what's the big deal? Justify doing the thing for the things that you receive for it. That's how it all goes, man.
But the seeds have been sown. The seeds have been sown. Now, people, the common folks, some of them heard this information. They're like, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna believe, the guy that tells me about the creator, because why would he lie? Why would he lie? He's got no reason to, man. He's wearing the cloth. He's saying the right words. And as far as I know, I'm convinced. And there you have it. So now you have the common folk arguing with each other because, we're hearing from these, alleged, towers or pillars of knowledge. They're giving us the what's going on kind of thing. And then all we got to do is just what? How do we rebut that? Because now we're in a war with unsurmountable odds. You got all of the great thinkers, you got the clergy, you got everybody against you, and then here you are. You got even the people are against you, and here you are. You're a couple of guys against this whole system. That's why it's the old war, my friend. Hopefully, I try to put a little humor in there because it's kind of funny, but it's not in a way.
It's something that'll stick though. You add a little pizzazz to it, and it'll stick better because some people it just kind of slides off. Oh well, can't do anything. Oh well, but if you actually think about it, it's beneficial to you and your way of being able to critically think about things when they're proposed to you, to understand the tactics and the way that these things are propagated. So it's only like a kind of like a shield or an armor for you to actually take it in and really sit on the information.
Yeah, the principles of logic kind of really help increase the discernment. The discernment that you have can only be done if you understand what's at stake and how you're able to reason with people. Because far often we have people that come in here that reduce our understanding to absurdity, complete absurdity. Well, you can't know anything because what is reality? Really, when you ask that question, what could it be? Could be anything. Obviously we can't define it in any real way, so we're just gonna have to say that you don't know about what reality is. I don't know what reality is, so we don't. No one knows. And what your truth is, your truth subjectively. My truth is my truth. Her truth is her truth. That's the way it goes. But that's not true, because it would violate some of the laws of logical thinking. And so I don't know. I there has to be a framework as to why this is the way forward, right? It's interesting.
I'd say that it's always good to fall back on the things that you can prove, and those laws that are the principles of logic hold up. That's how we've developed languages, mathematics, symbolism. I mean, you name it.
We're able to have debate.
Syllogisms, to be able to prove something with a logical syllogism. That's awesome,
Hey, Dab, what position do you hold? Do you think that the Earth is a globe, or do you think that the position that the Earth is flat is something that's true? What is it? Where are you coming from with this?
I just believe in what I've always been told. It's real.
Okay. And as far as evidence goes, what do you think is the evidence for that?
Not sure.
Interesting. That's honest answers, man. It's hard because they don't equip it. I would say it this way, Adap, and I'm assuming you're an adult now. I don't want to make that assumption. You're an adult. Adab, are you an adult? I don't know if you. Oh, maybe you can't talk, dude. I don't know. Maybe you gotta be quiet around where you're at. But and the reason I'm asking you this is because as an adult, you were told at a young age what the Earth is, right? And it's kind of curious that they didn't give you the keys to knowledge as to how to articulate your point of knowing that it is. They just told you a story. And it's curious that as an adult, you're not able to give the answer back. I know it's a globe. It's a globe because we've measured the surface to have curvature. We've done things that we can understand that the geometry of the Earth can be understood by all people. There's just nothing. They didn't give us anything. They just told us a story. It's like they didn't give you a defense. So how are you able to tell others that you know what you know is true? And it's weird because you're standing on the Earth like every day. You're on top of it. How is it possible that the thing they told you it is, you're not able to tell somebody else how you know it is, what they say it is? I think that's curious.
Well, we got some quiet. Let's do some housekeeping, guys. Welcome to everybody in the space. If you haven't already shared, which I haven't, and I need to do it myself actually, please share and like. Get the word out there, get a few more people in here so we can have some more constructive conversations, guys. And again, please follow any of the hosts or speakers here. That would be great. And if you'd like to come up and speak, please feel free. Who have we got? We've got Mark of Melbourne again. Oh, enough. You should feel free, Mark. You come in and leave your muddy boots on the floor and shit on the lounge chair.
Yeah, he's a wild one, that one. He's been in and out. I mean, like I said, I don't mind him coming up, but the problem is he gets a little out of pocket and he just takes the liberty of just like thinking that every space is going to treat him that way because they have to. Like, I don't know why he thinks that, but that's just maybe his conception of that. Yeah, we went through a lot of arguments in the past. We've been doing this for quite some time. Collectively, probably more than 20 years. So our arguments are not like the other places that you go, wherever it is on social media. It doesn't matter where it is. But there's a lot of bad arguments out there. And Flatsy can tell you too, before you actually start really identifying whether or not you know like logic, I think that's going to be a big problem for you in this space. Because a lot of the arguments surround logic. So another thing that I think was important too is that I don't know a lot of people where they're coming from in the stance of whether or not you can say for certain that you know reality, you can say certain things in reality that things are 100% true. And I'm going to say this out there for anybody listening. If you can tell me that you don't have enough ability to say that something can be 100% true, I do believe that's going to be an issue for you in the future. Like if you say, I don't know if I'm actually sitting or standing here right now, I could be a brain in a jar. I'm only 99.99999% sure that I'm sitting down on my chair right now, because they can't say with full assurance 100% that I know something, because that would mean that I'm arrogant to say that. Wherever you guys have learned that from, I think that's the problem that's going to have you like really understanding what we're talking about here, because you could never tell or discern anything to be true. Like if you say the Earth is flat, well, it's only 99.9999% true that the Earth is flat. There's a sliver of a chance that it could be a globe or a cube or whatever. Doesn't matter. So I think that would be very concerning for people. But here again, I think now we got to a place where we're starting to realize if people can't be honest with themselves and say, I'm actually sitting down right now. How sure are you of that? Pretty sure, man. I could say 100%, like for sure. I'm telling you what I'm doing. That's the thing that I'm doing. Unless you want to tell them that you don't know anything, and then of course you guys are going to be exchanging how you don't know something to be true. Yeah, we got some listeners up there. Guys, if you'd like to join the panel, all you got to do is request to speak. We'll bring you up here. And perhaps you can tell us your position or what you think. Maybe you think the Earth is something other than globe. Crazy.
You can go ahead, Adab.
Does he have his hand up? Go ahead, Adab.
Yes. Another question. What is the reason that we've been told it's round? Why the lie?
Well, that's a really big question and appealing to motive of whoever would have lied. So you can't read their minds, so you don't actually know why, but you can see the result of it. People think that they live in an infinite universe where there could be other life somewhere out there, and we're so insignificant, and all of these things there's a creation story with the Big Bang proposed to you by a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest. Um, Oddly enough, that Catholic Church is what came up. They came up with the Copernican model, is what they call it, to better predict when Easter would be, and they were wrong. It wasn't even a really good way of predicting Easter, but they kept it, and it's honestly, you got to just go to the root of the information. So go find where all this information even comes from, and see why it was done, and see how it was wrong, and they've just built up on something that was wrong to begin with, instead of just doing away with what was wrong. So it seems like there's a bit of tradition involved also, and a good money making scheme.
People are making hand over fist.
Yeah, there's a whole industry giving you these supposed images from this vacuum that you'll never experience to verify firsthand knowledge. You have to take someone's word for it. And maybe they're just compensated enough to where it doesn't matter to them, just like the guy that got the horse and buggy with the two white horses from the story before. Hey, if I just say this, I'm not hurting anyone. I'm making this money, and so be it.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, you got it. There's another one too. There's a really good answer that whoever would propose such a thing would want to usurp the creator and take that away from people, at least as an option. So, and even if it is an option, it's the wrong idea, the wrong creator, because you don't get the creation would reflect the creator, or like an attribute of the creator. So you would need to know that where you stand, what you're standing on, to understand where it came from, if that makes sense. In here, we like to be more descriptive. We don't need to explain things here. Like, you can just describe the things in nature that you see. You don't have to ascribe some explanation to it, like the sun, the moon, the stars. Those things don't require your explanation. You can be descriptive about it, and people have forgotten that there's a big difference between descriptions and explanations. So that is descriptions being the what is, and the explanations being the how why. Some things don't go in the category of how why because you just can't know. That's the hang up for a lot of people too. Being told they can't know something just seems to be like their hang up. Can't be humble enough to realize that it's just the reality, reality of the situation.
Do we want to bring Mark up to fill in some space, guys?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I didn't want to.
Yeah, you can do that if you want.
I didn't want to step on any toes. I don't mind.
You got the floor. It's all yours.
Thanks for letting me up. Since no one's talking, I thought I'd just take the liberty to just make a correction. Two corrections, actually. First correction is that, and Alpha, I really love your spaces. I like the way you do just talk about what is. I think that's a good attitude. And it's the right attitude. And that's what I like, you know. Um, saying that, you did say that I thought that, you know, the Earth was like some sort of a disc flying through space, and I'm not. I don't believe that. Just wanted to let the audience know, just in case they began to believe that, because you said that that's what I think, but it's not what I think. I don't know what is going on outside of this frame of reference. Like Flatsy said, we should just be talking about what is. And that's you know what I like to talk about. With regard to what I was talking about before, I'm not trying to explain what's going on outside of this frame of reference? I cannot know. You're absolutely right. What I can know, though, is a different story. Now, with regard to the up and down thing, okay, it's like Alpha was talking before about placing something in the medium to basically experiment things that we can see and know and affect. It's like with at the airport, you see they put those windsocks up. Now, they're not concerned about what causes the wind or high and low pressure systems and so forth. They just want to know which way the wind's going. And so they place a device in the medium, and the device is sufficient to show which way the wind's going, which way the wind's blowing. And all I'm saying is that you can put a device within the medium that shows which way the wind's blowing. It's a tool. It's a device.
No, that's not it. Say it the way you mean it.
Well, no, that's just to frame the thinking. So the device you
No,
I'm getting
we
there. I'm
respect.
getting there.
We respect intellectual honesty.
Yeah.
So just say what you mean.
I am
This
saying what I
panel
mean.
would actually. Yeah, no, you're not.
I am.
You
All
said
I'm
wind.
saying is that you can
You
place
said
a
wind for
device.
both examples, and wind is not the example here. Wind was the analogy.
Yeah, it's the analogy. That's right.
To the thing you're going to say.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Just say,
So,
yeah.
so the thing I'm
after
going to
you use the
say.
analogy, what are you going to say?
Yeah. So what I'm going to say is that you can measure a flat, area. You can measure pressure. You can measure that, and you can place a device in the medium that measures the pressure that we feel under our feet. And one thing that it measures is the direction. Like the windsock measures direction. And I'll just leave it there.
Of course you will.
Just wanted to make those two corrections.
Because a guy with itching ears like you loves to do just that.
No,
Let
I'm not
people's
interested.
minds wander.
I'm not interested
What
in
did
what's
he
going
just
on.
say? What is he inferring?
Well,
What does he
I
really
just
mean?
stated a fact.
Let me
that there's
wonder
a
about what's
device.
going on.
I just stated a fact that there is a device. I'm not concerned about how it's happening necessarily outside of this frame of reference. I can't know that, but I can know, right? I can know which way the wind's blowing.
That's not wind that you want to describe which way something's going.
That's the analogy.
No. Yeah, of course it is. But what is the thing that you're referencing to say that is happening? Mark of Melbourne. You little sneaky sly son of a bitch. Why don't you just tell everybody what you mean?
I am telling people what I mean.
No, you're not.
Why are you attacking me? I'm just stating a fact.
Because it's not attacking. Listen, what I do is I expose individuals such as you to tell them what's really going on.
I am.
Because I'm
trying to tell you that there's a device.
Just like the pressure you're talking about, that's me. I'm that pressure. I don't give up. I'm a dog with a bone.
Same.
Everybody knows
I'm
me.
the same.
That's just what I do.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And what's the device, Mark? Let's clarify it. What's the device?
Well, listen, I've been waiting in the listeners for about half an hour, trying to raise my hand. I've actually got to go to dinner now, but I will direct you to experiments. There's no pill. There's no pill in this.
That's convenient.
Well, it is convenient.
No, I just want to know the simple thing. You just claimed that there's a device.
Yeah, there's a device
that measures this. So what's the device? All I need to know is the device.
All right. Well, we'll just go. I won't tell you. I'll show you. Just go to level-headed William on YouTube.
Let's put it in the jumbotron.
I can't. I can't. There's no pill.
Dude, I don't want to go to level-headed William. Just tell me the name of the device.
I'll DM. AJ, I'll DM you, mate. I've got to go.
All I need is the name of the device, man. It's really simple. I don't need to watch it all. I just need to know the name of the device.
I've got to go. I just wanted to clarify that I didn't.
Weasel, dude.
No, I'm not a weasel. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, you are.
Listen, you told the audience that I think that the Earth is a disc flying through space.
Why can you tell me that the device is a
Well, do you want to
windsock, but you can't
apologise
tell?
for
Hang on,
that? That
Mark.
is an insult to my intelligence.
No, Mark. Now, you were very quick to say give your device as a windsock.
Listen, I've got to go.
Now you're describing
I
another
will
device.
be-
So what
AJ,
device is that?
AJ, from one Aussie to another, I'll DM you the devices and I'll show you. Okay, but I'll see you next time. I got to go. Thanks for the mic.
Hello.
Whatever.
Well, there's clearly some point that he's trying to make, and he won't say it. He just keeps like nudging you somewhere, and he's not letting you know
Did you
what he's
hear
saying.
the smile that he had on his face when I called his
Yeah.
bullshit out? Did you hear it?
Yeah.
He had a Kool-Aid smile, man. That guy.
Just say what you mean, dude. If you just don't do that, like cryptic, oh, I'm gonna leave you with this, and say something really vague, and I don't understand why people do that. Just say what you're gonna say, man. Just say it.
It's just like the question proof, Flatsy. That's how you get them in. You hook. It's clickbait. It's fucking now they got their minds going 100 miles an hour. What did he put? What did he give AJ? What is in that DM? What is that secret information? I gotta have it. I gotta
Well,
have it.
Let me clarify for the audience. He hasn't DM'd me anything.
No, but it's the build up. It's the hype. Buy the hype, sell the news. People in crypto know this shit, right?
Yeah,
But it's
supply the scarcity so that people want more.
oh yeah. Oh dude, you build it up. You just go ahead and you build that information up. You get the people so juiced for this, man. They're like, dude,
Marketing tool.
At some point, I don't even care what it is, just give it to me. And he's like, I got you. Here you go. And unbeknownst to you, you're just gonna gobble it up like in a hurry, like, oh nom 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 nom. Oh, this is great. Look at this. It's great. We got an answer now. The answer to why things fall down. I'm telling you, man, the earth is moving up. I like what that guy had to say. It's fucking textbook, man. Marketing. It is.
You didn't say that he said it was a disc flying through space. You were implying that he was alluding to the earth moving upwards.
Yep.
Okay, so Mark has sent me his links, everybody. And what he has sent me is exactly what he just spoke about. Buoyancy, which is using a balloon, just from the image, the thumbnail. Acceleration versus free fall, no acceleration detected. This is with the phone that he was talking about earlier. Another video about weight and buoyancy. No effects of motion detected in a free fall. Another motion experiment in regards to what's accelerating. Sorry, I should say these are claimed experiments at the moment because I haven't gone into them. A buoyancy experiment with a helium balloon, a weight experiment using a rock and 2 springs, a water pressure gradient, and buoyancy and density. So he still didn't answer the question and just rinse and repeated everything that he said in here in these videos.
I'll give you guys a scoop. It's not that big of a mystery. He's just misunderstanding physics, really. So he wanted to use the upwards moving Earth argument in such a way that he's not saying, right? Because he's not going to tell you what I'm telling you now. I'm just laying bare what he's trying to cryptically tell you guys. So when you drop the phone with the accelerometer, it measures that it's no motion detected, right? So, but once it hits the ground and it settles, right, on the ground, then it's measuring motion, right? 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well,
So,
he said deceleration, didn't he?
well, when it's in free fall. But what I'm saying is, once it reaches equilibrium, once it's actually not moving anymore, it's registering movement, according to what he's saying with the accelerometer. Now, if you listen to how he's greasing the skids, he's going to use this. I don't know if he gave AJ a video that shows a slinky of a guy holding the slinky up, and he lets the slinky go, and it's got a high-speed camera on it. What it's doing is it's capturing the slinky compressed back to its original state, as a spring does. When it's decompressed, it compresses back down to its original compressed form. So once it's doing that, he's saying, and a high-speed camera will show that the bottom of the slinky doesn't move. The top of the slinky is coming down and compressing itself into itself. So it reaches to where it now compresses fully once it does that, and then it starts moving downward. But during the process of it compressing, it doesn't move, just like the phone didn't register any movement while it was in free fall. So he's saying that whenever the phone reaches the bottom with the accelerometer, or the slinky hits, when it fully compresses, that it'll then start to move downward, because, check this out, the Earth is actually going up to meet it.
Well, the only reason it would actually register is because it's having an impact with the ground.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So while it's just resting when it's not moving, it's not hitting, it's not doing anything, it's resting, it's still registering movement.
I didn't hear him say that. Sorry.
That's where we're going.
Yeah, because everything at
okay.
rest is 1G. So you got to remember that.
Yeah.
And the whole relativity from Einstein
Yes.
is the Earth can be moving up to meet the object
Yes.
in the same sense. So it's
She's
just
correct.
another Einstein thing.
That's right. It's a rebranding. I'm telling you guys, you don't know this. This is what was coming. He's trying to put lipstick on a pig, but it's worse than that. He's dressing the damn thing up for prom. So what we have is a really, really bad way, a nefarious, I would say. This is a dirty, underhanded tactic for somebody to have you understand that what their idea is trying to convey to you in a cryptic way is for you to wonder and guess and try to figure out. Next thing you know, he's going to drop that knowledge bomb when you're so primed and ready for it, because you've been wanting to know what information he gave AJ, And so when he does, he sounds like he got all the answers, he's hitting all the right notes, and it work in your mind. It just, because of the way he presented it to you, it starts to like sink into your brain. You're like, oh, well, yeah, it sounds like it makes sense, I guess. Like, like what else? It's got to be doing something, because he's showing the accelerometer when it's in free fall, it's not registering any movement, but when it's on the ground, it's 9.8 meters per second squared. So the thing that it's resting on, I think it's moving. Do you get it now? Upwards moving Earth. That's it. Oh, you don't believe me? Just wait. He'll come back and polish that off whenever he has enough time to, after he's done eating, with air quotes. But he wants you to digest this meal that he just gave you. How convenient. Too bad I spoiled the ending. That's what I do, because I know their arguments and I know exactly what they're in for. And if, like I said, if it was honesty, if he was a real straight stand-up guy, he would have told you right from the beginning what he stood for. He was smiling when I asked him these questions. You guys heard it. Now, if all of this escapes you and you think I'm just blowing smoke up your ass, whatever, then when he comes back and then he's in full form, you'll hear it from his mouth when he lets it all rip. And then maybe you'll be like, oh, shit. I think Alpha was right. But maybe I'll just won't spoil the fun.
That attitude of someone who thinks that they have something that you don't have and you have to get it from them. Like, there's just something about that that's so icky.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm happy to share things with people. I don't like having something over someone's head. Like, just say what you mean, man.
Well, it's also, it helps not being held accountable. That's what it does. You're not held accountable when somebody is cryptic, because you don't know what they're saying, so you can't actually pin them down to an argument. You can't be like, okay, I know exactly what you're saying here, and I know that's not correct. So he doesn't want that to be the case. He doesn't want you to be dismissive right offhand. Don't write him off just yet. Just sit and think. Just think. So that's why he's cryptic. I'm telling you, it's nefarious, guys, and it's gonna be the thing that he comes forward and says once he has enough time, air quotes. Don't take my word for it.
I also like learning. So when people do that to me, It just drives me insane. Just tell me. I don't know.
But like you said, it's in the device itself, pre-baked into the into it.
I told him at the beginning, yeah. It's something that I think, having these go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say, it's all right. I'm getting paid to sit here and listen to it.
Oh, you're making hand over fist, huh?
Oh man, this is unbelievable.
Oh, is it moving?
Man, we just hit 90K.
No way. No way.
Yeah, it just busted through 90. We went 91, 90, 262.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and it's just had a little bounce off that. It's had 2 cracks at 90. I just took some profits on the second crack. And it's just cooling off.
It must have been a huge move, though. Like a huge move.
It's been basically parabolic up from, oh man, what, 66 all the way to 90, just over 90. We had a little bit of sideways there at 74, and then once it broke 74, it's just been up, up, up.
How you feeling, man? You must be on the clouds right now.
Oh, I'm on the clouds, man. I love free money.
Yeah, but you're getting a lot of it. You're getting a lot of it, dude. I hope that
Even better.
Well, it was good timing too when that money cleared too, when you needed it. It actually
that's
went
right.
through and you sunk enough in, right? You sunk enough in.
Yeah, I was just buying extra spot with that. I was already trading, I was already in trades and I already had some spot, but I was just buying another 50 grand in spot. But that's up 10 grand now in 2 days at 50 grand spot.
That's amazing, dude. That is so amazing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you don't need what's his face to fly you out. You can just go over there. Just go yourself.
Oh, we'll be back. Don't worry about that. We'll be coming back to the US.
I think things are going to be cooling as far as the movement goes. They'll probably be cooling off a little bit.
Well, I'm in Alabama, AJ.
Yeah. My wife keeps saying, find an American to sponsor us for something so we can live there. I just got to fly to Mexico and take a walk, don't I?
Well, the cost of living here in Alabama is pretty low compared to a lot of the states. There's probably a better, lower in other states as well. But it's so beautiful out here. I'm biased because I live here. But it's so beautiful out here. We've got these beautiful places to go hike, and we've got waterfalls. We've got just such great stuff out this way.
Is it tropical there, or is it more of a dry heat?
It's tropical near the south, and no, it's not dry heat. It's very humid. Like South Alabama, you've got a bit more of the tropical weather, and it's not as much as Florida, but it's close. I've visited. It's Gulf Shores, so you can go out there and visit and see it for yourself. It's beautiful. I've been to the last place I went for the beach was Dolphin Island, and it was just beautiful there, dude.
Yeah.
There's oil rigs everywhere. There's oil rigs everywhere. So if you've got ways to, do some long distance observations, you've got oil rigs in those set locations for, landmarks it would be landmarks, but not on land.
Yeah, the last time I was there, I did Hawaii. I spent a lot of time in Colorado, Utah, did Vegas. I don't know, that's California, and then Canada.
If you like hearing yes, ma'am, and yes, sir, and like that kind of polite talk, that's the way we talk around here.
Yep. Oh, look, everyone was polite over there, to tell you the truth, and very friendly everywhere we went. Maybe not so much LA, but definitely Colorado, and we made a few good friends in Colorado as well, and yeah, really enjoyed it.
And bless your little heart is usually not actually. It's actually an insult, not a bad
Yeah.
one. But it,
Yeah, I've heard it that way. Yeah, that's the way it's been said.
yeah.
Bless your heart.
Bless your little heart.
That's what you tell the glober that comes in here. Bless your heart. You
Yeah.
think the Earth's a globe?
There's an old Australian saying like that. That's your blood's worth bottling, but then the rest of the phrase is then you throw the bottle away, so you're basically useless. So, but they only say the first part.
I think ours is more polite. It's a polite insult.
Heretic must be doing well too. He had some sunk into Ethereum, so Ethereum's making a move.
Oh, they all are, man. They're pumping.
I got like 3 of those.
Did you hold on to it while it was moving?
Yeah.
You must be smiling too. Shoot.
It's going pretty good. I just wish I didn't sell half my Bitcoin.
Oh man. Yeah.
If it drops back down to like 60, I'll buy it again.
Well, I just I'm going to start trading Ethereum and Solana. I'm going to wait for I think it's Solana. I got to wait for break all time high. I got to have a look at the charts. I haven't even started looking at them, but I'm going to trade them alongside Bitcoin.
It's got to pull back eventually. It always does. I'll jump back in, but I hate to miss this run.
And my chart's showing 88. AJ, I don't know how you're at 90.
Yeah, it's at 89 now. It broke. It broke 90,000. 90,000.
Oh, you're saying when it broke? Okay.
No, today that was only like an hour ago. Yeah. We just having a little pullback now. So 90,198 was the top. And what's my chart here? Is this an hour? So yeah, an hour ago. It's now at 89.75. But the charts can differ fractionally too, depends which chart you're looking at. So I trade in inverse derivatives, so I'm actually trading in Bitcoin so that I win Bitcoin. And I notice that there's a couple of dollars difference between my chart and the USD chart in the USD perpetuals.
There is a bit of difference.
I just can't believe my timing. So many times it's jumped up to like 60 and then pulled back, and this is the time that it takes off.
Yeah.
Oh, when you sold?
Well, I didn't know if like Kamala would get in. I was like, well, then it's probably going to crash. So I made the wrong move.
Yeah, it was basically ranging for nearly 12 months. It was ranging between that sort of 50,000 and sort of all-time high, up and down. And then it was bearish, yeah, long-term bearish. So as soon as that flipped was when I jumped in long, as soon as I seen that flip. And I've been long ever since. I just keep taking profit every day and adding to it again as it pulls back, and it's great.
It's the way to do it.
You got them diamond hands, AJ.
Well, I've been holding to it for 5 years. That was the first time I freaking sold
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I only got into this year. I did a trading course at the start of the year, which I'm still doing, actually. So, yeah, I bought spot at the start of the year, and I've been trading most of the year, just doing very small trades. Yeah, this has been my first lot of real big trades, and it's just unbelievable, man.
The main thing for me will be Ethereum breaking all-time highs because it's not really right now.
What was ATH at? 3.5?
It was like 4,000 something maybe for Ethereum.
I'll tell you now.
We've already.
If that
You broke through the roof on,
if that blows
on
up,
Bitcoin
then
though, right?
that'll be
AJ?
good.
What's that? Sorry.
What?
You broke through the roof on Bitcoin, right? Now Ethereum, it's not where the ATH is, but you definitely already passed it.
Yeah. This is great. I don't want to say what it is, but it's great. I made a year's wages in a week.
So you're good for the year, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's going good, man. I'm loving this.
So you're probably gonna celebrate after all of this.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's just gonna keep going. Yeah, they reckon they're calling this bull run right through till between 6 and 12 months. They're saying so. They're calling sort of 120 grand by January.
So my thing is, from your perspective, you're probably gonna slip another shrimp on the Barbie.
Yep.
So you're gonna have like 4 Barbies, man.
I'll buy a new boat so I can catch the shrimp.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can talk to the shrimp boat captain. You can debate with him about what really goes on.
About
How many
boys
buoys
are.
you use.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I got into crypto or Bitcoin a long time ago. Yeah, when I had my last business, I could have bought so much Bitcoin, and I was just that tied up with work and the business itself. There was just no time, or I just couldn't focus on it or concentrate on anything else. And it was,
Yep.
no, man, just go to work, make your money, go to work, make your money. And now I go back through the charts and look at all the charts now that I'm doing this, and I'm just kicking myself so bad.
Yeah. There's so many ways, man, to make it. There's so many ways, and crypto is definitely one of them. And there's like, even I know Gemsy's, we've been doing this for a while, but there's so many different types of cryptos too. Alternative cryptos, like not just the big boys.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So you can still, man, I'm telling you, this is the season to actually get into this. If I was to give anybody any advice on that, just
yeah, and
not
it's not
actually financial advice, but just for entertainment advice purposes. I was so used to like having conversations with people and saying this isn't financial advice. This is just entertainment advice. For your entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
I really hope it pulls back before it blows up to like 100,000.
I'm hoping as well. Yeah, I'm really hoping it does.
I'll just eat the slight loss of Bitcoin and jump in whenever the pullback happens to whatever it does.
That's a good idea.
If it doesn't quite get down to where I like sold, I'll just whatever.
Well,
rather get in and ride the run.
I'm expecting 87 at some stage, and it's just had a double bounce off of 90, so it could be coming, but it's still looking bullish. It's still, we could be 100 in the morning.
Yeah, but yeah, there's a saying in crypto, when there's greed, you should be fearful.
Yeah.
When the people are
Right.
fearful, you should be greedy.
That's right.
Well, if I'm looking at the
So now's not the time to be
Yeah.
buying because everybody's greedy
Yeah.
right now. So just hold. I'm just gonna hold tight.
Just hold tight, man, because there will be a dip, and in that dip, that's when you get in there. When
Yeah,
everybody,
and-
and then their
Yeah, jump
bags,
back in.
people will start selling their bags, and then you'll be like, "Yeah, give me that. I'll take that and that."
Well, the thing is, right now it feels like it's never going to happen. It always does when there's a big bull run. But I've been through so many pullbacks, like where it was cut in half and stuff, and I just held on the whole time. So it'll happen eventually. I just got to be patient.
I
I
remember
actually did that with a trade. Yeah, I stuffed up one of my trades. I went in when I thought it was going to break all-time high, being silly, and it bounced all the way back to 50. But I saved it. Yeah, I loaded up my liquidation, rode it all the way down, and then loaded up at the bottom and went all the way back to the top again. But it was 3 months I was stuck in that trade when it went back down to 49.
I hate that.
You remember the crash in 2021, or was it 2021?
That's what. Oh no, I don't know. I thought you were gonna say 2020.
Yeah, was it 2020 or 2020? It was the end of 2020 going into 2021 is what it was. It was a crash. It was like right at around November, December, something like that. It fucking everything just went into the ground, dude. Like yeah. It was a crazy time for everyone.
Yeah, I do remember that. That's when I stopped looking at it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, just forget about it for now because I'm not selling. So
Exactly.
just walk away. Check back in a year.
Yeah. You just have to do that, especially if you're in this.
I bought most of mine when the COVID thing happened, the crash there.
Oh, really? Huh.
I was like, this looks like a good time because it's all down. So I bought a bunch of everything.
What was Ethereum went down to like 1 something, didn't it?
It was like 100 something when I bought it. Yeah.
Ethereum was 100?
It was in the 100 somewhere. It was like 100 and something when I bought it.
Dude, that's insane. You made a massive come up, though, if that's true.
Yeah, and if it really shoots up like Bitcoin is, it's going to be super good.
Oh, if it does what Bitcoin does, dude. Oh, how many Ethereum do you have?
I got 3.
Yeah, imagine if it does what Bitcoin does, man. You'd be
that'll be awesome.
Dancing in the streets.
I think it could probably. I mean, if this is a new bull run, it should be like a 10K Ethereum at some point.
What are you gonna do with all that cheddar, man?
Probably just sell it and buy more Bitcoin when it dips.
Yeah. Good plan.
Just keep going.
Do you want to head back to the spot? We'll go back to politics if you want.
Just make sure you're in a trade when Trump does his inaugural speech.
Fuck's sake. I was like, it's going to be probably Kamala. This sucks. So.
Yeah, on the 22nd of January, when he does his inaugural speech, I reckon there's going to be a huge pump, especially if he mentions any crypto, which he has previously.
Yeah.
It's going to blast, man.
I got my eye on this one crypto, and I'm gonna go in on it because I know that's gonna happen. And this, yeah, it's gonna be amazing, amazing. Yeah, but we can head back out, I guess, if you want, back to politics. We can just hang out there.
I'll jump in there.
All right, yeah. So we'll just round this one out. We'll talk in the politics server. So guys, if you want to join us, is the link in? Is it in your description? Your profile, Heretic? To the politics. Let me see. No, it's not.
He might have already gone.
Yeah.
I need to put it in mine, actually. It reminds me.
I'll put it in mine, but it's gonna take my blue check mark down for a while. So that's why.
Well, it's in the 24/7 Flat Earth bot that's in here. The politics one is in there. The link to it.
Okay, yeah. Just go to the bot downstairs, guys, and then join us in the politics Discord server. That's where we be at. All right. Well, I'll see you guys over there. We're all heading over there, so that'll shut this space down.
No worries. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys. See ya.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
It is super base to like just try to forgive and be submissive in all contexts. Like there are Christians who literally get martyred for their faith. They literally don't defend themselves, you know?
Yeah, that's your choice. But if you're going to let children be raped and murdered, shit, I didn't realize we're being recorded.
Yeah, true, I know.
Damn. Yeah, sorry, guys.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to...
Gesundheit.
Yeah, that's you. If you're going before the Creator and the Creator asks you, what did you do? And you say, well, I just thought it would be safer if, I just let them get away with everything. I think that's the definition of sin. It's the thing that you know that you ought not do, but you do it anyway.
True.
So my philosophy is defend the innocent, especially if you're a man. But I'm all for women, especially women. Self-defense. Like, guns don't have rights, women have rights. So if you're against gun rights, you're just using fancy words to cover up your perverted criminality by saying you don't want women to have guns so that they could defend themselves and their children.
Hey, if you don't mind me asking, it sounds like you may know about this next subject. Am I coming in clear?
Clear. 5 to 5.
So, I'm from Texas, and I'm a big gun advocator, and so I pretty much drive with my personal registered gun just about everywhere I go. But I'm a trucker as well, so I go to other states like, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana. I'm not 100% sure of their gun laws, but is it illegal for like a Texan? And I was going to go to Montana maybe like a week ago. But if you traverse, the U.S. with your Texas registered gun, how does that work out?
So each state is a country, basically, like the state of Israel is a country. So as a nationalist, each state has the right to govern themselves any way they see fit. So if you go to Colorado, you better obey those Colorado gun laws. So I think they have separation of bullets from magazines from pistols in certain states. I would recommend that you comply with all of those laws at all times, whenever possible. None of this is legal advice. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer.
No. So, like, if I go to is there any states that like just don't allow you to have guns in your car?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. I believe Colorado is one of them.
So let's say if I was driving through Colorado and I was stopped and I had a gun in my car, like, could I say that, hey, this is my Texas registered, and I'm not even stopping here in Colorado. I just have to go through here to get to where my destination is. Does that matter at all?
They don't care. You're in their jurisdiction. So they have authority over you because you're participating in interstate commerce.
I got you. So is it like that right when I get to their line, I have to surrender my gun somewhere, or is it that I need to fly it to the next country? The next state? Like, how does that kind of work out?
You have to find a way to comply with their laws. Now, obviously, I believe that compliance should be in compliance with the Supreme Law because of the Supremacy Clause, but that's not going to keep your ass out of jail. If you want to stay out of jail, I think a lawyer would tell you to comply with all laws at all times. But if you're willing to, Educate yourself and spend the energy to properly educate yourself to defend yourself against a case that does not align with Madison versus Marbury. But I think that you'll find that you'll lose more often than not if you're not careful, because these lower courts do not have to abide by the Constitution of the United States. If you're talking about commercial crimes, especially, so I would recommend that if you're going through California, for example, do not have a Glock 17 with 17 rounds in it. You want to make sure that you're carrying a 1911 with 8 rounds in it, because they have a magazine limit law. If you're going through Colorado, separate your firearm and lock boxes. I believe that's the law, but don't quote me on any of this. I don't know the law for each specific state, but you're basically inviting the government to do business with you when you break the laws. And I do not want to contract with the government personally, but you can do whatever you like. I'd recommend that you read your laws.
Yeah, I totally get it. It was just, I was wondering, like, hey, if I'm in a state like Texas, right, that allows you to have your gun in your car, if I'm going to another state, I don't know, Nebraska or something, that allows you to have a gun in your car, but I have to pass through a state that doesn't allow it. It's like, what happens at that point when you get to the state that doesn't allow it? Do you just gotta get your gun? You know, do you gotta check it in somewhere when you get out? You know, I just never understood that.
Yeah, it's definitely a question for a lawyer, I think, because they'll be able to tell you what state and what law. But for the most part, it's just better to obey the law of, I can't say the land because it's technically the law of the sea, but yeah, obey the law of the sea when you're on the land, I guess. Or obey the codes of the sea. Obey the pirates' codes, or the pirates will pirate you.
I hear you. I appreciate the input, man.
You know, I don't teach people to drive without a license, but I do understand that they have a right, if they want to redress their grievances through the courts, if they want to, you know, quote unquote, travel without a license, they have the right to go to court. I mean, you know, they're going to need standing if they want to get the law changed. But I don't tell people that you should do that. I tell people blend in, right? Put your hands together like you're praying. Walk through the public peacefully and be like the Assassin's Creed guy. Like blend in public. Now in private, you know, that's different. You have different rights on private property, but in public, blend in. Are there any Globers in here? Nobody proud to be a Glober?
Proud. That's interesting way to put it.
Well, they identify as astronauts. We went to the moon. That's
All
what they
right,
say.
yeah,
So they're proud.
I guess.
But yeah, I myself am all for self-defense. If you're shooting at me for no reason, especially in my house, you just signed your death warrant. Like, I don't know what you're thinking. You should never put your hands on somebody unless they try to harm you first. Never throw the first punch. Never fire the first shot. Obey God's law at all times. But I don't want to teach man's law as if it was God's law, though. So that's why I say you have the right to, operate your automobile on the private, but you're also going to be arrested, and I suggest that you peacefully go and redress your grievances in the courts peacefully. I don't think that you should do that, but if you got enough time to learn the law and learn how to defend yourself, and you want to make case law and put your name on the books for modernity, for eternity, I suppose you have the right to do that. But I'm not going to do it. Not me. I don't want the cops looking at me whatsoever. I'm trying to be the gray man. I just want to do my business and be left alone. I only study law because God's law. I kind of rejected a lot of the Old Testament for a long time. And the more I read the Bible, the more I realized, whoops, like this stuff and, common law, you can trace it back to Mount Sinai. So I kind of thought to myself, why would I be, following man's law, but not God's law? And then I realized that there is something to some of those things in Leviticus that I initially rejected. I mean, it's a law book. I mean, the very first, couple chapters was about dietary law. The whole Old Testament was about either keeping God's law or the consequences of breaking God's law. The whole New Testament was about reconciliation to God and His law. And the Messiah said several times, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. So it's more than just a philosophy to me. It's more like a way of life.
Hey, you mind if I pose a question or kind of a, I guess, quote unquote conspiracy in the flat earth type of realm?
Go for it, man. I'm not the only one here.
So I don't know if you guys, how you feel about it or whatever, but I've been kind of diving into a conspiracy or a thought lately that SpaceX, right, is like NASA 2.0. And the reason that I say that is because what their biggest thing right now is, landing rockets, back on Earth or whatever, doing the reverse, kind of that reverse thrusting mechanism. And it's like, dude, NASA claimed to have done that to the moon 6 times. And so it's like they would be the masters of that. And it's like, I feel like we're just seeing a whole lot of SpaceX and no NASA in modern times as far as what they're doing, complete coverage over it. And I feel like they already know that NASA's such almost a lost cause at this point, and they've been so exposed that now they have to go to to SpaceX, and they'll say, well, now they're private. So you guys can't say that they're government like you say that NASA is. This is a private party. But if you look at it, it's like NASA, SpaceX's biggest contract is all through NASA. And so I don't know. I just feel like they're like a NASA 2.0. I'm not sure how you guys feel like that, or if they're really like a sovereign private party type of thing.
So this might sound off topic at first, but I'll tie it together. A lot of government agencies at their quote unquote public fronts or public offices have started putting civilian private security. That way, if they violate your rights, it wasn't the government that violated your rights, it was a security company. And that's why the securitards are always doing stupid things, because they're not held to the highest standard of the Constitution. It's my understanding that the SpaceX could work the same way. If you go to audit NASA, well, by rights, they would have to submit to your public requests. But if SpaceX is a private company then they could get away with stuff that NASA couldn't get away with. That's just a speculation that I probably should have saved for Sunday, but every day is Sunday for me, I guess.
No, I completely get it, and I agree, man. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like the things that they're
We lost you. You must be in a valley somewhere. Yeah, he dropped out.
Dropping in, dropping out.
Hey, my bad, man. I got a call. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
But yeah, I just feel like they're just kind of redoing a whole lot of the old NASA stuff. I just feel like they're a cleaner company at doing it, and their smoke and mirror technique is way better. Oh no, I just feel like they're like NASA 2.0. But as far as their like greatest accomplishments, such as like the reverse landings, I would feel like NASA would need to show them how to do it, since they've been doing it since the damn 60s, landing shit on the moon in that exact same fashion. It's like, dude, y'all should be pros at that shit by now. And just, I don't know, all of the shit, I feel like they're just a big NASA covering.
Well, it's interesting because they kept crashing the limb on Earth. They had like a model of the limb, and they were trying to land it, and they kept having to eject. And when they were trying to communicate between towers, they couldn't do it. So this dude hung a limit on the limb and said, if we can't communicate between towers, how are we going to communicate between the Earth and the Moon? And Mr. Grissom and his crew members died a very painful death. I mean, they were kind of, burnt at the stake for their heresy. We know what a limit is. A limit is like a car that you're being sold to where there's 3 or more major repairs within the first year. They got laws to keep that sort of thing from happening. So he didn't think very high of the limb, the lunar landing module, and he might have been taken out or silenced because of it. I guess it's possible that it was an accident. Who knows?
You talking about Gus Grissom?
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like their best shot at starting over is SpaceX, and so now we're just seeing this crazy emergence. SpaceX and all the shit that NASA used to claim to do, and NASA's just kind of sitting by the wayside. Let this private company now be the forefront of what's running space. It's like, no, I thought you guys were doing that shit all the way since the 60s, man. You should be teaching them how to do reverse landings and all this other crap. But it seems like they are strategically being quiet and letting SpaceX kind of take the torch from here. And I think it's because of all the exposure that they've been getting.
Well, if you think about it, like during the 60s, people were so prosperous that they could have started like building their own rockets and balloons and going up there and checking it out. So they had to control the narrative. So ever since, they quit kind of messing around publicly in Antarctica around 1959, they formed NASA. and kind of pretty much put a stop to all private exploration of the upper atmospheres or the high altitude. And they, made it all public, but at the same time, extremely hush hush, which public and private don't mix. But I guess if you're the government, national security, right? So now they've kind of switched it back around to where, yeah, there's public funding, but now it's private exploration. So it's kind of interesting the way that they keep mixing the public and the private, isn't it?
Yeah, very true. Now that you said that, what is the reasoning that a company that's private can do what the law says it can when it comes to space travel?
And go over every company or every country and every place on the way to get to space, right? Because supposedly you got to go up, launch out that way. See, Elon, I know he ain't trying to say he's just you shooting straight out to space upward, because that ain't the way it works. So he has to shoot up and he has to go over that way really, really far so you can't see the rocket. And the rocket's supposed to go until Earth stops underneath it, and then the rocket's still supposed to go. And they either go to space, whatever, or down and around to space. Either way.
Yeah, because it's that whole slingshot trajectory that they say. They go up and kind of over to the side, and they go all the way around Earth so they can get slingshotted into space, basically.
So if Elon Musk wanted to buy a spot in Argentina, per se, and rocket launch from there, per se, why wouldn't they stop him? Isn't that by Antarctica? Like at a certain point, wherever you leave from, if you're going a certain direction, you should be hitting something that we don't know what it is. We don't have that landmass there. Like, what are you hitting? Like, if you're not coming back around the other side and you're dropping down, but supposedly you're going back around the other side and then you hit space somehow. But nobody's ever seen the back around the other side part. And then, like, how do you get to do that? There could be China, there could be Korea, there could be Japan, there could be Cuba, there could be Russia, there could be any other place that doesn't want you flying over their shit. It could be North Korea in your way. So, like, think about that.
Yeah, that never made sense to me when the satellite talk gets there. It's like, dude, that would be the number one threat to anyone's national security.
Exactly.
That you can have something in the sky letting you know exactly where, if let's say, for instance, like Trump, right? So they know that he just left this press conference or something. They could literally follow him in his, everything. And I don't know. That seems like the number one, type of, national security threat would be a satellite.
Well, shit, I mean, on the ground, they could probably spit some dye on you or put something on you that tracks you, too. I mean, come on now.
I got another question. If they say they send the rocket ship up and over, and they use the spin of the Earth to gain altitude, I thought some people say that the atmosphere is stuck to the Earth and they spin together. So how would that help?
Always find there's two separate globers. One that say it's in lockstep with the Earth, and then some that say there's a little drag, which causes your Coriolis effect.
I guarantee you some of those globe earthers believe in both. It's called dilutionism.
That effect for the rocket to supposedly go down and then catch down and ride gravity so hard that it releases it that way. Kind of like dropping through a fucking ladle if you're water. That's what they're trying to say, but yeah, it's called the slings. Yeah. But no, what do you think?
That shit literally just made me scratch my head when you were talking about it. Just thinking about how that would work out. Literally a head scratcher.
Yeah, these globers, they hold two separate beliefs that are diametrically opposed to each other in their head at the same time. and they just pull out whichever one they need at the moment to, go against whatever argument we're making. And then when you call out, like, hey, wait a minute, don't you also believe in this over here? They say, oh, you're gish galloping. Like red herring, you're changing the subject, you're going all over the place.
Any goofy, magical, Snoopy, Charlie Brown, Harry Potter phrase they can use, they'll use it. Any cat toy they can convince you with, if you're convinced by the cat toy, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like literally, I'm really not. I'm not convinced by any cat toy they make and say, well, this cat toy, is going to let you know this, but no other object or material or attribute is going to be shown through any other mechanism. That's utterly ridiculous. Literally. To say that some things are going to cause movement in this thing right here, but not anything else around it to show the same attribute. You see, like the mass and all the other shit they say. They'll say a small thing versus a big thing, right? Oh, gravity only works with large amounts of mass. Well, you're not large compared to the Earth. Why aren't you just jumping into space? Oh, gravity. But gravity doesn't work with small amounts. Oh, but it works with all mass. But not small amounts.
Yeah, like helium. Right?
Yeah. Like small physics either. Micro, macro is supposed to be the same. Last I thought. Things are supposed to work on the same level. I think micro and macro would just be micro amount versus macro amount, right? The amount and scale of the amplification or like what it puts out for the variance that it is. So like you got 4 watts versus 1 billion watts. There's going to be a differential there, right? From what one puts out to the next, and you could say that's a micro watt versus a macro watt. So like the meniscus, they say, look at this top of the 2-liter where you put the lid, the opening. They got a meniscus of water on that. We'll make it as big as a lake. Show us we can walk up to a lake that's not dug into the ground. That's just flat land where you pour the meniscus of water, and we can all smack it as humans. It's got to be a pretty big fucking meniscus on the earth, right? Actually rising above the dirt, sitting on top of the dirt like a building. A meniscus, above the other portion of water like a fucking clearly like right in front of you. Because like when you look at the 2-liter, it doesn't hide. It doesn't say, no, you got to be 50 feet away for this meniscus to happen. It's happening right in fucking front of you. So if it's happening big on Earth, you should see it big on Earth right in front of you. Like
so you're telling me,
you start to fill the front room of your house with water and the kitchen and everywhere, they should equal out. You should be able to open your front door and see a portion of that just sit the fuck there like a meniscus of water and not pour out your front door, clearly, right?
dude, so you're telling me you don't believe in the water wall of Earth?
That's not
What's a water wall?
Yeah, that's not and I'm saying
you didn't get my joke about the meniscus? That would be like them equivalent to saying the water wall.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, yeah, but then the water wall would actually be our water surface. We'd be standing on that water wall.
And I guess before we man, I thought I'd at least get a chuckle or two. Fuck.
I'm sorry. But no, I'm stupid.
That was a bad joke, man.
No, it was all right. It was all right.
Meniscus in the water. I'm thinking of a water wall.
Right. And that's another thing. You would have waterfalls going side to side to each other horizontally, and you'd have waterfalls going up too and down. Have you ever seen any of those types of waterfalls? I bet you'll only see one type of waterfall. One pouring downward versus a horizontal reference. Not versus go that away reference. You'll never see a waterfall coming from you at the fucking horizon. The horizon is not going to be your waterfall. When is a waterfall your horizon coming this way at you? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm giving you 100%.
Yeah.
When you said that, you should be able to go up to the meniscus and slap that motherfucker.
and slap it. Yeah. You should be able to fish in the bottom and be like, hey, look, the ocean's on the bottom. Thought it was hard to get to the bottom of the ocean? No, you just walk up and slap it. Ocean meniscus, right?
Yeah, I think that would go over a Glover's head, man.
How about pond meniscus? A pond. A lake. I mean, that's what we're looking for. A lake-sized body of water or a pond-sized body of water we can pour on a flat surface that just piles itself upon itself and sits there. Gravity, right? Oh, it only works on big bodies. Well, that's what we're using. We're going to use a big body. How tall can water stack upon itself? Is the question. And can it stack upon itself in all of its surface area equally? Or can it stack upon itself like a curve, being one point in the center being stacked higher than the rest?
Man, I can only stack them dang old mattresses about 9 high. The whole lot more slippery than them dang mattresses.
I know, don't you got, that's called a water mattress, right? And you got to contain that water to still try to roll away this way or that way and push you and shit. Like, oh, what the hell? You know, you push the water one way and it fights back the other way. Like, what the?
I can't believe there was once upon a time when water beds was the shit.
Yes, I too remember the 90s.
Levitating. And I
I
gravity.
had a water bed till I broke that son of a bitch.
Stuck a pinhole in them, or
We don't want to know.
I broke the frame. I was a kid. I was only a teenager.
I know people used to fall asleep with pins and keys and stuff, and they'd be like, you know, where's my key? And then, oh, why am I wet? And you're like, well, you poked a hole in your waterbed, motherfucker, on accident. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, they weren't bad. They lasted a long time, and they had like a little heater with them and shit. They were cool on the hot days.
Yep. And that heater kept it real nice and warm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So technically, it kind of heated up the whole room because the bed stayed warm. Yep, those are cool. There was a video I watched a month or two ago. Taboo Conspiracy. He mirrored someone else's video that they did on the inverse square law. Man, that shit was good. Like, I'm not just saying it because, you know, I got a bias towards it, but that was a good video.
The inverse square.
The inverse square law of light is kryptonite to the heliocentric model.
Please explain.
So light doesn't have the same intensity, even though it travels really far. It doesn't travel at the same intensity. So every time you double the distance from the light source, it loses strength 4 times. So if you drive away from Dallas, about the time you get to about 100 miles, you start losing the radio signal, right? Or your Wi-Fi signal, you start losing it once you take out the trash.
Right.
So the light of stars is the same way. And the fact that you can see different color stars is impossible with the inverse square law. The fact that Mars glows red would be impossible with the inverse square law, given the distance that they give us. So he shows many different ways how the inverse square law of light debunks the heliocentric model, because they need those extreme distances to explain why the sun looks so small, but it's actually so big, and why we can see stars from quintillions of miles away. And the reason they say the stars are so far apart is because there's 0 stellar parallax. So the constellations are constant. They got sundials in India that are 1,000 years old that are accurate to the minute. That part wasn't in the video. That last part I threw in there.
And so one last time, just so I can still man you and Taboo, you're saying that we couldn't see different colors coming from stars if they're whatever, how jillions of miles away?
Yeah, light years away. Quintillions of miles away. Yeah. You have to watch the video, because I watched it a few months ago.
I got you. I feel like all a Glober would say is that, well, it's so big, that's kind of, the
Right.
trade-off.
Yeah, they always have an excuse.
But I mean, in
It's
their eyes,
next.
excuse, they're going to say, this is how big it's said to be, and so this is why we see it shining as bright as we do, and that's why it's as small as it is, and not so huge, just because it's so far away.
Yep, they're always going to say something like that. If it's not supposed to be there, but it's there, it's negligible. If it's too big, and we should be able to see the curve. Well, the Earth's just too big. You don't go high enough to see the curvature. That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. You're too high. You're not high enough yet. There's always something.
And then you got something to say, well, I saw it in my fucking flight, in my commercial flight yesterday.
And then when you show them Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that you wouldn't be able to see it, then they say, well, what was his math? Oh, you don't know what math he used? Oh.
Or they'll just say, well, he's a dummy, even though he got medals from NASA and he's one of the top, whatever he is, he's just a dumbass.
Right. He's a science communicator hired by NASA and all these other places, but he's an idiot, according to the Globers.
Yeah, the line of reasoning is phenomenal. And I'm glad that Jameson guy came in, because I think he was able to see his line of reasoning was like, very futile as far as, well, I saw rocket launches and, there's such a thing called satellites. Then when he said, well, I'm a math guy, and we gave him real math to look at, that's when the whole game started changing.
Yeah, but he didn't start freaking out like a snowflake.
True.
So he did good. That's kind of my. I think a lot of flatties probably think I have a low standard for these normies, because I tell people to be kind to your normies, right? If you're not dealing with an anti-flat earther, it's okay to pull your punches a little bit. Like, your job as a flat earther should be to, speak to the person. Like, don't speak over their head. don't, treat them like a child either, but like communicate with the person. Like try to get through to them, at least to their subconscious, so that they could work it out later when you're gone.
I mean, 100%, dude. That's why I don't want to ignite a whole fire, but that's why I was so pissed when that QE guy came in last time, because it's like before he came, it was just grown men conversations. Then once he gets in, it's fuck you, you dumbass flat earther. I mean, you fucking dumbass globe earther. Oh, and pseudo killer, you said that there's a such thing as a globe model. Oh, you're the dumbest flat earther I've ever heard in my life. And it's like, yeah, let's talk like grown men, like we've been doing, and we'll get a lot further than the whole little macho shit.
Well, I try not to talk about people if they're not here, but I will say, like, in my opinion, it doesn't care what you believe. It depends on how you act. So if you act a certain way, people will hear the message. But if it's all about just winning and crushing your opponents, maybe some of these normies that come in here are not our opponents. Like maybe it could be possible that we're just arguing against their arguments, and we're trying to reach those people and to show them the light a little bit.
100%. Hey, Prime, are you a globe or a flat earther? If you don't mind me asking, Prime.
No. Don't scare him away.
Hey, Prime, can you hear me?
He's typing in chat.
Maybe he's at work.
He says, I know Earth is a globe. That's it. Very convincing.
Gotcha.
Source.
Well, promise,
me,
you want to talk about it, mic up, bro.
Yeah, well, we're definitely willing to talk to you.
Yeah, so Killa, my philosophy is the plant seeds on fertile ground, every flat earther is different, and I can't really tell other flat earthers how to behave, because it probably wouldn't work anyway. So I just do me the best I can, and if I'm doing the best I can, there's no higher goal for me to aim for.
I got you, man. I respect the way that you come at every person you talk to. I can respect that 100%. I try to do it the same way as well. But like I said, I don't want to ignite an old fire, but yeah, it's just the way that we are doing things now and the way that it was done that other day, man, it was just night and day. But like you said, you can't tell people how to act, but I mean, I would definitely say act like an adult if you are.
Well, you said you're a Texan, and I think a heavily armed society is a plot society. So you and I know that there are consequences for acting a fool in public.
Absolutely.
And when we get on the internet, it's hard for us to deal with these other cultures sometimes.
Yeah, true. Because just like you said, if you were in my face saying those words, it'll probably be like the Texas will come out of me.
Yeah, there's consequences.
Right. But no, I get it. Prime, man, we really want you to get up here and talk, man. Maybe you got some information that another globe earther didn't have, and we really want to hear it. Or Moot, welcome in. We'd like to hear your opinions as well.
What's up, Moop?
Hi, guys. How are we doing?
Fantastic.
Dandy.
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm good, and the Earth is flat, measured.
That's right.
I just gave you a high five. I don't know if you felt it or not, but absolutely, my brother.
I'm a pure flat earther. 10 years now.
10. Damn.
I was right back there from the Atlantean conspiracy from Eric the Bay, the book.
Oh wow. Quadruple OG.
Yeah, way
That's
back.
what we call. It's a first waiver.
Yeah, I'm on the first wave. I loved it because I felt so inadequate.
Nice to hear.
But anyway, how are you guys? Are you all right?
Blessed.
Oh, amen on that one.
So where are you from?
Originally London, England, but I now live in France.
Parlez-vous français?
Ah, parlez français?
No. No.
Oui, parlez français pour moi.
Me, no.
No, okay.
I just wanted to hear a Londoner speak French.
Well, is I can do the or is it the Cockney accent? Bonjour, monsieur. It's bonjour, monsieur.
Yeah, I love the different language. I love hearing it. I don't get to hear French very often.
It's
Are you allergic to peanuts?
we know.
Okay.
No.
I don't know. One time somebody told me that a lot of French people are just all allergic. They hate peanuts. I was like, why? He's like, they're allergic. I was like, get the hell out of here.
Well, remember this about French people, even though he's not French. They love liberty.
Yes,
Allegedly.
yeah, no, do you know what? One thing that I wish I could take back to my comrades back at home is I love how patriotic that the people here are. They're just so they love the country. They just love it.
Yeah, a lot of people confuse patriotism with statism, and I think that there is a distinction. Patriotism is the love for your fellow countrymen, your brothers and sisters, and your neighbors. Patriotism doesn't necessarily mean that you're loyal to the government. So I got a lot of respect for people that are patriotic for their fellow men. Not too keen on the statists, though.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Spreads itself thin like light. The bleeding effect. From one thing to another. Compress something, the reaction is a compressed other thing being uncompressed. The inverse obverse square law. The bleeding effect. Focus in, focus out. Just to make it simple.
That sounds
That was
awesome.
too complex. That was too complex for me.
Yeah, well, you know how everything they tell you is a magic named gas? Like they have magic named shapes that really don't exist in their man-made attributes. You know, the geometry of like the pyramid and the sphere and the cube, and you know, it's like these are perfect shapes of themselves, which don't really like exist anywhere other than the mind, mostly. So like it's the same with the attribute of gases. They only exist in your mind for what the label says and what the attribute of them is, right? Helium, you know what it does, so that's helium, right? We'll agree that's helium. But in the attribute of the earth escapes all the gases together as whatever the gas is, and you're breathing everything. When you're breathing, you're not separating anything from anything. I mean, you know what I mean? You're pulling it in, you're getting the kinetic energy from it, you compress, condense, and you know, pull it in. You know, obverse, inverse square. You compress it, decompress it, and that kinetic energy is exerted into you. But they want to tell you that these gases are all labeled, and you know which one's which from which. When you can't clearly, no man can walk outside and be like, well, this right here is this gas, and this right here is some helium right here. I got a piece of it here. Like what? That's never been. So just like to make it simple, it's like all the different things can become another thing once you contain them and do stuff to them. Or once you just do stuff to them, like freeze them super cold, then get them super hot, then shock them. then put them in a voltage variance of like 100 volts or 1,000 volts for an hour versus 2 amps. You know, different things are going to get different attributes. And I just call it the bleeding effect because all these different things can become the next thing.
Do you know what, brother? You just talked so much sense. Because do you know why? Because that is truly where we are. And yes, we can go back to where science or to any citation to and who formulates the citation. Right?
Exactly. Who formulates the peer review of 5 guys telling you whether they agree or not?
There you
So
go.
like, yeah. I call it 5 guys science. You know, today's science. Just 5 guys, and it could be 100. I don't care. It doesn't matter. And then they peer review something by not doing stuff. Isn't that crazy? So the peer review of science isn't done by anything. They're not doing science to stuff, and they're not really peer reviewing anything but a paper, right?
You're hitting the same levels I'm on at. No, you're totally right, and it is that. It's like if you do an Oxford dictionary converse on the equation of what that information or the knowledge of the word that actually perceives, and then you can go back to that actual word and perceive it in a totally different context, how it was actually produced. And we know this, so we all know this. We all know that that's where it all levels from, and so. Well, levels, right? Again, but we know that there was no sphere, nothing, and so the whole point is what you say. Words are so fantastically intrinsic to the point of what we're trying to say, and I feel like that. Well, as you know, and as I know, we have to define everything before anyone can any other way that's set.
Right. And if you're doing science, it should be a set thing on this thing causes this. And if you're like, well, this causes it, and then Bob comes along or a bum down the street and says, well, damn, I can do that 500 other ways. And then like they don't even acknowledge what you just said, even though what you said was 100% true. And that's what everybody can do and see. Now you got Bob saying, no, you don't understand. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
The
you just
gentleman.
said it. You just said it, and I love it because we can go. We can go. You know what? I can just take what you said. So let's just take flat horizontal, or let's just take the words horizontal. Now, if you go to the Oxford Dictionary, who defined what horizontal was or sea level? But no matter how you come up with it, who defined it, and to make it into their oracle of the words, which is invoking for you to believe, and we put under a spelling to make you spell, right? Because now you're under the spelling that you have to believe that that word is horizontal. Where did that come from?
Well, the attribute of the reality in which you live and the orientation and the idea of shape or idiocracy or idioms of that. Yeah. Where does that, where does everything have to be this? So when a guy goes in a lab and he's like, oh, Eureka, I found it. I'm sure we've all done the same thing with an idea. And if we haven't, I'm sorry, but if we have, I hope we have thought we had the greatest fucking moment of science and debunked ourselves within 10 seconds the next day after we woke up and was like, fuck, I didn't even think about that. Right? So before you even brought it to the public or anybody else's acknowledgement, you've already debunked your own claim 100 ways over from Sunday. And to now bring that out as the claim when you've already debunked yourself with it would be fucking stupid. And these are the things that we deal with too. And that's why the words and everything are changed. They're like, okay, well, let's put a math formulation on equivalated version for the words and the attributes of physics. So now we have numbers and an attribute of math or geometry or just what just whatever they want to say to you, just to trick you, right? Because it's not a physical attribute of anything. The same with gravity, time, space, warping, like the word level. They say the word level should be no point higher or lower than the next, right? The definition of the defining thing should be itself, right? So outside, if you say, hey, this is the thing that this follows, it's like this. The description is that thing you're supposed to agree on. Now, what do you agree on when the only thing we have, you and I, and all the dudes in the lab, is the same description together of what we all can see here. Like, this is the description of what we have. Now, how can this be so combobulated or miscombobulated in a fucking science or physics class to say, no, little Tommy, that ball that you got spinning with water not sticking to it, something else is going on magical in a place where you can't go. And a place that's so fucking magical, it's not even the air you're breathing or nothing like that. It's the total opposite, in fact. So now you have not a fucking reference frame at all in your whole life of anything that he could even remotely give you the attribute of this effect. So where are you stuck? You're stuck with air. You're stuck with nothing but the attribute or reaction that you can fucking record right here and right now. That's what you're stuck with. Everything else is a story. Literally. And we've been led by the stories. Instead of what we see, they're like, well, what if grandma's flying around like a turkey? You know, well, what if your head's really as big as the sun, but as small as a pea at the same time, and you don't know it? Do you understand what I'm saying? What if you're moving but sitting still? These things can't happen as the format of each other. So yeah, it is interesting on who set, the dictionary terms and who says this law is a law of nature when it's really the opinion of man, 100% at the end of the day, and another man agreeing with it, and then another group of dudes agreed with them because it's trickery, right? You got trick flunked, right? With no Vaseline. Sorry.
Hey guys, until Prom comes in here and kind of speaks for themselves, I'd like to try to be their still man and speak for them for just a second. So I just posted a picture of basically the common argument of Earth being a pressurized system contained inside of, a non-pressurized, a vacuum of space that's infinitely larger. Prom is saying that the reason that happens is because of gravity. Do any of you flurfs want to refute that?
For 4 billion years, we've been searching for gravity. We've been looking for it just like the cube. We even went to Crenshaw Street, and they were all out. They said, sorry, man. No bag of gravity. No cube. The last one was smoked 4 billion years ago.
Well, that's me and Prime's argument right now, is that gravity is what holds our atmosphere down to Earth in this infinitely larger vacuum.
Well, that's great. I mean, it's great that you could claim that, and it's great that you use so big of terms that you'll never have to worry about a demonstration, right? But the thing is that's the very thing that you have to contend with, is the very thing you can't do. You have to be able to demonstrate the claim being brought forward that your vacuum can hold these things and do this magic thing. So you would have to create scientifically and manipulate the variables right here in front of us to show us this thing doing those things from scratch. Literally.
I guess the way that my client Prime wants to refute that is by saying, well, look at the other planets. They're being held by gravity as well.
That's the claim. That's the same. It's the same claim, brother. The same claim as magic is doing this magic shit. We know magnetism happens. We know you can have superconduction, and we know you can superconduct things over a plane. So until he can prove it's not superconducted stuff or not illuminated lights or something that he knows what those things are instead of a UFO, you're not going to bring any determining factor to the table with something looky Superman over your shoulder. Do you believe me, UFO? It's not. No, that's not science. In the lab, the very thing has to be demonstrated that anything physical can form a sphere from scratch, being gas, light, dirt, water. Any physical attribute of any material has to be formed into a sphere by this so-called gravity, and Earth should not mess with it, because it's supposed to be dealing on the amount of mass per the amount of mass. So when they say big, it just means on a big scale, bigger amount. On a little scale, guess what? It has to still be a little amount, or else the atom would have never obtained another atom or a molecule or a proton or a neutron to to become anything. Like you would never have anything big without anything small building up to be that.
I got you.
Yeah, they make their own story impossible on its face.
Well, let me check. Let me check with my client, Prime. Do you have any demonstration, test, or scientific experiment that shows how a pressurized system could be contained or can be inside of a larger vacuum? Do you have a? Let me just check with my client, guys. Prime, do you have an experiment, test, or scientific experiment that shows that? I want to make sure I'm going to bat for you correctly, Prime. Unless you want to get up here and talk for yourself, that'll be even better.
Yeah, gas or liquid holding their shape and said vacuum. Any amount, just sitting there holding its shape.
See, I think they have a fundamental misunderstanding of gravity. I can show them how gravity works if they understand how science works. But they have this idea of mass attracting mass or the bending warping of space-time, and I'm claiming those are not scientifically provable, demonstrable.
Or the center of gravity. Remember that one. Something to the center of the mat. Go ahead, Bill. Sorry.
Hey, let me explain something for Prime. Hey, Prime, the reason that you see that picture where Flat Lloyd placed the vacuum, I'm sorry, it's actually a GIF. The reason is because we can actually show you what happens when a pressurized system is introduced to a vacuum or an unequal amount of pressures are next to each other without a container. And what happens every single
Wait, what is that in reality, or is that in a test? Where is that? Where is that study done?
He cut out, but to finish what he was saying, at any time there's two different pressure systems next to each other without a container, they're going to seek equilibrium every time. So the question to the globe earthers would be, how are you breathing right now if you have a vacuum of space sitting right next to the Earth's atmosphere? And if you claim that it's gravity, then you would have to demonstrate a propane tank or something of the sort with 250 psi in the tank with the nozzle facing up against gravity on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is allegedly the strongest, as opposed to the higher altitudes where the vacuum of space is, and open that container of the propane tank and show us gravity holding the propane in with the nozzle open. And you can't do that. So the claim that gravity would be holding down the gas pressure and it not being pushed out into the vacuum of space, which is something we see every time, no matter what. That's why it's the natural law of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. So anytime you have a theory that violates entropy and the second law of thermodynamics, your theory is, laughable. Because high pressure always goes to low pressure, hot always goes to cold, and high charge always goes to low charge.
So I want to ask my client, Prime, do you disagree with what Larry just said? That high pressure goes to low pressure. In this instance, your high pressure atmosphere inside of a vacuum that is infinitely larger, for some reason, just wouldn't try to equalize with that larger vacuum. Is there a reason behind that? That you could test or experiment or show us? Guys, my client said because of gravity.
Okay, he doesn't understand how gravity works. So would you guys mind if I teach him and show him scientifically how gravity actually works?
You have to stand.
All right. So in order for something to be considered scientific, it has to have a naturally observed phenomenon, control variables, and the presumed cause. Without that presumed cause, control variables, and naturally observed phenomenon, we don't have natural science. So for example, if I claim that heat makes water boil, I should be able to prove it scientifically by controlling the altitude, we're not going to go higher or lower in altitude. And then the independent variable is going to be the heat. So I add it to the water to see if I can get the naturally observed phenomenon, which is water boiling. So that's how science works. Now, the claim is gravity is what holds down the oceans. So if that's true, then you should be able to manipulate gravity like I did the heat and see if it will stop sticking to the surface of the Earth. But that's not how it works, right? You can't do that. So you have no science for gravity, but guess what I do have? I have specific gravity, which is different than Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity. And I can demonstrate scientifically what's holding the water down in the ocean to the surface of the Earth. So if I take water out of the ocean and I put it in a tea kettle and I turn the heat on it for a long period of time and a substantial amount of heat, I can demonstrate that the low temperature was what was holding down the water. It had nothing to do with the mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. It was actually the low temperature the whole time. And you know this is true because if a volcano erupts on the bottom of the ocean, it's going to boil up, right? It's going to cause some of the water to stop sticking to the bottom of the ocean. So, science has never settled. At any time, you could give me another reason why that water is sticking to the bottom of the Earth, that we can, use the scientific method to demonstrate that it is, in fact, the cause. So science has never settled. If you want to say you have another one, while you get your cause, right, your mass attracting mass or your bending and warping of space-time, I have another cause for the water sticking to Earth. And it's actually the high gas pressure. So I can take a cup of ocean water, put it in a vacuum container, and turn it on for 3 days, and the water will boil in a vacuum container at a very low temperature, because we know that gas pressure holds the water down to the surface of the Earth. But if it were to get too hot, like if you were to put, water in deep space, it would boil like your blood would allegedly do in a vacuum 10 to the 17 negative torr. So gas pressure, high gas pressure, and low temperature is what holds down the oceans. Now, some people think that it's gravity. All I need is that presumed cause of gravity, what you think is causing it, and we can do a demonstration, an experiment on camera, and see what your cause is of gravity, because science has never settled. So I'm waiting for your presumed cause of what's holding down the oceans. And since, I did not manipulate the mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, I'm going to ask that when you do your experiment, you're going to hold my variables as your controls. So I'm going to need you to do your experiment without manipulating the density of the water, because that's what my experiments did. Once I made the water more buoyant, because water is extremely buoyant when it's in its gaseous state as opposed to its liquid state. So if you can make things go up and down without manipulating the relative density, then we can talk about what you think gravity means. But until then, you now have to bow down to the scientific specific gravity that has nothing to do with Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity.
So my client,
the question to the Globers, sorry, one last thing. Question to the Globers, do you even science, bro?
So again, in totality, my client Prime is saying that the pressure, the air pressure, basically that this atmosphere is pressurized and it can be contained in an infinitely large vacuum because of gravity. When we asked what was gravity, Prime said that mass attracts mass, and this could be verified by the Cavendish experiment.
So chicken fingers can pull each other, but nothing else in the world. So no
Am
other
I cutting out, or
mechanism
can you
or
guys hear me?
attribute. Yeah, we can hear you. So he thinks two little BBs or two little balls are massive enough to show you something against the whole whatever, and just forget every excuse that they made up for everything else not being able to do that. That's weird, right? So fuck every other excuse they made for science, right? For that attribute, right? But now it's good to go. See, they get to pick and choose. See, everywhere when the car sits next to another car, they should be attracting. That's mass next to mass. An insurance company would never exist if gravity was a real thing, because every car would automatically wreck into every other car, and we'd all have to have bumper cars. And you'd wake up and go get your car because it'd be going down the street following the truck, because mass would attract mass. It's not happening. And the more
You got to
garbage,
address.
yeah.
You got to address what he said. So he's. I don't want to put words in his mouth. So he needs to correct me if I'm not understanding. So if I'm understanding correctly, he's saying that balls on a torsion balance prove that you don't need a container to have high gas pressure sitting next to a low gas pressure system. So I don't need a propane tank. Like if I wanted to take this into the real world, like I did with the scientific method, he's saying that I could take a torsion balance to the propane store, and I don't need to buy propane accessories. I just need to bring my torsion balance, and then I could take some propane home, because gravity is proven by the torsion balance of the Cavendish experiment, and I can cook my kids a meal when the electricity goes out and they're starving, they haven't eaten. I can do it without the propane tank because we have gravity. Because we're not talking about thought experiments, we're talking about the scientific method. So I just need to make sure, is that what he's saying? That we don't
Yeah.
need a container?
Yeah, he's saying you can put amounts of gas that equal the same weight as those balls, and then you could spin your have your torsioned gases, and they would pull themselves together accordingly and hold themselves there without containment.
Right, because I'm not like Einstein. I'm not just gonna, have thought experiments. We're talking about real world, feet on the ground, get your hands dirty. Let's back up this claim of his, and I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm not putting words in his mouth. So did I understand correctly that we don't need containers for gas pressure because of Cavendish's contraption?
That is precisely what my client is. That is precisely what my client is claiming.
Would he happen to have the gas and dish experiment?
I would have to disagree with that. I would say that you need a propane tank. So when you go to the propane store, you're going to have to purchase your own propane tank and bring it up there, or you're going to have to buy propane and propane accessories in order to feed your children in real life. You can't just hope and pray to some gravity god or some Cavendish or some Newton or some Einstein. Like in the real world, you got to have a container to have gas pressure.
And Prime, please don't say I'm putting words in your mouth. Literally, I'm reading what you're saying and conveying it to them. Nothing I've said here has been mine. This has been everything that you've typed inside of the chat. It's bullshit for sure, but at least I'm trying to steel man what you're saying. You're the one that still believes that mass attracts mass, and you believe that the Cavendish experiment somehow proved how an atmosphere can be held in an infinitely larger vacuum. But you haven't gave us an experiment to show that. Cavendish doesn't show that.
So instead of buying tires, when I have a flat, I could just go to the tire place and be like, add the gas pressure to my rim. Don't you even know about Cavendish, bro?
Yeah, you can
Cavendish
put the
was trying to
torsion.
like the density of the Earth.
Yeah, you can put the torsion on your rim, the for the gases to hold, and you just be good to go, right?
Right, because we're not talking about
Cavendish
thought
rim.
experiments. We're talking about real life, applied science, right?
Hell
No
yeah, I
thought
want to use the
experiments.
Cavendish room for real.
Because I have to pay like $500 for tires. So if I could just,
I
get some of
know.
that Cavendish gas pressure, I could save a lot of money. But I just need to know exactly how the Cavendish shows that we can have gas pressure without a container.
It doesn't.
I mean, I'm only a stupid flat earther. If he could just explain it to me, I'd be willing to apply his science to real life and see how it goes.
Well, Hank, I'm one of them there stupid flat earthers too, and I don't think that them there BBs is gases.
You're not even from Texas, bro. Yeah, I mean, maybe if Killa misrepresented his argument on accident, maybe he could come on the mic and do his argument justice, because we don't want to straw man the guy. That's not our intention.
Prime, we would love for you to explain how the Cavendish could make a pressurized system exist in an infinitely larger vacuum. We would love to hear you in your own words. I'm calling you to the stand, please.
Yeah, I'm into the applied sciences, what actually works, as opposed to describing things mathematically and making models that maybe don't necessarily accurately fit reality. I'm into the kind of science where you can demonstrate your claims, have empirical observation and experimentation for validation, because you cannot have imagination and explanation and call that a scientific validation.
Right, because Prime, if you don't remember, the first thing we showed you was literally a test of what would happen when you put a pressurized system next to a non-pressurized system and release the barrier. That's the exact same thing that would happen to what you call your globe Earth, that has the atmosphere on top of it, not inside of it, on top of it, and it's exposed to an infinitely larger vacuum, and somehow it's not pressure, it's not equalizing. So we show you in the real world what happens, but all you do is tell us, look at the Cavendish experiment, which is literally analogous to that.
And like I said, at any time, science is open to new information. Science is never settled. So if you have an experiment that we can do to validate your claim of gas pressure without a container, or taking, gravity to the propane store and not buying a tank and not bringing your own tank, I mean, we'd love to see that.
Oh my gosh. So my client Prime said, let's try it. Let's go to Jupiter and see if that works. Let's see if that experience.
But Jupiter is the very thing in question, right? Because it's said to be a gas giant in a vacuum. Now, I don't know where the government taught you that you can have lumpy gas in a vacuum, but I would like to see somebody put some propane in a vacuum container and have a lump of it in the middle with vacuum around the edges inside that same container while it's closed. I don't think there is such thing as lumpy gas in a vacuum. Now, that claim about Jupiter, that's an extraordinary claim. So an extraordinary claim is going to need extraordinary evidence, because I have no way to go to Jupiter tonight with you and verify your claim. So that's what we call pseudoscience. So I'm showing you real science that you can do in your kitchen. We're asking you, is there something that we can do to verify what you're saying to be true?
Hey, in my client's defense, Prime, I got you on this one. Prime has actually went to Jupiter and the sun to prove that that's not what happened there. So Prime, just show. Go ahead and post that when you went to Jupiter and the Sun and prove that's not what happened there.
Does he identify as an astronaut too? We got a lot of astronauts in here.
Hell yeah, he's been to Jupiter and the Sun, dude, and he did the freaking Cavendish experiment and the freaking vacuum experiment. So he's gonna show you that in just a second and crush you, you flurf. Watch.
I just want validation for the claim. I can't verify what he's saying. Explanation without verification is not scientific validation. I don't think he's going to come through.
Yeah, my client's having some issues finding when they went to Jupiter and the Sun and did that experiment to show us that's not what happened on Jupiter and the Sun.
He's saying we're lacking the basics and we're putting words in his mouth. Can I explain why this experiment works? What are we talking about? He's talking about the density of the Earth. He thinks Cavendish measured the density of the Earth. I thought it proved gravity somehow, but I guess his understanding of gravity had to do with density. Sounds like almost like he understands my version of gravity, which is specific gravity, also known as relative density. So is he trying to back up my claim?
Yeah, I don't know at this point. I think that he was trying to say that the Cavendish proved that mass attracts mass.
Well, I don't know. You can put a whole bunch of mass together in a propane tank, and when you open it up, there's a lot of mass in that tank, but it's not attracting each other. That mass is trying to get as far away from the other mass as possible until it reaches equilibrium. Once it goes out, to the air right above the ocean and reaches 14.7 psi inside the tank and outside the tank, it's no longer expanding. But that's because of the equilibrium, not because of gravity. So it's doing the opposite of what he's saying.
Yeah, you would imagine in 2024 we'd have a simple experiment where somebody puts, I don't know, maybe a feather or something from a balance and maybe put a fucking 2,000-pound piano or something next to it. And you can actually see it being attracted to it, literally just because of the mass alone. But unfortunately, there's no such thing. Why? Because mass does not attract mass.
It is true, because when you fart, one thing I do know, it doesn't go down to the ground and go boom boom. It goes in every direction.
So you said you're a first wave flat earther, right, Londoner?
Yes. Yeah.
What do you think about that argument I made about what holds down the oceans?
Well, yeah, but isn't that because so where have you got the conceptualization of that understanding?
I don't know. I was wondering what you thought. It's not my argument, but I thought it's a pretty good argument for what holds down the oceans. Because they always say, why is there a down? Well, almost everything's made of water or has water in it, or is denser than water. So if everything is based on the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, that would explain why everything goes down. Unless it's buoyant, then it goes up. So why do things go down? Lack of buoyant force. What causes the buoyant force? You can describe it mathematically how you want, but it's the relative density between the object and the medium. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I agree with you. It is relatively density and buoyancy. It's one thing that gets pushed off the table very quickly. But it is the main, we know this. I mean, there's so many experiments done with, say, mercury with an iron aval, and an iron aval is floating on mercury. I mean, if that doesn't prove, so where's gravity? There is no gravity. It's just literally the chemicals, the everything that's made up of what everything is made up from is just has its own equilibrium.
Yeah, because I mean, with that same argument, as far as what's holding the ocean waters down, it's the same as any density experiment. We can show that, well, under the water is more denser material, which is going to be the ground or the ocean floor, and above that's going to be the air that's less dense than it. And I mean, that relationship keeps on. It never stops.
I mean, there's a really great thing, isn't there? I mean, who's the guy who videoed he got the equilibrium of the ocean. He went all the way down there and then found another equilibrium of a denser ocean and said that the whole thing was completely different from the immersion that he was in, from the Equilibrium Museum, from the Westerport, the gradient, and all that. And he went down even to that, and he said you couldn't even get down because it pushed him up.
Yeah, he said it was like a lake at the bottom of the ocean.
Like a lake doesn't mean a lake, though, guys.
Right, like a lake, right? So if a baseball is like an apple, that doesn't mean you can eat it. It just means that it's like an apple.
Right. If you bounce off something, you would think it's like a rubber or a solidified type of, something. And there has to be a reason that it would be at the bottom versus any other layer or portion or area of the water, right? It's at the bottom of the bottom, like the bottom part of the hole where it can fall. Kind of like what gold does. Maybe some types of oil or crude oil or like super oil or something. Like, I don't know. Think about it. Like, I don't know. Or what could be being produced down there with the compression of the ocean? Who knows?
I just hate
Well,
it. That gravity word is such a cop out for fucking gold. They never want to explain it, dude, and then they give you an experiment like Cavendish did that had nothing to do with what we're talking about. The atmosphere being held. I can't. I hate that shit.
Well, all of them believe Einstein's thought experiment or Newton's misunderstanding of what mass is and how it attracts other mass. I don't think any of them actually understand how gravity actually works. I mean, I can demonstrate my version of gravity. Any kid with a rubber ducky or an apple in a pail of water can demonstrate specific gravity or relative density, but none of these other people can do it. They call it thought experiments.
And what's the experiment that some people point to when you ask them what did Newton do as an experiment when they say he put like water in a bucket and spun it?
Yeah, that was centrifugal force. So
it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's funny when they bring that up because it's like, okay, now
Breaking up.
But yeah, flat Earth would be so easy if we just had a one-word rebuttal for every.
I mean, yeah, if he can just give me his independent variable and we can turn it on or off like we do with the heat and see if the water goes up or down or any other object. If he could, give us the independent variable like the gas pressure and we can manipulate it on or off and see if the water goes up or down. Just need that independent variable, just one word. What do you think the cause of, or a cause of the water sticking to the ocean floor? What's the cause of the ocean sticking to the earth? So your naturally observed phenomenon is the ocean. What's causing it to stay there? Because you're not going to debunk the rain cycle, bro. I can also give a third experiment to show that Newton didn't know what he was talking about. Is that guy still in here?
No, my client left.
Okay, well, I would run too if I got destroyed by a flat earther using a scientific method to show that gravity was wrong. And I'm only destroying arguments here. I'm not attacking the guy. I wish the guy well. Hope that he lives long and prospers and all that stuff and has a long family line ahead of him. But I think the government taught him the wrong shit on purpose. Because they still taught the children Newtonian mechanics after they thought that Einstein had replaced them. So, I mean, the government taught them the wrong thing on purpose. That's not my fault. But there's literally a plethora of experiments that you can do to demonstrate that.
What's like the quickest 2 to 3 word sentence that kind of just destroys that?
I can make an object rise up or fall down based on manipulating the medium that the object is in and the relative density between the object and that medium. Put an egg in a cup of water. If you add salt, it'll float. If you take away the salt, it'll sink. If an apple was to fall in a pail of water, like right next to Newton, it would float. If you drain the water, the apple will sink. If you put the water back in, the apple will float. It has nothing to do with mass, attracting mass. It's all about the relative density between the object and the medium.
Bravo. Because it's like at that point they can't say, well, the apple's being attracted to the core of the Earth if it's floating, and when we change these variables, that's not what happens. So no, I think that's spot on.
What they do is a category error, so they take you out of the realm of science and they say, well, mathematically, density has gravity baked into it. And it's like, I don't care how you describe it mathematically, I can demonstrate it in front of you with something as simple as a glass of iced tea. What I'm saying is true. Can you manipulate anything and make the ice go up or down? Because I can.
Wait, now how do you do it with iced tea?
Yeah, I mean, if water freezes, it becomes more buoyant. If it didn't, it would crush all the fish in the ocean. So it's almost like God knew what he's doing. So if you put ice in a cup, it's going to be at the bottom of the cup because it's the densest object in the medium. But if you fill it full of water, the ice will float because you manipulated the relative density between the object and the medium that it was in. That buoyant force, no matter how you describe it, is what's causing objects to rise and fall. Now, you can mathematically describe it as King Tut's penis. It's not going to change the reality of the observation.
Simple as Bob, man. I love you.
I didn't come up with it. I'm just a talented mockingbird. Yeah, I posted something earlier. I'm going to see if it's still in the chat. There was this guy arguing with Richard Dawkins. Yeah, it's the last thing at the very top, 39 minutes after the hour. What, 4 hours ago? If somebody posts something, it might be bumped off. But yeah, it's a real short 2 or 3 minute video. And he's talking about the problems with mathematical models. And Dawkins doesn't really have an argument against it. And he just changes the subject. So that's the real Dawkins, not Darth Dawkins, by the way. And I posted the original link right below it. So that nobody could say that I pulled it out of context. I know how the Glover mind works. It works in circles. It's a shame that guy left the chat. I wasn't done destroying Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, I think my client got the picture, man.
Well,
he pleaded out, man. He pleaded out.
Operation Flat Smack was
He pleaded the
executed.
fifth.
Yeah, he pleaded the fifth.
Yeah, when we asked for the scientific experiment, he pleaded the fifth and left. Or a test or a demonstration. Yeah, he didn't have any. He said, try that shit on Jupiter and the sun, and left.
That's the very concept in question. Circular, like I said. I know how the Glover's mind works, in circles.